The full moon boys are priced at 3 million, at 7 years old they cost 6 million, and at 18 years old, they can fetch as much as 9 million. This is all because they are considered delicious human livestock in the eyes of their monstrous parents. Any other food pales in comparison to them. But the monsters always followed a strange rule, which was that the couples who adopted human livestock could not eat them immediately. Only on the days of the full moon, when they turned 7, and when they reached 18, could they devour the human livestock they raised. At this moment, just 1 month old, you were placed by your mother in the huge empty plate on the dining table. A cool sensation on your back, with the sound of your father's fingers lightly touching the blade vibrating in your ears. Something is wrong when you see your mother smiling as she takes the knife. A sense of impending crisis makes your heart pound. You try to speak, but all that comes out is a wow sound. A hint of displeasure is clearly visible on your father's face. Baby. You hear your mother's gentle call in your ear. The flame flickers in your eyes as Beethoven's Fifth Symphony plays in your ears. You want to open your eyes, but your eyelids feel as heavy as 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard you try, you can't open them even a bit. You have to exert all your strength just to breathe, with your heart pounding in your chest as if it wants to leap out of your mouth, constantly reminding you that you are still alive. What's going on? Haven't I already? Vaguely, you can even hear the sound of your father picking up a sharp knife. And 1 minute later, that knife will pierce through you. Back to before death. Despite being exhausted all over, the pain of death still made you take a deep breath and gasp. Wow. Your vision gradually cleared. The candlelight, the cake, the flowers, the red wine in the decanter, and the sharp knife in Dad's hand, everything was just like before. Baby, what's wrong, baby? Don't be afraid, Mommy is here, don't be scared. Mommy will protect you. Sensing the shock, confusion, and fear in your eyes, Mommy gently stroked your hair and comforted you as she held you in her arms. The warm embrace and gentle actions made you feel a sense of daze, but the next move from Mom sent shivers down your spine. Baby, don't be afraid, Mom loves you the most. She held you, gently placed you in the cradle, and spoke softly. Hurry up and cut it, wife, I can't wait any longer. Dad looked at you, his eyes full of greed, saliva almost dripping. Just a moment ago, you still held a glimmer of hope, but now you feel like you're in an ice cave. How can a defenseless baby survive in such a situation? The instinct to survive makes you think quickly, but the more you think, the more desperate you become. You've just turned 1 month old, and you can't even stretch out your arms and legs yet. What can you do in this situation? Besides crying, what else can you do now? Yes, crying. You suddenly remembered the last time you saw you scream. Dad's face clearly showed displeasure. And shouting might attract the neighbors. Watching as your mother had already taken the knife, you mustered all your strength and screamed desperately, wah, 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 ah. While screaming, you also thrashed around, even kicking a bottle of red wine to the ground. Baby, why are you crying? Don't cry, Mommy will feel heartbroken. What's there to feel heartbroken about? You took a deep breath, then cried even harder. If you had any extra strength, you would have rolled on the ground in frustration. What's wrong with him? The impatient father, already frowning, his face showing bulging veins. His gaze. Has he noticed? But how could he have noticed with just a month-old infant? The father stares straight at you. Perhaps it's just the instinct of survival for both humans and animals. It doesn't matter, Mom said, pouting. Raising humans and animals is really a skill. Dad loosened his collar, sighing in distress. A cold and eerie chill began to spread silently. The delicious cake collapsed and melted, while countless bugs crawled in and out of the pitted cream. The tables, chairs, and benches had become rotten, the walls peeling, and the photos turning yellow. The fresh red wine in the glass seemed to have transformed into sickly sweet blood, exuding a strong metallic smell. Beethoven's spirited Fifth Symphony had turned into a grating cacophony of tearing and friction. Thump, thump, thump. Your heart raced wildly, and you felt fear. This was a fear that originated from the soul, from the blood, passed down through generations from ancestors, deeply engraved in your DNA. It was as if the countless ancestors who had perished were constantly roaring, screaming, and reminding you in your ear, danger. Escape quickly. Sweetheart, don't be afraid, came the gentle voice of Mother. In your trembling gaze, she took off her own head and held it close to her chest. On her pallid face were faint dimples and softness. Dad's pupils turned completely black, his well-defined features gradually contorted as if twisted by a knife, and inexplicably, lines of wrinkles appeared on his face, within which were continuously rotating pale eyeballs. What is this? Your mind is blank, and your blood runs cold. The so-called parents in front of you are not human at all. Baby, Mommy loves you. The symphony continued to tear apart, as the sharp blade pierced through your chest once again. As consciousness faded, you saw in the living room's scratched full-length mirror, only the reflection of yourself. Wife, I can't wait any longer. After an unknown amount of time, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony and Dad's words reached your ears again. A cold sensation came from your back, closer this time than before. But, so tired, so tired. You wanted to open your eyes, but the exhaustion from your soul prevented even the most basic of thoughts. Returning to the brink of death for the second time in a row has drained every ounce of strength from your body. You can clearly feel that if you die again this time, you will bid a final farewell to this world. He didn't even have to die again. He wouldn't even have the strength to breathe now. So sleepy. He just felt himself falling into the water. Down and down and down in the dark. Baby? Ah. Baby. How do you baby? Honey look. Don't you scare mommy. Baby don't you scare mommy. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Xingyan vaguely heard his mother's anxious and self-condemning cries. The voices were tinged with sobs. Obviously he was fine a moment ago. Why is he suddenly like this? His heartbeat. There's still time. Dad was just as anxious. No way. It's our first. We can't just leave it like that. Miss the full moon and wait until he's 7. Mom hugged Lin Xingyan tightly and wiped her tears, saying, good thing, too. Then I'll go and drive the baby to the hospital now. Honey you wait for me downstairs. Dad swallowed and nodded. Aha! Baby you hold on. Mommy's here. Mommy's here. Make sure you grow up fast and be healthy baby. Fragmented voices flashed continuously in Lin Xingyan's head. These two monsters go so far as to raise people as livestock. A touch of sadness surfaced in Lin Xingyan's heart. What the hell are they? How did they disguise themselves as people? Didn't anyone notice? The voices in his ears were getting smaller and smaller. Lin Xingyan finally couldn't hold on any longer and completely fainted. Hey, Grandma, why are your ears so big? To listen to you better, boy. But Grandma, why are your eyes so big? To see you more clearly, boy. Grandma, why is your mouth so big? That's 4. Lin Xingyan opened his eyes in a daze and realized that he was lying in the hospital. A needle is being stuck in his forehead. His mom was sitting beside him, patting him with one hand, and with a storybook in the other hand she was gently telling the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Just by looking at it, Lin Xingyan felt another wave of weariness come over him. Without realizing it, he fell asleep again. It was dark when I woke up again. Although Lin Xingyan could still feel that exhaustion after the overdraft, he had already slowed down. The needle stuck in his forehead had been removed, and Lin Xingyan moved his body. Turning my head I saw my mom asleep on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were red and a little swollen, and her face was full of fatigue. Obviously she hadn't closed her eyes for a long time before falling asleep. Anyone who sees this scene can feel the strong love and worry of a mother for her child. But Lin Xingyan only had nausea and heart palpitations. I thought I had a good birth, but I didn't realize it was a monster over a house. This is a situation where he would rather be an orphan. Lin Xingyan sighed quietly. How was he going to be able to survive these two monsters? Kill them? Ha! I'm going? Turn them in? It was too hard. Not to mention that he was a small man, and these two monsters were just too well camouflaged. Not to mention lying to others. I guess even they are close to believing it themselves. Dad even became a primary care doctor. 36 plans. Walking is the best plan. Lin Xingyan thought about it, and only slipping made the most sense. But either way, his main goal now was to grow up alive. He sighed as he looked at his little hands and feet. At least 5 or 6 years old before he was capable of escaping the house on his own. Learn as much as you can about the habits of these two monsters in the meantime. As for the ability to go back in time after death to just a few minutes before you died, Lin Xingyan subconsciously touched his chest. This ability is tied to his physical strength. For the first time he had breath. The second time he really felt like he was going to be alive. If it wasn't for these two monsters wanting a good meal, Lin Xingyan would already be playing the resurrection game. Aren't there any resident practical abilities for me? Stealth? Teleportation? Getting bigger? Can fly? It's really not possible to just come up with a random system to perfume me. Lin Xingyan closed his eyes and murmured in his mind. As he read, he fell back to sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but Lin Xingyan was woken up by his dad's voice. Old Sue, it's really thanks to you this time. Old Suey? Lin Xingyan froze for a moment, suddenly remembering that his father had said that he was able to claim him thanks to this old Sue's connections. Shoo, Fishy just went to sleep. Alas, younger siblings really worked hard these 2 days. The child is nothing more. Just go home and recuperate. This old Sue was a big smoky voice, and Lin Xingyan felt him touch his forehead. Old Sue, I don't blame you for advising me before. Raising a child is really not easy. Dad exclaimed as he tucked Lin Xingyan in. It's not easy indeed, but it's quite a blessing to watch them grow up slowly from such a young age. Well, I don't have much to look forward to. My kids just need to be healthy and happy. Lin Xingyan could feel himself being swept around by their gazes. What had been cozy words he could only hear now with a gust of nasty chills. This old Sue was afraid that he didn't know that he was standing in front of a man-eating monster. Lin Xingyan was just thinking about it when Lao Su's voice came quietly from the window. You and your siblings are going to raise them until they're 7 when the full moon is missed? As long as he doesn't find out. Up to 7. 7 is better. You couples are still a bit impatient. Lao Su stared at Lin Xingyan and swallowed. If my daughter, I'm going to wait until she's 18. Soon. Knock knock. For a moment, Lin Xingyan felt as if his blood had frozen. This old Sue is even a monster too. and seems to be using his position to provide newborn babies to monsters. And just how many other monsters are hidden in this world? Just how many more children are being kept in captivity as livestock? Around yourself. Who is human? Who are the monsters? The more Lin Xingyan thought about it, the more he felt a chill on his back. The body also became a little stiff. This kid, as if he had seen Lin Xingyan's unnaturalness, a flash of suspicion appeared on old Su's face. He leaned down, his eyes piercing into Lin Xingyan like pinpoints. You can hear it? Old Su's thick, smoky voice came ghostly from Lin Xingyan's ears. That grim feeling loomed up again. Kids have nightmares, don't they? Dad picked Lin Xingyan up and patted his back gently. Old Su, it's just a full-month-old child. How could he possibly understand? Ha ha, yeah, I'm the one who's too sensitive. Seeing Lin Xingyan's body gradually relaxing, Lao Su scratched his head. Just wait until tomorrow morning to be discharged directly from the hospital. I'm going to go on duty first. If you have any problems, feel free to find me. Okay? Hard work. After seeing old Su leave, Dad gently placed Lin Xingyan on the bed and watched him in silence. It was a long time before he spoke slowly. Baby, Daddy and Mommy will always be there for you. Make sure you grow up healthy. Prickly. Chapter 3, Leaving Tonight. Anne, help me tie my shoes, I want a bow. Anne, I want the bow too. Anan, ride your bike together later. The May sun on the south side is warm and not as poisonous as it is in the height of summer. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xingyan, who had just finished eating, appeared in the yard pushing his little bicycle, and a group of children gathered around him. He just celebrated his 6th birthday last week. In 2 months, he'll be in elementary school. Mom, I'm going to play. Lin Xingyan turned back. Yu was wearing a pale yellow straw hat and a white floral dress, following him with her hands behind her back. Baby, come, under the shade of the tree. She waved at Lin Xingyan. Baby, when you ride your bike, make sure you wear your helmet. Yu crouched down, touched Lin Xingyan's face, smiled and righted his little helmet. By the way, baby, when did you learn to tie your shoes? She looked into Lin Xingyan's eyes and asked with a smile. Mrs. Orange taught us in kindergarten today. Lin Xingyan replied with a wink. Oh, Yu's eyes drooped and he was silent for a moment. Clicking his helmet insert tightly snapped down in front of Lin Xingyan's neck. Then he straightened Lin Xingyan's collar and stood up. Baby, can you tie a bow for Mommy too? Geez, Mom. Heart, they're all waiting for me to play. Lin Xingyan looked at the children waiting for him next to him, then reluctantly squatted down to untie the laces of the sandals on Yu's feet. Baby, what did you want to say to Mr. Orange alone at lunch break today? If you have any problems, you can boldly talk to your teacher and Mom. Even if people don't believe in you, Mom will always believe in you. Like one of your own little friends. Suddenly gone? Yu put her hand on Lin Xingyan's shoulder and looked at him condescendingly, saying quietly, Oops, I am the one next to me. Tiger Egg always snores at noon and I can't sleep. Lin Xingyan replied while clumsily and rustily tying an asymmetrical bow for Yu. Really? It's not a good idea to have a bad nap in the middle of the day. So Mommy will talk to Mr. Orange and get you a new classmate next to you who doesn't snore. Well, how about for Pang Pang? Does Pang Pang snore in his sleep? Yu rubbed Lin Xingyan's head and asked carelessly. Pang Pang? Who's Pang Pang? Lin Xingyan frowned in confusion. Isn't Pang Pang your best friend? Oops, Mom. Tiger eggs are fine, no need to change them. Well, bye-bye, I'm off to play. Hearing his little friend calling him again, Lin Xingyan didn't answer, but couldn't wait to straddle the bike. Well, go and be safe. Yu stood still, the smile on her face in the shade of the tree slowly disappearing. After a long time, she shook her head and returned to her gentle appearance. Phew, can't take it anymore. Tonight. Feeling the disappearance of Yu's line of sight, Lin Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. A flicker of heart palpitations and exhaustion flashed under his eyes. This is not the first time such a temptation has been made. Though Mom and Dad had never looked like monsters since he was a full moon, he was overflowing with love and care. But Lin Xingyan knew clearly that it was all an illusion. Every time he felt his parents' observant gaze late at night, it creeped him out. That look doesn't even look human. It's more like looking at pets or food. Lin Xingyan had no doubt that he would be eaten by the monster without mercy if he showed the slightest bit of difference. It's one of the rules he's learned over the years. Monsters must wipe out humans as soon as they are discovered. Of course, that doesn't mean that the monster will keep up this cozy routine if the person never finds out. Full moon, 7 years old and 18 years old are the 3 points that seem to be the official human release date for the monster. And the humans that are eaten will completely disappear from this society. Like his kindergarten classmate, Pang Pang. Like the young lady in Building 4 who just had her 7th birthday. All traces of their existence disappeared overnight. No one seems to remember them except Lin Xingyan. Let's hope everything goes well tonight. Lin Xingyan sighed. He's tried to leave twice since he started kindergarten. The results were all failures. Yu always finds him before the police do. Although he uses the excuse of being lost, his parents have already begun to suspect him. Under the eyes of these two monsters, it was impossible for Lin Xingyan to be nervous all the time in response to the trial, much less 100% just as carefree as a 6-year-old kindergartner. The one who disappears completely at this rate is him. Tonight Dad's on night shift at the hospital and my sister-in-law is coming. Although the alcohol is not good, but every time my sister-in-law came you will accompany her to drink a couple of glasses. I'll leave as soon as they fall asleep and go straight to the train station. It's best to blend in after your lordship. If you really don't have a chance, buy a platform ticket and get on the platform. Get on a random train and get out of the city. On this journey, make sure to avoid contact with anyone, because there's no way of knowing if what's in front of you is a person or a monster, even if there are accidents. I still have at least 2 chances to start over, although I don't know what side effects this backfiling respawn has besides deducting stamina. Lin Xingyan sighed quietly. After the day of the full moon, he'd acted as if he'd never had the skill. He went over his plan again in his mind. As rough as it is, this is as far as it goes. 1 more year would be his 7th birthday, but Lin Xingyan couldn't wait any longer. The daily succession of trials was like a sharp knife hanging over his head. Anan, come. He was just thinking about it when Yu in the shade suddenly shouted. Lin Xingyan also instantly adjusted his expression. And come, Auntie asks you, do you like my xin? How about I get you a baby marriage? That won't do. My Shiola will definitely disagree. As soon as Lin Xingyan arrived, he was surrounded by the mothers of the other children in the yard. He also greeted them one by one, reaping a shower of compliments from his aunts. Right. Have you decided which elementary school you want Anan to go to? Annexed primary school or second primary school? If the attached primary school, our children's class will be able to take the turn of Mr. Lu, who teaches math. And all the children in his class have a good foundation in math. When the time comes, I'll ask Hart's dad to see if he can get both Hart and Ann into his class. Xinxin's mom said as she tapped the report card of Ms. Lu's class on her phone. This class is good. Why don't you ask your old Gu to run it for my Xiaola as well? What for? Isn't sending Wandi and adding competition to xin? I don't think we need to bother Mr. Gu. Let nature take its course. Yu pulled aside Lin Xingyan and revealed a small smile. I think it's enough for my family to be happy with Anne. Nothing else matters. And learning too much isn't always a good thing, is it, baby? She rubbed Lin Xingyan's face. Aha. Lin Xingyan, on the other hand, looked innocent and cute. Good boy. Mommy went to the station to pick up my sister-in-law first. She'll be back later. Be good and listen to Auntie. Don't run around. Don't get lost like last time. Don't go out of the neighborhood. Yu wiped Lin Xingyan's sweat and gently instructed. Okay, Mom. Lin Xingyan nodded obediently and replied with lowered eyes. Chapter 4, Are you alone this late? What do you want to do? Phew, here it comes. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xingyan saw Yu's car drive into the neighborhood. We'll be home at this hour. And it'll be almost 11 when they're asleep. Chances are it'll be after 12 when I get to the train station. Lin Xingyan looked at the time. After 12 o'clock there are basically long-distance green trains left. It was slower, but theoretically, by the time Dad got home from his night shift at 7 or so the next day, he was almost out of the province. Wouldn't the sea be wide enough for the fish to leap and the sky be high enough for the birds to fly? Baby, what are you thinking? Why don't you say hello when you see Auntie? Hello, sister-in-law. Yo, Anan is so big now? A bit of a man now. Come on. Auntie kisses me. Yu sure pulled Lin Xingyan up and down. She bore a 6-point resemblance to Yu, especially when she smiled. With the same 2 faint pear swirls on her face, the eyes that looked at Lin Xingyan were also filled with fondness. At first glance, they're sisters. Lin Xingyan sometimes often wondered, since Yu was a monster, did that mean that Yu's entire family was a monster? But being 6 years old already, he had never met his grandma and grandpa. Never heard of Yu either. Come on, baby. Your sister-in-law hasn't eaten yet. Let's play tomorrow. Heart bye-bye. Wandi bye. Lin Xingyan hurriedly followed Yu's pace. Anan, look at the prawns that Auntie specially brought from the beach. They are old and fresh. Later on Auntie will give you a steak. Upon arriving home, Yu sure said as she patted the large phone box in her arms. Instead, Yu prepared the hot pot and grabbed another bottle of wine from Dad's liquor cabinet. What? You want some? Seeing Lin Xingyan staring at the wine, Yu sure said jokingly. Teacher says drinking is bad. Auntie, you guys should drink less. Lin Xingyan reminded with a feigned seriousness. Gu, you really know what's going on, and you know how to care about adults. Yu sure rubbed Lin Xingyan's head. Aha, sis, this wine is so good that brother-in-law himself didn't even spare it, and we're drinking it. Is that okay? Humph. No, what can he do? You said with a pout and a happy face. The fondue pot gurgled to life, and the two men chatted as they drank. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, silently observed Yu, but in two mouthfuls, Yu's face had turned scarlet, and her eyes were mesmerized for a few moments. Mom, I'm going to take a shower then read my book and go to bed. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Xing'an also behaved himself. Go on, Bauer, take a shower and wipe yourself off before you come out. Don't get cold. Mommy and sister-in-law will talk a little longer. Aha. Lin Xing'an returned to his room, took a shower and then got under the covers. Silently, he listened to the movement of the talk outside. After 5 or 6 minutes, my sister-in-law's voice was basically the only one left outside. In less than half an hour, Yu was helped into the room by her sister-in-law and lay beside Lin Xing'an. Baby, Yu murmured against her drunkenness and hugged Lin Xing'an to her, kissing his face lightly. Then he rolled over and went to sleep. 5 or 6 minutes later, the lights went out outside. When the living room was completely silent, Lin Xing'an waited patiently for another half hour. Yu's breathing beside her was already steady. In the darkness, Lin Xing'an sat up. Mom! He looked at Yu's face and shouted softly. Mom! He shook Yu gently again. Mom, I'm going to the bathroom. Seeing that Yu didn't have any reaction and was already completely asleep, Lin Xing'an wordlessly walked off the bed. Holding his breath, he pressed the doorknob and pushed open the bedroom door. Gah! Squeak! Even though the voice was small, it was unusually obvious to Lin Xing'an's ears. It's a good thing Yu did sleep well under the effect of alcohol. The pale moonlight from the living room shot into the room through the doorway, illuminating half of Lin Xing'an's face. Bye. Mom. Goodbye, monster. He looked at Yu's gentle face in the darkness and closed the bedroom door. Claptrap. But the sound of flushing in the bathroom in the back room came suddenly. Immediately afterward, my sister-in-law yawned and walked out of the bedroom. Lin Xing's heart skipped a beat. Av, what are you doing up so late? Not sleeping? Yushi's voice came quietly from behind. Lin Xing'an stopped in place for 2 seconds, then sleepily turned back. I want to go to the restroom. Don't you have a toilet in your bedroom? Mommy's asleep and I'm afraid I'll wake her up. Lin Xing'an said without changing his face. So good. Go on. Ah, Auntie will go to bed first. Tomorrow Auntie will make you a shrimp and egg custard. Yushi froze for a moment, nodded, and went to the kitchen to get a glass of water before yawning and burrowing back into the bedroom. Only when he saw the lights in his sister-in-law's room go out did Lin Xing'an press the flush. The feigned sleepiness on his face instantly disappeared, his face slightly serious, because now he wasn't wearing pajamas at all, and a look at the outerwear that's going out the door. Lin Xing'an looked at his reflection on the TV screen in the living room and took 2 deep breaths to calm down. Maybe I can wait until I'm a little older, a little more ripe, a little more prepared before I go? No, it can't wait. There is no turning back. The more you hesitate the more you make mistakes. Not to mention it's Dad's last late shift of the month. 10:40. After scanning the time, Lin Xing'an didn't hesitate any longer. Put in some change and put on his shoes. Finally he looked at the bedroom again, then opened the door. The gusts of cold wind pouring through the building made a hollow sound. Before Lin Xing'an closed the door, he also took Yu's car keys that were hanging in the doorway. Phew! Only after reaching the outside did Lin Xing'an breathe a sigh of relief. But that was just the first step in his departure. Bang bang bang. The heart that was surprisingly calm when I was just at home was instead beating wildly with excitement at this point. The moon is beautiful. He lifted his head and looked at the scimitar-like bright moon, then threw the car keys hard into the grass. Not being able to find your car keys can also delay it somewhat. 1,000 days of practicing with a car is 1,000 days of using a car. Lin Xing'an straddled his own little bike and pedaled hard straight to the small west gate where there was no security guard. Because it is a school district house, the residents are basically elementary school students, middle school students, so the whole neighborhood is empty at this hour. On the dark road, only Lin Xing'an sped on his bicycle bike. The warm summer night breeze hit his face, and the chirping of crickets and grasshoppers came to his ears now and then. The repression of being captive by a monster built up in his chest, and if the circumstances didn't allow it, Lin Xing'an really wanted to yell out and release it. At this rate, I'll be at the train station in half an hour. Lin Xing'an felt as if he couldn't use up his stamina and accelerated to stomp another wave. Out the west gate was a bumpy dirt road that hadn't been repaired yet, and it was close to the station if you crossed it, and there were no streetlights all the way down that road, and empty building frames on both sides. It was eerie as hell, but there was no need to be afraid of being discovered at all. Should have brought a small flashlight, Lin Xing'an thought as he rode. But just as he reached the corner of the small west gate, a flashlight's blanket of light suddenly shot up. Lin Xing'an's face changed, and he couldn't brake or dodge in time, rushing right into the center of the flashlight's haze of light. Ah, watch out. Is it Anne? Anne. Are you alone this late? What do you want to do? Chapter 5. Then look at the monster you're talking about. Is this what it looks like? Sister Chan? I'm going to scare me to death. But after seeing that the person pushing the cart in front of him was Su Kan, who had just gotten out of evening study, Lin Xing'an was wildly relieved. Out of nowhere he even had the feeling of having been robbed of his life, because he could be sure that Su Kan was human. Su Chan is the daughter of her father's colleague, Lao Su. 6 years ago in the hospital on the day of the full moon, Lin Xing'an had personally heard old Su say that he would eat his daughter when she turned 18. In Lin Xing'an's impression, Su Kan's academic performance had always been among the top, especially math and physics, the kind of nightmare for most students. Su Kan had even gotten perfect scores. Anun, what do you want to sneak out on your bike alone this late at night? And you're riding so fast. How dangerous. Luckily we got out of study early today after the school blackout, just in time for me to see you. What if you meet some bad people? How sad would your mom be? What's going on in your little head? Let's go. Sister will take you home. Su Chan nodded at Lin Xing'an's head and criticized seriously. Sister Chan, when is your birthday? Lin Xing'an ignored her words and instead asked directly in return. My birthday? Such a sudden question made Su Kan freeze for a moment. What birthday or not? Go home, go home. It's so late. Kan-san, this is important. When is your 18th birthday? Next Sunday. What's wrong? Next Sunday is 10 days away and it's before the entrance exams? Really? Lin Xing'an looked at Su Kan's somewhat haggard face from staying up all night reviewing, and his chest tightened. The result of this day in and day out, wearing stars, is being eaten by your own father less than a month before the entrance exam. If you really wait until your birthday to see your father turned into a monster, SSSH, then how desperate Su Kan must be. All is a scam. All effort is a joke. All life is a sham. The whole point of her existence is to grow up to be 18 and then get eaten. The more Lin Xing'an thought about it, the more he felt a sense of powerlessness and pain. After a short hesitation, he pulled on Su Kan's arm with determination. Sister Chan, the things I'm saying right now will seem unbelievable to you, but I promise that what I'm saying is true. This is about your life. Lin Xing'an took a deep breath and looked at Su Kan's eyes and said in a deep voice, though the odds were that this truth would not be believed by Su Kan, though he just seems to be wasting his time now, but if Su Kan really listened, or even kept an eye out for it, then the outcome could have been different. And if he didn't say anything, Seo-chan would never let him leave as a 6-year-old at this point in time. Once she is taken back by Su-chan, she will also definitely talk to you the next day and tell you to keep an eye on the child. There might be a silver lining to telling the truth. Is my life at stake? Lin Xing'an's such a serious tone and formal expression made Su Kan freeze in place. Anun, you, Sister Chan, listen to me first. Actually, my parents, your father, they weren't human. They were monsters. They breed us like we're pets. Or livestock. They eat us on the day we turn full moon, 7 or 18. Lin Xing'an said under his breath. However, Su Kan's expression was not as disbelieving or ridiculous as Lin Xing'an had imagined. Instead, he immediately calmed down after a short period of shock, and simply furrowed his brows with a pensive expression on his face. Sister Chan, I know it's too bizarre, like I'm a 6-year-old who can say so much, and I don't know how to prove it. I don't have any direct evidence at the moment. You won't believe this, but I believe you. Su Chan suddenly interrupted Lin Xing'an. You, and I believe you. Seo-chan nodded affirmatively. This time it was Lin Xing'an's turn to be shocked. He completely did not expect Su Kan to believe this without question. Even to himself, it was mind-boggling to say this. Anun, I'm sorry. In fact, sister has long known that your parents are not your real parents. You were obtained by my father by certain means. A few moments of guilt appeared on Su Chan's face. My dad especially doesn't like electronic devices. His current cell phone is a decade-old senior citizen's phone. He would write everything he would write down in a book, including work records from his hospital job. 4 years ago, when I was a junior in high school, I curiously flipped through his book one day and found a lot of information about babies recorded in it. All babies are numbered like items. On the back it says their gender, blood type, date of birth, place of birth, presence of birthmarks, and parents. Su Chan raised his head, his voice trembling a little. At first I thought it was just pretty normal baby information until I saw you. Anun, your number is 0021, and I can see the names of Auntie Yu and Uncle Lin written behind you, but Auntie Yu wasn't even pregnant at that time, so I had some questions but didn't really care. Until the next day, when Auntie Yu hugged you and said your name was Lin Xing'an and that you were her child. Su Kan looked at Lin Xing'an with a complicated expression. 0021. Lin Xing'an repeated the number and winced. Does this mean that 6 years ago, 20 babies have been raised by monsters just through Dr. Co's operation? Behind each baby is a human couple of monsters at the same time. That means there aren't a lot of these monsters. And the power is even greater to be able to silently scratch human babies into their names. Lin Xingyan quietly clenched his fists. He can't even begin to think what it's like for human parents who have been deprived of their children. It was only after Auntie Yu that I started paying attention to this. I was volunteering at my dad's hospital over the summer, and you suddenly ended up in the emergency room the night of your full moon. I didn't get a chance to look at his notes again until my dad went to help. If we go by what you say, gosh, so many kids. Su Chan's body trembled and covered his face without continuing, and Lin Xingyan's mood heaved for a few moments. But there's no time to be sentimental now. Sister Chan, this monster will immediately kill the humans once it senses it has been discovered. And I've heard your father say with my own ears that he's going to eat you when you're 18. Let's go together while there's still a chance to go. To the station. Out of the city. Lin Xingyan helped the car up. Good. Seo-chan was silent and hesitated for 2 seconds before firmly nodding his head. Let's take the road through the construction site. There's no one there at night, and it's a quick walk through to the station. I'll buy a ticket at the window for the one to North City. We'll get off at 2 or 3 stops, and then we'll just get on another bus in the other direction at the platform, she said as she straddled the bike as well. Yes. Lin Xingyan was in a jolted mood and rode on as well. The two left the neighborhood through the west gate one after the other and rode into the dirt road of the construction site with only moonlight. Following the light of Su Can's flashlight in front of him, Lin Xingyan suddenly had the feeling of dreaming. He was all ready to reopen after bumping into Seo-chan. I didn't realize it was going to be dark. With Su Can, the chances of the two of them leaving would increase tremendously. When we get to another city, we can take care of each other too. I didn't expect Kan-san to believe it so easily. Now that he thought about it carefully, Lin Xingyan still felt a bit incredulous. Seo-chan's reasoning just now can only mean that Dr. Seo has a problem with making certain baby deals, but there's no way to be sure that Dr. Seo is a monster. This kind of thing is hard to believe even if you see it with your own eyes, but Su Can not only believed it, but also managed to take him away. Anan, be careful, there's a bit of debris on the road. Su Can in the front slowed down and waited for Lin Xingyan to ride to her side. Anan, when did you find out? She had a flashlight in one hand and one hand on the handlebars. The white haze of light flickered and flickered, hitting her face from underneath her face, and it looked inexplicably terrifying. I found it by accident once. The road was progressively bumpy and flanked by concrete-poured building frames. Inside, one dark room looked like a giant mouth. The pale moonlight in turn emphasized the depth of the darkness. Aside from the sound of the bike and the two of them breathing, the surroundings were awfully quiet, and Lin Xingyan even wanted to actively create some sound. After riding in silence for a while longer, he glanced at Su Can beside him and was inexplicably a bit flustered. Don't get any ideas? At least Kan-san is definitely human. Lin Xingyan shook his head and struggled to stomp up. Dr. Su's words at the full moon still echoed in his ears. Besides, even if Su Can was really a monster, he would have died the moment he told the truth. Anne, you're so smart to realize that at such a young age. And have you seen those monsters for real? Su-chan stared at Lin Xingyan and asked. Riding the big bike, she had somehow fallen half a length behind Lin Xingyan. I have seen it. Oh, you've seen them? Then can you tell your sister what they look like? Su-chan swallowed his saliva, his voice unexpectedly trembling a bit inexplicably. They are just kind of very. It's ugly and disgusting, isn't it? Right. It's hideous. It's ugly. It's disgusting. It's hard to go into words. Lin Xingyan's mind floated back to the way his father and mother looked after their bodies changed during the full moon. Hard to describe? Oh, Anan, then look at the monster you're talking about. Isn't it like this? The flashlight's haze of light suddenly disappeared. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. The light was eaten away by the darkness in spots. Su Can's ghostly voice came from behind Lin Xingyan. Icy cold breaths gently hit Lin Xingyan's neck. Hip 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 hip. Chapter 6. I was just lying to you. Turn around. Anan, why don't you turn around? Turn around and look at Sister Ah. Look at the monster you're talking about. Is that what Sister looks like now, Ak? He. Siakan's voice gradually became shrill. In a darkness sometimes it came from Lin Xingyan's left side. Sometimes it switched to the right side. Like a ghost, it haunted Lin Xingyan, who was like falling into an ice cave. That cold, broken aura, too, spread out again at some point, awakening the kind of fear that had been buried deep in his heart. Little Anan, do you know why fruits at high latitudes are sweet? It's because there's a big temperature difference between day and night, so the fruits accumulate sugar. Then do you know how human animals smell the best? The bigger the gap between emotional ups and downs, the better it smells. He. You don't think you can really walk away, do you? How could you? Little fool? We're all watching you. Sukan's sentence after sentence made Lin Xing'an's scalp tingle and sent chills throughout his body. Bang in your head. How come? How could Chansan be a monster too? I clearly heard it with my own ears back then. Skeptical? Confusion? Fear? Resigned? The various emotions made the blood in Lin Xing'an's body seem to freeze. Sukan's sharp and ear-piercing mockery echoed continuously in the deserted construction site. Obviously I'm out. Obviously I've come this far. A sense of powerlessness surged in, and Lin Xing'an only felt a gust of suffocation. Cootie. I was just lying to you, Ak. You must have been so happy when I said I believed you. Your own parents are monsters and you are treated as a pet. Ha ha ha, little fool. Who would believe such nonsense? Seo-chan said while smiling. You guys. Lin Xing'an clenched his teeth hard and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now was not the time to dwell on why Seo-chan was a monster. It's time to clear your head. He still had a chance, or at least a do-over. It was only 20 minutes ago that he bumped into Seo-chan at the West Gate. It's only 20 minutes. If he died now, it would be uncontrollable. But with his long-suffering stamina, he could definitely go back in 20 minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Anne, it's like you're hopeful again. It's like a roller coaster ride. Great. The more you fluctuate like this, the sweeter you'll be. Oh, I can see it. It's my unique ability. Anne, you have no idea how good you smell right now. Sis is drooling. Seo-chan kept sniffing around Lin Xing'an. A gust of inhalation sounded like a bellows, as if it was trying to suck Lin Xing'an alive into his nose. It's really not worth it for me to bring you here especially. How about it, Anne? The cafeteria was hand-picked by my sister. It's perfect. Without anyone interrupting, I can enjoy you alone. Ugh, but if that happens, Auntie you and Uncle Lin must be so sad. After all, you're a human animal they've been carefully raising for 6 years. Lin Xing'an could feel Sukan constantly drifting and wandering around him. However, because the moonlight was blocked by the dark clouds, there was only darkness in front of them, so they couldn't see Sukan's appearance at this moment. Kill me. He clenched his fist and slammed it forward. A feeling of hitting cotton made Lin Xing'an stumble and almost fall. Why did you offer to let me kill you? Is it because it's too desperate? No. You clearly smell hopeful. Poor little thing. How can you have any hope in this situation? If you're like that, your sister will be heartbroken. Seokan's voice suddenly became natural. Heartbroken. What a hypocrite. Lin Xing'an inexplicably thought of how Yu was also full of heartache when he was physically exhausted from 2 deaths in his full moon. Yu hugged him tightly with tears in her eyes after thinking that she had been retrieved twice. Think of your parents' concern every time you get hurt. This kind of hypocritical words and face caused a burst of nameless anger to flare up in Lin Xing'an's heart. He was also born pregnant. He could obviously have real care, real love, too. But because of these monsters, Lin Xing'an lived under this hypocrisy for 6 whole years. Every day is careful to create that sickening false happiness. It's all torn up now, and these monsters are still acting, still full of heartache and care. Who the hell is it playing to? Lin Xing's mind was at ease, so he picked up his bike and pedaled hard again in the darkness. It was clearly a summer night, but the wind was whistling in my ears. Lin Xing'an also instantly sobered up a few points. Yeah, why actively let monsters kill them? Since we are alive, we should live a meaningful life. Before you die, can't you at least see Seokan's real face first? Shouldn't we at least know what Seo-chan is capable of? Blind reopening is chronic death. The ability to go back to before death isn't making him cowardly and actively seeking death. It's making him more able to fight without reservation. What's the point of being in such a desperate situation? After thinking about this, Lin Xing'an suddenly had a mysterious feeling. It was as if a shell had been broken open, and the power that kept pouring out from within filled his limbs and bones with his breathing and heartbeat. Charge! Despite the darkness in front of us, the road was incredibly bumpy, ditchy and full of gravel, but Lin Xing'an didn't care now, and directly recognized a path to desperately pedal up. Wow! Ni, you seem to be angry, yeah. Is it because your sister lied to you? Well, how about this? Sister will play a game with you, so don't get mad, okay? You be careful. What if you fall while riding so fast? Although Lin Xing'an's speed was already so fast that he was even flying upside down when he encountered a downhill slope, Sukan's voice was still floating in his ears. It was as if the two were keeping parallel movement. No matter how Lin Xing'an rode, he couldn't get rid of them. How about we play hide and seek? Sister will give you 30 seconds to hide. As long as my sister can't find you, it's a win for you, okay? Or a minute. Tell you what, sis will give you a minute to hide, okay Anan? Don't ignore sister Don't ride. Answer sister okay? Sukan's voice was no longer sharp, and it had turned back into that big sister's voice that Lin Xing'an was familiar with, as if she was coaxing a child. However, He wasn't affected by Su Kan's words in the slightest. It's just pursed lips and staring muffled eyes writing wildly. Hey, little Anan. Speak up, are you playing or not? Anan? An. Su Kan's voice suddenly became higher, like the sudden popping of a bug. Lin Xing'an, who was writing at high speed, only felt that he had blasted into a huge cloth that was held open. Instantly stopped while being violently recoiled back. The bike underneath him was slammed hard to the ground. Lin Xing'an's entire body even tumbled several times in a row before stopping. Buzz. A wave of dizziness hit his eyes. His mind was confused and dazed, and his heart was pounding. Lin Xing'an held onto the ground for a long time to catch his breath. Ka! But before he could stand up, the blinding white light of the flashlight suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Xing'an instinctively raised his arm and closed his eyes. Gobble. Upon adjusting to the light and opening his eyes again, he saw Siaken's face that was pressing against his. The tips of their noses were just a few centimeters apart. No, can't say Su Kan. Lin Xing's heartstrings trembled as he slowly raised his head, his pupils contracting. In front of him was Siaken's skin. The original living person was like a rag doll that had been emptied of all its flesh and blood from the inside and then propped open. Centipede-like section by section. The body with weird patterns spread out from the cracks on her back. On either side is a single hand. This monster was the one that used a section of its body to hold up Siaken's skin, and with its two hands, it kept adjusting Siaken's features and expression. It's like performing a hand puppet show. Lin Xing'an then suddenly realized what the cloth he had just hit was. A nasty chill made him shiver in the summer heat, and his stomach spasmed and convulsed. What's wrong, Anan? Don't be afraid. I'm a sister. Seo-chan turned her head sideways and a sunny yet simple smile like the big sister of the Lin family appeared on her face that was spread out like a crust. The mouth opened and closed, but the soft sound came from the abdomen. Then sister will give you 60 seconds to hide it. If you are not found by sister, then sister can grant you a wish. Anything. Su-chan reached out and gently patted Lin Xing'an's head. Go hide, little boy. Sis is going to start counting down. The hand inside her was jerked away. The head snapped down like a rag, but the voice came again unaffected. 60, 59, 58. Chapter 7, I'm just teasing you. Asterisk. Looking at the constantly writhing monster in front of him, Lin Xing'an's heart felt a vicious chill. He climbed to his feet and ran toward the darkness of the eerie building shelves. The only thing on the cold concrete frame was heavy gray with the occasional rusty iron frame. The sides of the single, narrow staircase were not protected in the slightest. Lin Xing'an took one step forward and 2 steps back, and the whimpering wind in the cavernous building responded to the echoes of his footsteps. Interspersed in between was the sound of Su-chan's icy countdown. Moonlight faded in and out as he turned left and right. Lin Xing'an was as if he had fallen into an ink tank, and his eyes were dark. Yet he had no fear, only powerlessness. Too weak. That feeling of powerlessness was like a pair of giant hands clutching Lin Xing'an's heart. Without power, he'd just be played with by monsters as toys. Without power, he will always be nothing more than livestock bred by monsters. Without power, even if you can reincarnate indefinitely, what can you do? Get stronger, live, and then always try to get stronger. Before this, Lin Xing'an thought that maybe it would be okay to leave this home, leave this city, and live out this life in peace. All his plans, all his thoughts, were how to escape. But now, an unprecedented desire to become stronger filled Lin Xing's mind. There is no escape. Without killing these monsters, he will never be free. Doors? I don't know how many floors I went up in the dark, and the panting Lin Xing'an suddenly saw a door. One completely unfurnished room shelf had a door placed on it surprisingly, though worn and vapid as a decoration. It still looked out of place in one of the empty, dark squares around it, as if someone had once inhabited the room. Crunch! As if sensing Lin Xing'an, the broken door unexpectedly let out a tickling creak and slowly opened a crack. Inside, the silken light of the moon penetrated, mingling with the darkness outside. The flickering light seems to be someone walking around inside. It made Lin Xing'an's scalp tighten. Anyone. He swallowed, his voice trembling a little, and ghostly slowly pushed the door open. Crunchy. The worn wooden door made a reluctant sound. Moonlight shoots in. A body that had been hanged from the beams of the room appeared right in front of Lin Xing'an's eyes. Twisting his neck were sunken sockets and bulging eyeballs that stared straight at Lin Xing'an. The already dry body fluttered in the wind in the moonlight like a ghostly shadow. Underneath was a stool with 2 barrels of gasoline next to it. Hiss! Such a suffocating scene scared Lin Xing'an with a jolt. He took 2 steps back and shut the door in a panic. How can anyone think of killing themselves in a place like this? Lin Xing'an wiped his cold sweat, his heart pounding. Big brother is sorry. If I can survive, I will definitely help you collect your corpse. He gritted his teeth and continued to run upwards. 5, 4, it's about time. Siaken's voice became shaky from excitement. The arms that grew on either side of her body like centipede knuckles twisted with her body like underwater seaweed. 3. He. The two hands once again propped up Su-chan's thin layer of skin. 2. 1. Su-chan snapped his eyes open and raised his head to take an extremely exaggerated deep breath. The body was as big as a balloon in a few seconds. Who? Smell you. With that breath exhaled again. Su-chan twisted his head, his gaze locking onto the building where Lin Xingyan was hiding. Anne. Little boy. Sister is here to see you. She crept to the ground as if she were walking a ground snake, holding a flashlight in one hand while her other arms swung to burrow into the building. Lin Xingyan, on the other hand, picked up a 1-meter-long rusty iron fence on the road and leaned behind a square post, holding his chest and panting silently. But in a minute's time, with a delay in between, he wasn't sure how many floors he'd gotten up. Although his eyes had gone ghastly black, he surprisingly felt strong. As Lin Xingyan's breathing gradually stabilized, his physical strength gradually recovered at an incredible speed. And that's when it dawned on Lin Xingyan that he had just been knocked to the ground by a speeding bicycle. The front wheels of the bikes have all been slightly twisted out of shape, but there was not the slightest wound on him. At most, the skin on the outer thighs and elbows was broken, and there was no blood at all. Even the bruising was minimal. My body. Lin Xingyan's face showed a flash of astonishment. He thought of the sudden breakthrough he had just experienced at a certain moment on his bike. But how exactly does it work? Anun. It's so dark here. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, come to my sister. Geez, these stairs are so steep. Anne, you didn't get hurt climbing them, did you? Siaken's voice kept echoing in the empty building. Lin Xingyan probed out and looked outside. This height is almost 12 or 13 stories. I can't believe I climbed more than 10 floors in just 1 minute. If a breakthrough in physical strength like this can happen a few more times, then killing those monsters doesn't seem impossible. Lin Xingyan clenched his fists. Hope lit up in his eyes. Ha! Wow! Anne, you smell. You seem to have changed your flavor again. Is hope? You join hope. You have hope again. Nah, is it because you think your sister won't be able to find you? Don't worry, I'm very patient. Seo-chan climbed layer by layer. The speed is not only not fast, it can even be said to be slow. Lin Xingyan hesitated for a moment and didn't continue walking, but just hid in silence. For one thing, if we go further now, our footsteps will be exposed instead. The second is to regain your strength, so you can go back farther if you have to die as a last resort. Don't give me a chance to live. Lin Xingyan stared at the dark staircase entrance in the distance, listening to Su-chan's voice, and said silently in his heart, as long as I'm allowed to live, I will kill all of you monsters. La 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 la, la 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 la. I'm a little connoisseur of newspaper selling. I don't wait for the dawn to sell newspapers. The little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket, barefoot in the morning, traveling all over. See you. Seo-chan suddenly shouted. Lin Xingyan's heart also fluttered violently. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm just teasing you. Little Anun, is my sister singing good? Anun, you're such a brave little boy. My sister actually has a special fondness for you in her heart. How about, sister fulfills your one little wish. As long as you come out now, sister will let you go. Well, if you don't believe me, how about letting your real sister Seo-chan come back and talk to you? The monster's voice was getting closer and closer, and Lin Xingyan could already faintly see the flickering light of the flashlight downstairs, and the monster's words made him frown. What does it mean to bring back the real Seo-chan's sister? Anne, don't believe it. It must be hidden. It must be well hidden. Please don't hurt Anne, please. And is only so young. You've already eaten me. Please let him go. He's only 6. Suddenly, Su-chan's trembling voice came. Lin Xingyan was stunned, because it was the voice of the Kansan he knew so well. At this point her voice was tinged with sobs, trembling with pain and fear, as if she was constantly begging the creature. Sister Kan. Lin Xingyan once again thought of Dr. Su's words at the hospital on the day of the full moon. And then think about the fact that the monster was just wearing Su-chan's skin. He couldn't help but feel a wave of coldness and grief welling up behind him. Could it be that Chansan had realized the monster's true nature long ago and then had already been eaten? Could it be that this monster had devoured Seo-chan's flesh and blood then assumed her appearance? Then will Seo-chan come back? Lin Xingyan's breathing gradually became rapid. Anne. I'm sorry, Anne. I can't control myself right now. Anne. I really. Me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he. Sorry, I really can't hold it in. Seo-chan's voice with sobs and pain suddenly turned into a sharp laugh. He. Little Anun. How was my sister's performance? I lied to you. Did I fool you? Little fool, you didn't just think that your sister Seo-chan could really come back, did you? It's not right to think that way, because you never had any Seo-chan sister. Because I've always been a monster. The Seo-chan you see, to the beginning and to the end, has always been me. Oh, it's always been an ugly monster. He. Sister is just teasing you. Chapter 8 As a human animal you just need to grow up fast. While we have much more to think about. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth, his body trembling. The creature was just teasing him. Maybe it's just fun. Maybe it's just a whim. Maybe it was simply trying to make his mood swings more violent, making him taste better. In short, in the monster's eyes, he was nothing more than a fun toy to be played with and a tasty food to be enjoyed at will. But I'm not a toy, not livestock. I'm a human being. In the darkness, Lin Xingyan clutched the rusty iron bar tightly. Even if he didn't have the slightest chance of winning this iron bar, he must still swing out at that monster. Anun, my sister is on the 9th floor. Where are you? Sister's word still counts. And if you come out now, she'll still be the same person you know. How about we pretend nothing happened tonight? Go home together. And sis promises not to tell your mom and dad? Su Chan's footsteps were getting closer. Lin Xingyan could even hear the eerie sound of the creature's knuckles constantly moving and its arms sliding back and forth on the ground. Phew. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Feel your thunderous heartbeat. 10th floor. I'll find you soon. 11th floor. Sis has already seen your little footprints. It's the 12th floor. Come on out, little baby. Isn't it nice to act like you used to? Go home with your sister. Isn't it nice to have a gentle mom like Auntie you? A responsible dad like Uncle Lin? And a bunch of kids to keep you company? Just think of tonight as a dream. A nightmare. And when you wake up everything will go back to the way it was and you'll be the happiest kid in the world. Su Chan's voice was getting closer and closer, and the flashlight's light kept flashing by. Already her reflection had begun to appear on the wall. A myriad of hands holding up a skin that fluttered in the wind. Anun. Actually, my sister is quite curious. Why did you run away? What else do you not know? All the other kids are already making up for it. But all we ask is that you grow up healthy and happy. We can fulfill whatever you want. How can you not know enough when you have such a happy childhood? Come out and on. Don't be capricious anymore. Capriciousness isn't a good boy. The glow of a flashlight swung by. Su Chan's shadow reflected on the wall and the blink of an eye surprisingly turned into a human being again. And step by step, he went up the steps. The clatter of footsteps seemed like a heartbeat. Anun. Think about it more carefully. Which is more cost-effective? Living carefree until you're 18 or working hard for the rest of your life? Ask the beatniks who work overtime every day in the big cities. Ask the delivery guys. How many people would choose to live 18 years as they wish, even if they become pets, even if they lose their dignity? Isn't that right? You saw that human animal hanging on the 7th floor, didn't you? If he could be kept carefree, how could he kill himself? Su Chan's words made Lin Xingyan tremble. It's amazing how these monsters, to the very end, have treated human breeding as a handout to humans. They've never been anything more than livestock. You've been lucky, Anne. Your only misfortune is accidentally finding out the truth. And even if Auntie you isn't your real mother, her heartache for you is all real. She really loves you. As a human animal you just need to grow up fast, while we have much more to think about. Ugh. You kids don't know how to feel for us. Seo-chan sighed grudgingly. On the stairs only 1 floor away from Lin Xingyan, she suddenly stopped. Lin Xingyan also pursed his lips and clutched the iron bars and stood up wordlessly. The patches of rust stung his palms, but Lin Xingyan's grip tightened. Duh. Su Chan stopped talking and went up the stairs step by step, stopping at the door of Lin Xingyan's floor. The flashlight's blinding light shot in, and Lin Xingyan's tiny body pressed against the square pillar. The two were only 3 paces away. Lin Xingyan could feel Su Can's gaze on the square pillar where he was hiding. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He held his breath and bowed and curtsied like a baseball player. Anun. Sister knows you're behind that pillar. Come out. Sister sees you. Seo-chan snorted. Ugh. Do you have to ask your sister to go over there? Oh, are you so afraid of your sister? She walked towards the square pillar. But just when the flashlight was already about to shine on the corner of his coat, and Lin Xingyan was ready to swing his weapon, Su Can suddenly stopped in his tracks. That's so weird, Anun. How can you be a 6-year-old and have the stamina to be so multi-layered? Surprisingly, she didn't look behind the pillar and turned away as if nothing had happened. Ta-da-da-da. Hearing Su Can's footsteps as he continued up the stairs, Lin Xingyan was in a state of shock, his forehead filled with cold sweat. Didn't she see it just now? She just left? How is that possible? Lin Xingyan didn't let his guard down in the slightest and listened with his ears perked up. Seo-can's footsteps were still evident and were getting farther and farther away. And then suddenly, disappeared? A few seconds later, at most 1 floor up, Su Can's footsteps disappeared without warning. Lin Xingyan's brows furrowed and he closed his eyes to listen more carefully. The increase in physical strength also sharpened his sense of hearing and smell. In my ears was the sound of my own heartbeat, the wind on a summer night, the cries of grasshoppers in the heath outside. But Su-chan, who had just been chattering away, seemed to have suddenly vaporized. Not another sound from her in the entire building. In the darkness that stretched out, it was as if Lin Xing'an had been the only one until the beginning. No, it's not right. Lin Xing'an inexplicably felt a pang of panic. The heart that was still calm even though Su-kan was clearly right in front of his eyes just now, unexpectedly thumped up for a moment. An unprecedented sense of crisis made Lin Xing'an's body feel as if he was being stabbed by needles. He knew Seo-chan must be there. It must be hiding in this devouring darkness. But, where? Phew. Lin Xing'an adjusted his breathing, held his breath, and listened harder. The creak of that worn wooden door swaying slightly. The sound of leaves swaying after the wind blows through the trees. The sloshing sound of crumbs falling into a murky puddle. And, Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed. What's that sound? Vaguely, he seemed to hear some sort of rustling, tiny sound. If nothing else, it comes and goes. It came with the wind, seemed to gradually approach, seemed to be right next to him. It seems to be right here at. Lin Xing'an's breath steeply choked. A coolness ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his cold hairs stood on end. After 2 seconds of silence, he slowly raised his head somewhat stiffly. Seo-chan's body extended from the upper floors, attaching itself to the roof of the shed like a gecko. The pale skin hung upside down on top of Lin Xing'an's head, only half a meter away. It was light, swirling in the wind, and was grinning from ear to ear. He. Chapter 9, I'm a human being, not an animal, not a pet. He. Little twerp, sis is waiting for you. With the exercise of that corpse, Lin Xing'an was prepared for this kind of shock. He didn't even wait for Su-kan to finish her sentence before he let out a muffled grunt and used all his strength to swing the iron bar in his hand viciously towards her. Clang! The bars bent the skin instantly as it slammed into the concrete square post. Lin Xing'an's hand was also shaken to the point of raw pain, but without the slightest adjustment. He swung hard again. This time the iron bar was shaken directly out of Lin Xing'an's hands with a buzzing sound. His tiger's mouth also cracked open to the naked eye, and blood gurgled out. Aha, my face! How dare you hurt me! How dare you hurt me! Human animal! You lowly human animal! I'll kill you! Kill you! The monster let out a sharp pop. His hands shook like sifting chaff, and his body continued to twist. The expression on his face was shaking and changing like a program gone wrong. It's not certain who kills who. Seeing the monster in such pain, Lin Xing'an was also in a shaken mood. They hurt too. They can get hurt too. They also bleed. Now Lin Xing'an only hated that he was still too small to reach the monster's body hanging from the roof of the shed. Ignoring the soreness of his arm and the chipping of his tiger's mouth, he picked up the bent bar again. But this time, without waiting for him to attack, the monster slammed its tail. A huge force swept through the room, and Lin Xing'an's entire body flew directly 3 meters away, hitting the wall with a thud. Cough cough. The dust on the floor stirred up. Lin Xing'an only felt his internal organs stirring within him, and for a moment he almost didn't faint. In his ears was a constant murmur. His mouth was bitter, and his chest was like a knife. Each inhalation brought up a cascade of pain. Even if his stamina had improved, even if he had grabbed the lead, he was still just a kid. The difference in power with this monster was too great. Gobble. In blurred vision, Lin Xing'an then realized, the monster's knobby body turned out to be made up of a hand as well. The so-called weird pattern on it was clearly a gap between fingers interlocked and held tightly to each other. Anne, look what you've done. How can you do this to your sister? Without this layer of skin, how can sister still see people? Really? The monster's body kept folding and shrinking, and surprisingly, all of its brains burrowed into that skin. Su-kan, who was wearing his senior school uniform, once again appeared in front of Lin Xing'an's eyes. She turned on the flashlight, and on her face were 2 hideous bloody rins that stretched all the way down her body. Some sort of red flesh buds writhing inside. Looks weird and scary. Sister will be taking the college entrance exam in a month. How can sister take the exam in that case? But seeing as I get to enjoy a delicious human animal like you before my birthday, my sister won't bother with you. Not to mention you didn't mean it, did you? Su-chan licked his lips and his stomach rumbled. Ugh. My sister is so hungry every day after studying late that she wants to eat you when she's in the neighborhood, but thankfully resisted. Even though you're only 6 and not at your most delicious. But you just had too many emotional ups and downs, which makes you smell so good right now. He. It's not in vain that my sister has spent this night with you in speedy passion and playing hide and seek with you, and I still have to go to school tomorrow. Su-kan took a deep breath and was filled with intoxication. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, lifted his breath and braced himself to get up, looking out sideways. 15 or 16 stories, almost 50 meters high. A person would surely die if they fell, right? What about Monsters? What for? Little Anon. You're not thinking of jumping, are you? You can't just jump because you don't want to be eaten by your sister, right? Don't be like that, Anne. It'll break your sister's heart if you think like that. Why don't you think of it this way? You're going to die anyway, but your death will make your sister pleasant and do better on her high school exams. Doesn't that make you feel better? Don't be like that human animal on the 7th floor. Instead of stopping Lin Xing'an, Sukan stood at the edge and also probed down to look. Okay, don't scare your sister. It's 50 meters. Okay, sister knows you don't dare. Human animals are the most timid. Don't you want to use this method to make sister apologize to you? You are not just angry with your sister. Not just want your sister to apologize. Alas, children. Okay, and I'm sorry. It's my sister's fault. My sister shouldn't have lied to you. My sister's the big bad guy. Okay? Seeing that Lin Xing'an had already jumped into action, Sukan also smiled helplessly. Even when she was injured by Lin Xing'an, she didn't take Lin Xing'an seriously and just thought it was her own carelessness. Even if Lin Xing'an had already tried to jump, she didn't panic at all and just took it as Lin Xing'an wanting her to apologize. After all, how can a human animal have the guts to jump? You can die if you jump. Since they are already determined to die, why not repay the kindness of their upbringing by being obediently eaten? By the way, Anne, one last thing with you. Seo-chan tapped his head as if he had thought of something. You heard correctly. That old undead man in my house should have indeed said he was going to eat his daughter when she turned 18. As for why my sister is a monster, the reason is simple. Because I still have a sister, but she came into this world on the same day as you. So it's quite a fate, isn't it? Except that she's being kept in the north side, and you'll never see her again in your lives. After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands and looked at Lin Xing'an. Alright, time for a midnight snack. Sukan's eyes were filled with greed, but Lin Xing'an was surprisingly calm. Thanks, he snapped. What are you thanking me for? Don't worry, little Anon. I won't let you get hurt. Just a little bit. Su-chan looked at Lin Xing'an. Noticing that Lin Xing'an lowered his head and his mood didn't change anymore, she also skimmed her lips. Alright, good Anon. Close your eyes. Sister, promise you, it won't hurt. A smile appeared on Su-chan's face, and the underside of his skin bulged strangely as if there were countless reptiles. But Lin Xing'an raised his head. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm afraid you're not. He raised his head and with a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward to hug Sukan. Anon? Sukan's face changed, and with a shriek he tried to break free. But Lin Xing'an didn't know where the strength came from, and veins popped out on his forehead. The small body was like a brute, not giving Sukan any time to react, like pulling green onions from the dry land. A fish leap holding Sukan fell headlong towards the downstairs. The feeling of weightlessness came and the scene in his eyes flipped for a moment. The wind whistled in his ears, and Lin Xing'an suddenly had an unimpeded feeling. Human animal. Su-chan's body continued to bulge, and the monster under his skin frantically tried to break free. But Lin Xing'an was like a steel vice, holding Su-chan's body in a deadly grip. Put! A ghastly white hand stretched out steeply from Su-chan's mouth, piercing through Lin Xing'an's body. Lin Xing'an stifled a grunt and hugged tighter. Human animal! How dare you! How dare you! Lin Xing'an's fearless look caused Sukan's voice to become flustered for the first time. Pffffffffffffffffff. One of her hands kept passing through Lin Xing'an's body, but the more you do the less you can break free. Lin Xing'an acted as if he couldn't feel the pain and didn't loosen his grip in the slightest. How many seconds does it take to fall from 50 meters? 1 second? 2 seconds? Lin Xing'an suddenly felt that time had become so slow. It was like a rewind button had been pressed in his brain and he began to look back on the 6 years of his fake life. Indeed, it looks carefree. But, I'm a human being, not livestock, much less a pet. I'm a human being. In front of her eyes was Sukan's hideously changing face, and she seemed to be yelling, but Lin Xing'an could no longer hear her. In the descent he seemed to see the hanged man on the 7th floor again. The moon is so beautiful. Lin Xing'an raised his head. Ah! Lin Xing'an's eyes snapped open. His heart was pounding and his forehead was a fine cold sweat. Back! Lin Xing'an's sight gradually recovered, and in front of him was an empty neighborhood. He had just come out of his house, holding the car keys in his hand, which he hadn't thrown away yet. In a minute, he'll be riding to the West Gate. Then I met Seo-chan. Chapter 10, doing it even if it's risky. I wonder if Seo-chan was dropped dead in the end. Lin Xing'an thought to himself as he rubbed his straight throbbing temples. Feeling the gradual recovery of his strength, he breathed a sigh of relief. This return did not withdraw his physical improvement, and the stamina expended was a run of about 400 meters. For Lin Xing'an now, it seemed to take more than 10 minutes to recover. It sure looks like a breakthrough, but I just don't know how it was done then. Lin Xing'an pushed the car first to a place where streetlights couldn't be found, recovering his strength while silently recalling what he had just experienced. The more he thought about it, the more grateful he felt. It could be that he looks completely incapable of fighting in this image. That's why Seo-chan didn't feel threatened by him at all, and recklessly tried to provoke him for the sake of deliciousness. That's what gave him the chance to break through and counter. But if Sukan had been a little more vigilant, Lin Xingyan would have already reopened it. These monsters have a completely superior stance towards humans, treating themselves as if they were human gods. How did the world come to this? Lin Xingyan let out a long, bitter breath, pushed down the doubts in his heart for the time being, and looked in the direction of the little west gate. If we continue to go through the west gate, there's a high probability that we'll still encounter Sukan. If you go through the other doors, Seo-chan definitely won't be able to meet them. It's safer. It's just a bit far to the station. But, the light flickered in his eyes. Since I already knew that Seo-kan's character was extremely arrogant and wouldn't eat me at the first opportunity. Now that I have an idea of the terrain that will be coming up in a while and some key timings. Now that I've figured out how to do damage to Sukan, so can I. Offering to kill her? Lin Xingyan's heartbeat accelerated a little. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and recalled the details of his fight with Sukan. That layer of skin seems to be important to Seo-chan. A weakness of hers. Though extremely flexible, her defense is not high at all. I can break her with a rusty iron fence, but if I wanted to kill her, by that rail alone? That's certainly not enough. And jump off a building with her in your arms? There's no point in going down with her. What's more, it's not clear if Sukan was killed by the fall in the end. Can't it really be done? Do I have any other means? Anything else I can utilize? Is it really just to be played with as a toy by her? Lin Xingyan thought with some reluctance. Those half-truths and half-falsehoods of Sukan's words kept echoing in his head. Suddenly, he breathed in as if he had thought of something. Fire? A light flashed in Lin Xingyan's eyes. This monster wasn't a great Luo golden immortal either. It was just flesh and blood. Is it possible to carry a blazing fire? The dude on the 7th floor who hanged himself has 2 barrels of oil at his feet. When the time comes, go into the building first and hide. And when Sukan comes looking for her, drench her with a bucket of oil and light a fire. Are you still afraid that you can't burn her? Lin Xingyan's thoughts instantly opened up, and he could already think of the image of fire snakes flying around. But the stakes are still high. He quickly calmed down again. First of all, Sukan's fear of fire was just a guess on his part. What if this monster really is impervious to fire and water? Secondly, the 2 gasoline drums at the feet of the dude on the 7th floor. Did they really have oil in them? What if it's empty? Even if there's oil, is there a fire? And the prerequisite for this to work was that Seo-chan still acted as he did last time. That's not taking him seriously. That's teasing him and playing hide and seek with him just to get him to go up and down. This gave him time and opportunity to set up. Do it even if it's risky. Big deal. I'll do it all over again. And with my current stamina, there's room for at least one more. Even the worst case scenario is nothing more than a death. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xingyan thought of Sukan's arrogant attitude that didn't treat people as human beings at all, and his heart became determined once again. The opportunity to kill the monster was not easy to come by, so how could one give it up so easily? Even a 1% chance of success is worth a try. If we just leave, won't we die once for nothing? Now then, I can only bet that Sukan's behavior is the same as last time, and that there's really oil in that dude's bucket on the 7th floor. As for the fire, I'm going home to get it now. Lin Xingyan looked toward the hallway, and although his heart was full of resistance, he didn't dare to gamble anymore that the dude on the 7th floor still had a fire. Enough has been handed over to fate and Lady Luck, who must fight quickly, or else we might not meet Sukan. He adjusted his breathing and dove into the hallway again. There was always a spare key under the carpet at the front of the house because Dad was always working late. Lin Xingyan carefully opened the door and it was silent inside. 10:46. He scanned his watch and remembered that the last time he had come out of his house was 10:40. Already 6 minutes late. Lin Xingyan didn't delay any longer. No one smoked in the house, but Dad always liked to have romantic candlelight dinners, so the fire is still there. Lin Xingyan tiptoed to the kitchen according to his impression. Sure enough, I saw a lighter and matches in the drawer. After taking all of it, he looked back to the half barrel of oil in the house, but immediately, he withdrew his gaze, didn't linger long, and left again. There's no way he's going to walk away with a barrel of oil. Okay, the whole thing was just a minute. Although there wasn't the slightest danger, Lin Xingyan was still nervous enough. I've done all I can do, and I'll leave the rest to fate. He patted the matches and lighter in his pocket and mounted his bike and sped off toward Little Westgate. The road was still quiet and half empty. It shouldn't. After riding for half a day, Lin Xingyan frowned. The last time I met Seo-chan was at the entrance of Shaoshimen. He was 6 or 7 minutes later than last time this time, and took the path that Sukan must take to get home again. Should have met Sukan halfway. Hard to miss? Then we'll have to proceed as planned. Lin Xingyan gave a secret cry of pity and accelerated his ride. But once again, riding around the corner, a flashlight glow dipped in. Lin Xingyan froze, and in front of him was the figure of Su Kan carting in. Clearly 6 minutes late. How come the location where he met Su Kan didn't change in the slightest? She's waiting for me here? Doubts flashed through Lin Xingyan's mind. I'll watch out. Is it Anne? The familiar voice came. Not a word from the last time. This time, however, the prepared Lin Xingyan caught a fruity sneer on Su Kan's face. In the blink of an eye it flickered into surprise, doubt and worry about him, like the hunter who sets a trap and catches his prey. It's as if Seo-chan had known as if he would come. Chapter 11. When did you realize that your sister is also a monster? Anne. You're alone this late? Want to go? What for? Lin Xing pretended to be surprised and flustered. Even though Seo-chan could feel the change in his mood, he wasn't very worried. On acting? He's been grinding away at being found out and dying for a good 6 years. The mobilization of emotions is a snap. Anne, what do you want to sneak out on your bike alone this late at night? And riding so fast? How dangerous. Luckily we got out of study early today after the school blackout. Just in time for me to see you. What if you meet some bad people? How sad would your mom be? What's going on in your little head? Let's go. Sister will take you home. Seeing that Lin Xingyan didn't say anything, Su Kan shook his head, nudged his head, and criticized him very seriously. She was deliberately waiting for me. Lin Xingyan's expression stiffened slightly. Although Su Kan's words were exactly the same, listening to them again, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Su Kan every day after the school evening study will go to the study room to learn at 12 o'clock before going home. Rain or shine. Even if the school had a blackout and classes ended early, shouldn't she have gone to study hall, as she was used to? Why did she come back early? Or from the little west door that you have to go around a bit to get through? What kind of coincidence is that? So, the last time she bumped into me, she did it on purpose too? But then how did she know I'd be gone tonight? If she knows, that other monsters know? Although the doubts in his mind were endless, Lin Xingyan could only suppress them now and had no time to think about them. After all, as long as he followed the plot of the last time, these questions didn't have much of an impact on whether or not he could kill Seo-chan. Sister-chan, when is your birthday? After pretending to be torn, Lin Xingyan asked the same question as last time, word for word. And after hearing his question, Seo-chan's shadow-covered face clearly showed a few snickers. After a couple of pulls, the answer was next Sunday. Sister-chan, the things I'm saying right now will seem unbelievable to you, but I promise that what I'm saying is true. Lin Xingyan looked into Seo-chan's eyes. Our parents, they're monsters. They raise us like livestock only to eat us when we are at our best, he said as he observed Seo-chan's expression. And Seo-chan swallowed vaguely before showing a serious face and looking at the neighborhood's environment in silence. She's thinking about eating me here. Alarm bells went off in Lin Xingyan's heart, but it was good that Su Kan had considered the point that there were too many people in the neighborhood. Lin Xingyan saw her drooping eyes, her eyeballs turning, and a glint of excitement clearly flashed in her eyes, as if thinking of some good place to enjoy Lin Xingyan alone. I believe you. Seo-chan hung his head, his voice trembling from suppressed excitement. Ha! Lin Xingyan rounded his eyes in excitement and confusion. Seo-chan's determined face was reflected in his pupils. Anne, sister believes in you. 100%. She gripped Lin Xingyan's hand tightly and said word by word, her eyes burning, like a hunter who is locked on to his prey. But now, who's the hunter? Who is the prey? Lin Xingyan similarly tightened his grip on Su Kan's hand. Anun, I'm sorry. In fact, sister has long known that your parents are not your real parents. You were obtained by my father by certain means. He had a notebook with a lot of information about babies. Su Kan pulled Lin Xingyan to sit in the gazebo and narrated. Lin Xingyan also made timely expressions of surprise and pain along with her words. Sister Chan, so my birthplace is the Central Hospital? Is it written in that notebook? After patiently waiting for Su Kan to finish, Lin Xingyan asked. Last time he was just shocked at the cruelty of Dr. Su's methods, coupled with the urgency of the situation. There weren't any questions for Su Kan. Yes, most of the babies recorded in that book of my dad's would have been born at Center Hospital, and a few at other local hospitals in South City. Su Chan looked at Lin Xingyan and nodded. So that means our real parents are actually in South City? Will I ever see my real mom and dad again? Lin Xingyan asked excitedly. And such drastic mood swings were exactly what Su Kan wanted. Will definitely work. Seo-chan swallowed and licked his lips. Alas, poor child. She held Lin Xingyan in her arms, letting him lean on her shoulder and tenderly patted his back. Trust your sister. You'll be able to meet your real parents. Su Chan's body was trembling like a sob, and his voice was slightly blurred and whimpering. The corners of her mouth simply couldn't contain their grin in the dappled moonlight that filtered through the shade of the trees. Holding Lin Xingyan tightly, she laughed silently, like a chaotically trembling flower branch. Aha! Lin Xingyan nodded. I believe you. Sister, will you take me? He closed his eyes and felt Sia-Kan's body shaking because he couldn't hold in his laughter and said in a deep voice. Sure. Seo-chan took a deep breath and brushed her hand over the tears at the corner of her eyes. Ah nee, let's go now. Get out of this hellhole. We'll both go out the west gate. Take that construction site. Get the nearest bus to the train station. And change buses after we get off halfway. She straddled the bike impatiently. Good. I'll listen to Sister Chan. Lin Xingyan touched the lighter and matches in his pocket and rode his bike behind Su-kan, watching Su-kan's back gradually ride towards the darkness. Lin Xingyan also recalled his last experience in his mind. It would take about 5 or 6 minutes, and only after riding to the middle of the entire construction site would Su-kan reveal his true form. After that he had a little more crazy riding to do when he wanted to get into the building where someone had hung himself. Lin Xingyan remembered that the moon was right above that building and it was easy to find. And that building is directly in front of this road. There's no such thing as going the wrong way. So, from now on just follow the plot from last time with nothing changing. As he was thinking, the speed of Su-kan's bicycle in front of him gradually slowed down. Anan, be careful. There's a bit of debris on the road. Seo-chan looked at Lin Xingyan, who had ridden to her side, and reminded her. After a short silence, her voice inexplicably took on a few nuances. Anan, when did you find out? Found it by accident once. Lin Xingyan looked up at the curved moon and replied like last time. Hands gently clenched the handlebars. No, 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 Anne. I mean, when did you realize that your sister was a monster too? The flashlight's light flickered. Seo-chan asked with a sideways glance and a smile. Chapter 12, now. The offense and defense are changing shape. What? Su-kan's words caused Lin Xingyan to be stunned, and his expression instantly froze on his face. What monster? Sister is. Monster? He stiffened and twisted his head, asking dryly. Ha! I'm just kidding. Don't be afraid, Anan. How can my sister be a monster? Su-chan looked at Lin Xingyan's expression and snorted out a laugh. Don't worry, sister is just seeing that you're too nervous and making a joke to ease it. Where are all the monsters? Don't be so scared. Soon we'll be free. Anne, didn't you hear my dad say he was going to eat me when I turned 18? So you have to believe sister after all. Sister, but always believe you. As usual, she softly comforted Lin Xingyan as she pedaled. Lin Xingyan met Su-kan's smiling eyes and nodded. But that tingling sensation in the scalp still hasn't dissipated. Have I revealed something? No. Basically exactly as last time. Could there be a problem with mood swings? Possibly, but definitely not a major bust. Because a normal person's mood swings must be huge in this situation as well. Lin Xingyan clenched the handlebars. The bumpy road undulating as much as his mood. So is Su-kan. Really just joking. Is it really just simply to make my emotional ups and downs a little more dramatic? Lin Xingyan used his afterimage to see that Su-kan's bike had silently lagged behind him by half a length. The eyes carried a playfulness that shot up his back like a viper spitting out a letter. Half a minute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The two rode in the darkness, one behind the other, in silence. Lin Xingyan's mood, on the other hand, grew heavier and more anxious, because this time last time, Su-kan couldn't pretend anymore. And now, Su-kan was still following behind Lin Xingyan without saying a word, not the slightest hint of picking a fight. It was like a sharp sword hanging high above Lin Xingyan's head, not knowing when it would fall. Nope, I have been exposed. Lin Xingyan suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into Su-kan's trap again. Seo-chan has found out that I know she's a monster too, but she also knew I didn't want to believe it and was afraid to admit it, because I am human, and in her eyes humans are cowardly and lowly, and must shrink in the face of difficulties to escape, preferring to lie to themselves, just like the last hide and seek. She's now enjoying my inner torment and kink. Cold sweat oozed from Lin Xingyan's forehead. Even though he had started all over again, without realizing it, he had once again become Seo-kan's prey. No, if we keep going like this we'll die for sure. We can't wait any longer. We have to get the initiative back. If I want to kill Seo-chan, I have to reserve myself the chance to go up to the 7th floor and get the gasoline. Lin Xingyan looked up at the curved moon in the air. His original plan was to follow the last development and get the gasoline ready at the time of the hide and seek. But now it seems that there will be no more hide and seek. Not to mention that placing the premise of winning solely on the enemy giving chances is a gamble in itself. The only way to get the gasoline was to throw Su-kan off at a distance now to get a chance. To be held so silently close to her was to be boiled in warm water. After a brief moment of thought, a flash of determination appeared in Lin Xingyan's eyes. He took a deep breath and accelerated violently without warning. Seo-chan in the back froze for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled away by a distance. Anun, why are you writing so fast? Wait for me. Aren't you scared to be so far away from your sister? You don't still think your sister is a monster, do you? Seo-chan turned the flashlight off. There was no rush to go after Lin Xing'an, just keeping a distance of about 7 or 8 meters from him. Alright Ani, my sister shouldn't have made that joke just now. I'm sorry, don't write so fast. It's too dangerous. Sister can't see you anymore. Anun. Anan? This kid. She yelled from behind with a worried look on her face, but her eyes were cloudy. Feeling that Soo-kan hadn't even revealed his true form yet, and that he was really being pulled farther and farther away from himself, Lin Xing'an was also in a revitalized mood. Sure enough, Seo-chan was indeed still proud. She's convinced that Lin Xing'an doesn't want to face the fact that she doesn't dare to admit that the sister she grew up with is a monster. She is convinced that all humans are cowardly, gutless, death-hungry, and humble and lowly, and her pride would not allow her to waver in her conviction. So she remained in Seo-kan's form, trying to prove her right by making Lin Xing'an continue to feel torn and skeptical. Geez Anin. Stop it. Hurry back to sister. Sister is really not a monster. Have you forgotten that the first time you got lost my sister stayed up all day and night looking for you? And on your 6th birthday, didn't you say that the cake your sister bought was your favorite? Sister was just joking. Why don't you trust your sister when she trusts you so much? Soo-chan's voice was full of helplessness. Anyone who listens to her thinks she's a great sister who worries about her kids. However, Lin Xing'an was undistracted and not affected in the slightest. Instead of slowing down, he rode faster and faster. The tiny bike seemed to fly over the bumpy road. In the blink of an eye, he had already pulled away from Soo-kan by dozens of meters. Still pretending. A cold smile ran through Lin Xing'an's mind. Now Seo-chan is instead caught in the trap of knowing that Lin Xing'an has already recognized her disguise. But she is unwilling to admit that the humble human animal can actually see through me. It's not enough. It's not enough. At this moment, Lin Xing'an was leaning forward like a professional cyclist to reduce wind resistance. Pull away 1 more meter. Buy himself 1 more second. And the scales of victory will tilt a few more points in his favor. Coming. Although there was no more flashlight light, by the color of the moon, Lin Xing'an still saw the lone building at a glance. Soo-kan's worried voice behind his ears came again, and without the slightest hesitation, he dropped the car and drilled towards the building. It was dark and empty in the middle of the building. Even though his heart was beating so fast that he was about to spit it out due to the intense exercise, Lin Xing'an took 3 steps and flew up the stairs. 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor. It was only when he crossed the corner and saw the dilapidated door that Lin Xing'an breathed a wild sigh of relief and pushed it open with gritted teeth. Standing still was a dizzying sensation in his head after choking on a lack of oxygen. After holding onto the wall and gasping for 2 rough breaths, Lin Xing'an barely managed to regain his strength. The hanging body in front of him was shaking slightly. Looking at his dry and rotting face, Lin Xing'an actually had an inexplicable peace of mind. He pulled a lighter from his pocket. The small, thumb-thick fire illuminated the darkened room. It was only then that Lin Xing'an realized that the entire wall of the room was filled with the word death written in black and red paint. The wild and reckless words were densely overlapping, like an impermeable giant net wrapping the person. A stroke of harsh pathos, full of madness and despair. Dude, you. Soo-chan's da-da-da footsteps slowly appeared. Lin Xing'an didn't have time to lament too much and rushed to the 2 barrels of gasoline. One barrel is only 30% full, but the other is still 70% full. Only after opening the cap and smelling the pungent gasoline smell did Lin Xing'an put his heart down. But the lighter on the ground aside had gotten into the dust and was so badly damaged that it was completely unusable. If I had taken a chance and didn't go back to pick up a fire, I would have mailed it by now. Lin Xing'an looked at the fire in front of him and only felt incredibly grateful. So now, offense and defense are changing types. Chapter 13, Killing You. Anun, what are you doing here? Aren't we going to the train station? I've thought about it. When we get to a city where no one knows us, I'll work to support you. And be good. Don't hide. Where are you? It's so dark here. And my sister is scared by herself. Can you come and protect her? Soo-kan's voice kept echoing in the empty hallway. Lin Xing'an also grabbed the time to set up. He started by spreading what little oil was left in the first bucket on the floor by the door. Then he picked up another bucket and poured some more. That's not a good way to splash. Even though only half of the oil was left, the drum was still too heavy and Lin Xing'an was too small to find an angle. Plus, the mouth of the oil drum was only the size of a child's palm, making it difficult for Lin Xing'an to splash out a large portion at once. Is that a fire pit? Just as Lin Xing'an was trying to figure out what to do, he suddenly saw that in the corner of the room, there was a fire pit lying. Because of the dark color, Lin Xing'an didn't notice it at first. Is this a suicide note? Or a diary? The fire pit was full of paper that had been burned to ashes, but there was a surprisingly small, almost complete book under the heavy dust. It was only the size of a palm, so Lin Xingyan didn't have time to look through it and put it in his pocket first. Older brother, if there's any last wish of yours on here, I'll try to fulfill it for you, so you can try to keep me alive. Lin Xingyan poured all the remaining oil into the fire pit. Although the fire pit is heavier than an oil drum, it's better to splash it more smoothly. Stand on this stool again, and when Su Ken enters, she'll be able to splash her in an instant. Lin Xingyan placed the hanging stool again at the diagonal back of the door. The height just about makes up for his height. After opening the door, he couldn't be seen at first either because of the cover. But when it burns, if there's an accident, how will I run? Only after all the preparations were done did Lin Xingyan abruptly realize that he hadn't even thought about his own retreat. Half the room is now covered in oil on the floor. Seo-chan must have entered through the door. The flames didn't have eyes, and Lin Xingyan would also be trapped in this room after the fire started. Still negligent, Lin Xingyan rushed to the unsealed outer wall and looked out. There's obviously a raised platform on the 5th floor. 2 floors. Can't die from a jump. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth. 7 or 8 meters is still a dangerous height, but it might as well be his only escape route. Seo-can's footsteps had arrived downstairs. Lin Xingyan also picked up the fire pot again and stood on the stool in front of the door. He had a lighter in his mouth and matches in his fingertips. Make sure you light the fire the first time you splash the oil out. Anne, are you here? Why haven't you been answering your sister? Do you still doubt your sister? Are you still angry with your sister? Sister, give you a proper apology. Can you forgive sister? That sister came in? Su-chan stopped at the doorway. His tone was patient despite the helplessness in his voice. Even now, she still maintains her human form, pretending to be the gentle and considerate schoolteacher big sister that Lin Xingyan remembered. Come on, come on, come on. Lin Xingyan stared intently at the door, his fingers already clenched white. The dangling body behind him swayed slightly with the night wind. Gah! Squeak! The worn wooden door was gently pushed open a crack. With a piercing sound, the shadow of the door slowly engulfed Lin Xingyan. He held his breath, his eyes flickering with light in the darkness, his heartbeat seeming to stop beating at that very moment. Anan? What's with all the gasoline smell? Su-chan probed in, covering his neck in suspicion. This what? This. But the next moment, the hanging body caught her eye. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Scare the hell out of me. Scare the hell out of people. In a hellhole like this and in the middle of the night. She jumped straight up with a shriek, like a frightened kitten. Anne, you're not freaking out too, are you? But there's a hanged body. Aren't you afraid? Are you in there? Su-chan patted his chest and gasped, his voice full of trembling. Lin Xingyan was behind the door silently watching her act. The small arms had begun to tremble uncontrollably from the long hours spent carrying the fire pit. None. Go now. Sister is really scared. Su-chan took a deep breath, swallowed, and timidly poked another half of his body in. Stop it, will you? This is not the place for your tantrums. Only after she still couldn't see Lin Xingyan did she tiptoe in with her mouth agape. Just the moment her body entered the room and she turned her head to see Lin Xingyan. Lin Xingyan also stifled a grunt, and without hesitation, threw the large tub of gasoline at her. Wow! Seo-chan instinctively closed his eyes and scrunched his neck. Still, the dark oil hit her straight in the face and dripped down her long, tightly tied hair. In the blink of an eye she was drenched. The clean and simple face was also covered with black, sticky grease, like a ghost crawling out of the frying pan of hell. Anan! Su-chan lifted his shoulders, gritted his teeth, and trembled. But before she could open her eyes, there was a soft ringing in her ears. Immediately afterward, a cluster of flames lit up. Anne, what are you doing? Su-can's face suddenly changed. Kill you. Lin Xingyan snorted coldly and lit a handful of matches with his lighter. In the midst of Seo-can's pale lips and horrified look, along with the lighter, it was thrown at her. Phew! The tiny, dust-like flames surged higher the moment they landed on Su-can. Orange-red flames rose abruptly in the bone-chilling darkness. A piercing scream escaped from the mouth of Su-can, who was wrapped in flames. Anne! You run, Anne, before the fire spreads. If your sister dies, then die, and live with your sister's share. Okay, Anan? Sis knows you're just freaked out. Don't feel guilty. Don't think about sis. Sis doesn't blame you. Be careful and take care of yourself when you're alone in the field. Cough cough cough. Su-can's body was covered in fire snakes that gulped. But even so, she continued to comfort Lin Xing, tears slipping down her face, her eyes filled with worry. The voice was unmistakably mournful and agonizing as the flames burned. Ha ha! Looking at her at the moment, Lin Xingyan burst out laughing. Don't act like it. I already knew you were a monster. What you say won't make me feel any guilt, and the way you look now only makes me laugh. You're like a clown. You think you're putting on a good show, but really everyone knows you're acting. And you still don't believe I saw it, but I actually saw it a long time ago. Your acting is so clumsy. Ha ha. Lin Xing'an's words made Su Can's face grow pale. The body trembled like a sieve. Xia Can's tears flowed down in large streams. The flames made her skin, piece by piece, flutter and fall like peeling wallpaper. It's just that I didn't realize that even now you're still acting. And you think that would make you look dedicated? It would make me doubt myself? As soon as I start doubting myself, you think you're the one who won, right? That's ridiculous. You're just fooling yourself. Not to mention I never believed you. Thank you for remaining disguised at the end of your life as the lowly human animal you speak of and for bringing laughter to another human animal. Why? But I can understand that. Monsters are just too timid. Even if they die, they don't dare to admit that they have been seen through long ago. Lin Xing'an skimmed his lips and lightly said what Su Can himself said last time. Ha ha. Chapter 14, now. You're the prey. You. Xia Can's body trembled. The orange-red blazing fire had turned into a treacherous ghostly blue at some point. The chill gradually engulfed the burning heat. But this time, Lin Xing'an was no longer afraid. You can't possibly tell. Xiao-chan muttered. It was as if there were countless ants crawling on her body, constantly scratching her body. The skin on her body continued to bulge, as if a worm was intertwining and wriggling under her skin. Obviously her face was gone, but her voice was still coming from her abdomen. Her voice is mournful and frantic as she walks around the wall with the word death written in red paint. It drew the flames to burn more recklessly as well. You couldn't possibly see that. How dare you? How could you possibly know? How dare you know that? It's you who's pretending. Yes, it must be. You've actually been doubting yourself, haven't you? You weren't even sure I was a monster. You must still think I'm human. I'm Xiao-chan. You're afraid, right? Scared that I'm really human. You. Su Chan's voice stopped abruptly, because she saw Lin Xing'an's eyes beyond the flames. What's that look? Scoffing? Speechlessness? Disdain? Pity? Mercy? He's taking pity on me? How dare he? How dare a district human animal take pity on me? Human animals. Human animal, human animal, human animal, human animal. How dare you look at me like that? I am your god. I can eat you whenever and wherever I want. I control your life. I can play with you at will. Your whole point of living is to be eaten by me. Aha! You are lowly human animals. You are food. You are fodder. Aha! The more Su Can said, the more Lin Xing'an's eyes became more compassionate and mocking. The corners of his mouth also quirked up in a smirk, like he might not be able to strain a laugh at any moment. Can't you feel my emotions? Don't you know in the back of your mind whether I'm fooled by you or not? Ugh, okay fine. But you're dying. There's no way around it. The dead are dead. So I'll just assume I'd been lied to by you, okay? Ah, wow. You're amazing. My god. You're a monster. You're hiding so well? I've been lied to. It's so hard. It's so painful. It's so desperate. Lin Xing'an said very perfunctorily. But the look grew serious, for he had shrunk into a corner, with the empty outer wall behind him. The fire burned higher and higher on the wind, and the thick black smoke rolled upward, so that the whole room had almost nothing left to fall on. The ferocious tongues of fire could ruffle his hair at any moment. You seek death. Human animal. You seek death, you seek death, you seek death. Su Can, who had already broken the big defense, could no longer tense up. Her neck instantly folded 90 degrees. The body boomed and swelled as if it were about to explode with anger. At the neck, in the mouth, in both eyes and ears, a single, ghastly white, slender hand, as if squeezing toothpaste with great force, burrowed its way out from underneath her already burned and battered skin. Densely intertwined fingers made a toothsome clicking sound, and the skin that Lin Xing'an was familiar with was like a tattered sack, lying in pieces on the ground. The empty eyes were facing Lin Xing'an, but in the blink of an eye it turned into flying ash under the flames and dispersed with the wind. The monster's ugly body covered in hands then twisted weirdly. Despite being covered in oil and fire and carbonized in some places, it was as if it felt no pain. Both hands were curled up and raised to the top in a telescopic gesture. The fingers of one hand twisted, like Play-Doh, and pinched into a nose. There were also two hands with fingers intertwined, forming a mouth as if sewn with a needle and thread. Amidst the suffocating firelight, its back turned to Lin Xing'an in a steep flip. The nose's nostrils widened and he let out a sharp breath. The eyes shaped like binoculars also swished and aimed at Lin Xing'an. Fingers were opened and closed with a harsh laugh. He. The human animal sees you. All the arms on its body opened violently, like a giant mouth of the abyss clad in fiery flames pouncing on Lin Xing'an. So fast. Lin Xing'an's pupils shrunk. The monster burst in front of him in just one step. The blazing flames went straight to his face, but just in the nick of time, the halyard on the roof of the shed snapped off. A gust of wind swept through the body as it blocked the flames that ruffled it, and slammed straight into the monster's wide-open arms. A momentary gasp of breath prevented Lin Xingyan from the slightest hesitation, gritting his teeth and twisting his body to jump down from the 7th floor. Boo! The sound of a heavy crash came. The moment he landed on the 5th floor platform, Lin Xingyan instinctively rolled 3 times to unload. Still, the strong sense of staccato made his feet tingle, and even his legs kept shaking uncontrollably. But at this point, the monster was already furious to the extreme. Not even caring about the blazing flames on his body, he smashed the hanging corpse hard before leaping down as well. Then let's see who dies first. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in Lin Xingyan's eyes. Hesitating for half a second, he didn't face downward, but drew toward the roof of the building, and the creature, shaped like a gecko, stepped on the 90-degree angle between the floor and the wall to give chase. Every time it moved, an arm would fall off its body, and after a few struggles on the ground, it would turn into a wither. Though I don't know if that's because it's without that skin or simply burned, but it was now a full size smaller. How about I play a game with you? If you catch me, I'll fulfill one of your wishes. How about I just pretend to be fooled by you? Lin Xingyan gasped for air, still not forgetting to continue enraging the monster. Sure enough, his words caused the monster to completely disregard the dislodged arm on the ground and become even more agitated and maniacal. But the more it did so, the higher the flames on its body rose, the more frequently the arm comes off. 2. Knock, knock, knock. The monsters in the back were like torches, illuminating Lin Xingyan's path ahead. He took 2 steps, 3 at a time, barely keeping a meter or so away from the monster. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. Lin Xingyan's eyes are already bursts of dizziness. Legs are more long ago cannot feel, just mechanical keep stepping. But he dared not stop for a moment, just a breath away. Hang in there a little longer. Hold on, it's not enough. Wait for it to drop a few more hands and then wait. He kept encouraging himself in his mind, and without realizing it, the flames on the monster behind them had disappeared with the shedding of their arms. But it was also only adult-sized. The only remaining arm was half black as carbon. Almost. Seeing the monster's shadow getting smaller and smaller, the light in Lin Xingyan's eyes also flickered. The creature itself probably didn't even have the strength of a normal adult in each hand, but hundreds of hands together are a force to be reckoned with. And now, how many hands does it have left to power? I don't know how long I ran, but Lin Xingyan didn't climb the stairs again. His body gave a sudden lurch, turning toward the dark, empty hallway to his left. The monster behind him also stepped on the wall and leapt violently, grabbing Lin Xingyan's calf and bringing him down to the ground. Other hands kept crawling towards Lin Xingyan's body in the same direction. Cold, slippery. The moment he touched that monster's skin, Lin Xingyan only felt a chill go straight to his heavenly soul. A kind of disgust and repulsion from his physiology flooded out from the bottom of his heart. He. Got you, human animal. The monster drew out both hands to form a mouth again. Between one opening and closing, the sound of Siakan's voice was emitted. No, I'm the one who got you. Lin Xingyan jerked back, and in his hand was the rusty iron bar that he had picked up at some point. Boo! He raised the bars with both hands, and the war axe slashed down hard on the monster's body made of interlocking arms. Right now, you're the prey. Chapter 15, you just know you're going to die. To fit the atmosphere later 12 p.m. will be changed to 0 update. Clang! Lin Xingyan didn't hold back the slightest bit with this strike. The rusty iron rails unexpectedly sank right into the monster's body. Ah! An ear-piercing scream came. The monster's one hand twitched up as if it had been electrocuted, and the distinctive bones inside clicked. Some of the already carbonized arms were also cracking. Black liquid splashed and sprayed, staining most of Lin Xingyan's face. He grunted as he watched the painfully twitching monster and swung the bar down hard again. The smash caused the monster to completely lose its human form. The entirety of the arms on his body were writhing as if they were schools of frightened fish trying to scatter in all directions. But in the center it was as if a force was gripping them, making them crawl back hard and shrink into a ball. Anun, it's me, it's Sister Ah. I was swallowed by this monster. You're a ing asshole. Lin Xingyan snapped and flung away the black blood smeared on the iron bars, aiming for the creature's core to give it a whack. One hand came off convulsively as it was smashed, until finally, only one hand remained that was clearly a circle smaller than the others, but more anthropomorphic. It wasn't that fake ghastly white, and the fingers weren't exaggeratedly long. At first glance it was just a woman's hand, soft and supple, with an urge to hold it and pamper it. However, if you look closely, you can see that the hand has an eye in the center of the hand, and on the knuckles of the 5 fingers was a worm-like mouth covered with sharp teeth in the shape of a round hole. The red tongue was still vaguely visible in his mouth, and it was wickedly chilling. Anun, listen to me. Anun, I grew up watching you Ah. How many things have you been through with me? It's true that I cared for you. That I cared for you. These are the facts. Sister has been so good to you. Can't you return the favor? The mouth on those 5 fingers opened and closed, and kept talking in Seo-kan's voice. The eyes in his hand were also like Soo-kan's eyes, looking at Lin Xing'an with tenderness and care. I'm still too weak. If I could just be strong enough, I could take you out before you could say any of that, Lin Xing'an said through clenched teeth. He's exhausted now. A high-intensity slam just now had already caused his arm to be completely unable to exert any force, and his muscles were throbbing and twitching uncontrollably. The bars in his hands felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't lift them anyhow. After a few tries, the bar fell straight to the ground and shattered into 3 sections in response. Meh. Lin Xing'an froze and shakily picked up the end with the tip. But even so, his hand still couldn't muster the strength to even grasp it. Even if you simply lift your hand, you rely on your shoulders to power up. You're usually the kindest. You wouldn't flush the ant's nest with water if I asked you to. Can you bear to really let your sister die? What's more, sister didn't do anything wrong. Wolves eat sheep, sheep eat grass. The weak eat the strong. This is the law of life. And, think about it, if you kill your sister here, what's the difference between that and your sister eating a human animal? You can only prove that there is a difference between you humans and us if you release your sister and turn her over to the law. Seeing that the killing intent on Lin Xing'an's body was on the verge of overflowing, those 5 mouths also spat out their tongues and spoke faster. Oh, Lin Xing'an moved his muscles and didn't even look at it. I just want to live on. Am I wrong too? I just simply want to live. I ate you to stay alive. But what reason do you have to kill me? I'm no longer a threat to you. You can live without killing me. What reason do you have to kill me? The monster's entire hand wiggled like it was dancing. Oh, under its eager eyes, Lin Xing'an once again nodded perfunctorily. You, human animal. I'm talking to you. Listen to me carefully. What are you perfunctory about? How dare you? I'm right, aren't I? You have no reason to kill me at all. Killing me would make you no different than a monster. If you want to be human, you can't kill me. The monster's 5 fingers opened and closed, spitting. Oh, it doesn't matter. When it was all said and done, Lin Xing'an nodded lightly again. The creature had gone insane and started babbling. He gripped the bars with both hands and stabbed the arrow at the eye in the palm of that hand. But alas, because of a shaky hand, this one zapped quite a bit askew. The excruciating pain that drilled through the monster's eyes cleared them instantly. Wait, Anne, do you want to know where your real parents are? Do you want to know your birth? You actually have a twin sister. I can tell you where she is. Give your sister a chance, okay? Before, my sister didn't have a choice, but now my sister just wants to help you. Please, sister really knows it's wrong. Sister will never lie to you again. Sister, gulp. Before it could finish its words, Lin Xing'an once again made a strong effort to drill. You just know you're going to die, Lin Xing'an said indifferently. The rusty, toned iron bars were surprisingly hard to drill through the soft, boneless, small, delicate hand. A stream of black blood gurgled out of the mouth on the 5 fingers, as the eyeballs protruded so much in that hand that they were about to burst. Lin Xing'an brought his body closer. Pity filled his face. The monster's already dilated pupils instantly shrunk as thin as needles. The fingers kept flexing and scratching, and the 5 mouths tried desperately to say something. But instead of characters, black blood spewed out. Under the monster's 10,000 eyes of pain and anger, Lin Xing'an pursed his lips and fired again. But its body, being completely penetrated, drooped as if its 5 fingers had lost their support. The eyes in the center dimmed and lost their light. Phew! Lin Xing'an shakily struck 2 matches. When the hand was once again in flames and turned to char, he added 2 more kicks. Silence fell around them again. The flying ash on the ground was ruffled by the wind, and Lin Xing'an's chest continued to rise and fall. Lin Xing'an saw dots of blackness deeper than darkness rising from Soo-kan's charred corpse. Without giving him the slightest time to react, these black dots violently drilled into his body. Lin Xing'an felt his body with a serious expression. Half a minute, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Nothing has changed. Could it be experience or something like that? Lin Xing'an looked at Soo-kan's body suspiciously again, and the cold, broken feeling around them finally dissipated. A beam of moonlight suddenly pierced through the clouds and shone in, but it was closely followed by a muffled string of rolling thunder. Lin Xing'an looked up and held onto the wall as he silently walked in the direction of the moonlight. That's when it dawned on him that he was only 1 floor short of the rooftop. Rumble. The moon was clearly clear, but there was thunder. Lin Xing'an had just walked up to the rooftop when bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky in the blink of an eye like pearls on a broken string. But in half a minute, it was already pouring. He simply removed the clothes from his body and let the rain wash the black blood from his body. standing up to the unfenced wall, overlooking the darkness below and the hazy lights in the distance. Lin Xingyan took a deep breath, then he closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and unleashed a yell against the wind and rain. Lightning streaked overhead. Immediately afterward another clap of thunder drowned out his voice. After shouting a long breath, Lin Xingyan only felt a lack of oxygen in his brain, and lay on the ground in a two shape, panting heavily. Images of the hour flashed before my eyes unconsciously as well, even though everything is actually happening and basically according to his plan. But after all the thrills and spills were over, Lin Xingyan had an unreal feeling instead. The questions in his head didn't diminish. What's going on with my fitness? What kind of existence is a monster in this world? Have humans always been chattel for monsters? And most of all, what exactly does it take to get stronger? Get stronger too. Be able to bang give that group of monsters 2 punches when they hypocritically talk big. As Lin Xingyan thought about it, exhaustion also rushed into his limbs. Even though he was in the pouring rain, he felt like he could fall asleep at any moment. No, don't relax yet. It's all just beginning. It's just beginning. Lin Xingyan wiped the rainwater off his face, got up and opened his eyes, standing at the highest point, looking in the direction of the train station. Chapter 16, A Chicken Can't Escape the Henhouse. 12:40. Half an hour later, Lin Xingyan casually wiped the rainwater off his face with his hand. Train G976, originating from this station and terminating at North City East Station, is about to begin ticket checking. Ticket gates A7, B7. The station beeped and he squinted at the quartz clock blinking green on the train station. Has it only been 2 hours? Lin Xingyan remembered that it was almost 10:50 when he left home. Although it had only been 2 hours, Lin Xingyan felt as tired as if he had already died twice. All that was left to ride through the rain was the belief in leaving home to sustain me. But also because of this sudden downpour, Lin Xingyan didn't see a single figure along the way. I wonder if I can blend in. After pulling his bike to the side of the road, the soaked Lin Xingyan first observed silently. Now you have to swipe your ID to get into the waiting room and on the platform. Children also have to be taken by their parents through the manual walkway. He glanced at the train information again. Because of the heavy rain, the big screen is now red and all late. At this point in time, the trains are the green ones that run across the country for 40 to 50 hours. And the south side is a first-tier city anyhow. So there were quite a few with big bags and kids. Standing at the door of the manual ticket gate was an older man who didn't look all that serious. It's fine. If you can't buy another platform ticket you can get in. Lin Xingyan touched his pants pocket. Inside is a small book of slaps left by the hanged brother on the 7th floor, and the $20 or so in change he'd taken from home. It's soaked, but it's definitely still usable. It's just that there's having to make contact with people to buy tickets, and in case of sudden concern, it's just another hassle. Phew. After his body wasn't so wet, Lin Xingyan also silently lined up behind the line by himself. In the front was a middle-aged older woman. Why are you soaking wet, little friend? Where are your parents? But before the line reached Lin Xingyan, a uniformed stewardess boy raised an eyebrow and looked toward him. The kid got separated from his parents, didn't he? It's all wet and I see it's been standing in the doorway just now. At his comment, the older woman in front of her turned back. It's true that what you fear comes to you. Lin Xingyan's heart sank. He was going to blend in after this older woman. Ha? Got separated? No. They're in there. Seeing that this enthusiastic little brother had already pulled out his walkie-talkie, Lin Xingyan hurriedly lowered his head and replied timidly, his voice trembling. Your parents are already inside? Why don't they take you? How can this parent leave his child here? He frowned at Lin Xingyan, while Lin Xingyan muttered without answering, like a 6-year-old kindergartner who got caught in the rain. Brother Zhang. I'll take this kid in for a look. Aha, go ahead. The uncle checking the tickets waved his hand to open the door. Thank you, uncle. We'll just go in alone. Lin Xingyan said in a hurry. What, uncle? Holy, I'm 0 years old. Just got on the job. The stewardess boy sighed painfully at the laughter of his colleagues next to him. Then ignoring Lin Xingyan's pleas, he took his hand and led him towards the waiting room. Big brother. Thank you. I'll be fine on my own, so I won't bother you. On the escalator, Lin Xingyan tried to draw back his hand, but little brother had a surprisingly tight grip. Lin Xingyan's brows furrowed as he looked up at the little brother at the side. Don't say it. Even if you open your mouth and call me brother now, it won't change the fact that I'm heartbroken. The steward's face is still a burst of 0 years after being called uncle hurt, but the hand just gripped tighter like a vice. Brother. Lin Xingyan vaguely felt that something was wrong, but the stewardess boy didn't say anything, just silently took his hand. Which one is your parent, little friend? A large waiting room with dozens of ticket gates. The late car on the big screen was red through and through. As far as the eye could see, it was full of passengers carrying large bags. Looks like it's over there. Over there? Oops, come on. Human animal. Stop pretending. This is a train station. The stewardess boy suddenly laughed softly. You don't think about it. How can we let the human and animal go so easily when we've worked so hard to raise them? But it's the first time I've seen one as big as you. Little genius. He scratched his head instead. Backlit pupils seemed to shrink to the size of pinpoints. The moment he was shot by his gaze, Lin Xing'an suddenly felt as if the blood in his body stood still. Lin Xing'an's face went white. Like a string in his brain had suddenly snapped. He clearly felt that he had actually lost control of his body. Like a ghost hitting a wall. First the limbs became stiff, followed by the mouth also tightly closed up, unable to make a sound. Then the legs lifted out of his control. Step by step, like a puppet on strings, he followed the stewardess boy, walked into the staff office next to that and stood straight in front of the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon seeing the scene in this house, Lin Xing'an's pupils contracted for a moment. Blood, blood, blood. It's all blood. Blood poured from the disemboweled body on the table. Stabbing. Above the corpse was a monster shaped like a fat pig. Its entire fat pig brain was buried in the chest of that corpse, and it kept making sickening noises. However, Lin Xing'an still couldn't control his body. Couldn't feel any blood either. In a trance he even felt like he was in some bloody horror VR game. And sensing that someone had come in, the monster tossed its head and looked up. Drops of blood with warmth splattered onto Lin Xing'an's face and slid down his nose. Brother, this is quite a harvest today. To me 2 human animals in one night is more than I've seen in my first 20 years. It's really not worth the 3 years of exams I took to get in, brother. The stewardess boy closed the door. But brother, is it okay if we just eat it straight away? This is, after all, a human animal raised by someone else. Will it be a bit? Hiccup. Hiccup. Of course not. We this only duty. Who dares to have an opinion? The monster on the table casually wiped his mouth. Human animals that want to leave. Burp must be, immediately, removed. Hiccuping smoothly, he plucked the corpse's head from its body and threw it into the blood-covered floor. Gollum. The head rolled twice and was facing Lin Xing'an. Heart. Brother. Seeing this dead, written in terror face, Lin Xing'an's pupils contracted steeply. This turned out to be the brother of his kindergarten classmate Xin. The big brother who always picks up Xinshin from school from time to time and incidentally buys him some snacks is at this moment surprisingly. Lin Xing'an only felt a bout of trance. Eat, eat. The monster pulled back his stool and looked at Lin Xing'an before burying his head in his mouth again. Okay, Lu brother. The stewardess twisted her head. Vomit. Lin Xing'an also regained control of his body in a flash. The pungent blood erupted like a flash flood at the tip of his nose, making his stomach turn as if it were a river. But he didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. And with a twist of his head, he opened the door. Gobble. But the scene outside left Lin Xing'an stunned in place. The originally bright waiting hall had at some point become as if it had been abandoned for decades, giving people an eerie discomfort. Obviously the lights are still on. Obviously the floor is tidy. But, Lin Xing'an's eyelashes fluttered. He saw it. All the people waiting for the train are no longer in sight. In the mirror, on the ground, no reflection, no shadow. Human animals. Get it? A chick can't escape the coop. The voice of the stewardess boy came. Lin Xing'an felt his physical strength pouring out like a leaky balloon. The fishy taste of blood came from the tip of his throat. Gobble. Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed as he slowly lowered his head. In his chest was a cavity that was gurgling blood, and that freshly beating heart is being clutched in the hands of the stewardess boy. Brother, hey, that smells good. Chapter 17, Mr. Orange. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Rolling thunder roared in. Train G976. Originating from this station and terminating at North City, is about to begin ticket checking, gates A7, B7, at 12:40 a.m. Lin Xing'an's eyes snapped open. He was dripping with water and gasping for breath as he fell to his knees and held onto the wall. There were gusts of darkness in front of them, and occasional snowy flakes of white dots flashed through the darkness. Instead, his mind was filled with the blood-strewn scene in the office. There was blood coming from the tip of his nose vaguely as well. Phew. I don't know how long it took to slow down, but Lin Xing'an's sight was barely restored. So tired, so tired, so tired. He braced himself to get up, but didn't take 2 steps before leaning against the wall again. His stamina would have bottomed out the last time he died. Now it was even more so as if his body was falling apart. Didn't want to move, didn't want to think, didn't even want to breathe. No, not here. Gotta go, gotta go. Lin Xing'an pressed his chest. Chicks can't escape the coop. The words of the stewardess boy still echoed in his ears. The entire station, the number of monsters, was far more than he had imagined. He had to go somewhere safe to recover a few percent of his strength before he could do so now. But without waiting for Lin Xing'an to figure out where to go, he saw a man jogging in from outside and heading straight for the waiting room. Brother Hart? He blinked, and it was the same corpse that had just been eaten by the monster in his office. He was also looking slightly flustered as he saw that Brother Hart had already lined up for the security check. Lin Xingyan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and quickly stepped forward to stop him. How do you? After seeing Lin Xingyan's appearance, Brother Xin clearly froze for a moment. Shoo, listen to me. Lin Xingyan forcibly pulled him aside with a serious expression. Be careful. There are monsters in these staff. Don't go. You'll die. We can. What monster? And are you separated from your mom? Brother Xinxin's frown deepened, shaking his head to cut Lin Xingyan off. Seeing his expression, Lin Xingyan froze. He doesn't know? Then why was he eaten? Hello? This child and his mother should be separated. You help to find it. My train will soon check the ticket. Without waiting for Lin Xingyan to stop him, Brother Xinxin waved his hand at the side of the manual ticket gate. Okay, passenger, you go ahead and leave the boy to me. A familiar voice came. Lin Xingyan felt a large handclap on his shoulder. He looked up. The stewardess boy was looking at him with a smile on his face. Brother will soon miss the train. This big brother can help you find your mom. Don't be afraid. Be good and follow him. Don't worry, passenger. I'll contact the radio now. Yes. Brother Xinxin thanked him in a hurry, and after glancing at the time he hurriedly ran to the waiting room for the security check. Watching him leave, Lin Xingyan's heart had sunk to the bottom. How to break? He thought fast. With Lin Xingyan's current physical strength, he was no longer allowed to come back after death. There's only this one chance left. To run? To attract attention? No. This monster was capable of taking away control of his body. It was also different from Xiao-chan, who enjoyed torturing the human psyche, in that it only enjoyed eating people. Lin Xingyan had no doubt that as long as he made the slightest movement, it would not hesitate to strike. Kids, you, big brother, can you use the radio to help me find my mom? Without waiting for the stewardess boy to finish, Lin Xingyan took the initiative to ask. Oh, this surprised the stewardess a little, followed by an undisguised flash of disappointment and skepticism on her face. You really got separated from your parents. He sighed, cleared his throat, and pulled out a tuba. What's your name, kid? Su Chi Peng. Lin Xingyan hesitated for a moment before making up a random name. Parent Su Chi Peng. Is Mr. Su Chi Peng's parent here? The stewardess boy gave him a meaningful look, then turned on the loudspeaker and started shouting to the crowd. And while Lin Xingyan was thinking about countermeasures, he also took the opportunity to recover his strength quickly. Kid, are you sure your parents are here? You're not lying, are you? The right hand of the stewardess boy slowly climbed up Lin Xingyan's neck. Finger the back of his neck and rub it gently. Lin Xingyan only felt like he was being entangled by a poisonous snake spitting out its letters. Yes, he still said stiffly. With his current rate of physical recovery, if he dragged on for another 15 or 20 minutes, he might actually have another chance. Little friend, I seem to hear just now you and that brother of yours seem to say something. Monster, right? The stewardess squatted down and whispered in Lin Xingyan's ear, and a coolness ran from the soles of Lin Xingyan's feet to his scalp with the sound. Yet, he still looked unchanged. My mom seems to be over there. Lin Xingyan pointed to the waiting room. Okay, then look over there. The stewardess boy let out a laugh and led Lin Xingyan into the waiting room. Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Xingyan's heart still throbbed for a few moments when he saw the closed door of that office. Su Chi Peng. Are Su Chi Peng's parents here? Parent Su Chi Peng. Your child is lost. Your child is lost. The stewardess boy pulled Lin Xingyan with one hand and held up a loudspeaker with the other as he walked in the middle of the various ticket gates. Pairs of eyes also looked at Lin Xingyan from all directions. Kid, which one of you is your parent? What kind of parent lets their child get drenched like that? You're soaking wet. Or, do you remember your mom and dad's phone numbers? After going back and forth, a few moments of impatience appeared on the face of the stewardess boy. There, that's my mom, Lin Xingyan said, pointing to a middle-aged woman with a kind face in front of the B11 ticket gate. The stewardess's body lurched. Yes? He grunted coldly, pinching Lin Xingyan's wrist towards the middle-aged woman. This passenger, how did you lose your child? My kids? The middle-aged woman looked towards Lin Xingyan. Mom! Lin Xingyan also looked at her with a look of help and hope. What mom? What's wrong with you? It's not enough that the bus is late, but it's also such a bad luck. She waved her hand in disgust and continued to look at her phone. I'm sorry, it's this kid. Who's mistaken, isn't it? The stewardess turned her head sideways, her pupils shrinking minutely. That chilly feeling spread again, climbing up Lin Xingyan's limbs with numbness and stiffness. Little brat, where have you been? You're the only one with legs, aren't you? But the next second, a spunky, high-pitched voice rang out from the crowd. In Lin Xing'an's ears, the voice was simply heavenly. The stewardess jerked her head up, and Lin Xing'an's body was no longer under control. It was a woman with big waves and a colorful red dress. Mr. Orange? After seeing that heavily made-up face, Lin Xing'an sucked in a breath of cold air and froze directly in place. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to connect the plain, gentle, soft-spoken kindergarten teacher who wore a ponytail every day, danced in a cute cartoon onesie, and pulled little red flowers out of her pockets whenever she wanted to with the woman in front of him. Chapter 18, You only need to treat all people other than you as ghosts. Little brat, why are you running around? Don't come back if you have the guts to run away. And calling someone mom? It's really against you. Shame on you here. Rubbish. Old lady sends a person's effort you run away. Do not know thought you died. Good mood is lost by you. But she looked as if she didn't see it. With an impatient face, her feet wrapped in black silk clopping on her high heels as she walked towards Lin Xing'an. I'm sorry, Lin Xing'an said with his head lowered. Ma'am, are you really the parent of this child? How? Pop. Teacher Orange didn't wait for the flight attendant's questioning to open his mouth, so he snapped and slapped Lin Xing'an without saying a word. Sorry for what? Should have aborted you in the first place. Day after day you don't give a damn. What the hell? This parent. Why are you hitting your child? Seeing MS. Orange's slap coming down again. A few moments of disappointment were evident on the stewardess's face as she hurriedly stopped her hand. Who the hell are you? You don't care if I beat up my kid? Who the hell are you? What do you care if I beat him to death? But, I see you're kinda strong. Add a contact handsome? Orange Sensei asked with a sudden turn of phrase, drawing his hand across the steward's uniform and leaning into his ear as he drew circles on his abdomen. This parent, please show some self-respect, and please watch over your child. A child this age will get sick in the rain. Che, impotent man. Seeing the stewardess take half a step back, Mr. Orange gave him a blank look as well. Then with a flick of her hair, she snatched Lin Xing'an from his hands. Little brat, still getting wet? Don't you like to get wet? I'll let you get wet at home. Come on, what are you standing there for? Aren't you ashamed enough? She tugged Lin Xing'an and left the waiting room under the watchful eyes of the stewards. Got into a van in the parking lot against the rain. It's raining and the road is being repaired and the ground is covered with mud and my stockings are getting dirty. Teacher Orange ignored Lin Xing'an's look of disbelief as he tried to speak, turned on the light, took off his shoes and rubbed his ankles in disgust. Lick me clean. Ha? Lin Xing'an's voice trembled. Mr. Orange skimmed him, hugging his arms and leaning his back against the steering wheel as he lifted his legs and stretched into the back seat. It was only then that Lin Xing'an realized that there was a shirtless gym student sitting in the second row of seats behind him. Lick. Mr. Orange casually pulled a bunch of money out of the storage compartment in the side door and dumped it on the gym student's 8-pack. Under Lin Xing'an's shocked and confused eyes, his old face reddened and he viciously took the money and cupped Mr. Orange's feet. Call mom. What? Lin Xing'an froze again. Mom! The gym student shouted in a rush of intimacy. But Mr. Orange's face suddenly changed. A flash of confusion first appeared in her eyes before she let out a gasp of surprise. Noticing Lin Xing'an's eyes, her small face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears, and she retracted her feet as if she had been electrocuted. You go. Mr. Orange covered his face with one hand and hurriedly opened the car door to hurry up. Mom! Who's your mom? You get out of the car. Move. Then this money. Take away. You go. MS. Orange's body trembled and her face blushed as if she could drip blood. Don't worry mom. I have a professional code of ethics, and since I charged you this time, the next time you call me with dirty stockings, I'll do it for free. Geez, you get out of my car. Roll. Get the hell out. Woo. Okay mom, call me. The gym student nodded at Lin Xing'an and made a phone gesture before picking up his coat and wrapping the pile of money and disappearing into the pouring rain. A deathly silence ensued in the car. MS. Orange covered her face and slumped over the steering wheel, the blush at the tips of her ears not fading but becoming brighter. The toes were also dead curled. Lin Xing'an's brain was even more blank as if it was down. The whole thing just sits stupidly in the passenger side. Silence. Dead silence. Awkward. Gee, I had a hard time finding an 8-pack abs gym student, and I just let him go? After paying him at least let him lick it clean first, right? After a full 2 minutes of silence in the van, Mr. Orange's body shuddered once more. Then ruffling his curls, that disdain once again appeared on his face. She was already too shy to speak, so I had to come. Does it hurt, little boy? Mr. Orange pinched Lin Xing'an's face. It doesn't hurt. Lin Xing'an shook his head in desire. Thirsty? It's got calcium AD in it. MS. Orange wiped the muddy spots splattered on her black silk and pointed to the storage compartment in front of Lin Xing'an. Wow! After opening it, a large box of brand new condoms, along with several tied together black silks instantly gushed out, falling all over Lin Xing'an. See? It's in there, get me a bottle too. Orange Sensei said with an unchanged face. Oh, see? Lin Xing'an took a joint of AD calcium from the innermost part, inserted a straw and handed it to Ms. Orange. Took a big gulp himself. He also hadn't taken a sip of water since he got out of the house. After drying the bottle in one gulp, Lin Xing'an also finally felt reprieved. Drink if you want. Just wait for a couple more people to arrive and then go. I guess it'll be another 10 minutes or so. Mr. Orange applied lipstick to the reverse mirror again. When did you wake up, little kid? When did you realize that your parents were Taoran? Tauntauns? It's the monsters you're talking about. Tauntauns are the first scientific name given by I don't know who, and we usually just call them ghosts. Mr. Orange glanced at the time and then out the window at the pouring rain. I've known that since long time ago. Lin Xing'an took another bottle of AD calcium. Teacher, you know how. Don't call me teacher. I don't like it. Just think of me and your orange teacher as two people. You can call me Sister Orange, or Mom, whatever. I don't mind. Mr. Orange leaned back in his seat and looked at Lin Xing'an with interest through the reverse mirror. Sister Orange, do you know how to recognize a taiji? Ha, discernment? Little kid, asking such a question. You're really naive and cute nah. Teacher Orange pinched Lin Xing'an's face again. Little brat, remember, unless the Taodao ghosts actively expose themselves, you can't see any difference between them and humans at all. So don't trust any people so easily. Oh, ghosts are very cunning and selfish. Her red lips curved up in an arc. That means, we have no idea how many people and how many ghosts there are in this world. And I wonder just how many people like me are being raised as livestock by Taoran ghosts? Lin Xing'an was stunned, somewhat incredulous. But Mr. Orange laughed again. No wonder she likes kids. Kids are pretty funny. Don't worry, there aren't many people raised by ghosts. Maybe just you. Mr. Orange blinked. Phew, that's good. Lin Xing'an breathed a sigh of relief, because all the others are ghosts. But before he could finish this sigh of relief, Mr. Orange added, what? Because all the other kids, they're ghosts, and all the other families are ghosts raising ghosts. Happy gourmand families. Teacher Orange pressed her face close to Lin Xing'an and stared intently into Lin Xing'an's eyes and said word for word. So kiddo, you realize how naive your question was, don't you? We don't even need to tell who's human and who's a ghost. All you have to do is think of all people other than you as ghosts. Chapter 19, we're all from Taoyuan village. It's all ghosts. Lin Xing'an was stunned. He shook his head and opened his mouth to say something, but instead just laughed at nothing. How can that be? One's parents, one's classmates. If everyone around you is a ghost, then, aha. Reality is that the ratio of humans to Taoran species is something like 1 to 100. 000. I think. Where's that gym student from earlier? Is he human? Lin Xing'an spread his hands incredulously. Of course he's a ghost. Didn't you see it couldn't get hard even though I was so tantalizing? No, why? Because he has a man's word? That's one aspect of it. But mostly because ghosts can't reproduce, and humans can only conceive the next generation of humans with humans. Mr. Orange said with a smile. But you don't have to be too pessimistic. There are different kinds of ghosts. Your parents, the stewardesses just now, those who can release the ghostly domain are Taoran, and the ratio of Taoran to human is only 9 to 1. They see themselves as masters of the world and see humans as livestock, as pets. And the vast majority of other ghosts are ignorant, confused ghosts who don't know anything, like the gym student who was just there, and aren't really in any danger. Like the muddlers, they are just living a normal life in this world. Mr. Orange pulled out a few sheets of paper and wiped the rainwater from Lin Xing'an's head. Put yourself in your place, little kid. She looked at her legs, snorted on the car window, and wrote 100,000 on her finger. The disparate numbers lay cold on the car window, blurred by the warm air in the car. A feeling of absurdity made Lin Xing'an even a bit confused between illusion and reality. It's like a dream. It turns out that the Sukan he met was a Togway ghost, and the stewardess he met was a Togway ghost, and it's not even a coincidence. That's a given. Because the world itself is all about Taoran. No, Orange sister, there's a bug here, isn't there? If the world is either gourmand or confused, there are so few people, then what's the point of them disguising themselves as people? Don't they already rule the world? Can't they already do whatever they want? Why bother with again and again? Also, if ghosts cannot reproduce, then how did so many ghosts in this world come about? Is it hard to believe that they appeared out of thin air? Lin Xing'an had a whole bunch of questions in his head, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to ask. But, Mr. Orange stared at him for a few seconds and burst out laughing. You're not too big for your britches, kid, but you think a lot. But I'm sorry for your question. I don't know. Or in some ways we know next to nothing about ghosts. We know that ghosts can't reproduce, but we don't know that we don't know when and where and how the first ghost came into the world. We know that ghosts are numerous, but we don't know why ghosts disguise themselves as people. We know that humans are a delicacy for ghosts, but we don't know why they have to follow those 3 fundamental rules. Mr. Orange said calmly. 3 fundamental rules? Right. Mr. Orange held out 3 fingers. 1. You can't eat a confused person. And 2. You must kill the person once they are discovered. 3. Only on the days of the full moon, the 7th year and the 18th year can one eat the human animal that one has raised, even if this human animal is confused. But if one misses these 3 times, then as long as the person does not find out about it, the Taotao ghosts can no longer eat it, she said in a single word. By the way, except for train stations, places like train stations, airports and bus stations, as long as the human animal being kept wants to leave alone without the owner's report, then the Taotao ghosts inside will tacitly assume that you've already known about it up and can eat you at any time. No wonder. Lin Xingyan nodded. No wonder Brother Hart doesn't know about the monster. He didn't expose it the first time even in front of that stewardess boy, and he's going to be eaten. But the questions in Lin Xingyan's head were still endless. Where do the rules come from? Who assigned them? And why do the Taoran follow them? Looking at Mr. Orange's smiling face, Lin Xingyan knew that the answer he would get after asking would also be that he didn't know. The world is irrational, isn't it? It's paradoxical, isn't it? But it just exists. Lin Xingyan, welcome to the real world. Mr. Orange's voice came with the thunder. And where did humans come from? After a long period of silence, Lin Xingyan first put down the above question about ghosts, and with a change of words, asked again. Since people can only conceive the next generation with people, and there are so few of them in this world, and they are still mixed up in the many ghosts, then it stands to reason that humans should have gone extinct a long time ago. It shouldn't have kept the incense going. Is it hard to believe that? Only rely on us awakened ones? Impossible, right? We're all struggling to protect ourselves, and we're scared every day. So how can we have time? He couldn't help but feel some dryness in his mouth. This makes less and less sense the more I think about it. Taoyuan Village. Mr. Orange said after a moment of silence. What? Taoyuan Village. She took a deep breath. Taoyuan Village is the home of all humans, and we all come from Taoyuan Village, just as you imagined. Since humans have always had a constant flow of incense, there must be a place with a steady output, and that place is Taoyuan Village, where there are only humans, and there is no need to be wary or afraid. It's just that. No one knows where Taoyuan Village is or has ever seen it. Maybe someone from the organization will know, including the ghost issue. They probably know all about it. You can ask when you join. Mr. Orange turned up the warm air in the car again. Organization? Aha, a human organization that requires a test to join. Okay, get ready to go home. Here they come. Mr. Orange glanced in the rearview mirror. Sister Orange, it's raining today. The shots still aren't clear enough. Let's continue tomorrow. But the rain came out of the movie surprisingly well today, so I'll try again tomorrow. Ha, it's continuing tomorrow? Guys, don't roll like that. The car door was suddenly opened. 3 men in black raincoats got into the car holding 2 professional cameras. What are they filming? Oh, filming those trains going in and out of the south side and some of the Gawker's shift times. Mr. Orange half turned back. The ghosts at the station have doubled in the meantime. They're shipping something in large quantities to the south side. After I applied to join the organization, one of the first assessment tasks the organization gave us was to figure out what they were shipping. It would be nice to get some more samples. She held out her hand toward the back seat. Sister Orange, this little brother is. It's human. Tried to leave in a car. Almost got caught by a ghost. It's awesome. Introduce yourselves. Mr. Orange said as he took the camera and posed. Ho ho ho. Kid brother. My name is Zhang Yunqi. I also wanted to sneak away on the train, but luckily I was caught in time by Sister Orange. The girl wearing the uniform of the first middle school behind Lin Xingyan was probing and said, My name is Fang Daijuan. Full-time milkman. Part-time cook. The uncle beside her, who was occupying 2 seats by himself, laughed nervously and fished out 2 pieces of great white rabbit milk candy from his pocket, handing them to Lin Xingyan. Jojo, freelance photographer. The long-haired girl in the second row of the van pushed up her gold-framed glasses and looked at the photo in the camera and said faintly, It's also a May aluminum professor in the photography department of South City University. Oh, and we all call Sister Jojo Sister Jojo. Kid brother may not understand this stunt. Hey, anyway, Jojo's sister is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It's the best. Zhang Yunqi gave Xiao Xiao 2 thumbs up. My name is Lin Xing'an and I'm 6 years old. Lin Xing'an also turned around and said, even though this was his first meeting with everyone, he somehow felt a tinge of closeness. 6 years old? Uncle Fong, is your family's oldest not also 6 years old? 7 years old. Starts elementary school in September, and she's a year older than this little brother. Fong Dajuan scratched his head. Lin Xing'an, do you remember what time you came out tonight? Jojo asked, looking up suddenly. Roar. This question also made Zhang Yunqi exclaim as if she had suddenly thought of something. It was about 10:50 when I went out. It's been almost 3 hours. Are you sure your parents were asleep when you left the house? Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Xing'an through her glasses, her tone serious. Could they have woken up in the middle of the day and realized you were gone? Yunqi, immediately call Shizi and tell him to come back right away. Let's send the little brat home first and then go back to the gate. Mr. Orange said as he lowered the camera in his hand and looked at the time. Ha, take me home? Lin Xing'an froze. Go home now. I know brat. Of course I know how dangerous your house is, and I know it was hard for you to get out, but you can't go anywhere but back hard now, because the tauntauns that feed you have long since left their mark on you, and they will locate you, no matter where you are, no matter how far apart, they will find you, even if you die. P.S. Brothers, about the worldview setting, have any questions, or find my setting conflict, can be sent to this chapter say or book review area, preferably in the book review area, convenient for me to add essence. Chapter 20, The Ghost Comes. You won't get away with it. MS. Orange said quietly. Her words caused Lin Xing'an to blanch. No wonder the first 2 times he ran away, Yu was able to find him ahead of the police in a very weird way. No wonder Seo-chan seemed to be deliberately waiting for him at the Little West Gate tonight. No wonder even when he ran away twice, his parents didn't restrict any of his freedom, they were just testing. Don't worry, little brother. There are no special circumstances Tagwans won't deliberately try to lock onto you. It requires them to show themselves and release their ghostly domains. That is, as long as you make sure your parents are asleep when you leave and they don't wake up in the middle of it, there won't be a problem. Fong Dajuan hurriedly comforted. But I came out tonight with no intention of going back. And I've done so much tonight that I haven't left myself any room to go back at all. Lin Xing'an let out a bitter laugh. Fong Dajuan expressed his understanding and patted Lin Xing'an's shoulder. Alas, little brother, you'll last a few more days. As long as you kill 3 E-superior ghosts, the mark left on you by the Togway can be removed, and you'll be free then. Sup? Lin Xing'an frowned. A, B, C, D, and E are the hierarchical divisions of humans in Tauren, with each major level divided into 2 minor levels above and below. After killing the ghost's En Obscure will consciously burrow into the human's body. En High can transform the human body and enhance its strength, but if there is too much En High in the body, Mr. Orange paused. So humans turn into ghosts? Lin Xing'an thought violently of the deep black dots that had burrowed into Su Kan's body after his death. That's right, just by absorbing the En Obscurity of 3 E-superior ghosts, the En Obscurity in your body will outweigh the popularity, thus overriding the mark of the Taotao ghosts. If you want to improve again, you can only continue to absorb En Obscurity until the last of your popularity is annihilated. Mr. Orange closed his eyes. When they opened again, the brown pupils had turned a constant drumming pitch black. The shadowy flow in her eyes could be clearly seen in the hidden moonlight of the car. Once En High is absorbed, can it ever be removed? Could be. Jojo snapped the camera closed. The village chief of Taoyuan village. His ability can remove the En Obscurity in your body and turn you back into an ordinary person. Peachtree Village. A legendary village of only humans. A paradise for humans. Just now Mr. Orange and I were talking. A few moments of skepticism flashed across Lin Xing'an's face. In fact, I wanted to ask just now, since no one has ever seen the Peach Source Village, and no one knows how to get to the Peach Source Village, how do they know that this Peach Source Village is real? How do you know that we humans really came from the Peach Source Village? He asked with some hesitation. Ha ha, little brother, the Peach Source Village does exist, and for so many years humans have been working hard to open it. Fong Dajuan said with a smile, a few moments of yearning in his eyes. But no one's ever seen it, and no one knows how to get there. Or even, does it really exist? No, it does exist. Fong Dajuan said in a hurry. Little brother, I won't lie to you. I actually didn't believe it at first. How could there be such a nebulous thing? But 6 months ago I had a dream about Taoyuan village. About this true homeland of all of us humans. This dream has been done by all awakened humans, and the details of the dream are all exactly the same. So you'll know when you dream it, he said with conviction. A dream? That's not exactly tangible evidence. Even if everyone has the same dream, that doesn't seem to mean anything. In case of Peach Village, before Lin Xing'an could finish his sentence, Mr. Orange waved his hand. Are you 100,000 things, little kid? Ask those questions when you join the organization. She looked at the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. Yunxi, why isn't Wangxi coming? Sister Orange, I just called 4 or 5 times, but Brother Shizi didn't pick up, and he didn't answer his messages. Could there have been an accident? Shall I go and find out? Zhang Yunxi shook her cell phone and looked out of the car. Just wait another minute. Yo, that's okay Orange. Caught another kid. Just in time for me to get hungry tonight. As soon as Mr. Orange's words left his mouth, a yellow-haired man pulled open the door of the car behind him. Hello Mr. Fong, let's tie it up and stew it in your little restaurant tonight. Wang Shi, don't joke about this. Xiao Xiao took off her glasses and gave Wang Shi a serious glare. Fong Dajuan scared at him as well. Ha ha, just kidding old brother. My name is Wang Shi. You want to call me whatever you want. In the future brother cover you. When you go to school, if anyone bullies you, just tell them your name, and I'll make sure to save your breath. Wang Shi lifted his chin danglingly. Brother Hiko, why don't you answer my calls? Why? It's on silent. And who's going to look at their cell phone in the rain? I'll do my best to finish the job. I think you're being lazy. Zhang Yunxi hugged her arms with a skeptical expression. You don't say, old girl, but I'm really productive tonight. Brother. Wang Shi took off his raincoat and stretched out half of his body to take an AD calcium from the front seat of the car. Here. I don't know if I shot it or not, but I saw it. He took a sip and then handed the camera to Jojo, who stepped aside. What did you see, Mr. Orange and Jojo asked in unison. It was just a car, and the wind and rain blew a little corner off that black curtain that was covering it. At that moment, I saw what looked like a statue inside, so I delayed a bit. I don't know if I caught it. Wang Shi said as he narrowed his eyes and recalled the scene he saw at that time. Statues? Mr. Orange frowned. Forget it, go back and talk about it. We can't put it off any longer. She didn't ask any more questions, but just as he fired up the car, Mr. Orange suddenly blushed. At some point, there was an extra layer of frost on the car windows. It's also getting eerily bleak outside. Patches of rust crawled into the car like vipers. Ka! A shadowy green lightning bolt suddenly streaked across the sky, and under the tearing thunder, the bean-sized raindrops unexpectedly turned scarlet. Ghosts are coming. MS. Orange said with downcast eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled while the aura on her entire body changed once again. It was surprising how much more transcendent there was between his hands and feet. Old Fong, come out with me to settle this. Good. Fong Dajuan twisted his body, his arms lengthening like dough, easily reaching the rearmost bag 2 meters away. Orange, do I have to go? Wang Shi craned his neck and moved his wrist. Your ability is unstable and you're moving too much. There are too many station Taoran ghosts. Forget it. Jojo, you wait for us in the car too. You've already consumed too much tonight. Yunxi, put on the incense. Give us 1 incense stick of time. Mr. Orange took out a long sword from his bag. Sister Orange, can this cold weapon kill ghosts? Lin Xing'an asked lustfully. Ghosts at the lower E level are random, but only weapons with EN obscurity attached to them can cause damage to ghosts at the upper E level. But if you want to kill ghosts, weapons are secondary to finding their weaknesses. Mr. Orange said, raising his eyes. Seeing Lin Xing'an's confused face, she also sighed lightly. Weapons with EN and E attached to them are like glutinous rice to zombies and garlic crosses to vampires, and can weaken Taoran to a great extent. But have you ever seen zombies killed with sticky rice and vampires killed with garlic? To kill ghosts, unless their strength completely crushes them by a few levels, you have to find their weaknesses in order to break them. A harsh light flashed in her eyes. So do we have to kill the ghost? Can't we just walk away? A trace of worry flashed across Lin Xing'an's face. Yes, without killing the ghost, it can never get out of the ghostly realm unless it voluntarily retracts. And just call me Orange from now on. Teacher Orange nodded at Zhang Yunxi as she spoke. Yunxi, apply the incense. She walked with Fong Dajuan into the rain of blood outside, and Zhang Yunxi magically conjured up 3 sticks of incense from her sleeve. With her mouth agape, she lit the incense and inserted it in the incense burner in the front of the van. In no time at all, the entire car was filled with a tantalizing and calming aroma. The dilapidated feeling in the car also gradually dissipated in this dense atmosphere. Chapter 21, He's a Ghost. Kid brother. This is my ability, fragrance. The green color is the clearing incense. The yellow one is the tranquilizing incense. And the red one is the eye-concealing incense. The clearing spirit incense can restore my spirit. The tranquilizing spirit incense can restore my strength. And the eye concealment incense can put myself into a state of invisibility. Zhang Yunqi pointed to 3 differently colored incense and introduced them. With 3 incenses lit together, the range of the incenses can be considered an invincible field in terms of physical aspects. Unless our incense burns out or breaks of its own accord, this car cannot be opened by external forces. Leave the ghosts outside to Sister Orange. We'll be absolutely safe inside for the next half hour. She patted her chest. Old sister. Not my brother, said you. Your incense is too thin. Not as good as 2 sticks of Huazi. Huazi can last half an hour. I'm sorry, brother. Sister, my strength is limited. You love to stay or not? If not, go out and help. Zhang Yunqi rolled up her sleeves and blankly eyed Wang Shi. It was then that Lin Xingyan realized that underneath her school uniform was actually a navy blue do-rag. Hey, I was weak and sickly when I was a kid, so my dad sent me to the mountains to learn kung fu from my master to strengthen my body. Alright, I'll do the talking. Old brother, don't look at Yunqi's ability to be an auxiliary and her soft personality, but she's formidable in all her kung fu. At that time, she was able to rely on a dagger to kill 2 lower-level Tao-Tu ghosts, and she hid in the mountains for 2 days and 3 nights before she survived. Wang Shi raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yunqi with an inviting face. That good? Lin Xingyan's face showed surprise. Lower level of Su can he used a life to barely take out. Zhang Yunqi took out 2 of them without using her abilities just by relying on her physical prowess and kung fu, which was truly impressive. Egu, don't mention the past, and I'm just a lowly Tao-Tu ghost. Very weak. My punching and kicking skills won't be much use against a Tao-Tu ghost of the E superior level. Killing ghosts is still like what Orange said. Zhang Yunqi waved her hand with a red face. Right, brother kid, take a look at this one to find out what you can do. She handed her cell phone to Lin Xingyan. Above is a summary grid of human capabilities. Everyone awakens an ability when they realize the circumstances they are in. The level of each ability is also different. Again divided by A, B, C, D, E. The higher the level, the harder it is to raise it. Of course, a person can also have multiple abilities. Only how the second or third ability is awakened depends entirely on luck. Zhang Yunqi poked half of her body in front and pointed down her ability, Fragrance, in the level E area. But Lin Xingyan searched for a long time but couldn't find an ability in the table that fit the description that he could be reborn and go back to the archives. Did you find it, kid brother? Found it. The wave. Lin Xingyan fell silent and pointed to the ability, Wave, in the area of level E. Greatly increases the awakened person's stamina and greatly shortens the recovery speed of the awakened person's stamina. It was completely in line with the new abilities he had awakened after meeting Su Kan. Even though his physical strength had been completely overdrawn just now, he had already recovered another 2 to 3% in half an hour now. It's even enough for him to be reborn again. Can. Very practical ability. You don't think we can't do it in E-Class Al? Abilities with low ranks are better trained and upgraded. Like what's A and B? It's hard enough to upgrade in this lifetime. And in turn, it's impractical. Zhang Yunqi said after looking at Wave's introduction. Is Orange Sister's ability, dual life? Having dual personalities with very different personalities? No. Orange Sister's ability is, thinking memory, and it's in Class C, thoughts and memories. Lin Xingyan put a big picture to look at it. The awakened can delete, hide, add or fabricate memories out of thin air, but every memory added or deleted leads to some degree of personality change. Theoretically, Orange Sister could have countless personalities. The current Orange Sister has added a lot of memories to herself in terms of Kung Fu physical arts, so she's super strong in combat. Don't worry. Zhang Yunqi looked outside. The rain of blood got heavier and heavier, without the slightest intention of stopping. So Uncle Fong's ability is Do? Well, Uncle Fong himself always says he's like a dough, wrestling and kneading and always getting back to his original form. Hiss. Where did this table come from? Why doesn't have a Class A ability? Lin Xingyan asked with a frown. There are hundreds of abilities described in this table, and it seems to be very detailed and comprehensive. But he didn't see where his ability to be reborn was even with this repeated look. And there's a blank space in the top column of Class A capabilities. How are all the abilities in this form recorded? Has anyone awakened to every ability on it? If not, how did the author of this form know that these abilities would be available? Will anyone awaken abilities outside the records of this form? He asked, frowning. This table was put together by the Tauran. And what you're looking at now isn't complete. In addition to all the Class A abilities, all the abilities about time aren't on there either, including mine, and there's only a general description of the ability on this sheet. In fact, the higher the level, the more hidden characteristics and rules the ability has. Maybe wait until you join the organization to get a full look, Jojo said faintly. Indeed. Lin Xingyan pondered and nodded. The only thing he knows about his own ability is that it takes stamina to activate. and it's more of a passive that triggers automatically upon death. As for more details, he doesn't know himself. So the Tauran they're collecting are human abilities? Human abilities? You're overthinking it. Jojo pushed up her glasses. The abilities on this sheet can be awakened by humans, and by Tauran above the E superior level. Only Class A abilities are unique. If you awaken the Class A ability, then no one else or Tauran in this world will ever awaken that ability again. That's why Class A abilities are strictly classified. No one knows exactly how many Class A abilities there are. And no one knows how many Class A abilities humans currently possess and how many Class A abilities Tauran possess. Lin Xingyan exhaled softly after digesting it for a moment. Although most of the doubts in his mind were resolved, new ones followed. About his powers, about Taoyuan village, about what kind of existence ghosts really are. Lin Xingyan looked at his ability meter for a while longer, but just as he was about to return his phone, a message popped up. Wang Shi, be careful, there's a ghost. Wang Shi, a ghost just trapped me in the ghostly realm. Wang He, I just came out when the ghost domain suddenly shifted. Wang Shi, are you guys okay? One message popped up after another. Zhang Yunxi's eyes rounded in the back. Sister Orange, there are two superior Tauran. Tangerine, there's one that will disguise itself as anyone. Sister Orange, be careful, don't trust anyone until the ghost domain disappears. Stay in the car. Wang Shi, are you guys still in the car? I'm going back now. Messages from Mr. Orange and Wang Shi popped up one after another. Lin Xingyan raised his head in silence. Through the reverse mirror, he first saw Zhang Yunxi's pale face, then came the sight of Wang Shi in the shadows of the last row. It was as if he had sensed Lin Xingyan's gaze. Wang Shi flashed him a big smile. What's wrong, old brother? Buzz off. Suddenly, the phone in Lin Xingyan's hand buzzed and vibrated. After seeing the caller, Wang Shi in the back froze for a moment. Wang Shi, where's your cell phone? Xiao Qiao leaned against the car door and pulled away from Wang Shi by a meter. Where's my cell phone? Holy, why is my phone gone? I just realized. He hastily felt his pockets. Grass. It must have fallen outside just now. It was picked up by a ghost. Boo. Before Wang Shi's words fell, a loud bang came. A face slammed against the window. Ah! Zhang Yunxi exclaimed. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, Wang Shi, clad in a black raincoat, anxiously lowered his hat to reveal his yellow hair. He shook the cell phone he was calling and thumped on the window in a shower of blood. It's a ghost. Outside. Wang Shi pointed at Wang Shi inside the car, his eyes filled with panic and anxiety. Fold the incense. Hurry. Chapter 22. Don't believe it. It's the ghost. Don't believe it. It's trying to get in. It's the ghost. It's only a ghost. Yun Shi. You believe me. I'm the one who's Wang Shi. It's lying to you. Don't. Yun Shi. This ghost is just tricking you into breaking the incense. If it was the real me knowing the importance of the incense, how could I let you break it? Wang Shi in the car grumpily scratched the yellow hair on top of his head. Jojo, open the door for me. He doesn't even have a cell phone. He just deliberately trapped me with a ghost domain. He's a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, Wang Shi slammed his fist against the window one by one. I'm the one who dropped my cell phone, or you picked it up. Yun Shi. Then you tell the ghost inside to get out. Does he dare? Damn. I can't wait to get out there and you now. But do you think we're stupid? What are they going to do if I go out there and there's danger? Wang Shi held up his middle finger and spat. Grass. You pussy razor. Did lousy ing just watch you eat people in there? Yun Shi. Xiao Qiao. Believe me. Don't believe him. He said he was trapped in the ghost domain. This lie is too obvious. How come a human trapped in a ghost domain ghost didn't kill him? Don't you know why you didn't kill me yourself? Just to see me speechless now. Beans of rain splattered on the car, and the water on the ground was like boiling. Trust me. Just open the door. Come on. It's a ghost. Open the door. Open the door. Outside. Wang Shi wiped the bloody rain from his face. He gasped and stared, clicking the handlebars and thumping the window. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I were a ghost, wouldn't I have been able to do it a long time ago? Who are you fooling with this trick? You want to come back to base with us? I know. It wants to go back with us before it keeps pretending. Outside. Wang Shi sucked in his breath in a dawning realization. You fart. Wang Shi in the car was red in the face. Yun Shi. Xiao Qiao. If you don't believe me, you let him use his ability. I don't believe this ghost can even imitate my abilities. Wang Shi shouted through the window. Why do I have to prove that I'm the real ing name? Waste the opportunity to use your ability now so you can take advantage of it later? Grass. He's still pretending. Outside. Wang Shi gasped and looked over at Xiao Qiao and Yunxi. Xiao Qiao. The first time we met was at the grape arbor at the back of the library at South University. I stole grapes and you said you put pesticides on them. Yunxi. The director of your school who punished you with a whole school review last month. I punctured the wheel of that car of his. Think for yourselves. There's no way a ghost could know about these things. Don't hesitate. Trust me. Trust me. Hurry. Hurry. He wiped another shower of blood from his face and bam 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 hammered the door of the car hard. The incense was already half burned, and the whole car was trembling in the midst of the downpour. Holy, this ghost, it can even know my memory. Wang Shi's face paled for a few moments, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Stop asking any more questions. It's stalling. The memories Orange added to himself won't last much longer. You knew Orange wouldn't last long and you didn't go help? What if I go help with the car? Outside, Wang Shi banged his head in annoyance. Asterisk. Orange and Old Fong are still over there. There's another ghost over there. Don't you guys hesitate. It's just stalling on purpose. He shook off the rain that covered his head. How about? Zhang Yunqi looked at Xiao Qiao and bit her lip hesitantly. No. Lin Xingyan hurriedly pressed Zhang Yunqi's hand. Incense should never be folded until the ghostly realm is gone. We basically have no combat power. And once we break the incense we're just adding to the burden of Mr. Orange and Uncle Fong. And there's only half the incense left, even if it's not too late to wait until it burns out naturally. He calmly looked at Wang Shi in the back seat. You kids know. There's a ING ghost sitting behind you. What lamp incense burned out is not too late. Wait a moment, Orange to the limit incense and burned out all finished. Now hurry up and get this ghost out of here. Break the incense and let it out. Big deal Yunqi, you light another one. Give me 3 minutes and I'll kill it. Outside, Wang Shi spat, anxious and angry. Fold the incense. Jojo, who had been silent and hadn't said anything, had a twinkle in her eye and suddenly opened her mouth. Jojo, you don't believe me? Wang Shi on the side stared roundly. Still pretending. It's a ghost. Quickly fold the incense. The rain outside was even heavier, and Wang Shi thumped the window like a disorganized drumbeat. Noisy. No, it can't be folded. Lin Xingyan froze, taking the incense burner in his hands. What are you? When did you get to talk in the car? Give it to me. To break the incense now would be a foregone conclusion for Orange Sensei and Uncle Fong. Give me the incense. One of the two of them must be a ghost. Folding the incense, the ghost will definitely strike. I told you to give me the incense. Jojo was all huffy. No way. Bring it. No take. Zhang Xing. Jojo was so angry she took off her glasses. Jojo's sister. I think. You shut up. Zhang Xing. When Orange thought you were too small to let you join the team, was it Wang Shi who talked to you? Ha! She looked violently at Wang Shi. Wang Shi, on the other hand, froze for a moment and opened his mouth somewhat hesitantly, but without waiting for him to speak. Wang Shi outside pounded on the window. No such thing. He was just found by Orange tonight. And his name is Lin Xingyan, not some Zhang Xing. Stop trying. There's no time. Trust me. Open the door. He stomped his feet, the rain of blood that had already gone past his ankles being splattered over and over. But inside the car, Jojo suddenly calmed down. Lin Xingyan and her exchanged a glance, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wang Shi wasn't in the car when I introduced myself. So really Wang Shi doesn't know that my name is Lin Xingyan. How did you know? Lin Xingyan's words caused a flash of confusion in the eyes of Wang Shi outside, and he froze in place like a computer loading data. Ah, you guys were just acting. Zhang Yunqi froze and glared roundly. I thought you guys were going to fight. Holy old man, you're scaring me to death. Wang Shi was also wildly relieved. So it is. The ghost outside slowly lowered his head and muttered, "Boo." The next second, it slammed its head against the car window. Why don't you believe me? Just open the door, obviously. Why don't you believe me? Why? It thumped and slammed against the window as if it couldn't feel pain. The whole car shook violently. The incense and the censer burned shorter and shorter. Blood-colored rain gurgled down from the ghost's head. The features on its face were constantly hideous and twisted, and its eyeballs stared at Lin Xingyan through the window as if they were about to pop out. But just as it grinned and leaned back about to smash its head on the window, a bitter sword light cut through the rain. The ghost's body straightened instantly. The neck was then severed diagonally and the head slowly slid down in the rain and rolled to the ground. The body also collapsed in convulsions. Crimson blood spurted violently. A thunderbolt rolled across the sky, and the suffocating scarlet outside faded. Ghostland, gone. Buzz, drenched and exhausted. Mr. Orange shook out his hair and stepped forward, his longsword trembling lightly in his hand. It's all over. She looked through the car window at the people inside. Just open the door. Chapter 23. After all, I'm the best at making Xiaolong bow. Whoa, Orange sis. You're so handsome, sis. My forever sis. Zhang Yunqi sighed in relief as she looked at the fragrant madness that only had a small section left. That ghost out there is a little tough, but thankfully not too strong. Open the door and leave at once. There are too many gourmets in this place. and there was too much commotion just now, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. Mr. Orange pulled on the door handle. Wait. Lin Xing'an looked at Ms. Orange outside the door and blocked his hand in front of the incense. Sister Orange, where's Uncle Fong? Old Fong is still recovering. He'll be here soon. Open the door for me first. Mr. Orange's brow furrowed in impatience. Otherwise it's better to wait for Uncle Fong to come back and open the door together. Lin Xing'an, what do you mean? Are you doubting me? Kid brother, although Uncle Fong's Do ability can resist and fight, it will take some time to recover in place afterwards. Zhang Yunxi hurriedly explained. Sister Orange, you just spent 10 minutes killing an E-superior tauntaun, which means that E-superior is not a good solution for you. What are you trying to convey? The Tao ghost is strong, so I shouldn't be able to kill it in a single slash? Do you suspect that I'm also a ghost transformation? Teacher Orange closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then looked at Zhang Yunxi. Yunxi, open the door. A tangle appeared on Zhang Yunxi's face. Mr. Orange was instantly set ablaze as if he had been touched against his will. Yunxi, even you suspect me? I worked hard and just killed a ghost, and now that the ghostly domain has disappeared, why should I be suspected by you guys for no reason? Anger filled Mr. Orange's eyes. Kid brother, the disappearance of the ghost domain means the ghost is dead, and Orange Sensei, the sword personality, doesn't lie. Zhang Yunxi didn't dare to meet Mr. Orange's eyes again and hurriedly lowered her head, pulling Lin Xing'an to whisper. Swordsmanship personalities don't lie, but ghost-turned ones don't necessarily, and it has nothing to do with the ghostly realm. You said there were 2 ghosts, and the ghostly realm just disappeared, so maybe the first one died, or that shape-shifting ghost took it back on its own accord. What's more, did you guys see the Yin Hui when that ghost outside died just now? Shouldn't there be a lot of Yin 11 in the E Superior? Lin Xing'an remained strong and protected the incense. It's so dark outside and the rain is so heavy. It's normal to not see the gloom and doom in that situation just now. Zhang Yunxi hesitated. Because of that? You doubt me? Really? Mr. Orange shook his head bitterly in the pouring rain. The cool breeze made her already thin body shiver. It's more than that. The ghost outside just now copied Wang Shi's appearance and memories, so it wasn't supposed to know my name. But the fact that it knows my name as Lin Xing'an proves that it must have also copied other people's memories, and that it still has the possibility of becoming someone else. We're in the car. You don't have a chance to copy it. Only Sister Orange and Uncle Fong. Lin Xing'an recalled everything that had just happened in his head to Mr. Orange coming over. Too many doubts. Inside A. Old man. As much as I appreciate you proving it for me just now, there's really no need to doubt Orange anymore now. Is there? You do have a point. But the incense will burn for another 3 or 4 minutes at most. So why do you need to delay those 3 or 4 minutes? Wang Shi also cleared his throat and said, it's necessary. Lin Xing'an closed his eyes and felt his heartbeat. Each stroke was like a wave driving blood through his body and restoring his strength. For him, an extra minute of rest could be an extra minute of a do-over. Chow chow. You say something too. Just now you and old brother worked so well together. Persuade old brother. It's true that ghost couldn't have just copied your memories, or else he couldn't have known Lin Xing'an's name. Jojo looked out at Mr. Orange with the same coldness. Ugh. Forget it. No need. Just don't believe it. Seeing this, Ms. Orange bit her lip and sighed as she waved her hand. Sister Orange, it's okay Yunxi, no need to say anything. She lowered her head and took off the hood of her raincoat, letting the rain pour over her head and drench her. After all, no matter what is said, you'll be dead in 2 minutes anyway. What? I say, in 2 minutes, you'll be dead anyway. Cluck 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 cluck. Mr. Orange grinned and slowly lifted his head, his whole face plummeting against the car window with a bang. Ah! Zhang Yunxi shrieked, her face pale. What? Yunxi, are you scared? LOL. Accompanied by the creepy laughter of the Togway, deathly silence and coldness once again spread out from all directions like a poisonous snake in the darkness. The blood-colored rain fell back to the ground. Why? Why don't you open the door? Why don't you believe me? Where did it go wrong? What went wrong? Is it because I'm not acting like it? Mr. Orange slowly stood up holding the car window. The rain of blood hit its face like a fiery flame meeting wax, melting her already distorted features. In the blink of an eye, the orange teacher in front of him was transformed into a tauntaun with no face, as if it was a humanoid slug. The long sword on the side, the corpse of Wang Shi on the ground just now, all converged into it like wax oil. Holy, it's not that what's his name warehouse director? Seeing the ghost's true form, Zhang Yunxi's eyes widened. Why can't you lowly human animals just open the door? I've been playing with you guys this seriously. Why are you guys spoiling the fun? Can't we just be like those two out there who were obediently tricked and then eaten by me? The tauntaun's body was as dynamic as slime, and a gaping hole opened up in his chest cavity. The mouth gradually opened and a head was gurgled out. Uncle Fong. Zhang Yunxi's eyes opened round with fear, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Shi gritted his teeth and rolled the knots in his throat. Jojo was also stunned. When the Taodao ghosts outside saw the crowd's reaction, they cackled and picked up Fong Dajuan's head. I have a beautiful human wife who is a community worker and loves flowers, but can't get them right. I also have 2 lovely daughters. The oldest is in elementary school this year and has a personality like mine. Introverted, nonverbal, but kind. The second daughter has the personality of her mother. Noisy, lively and cheerful, especially clinging to me, and loves to eat the cola chicken wings I make. She was so aggravated when we went out tonight. I said she'd see her daddy when she woke up. The Taobi said as he transformed into Fong Dajuan's appearance in front of everyone's eyes. Do you guys think it'll be especially wonderful when I go back and make breakfast out of their moms and their dad's likeness? After all, I'm the best at making Xiaolong Bao. It grinned a grim smile. Chapter 24, I'm watching you. Asterisk 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 in. Wang Shi's yellow hair suddenly lengthened. His body steeply doubled in size. And with a bang, he slammed his fist onto the window. Ka-ching! The fist was held open and the window was spiderwebbed with cracks. I'll go out and kill it. Wang Shi, calm down. Xiao Xiao grabbed Wang Shi's arm that had instantly swelled to the thickness of his thigh. Human animals. Anyway, I have plenty of time to play with you. Wag your tails and please us. Be a good pet and I won't mind giving you a bone. The Taodao ghost teasingly looked at Wang Shi in the car and backed up step by step. Okay, pets. I'm going to go ahead and have a snack. Happy Garden. Building 7. Unit 1. 402. Right? Good daughters. Daddy is home. Take your time in the car. I'll later. Its mouth slowly opened inch by inch, swallowing Fong Dajuan's head, little by little, into its belly again. I'll kill you. Wang Shi's voice had turned into a beastly low growl, and a golden light flashed in its eyes as it pulled the car door open with a boom. Wang Shi, you wake up. Xiao Xiao hurriedly closed the car door and half of her body stopped in front of Wang Shi. I can't stay sober for 1 second. Do you know what you're going to do? I'm going to kill it. You can't do it. Can't do it? Then watch it go to old Fong's house now? It won't go. Even if it goes, it won't eat anyone. It's provoking you. It will. Old Fong has 2 daughters. It won't. Wang Shi, ghosts don't eat confused people. Old Fong's wife and daughter don't know anything. Then I can't. Pop. Xiao Xiao slapped Wang Shi violently. Tell me, Wang Shi, what do you want? How are you going to kill it? You're just going to go? What are its powers? What are its weaknesses? You don't know that. You only know that it changes. But there are 3 or 4 abilities that include shapeshifting in this table alone. You want to fight it regardless of its weaknesses? Oh, who do you think you are? And you think that's the only ghost out there? 2 of them. There are 2 ghosts out there. Jojo gasped as she pointed to the blood-colored curtain of rain outside. Then the whole thing winced as if it had collapsed. Will you stop getting yourself killed? She closed her eyes and shook her head, reddening, biting her lip and taking 2 deep breaths. Brother Heiko, sober up and calm down. Zhang Yunxi held the only trace of incense left in the incense burner and wrapped it around the tip of Wang Shi's nose. Gobble. Wang Shi's swollen body, like a deflated leather ball, little by little returned to his original appearance. Heavy rain is still falling. Beans of rain hit the standing water on the ground, splashing up countless more tiny droplets. Inside the car there was silence. There was only the silence of heavy breathing. Yeah, besides this one, there's another ghost out there. Lin Xing'an's fists clenched and unclenched. If you don't kill the ghost, you can't walk out of the haunted area. But how is going to kill it? That feeling of powerlessness surrounded him again. Despair. But Uncle Fong he still has 2 children. Wang Shi grabbed his blonde hair and his voice was hoarse. We need to at least know what it can do first. We need to at least know the weaknesses of its abilities first. And has oranges. It's just taking the form of an orange. And oranges should be fine. But, phew, we need to find the orange first. Before Xiao Chao's words fell, Zhang Yunxi's cell phone suddenly rang. Orange sister. The caller was clearly Mr. Orange. Zhang Yunxi and Xiao Chao exchanged a glance, but without waiting for her to connect, the phone suddenly fluttered violently like a beating heart. While the screen displaying the incoming call was constantly undulating and drumming like waves, a fat mouth slowly grew out. Kazzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. An eerie, scalp-numbing sound of electricity came through. Thick, dark blood flowed out of that ugly mouth in streams like pus from a wound. Doh! A beep of a call being connected came and the phone connected itself. Human animals. Ha! His mouth opened and closed as he spat out blood, and an indistinguishable raspy voice slowly came from it. Take out. Prickly. Very tasty. Only. Burp, burp. I'm not full. She's still breathing. I'll meet you in the waiting room. The mouth on the screen had a greasy grin, and inside were 2 rows of yellowed teeth, and outside the car, that scarlet rain of blood, at some point, turned into that psychedelic ghostly blue color. The cloudy sky suddenly became like the ebb and flow of a late-night ocean. A trance-like feeling like eating a fungus kept seeping in with the voice on the phone. I'm at. Zip zip zip. Waiting for you. I'm at. Clang. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from the back of the car. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Without waiting for the crowd to turn around, all the cars in the parking lot looked like a flock of disturbed ducks, with their front and rear lights coming on in unison. The shrill sound of a horn blared suddenly. The sound of the drumming rain was covered in a flash. Under the light, which was like daytime for a moment, was a ghostly figure with long hair hanging down and a neck twisted like a tree root floating in the air. No, it's one and the same. Above each car floated a ghostly figure that looked like it was dangling, like it was hanging in the void. The storm-covered sky seems to have turned into a hanging torture chamber. Fear. The kind of fear that was engraved in the soul was like a pouring flood that covered everyone unstoppably. Lin Xingyan only felt his scalp go numb. It's an illusion. Yunxi. Incense. Incense to clear the mind. Jojo's breath caught slightly, and Zhang Yunxi swiftly pulled out a green-colored incense from her sleeve, shaking the handle of the incense with a recitation in her mouth. I'm at. Waiting for you. Yunxi? Zhang Yunxi's speech sped up, and cold sweat ran down her cheeks. Waiting for you. Yunxi. Waiting for you. Hurry. Wait for you. Wait for you guys, wait for you guys. The mouth on the screen opened and closed slower and slower as if it were on slow speed, but the voice on the phone was getting faster and higher in tone. Thick black blood gushed out of his mouth like spring water. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. The shrill sound of a horn vibrated the rain. Everyone's hearts were pounding. A fierce wind swept through the air, and the countless ghostly figures in the air with their long hair draped over them raised their heads violently, as if on some kind of command. Whistling shrilly, they lunged at their minivan from all sides. Yunxi. A ray of silver light appeared in Jojo's eyes. Boo. Next, a face as wrinkled and pale as old bark and covered in sticky blood instantly and violently assaulted the room. It suddenly disappeared the moment it was about to hit the car window. Inside the car, the 3 sticks of incense in the incense burner turned into ashes and fell. That grim, decaying, worn-out aura spread once again, but a wisp of smoke curled up. Everyone in the car shivered at the same time, and their eyes became clear as if they had been lit up. Tee-hee-hee-hee. The honking horn in his ear that had been blaring for half a minute suddenly and without warning abruptly disappeared. Countless headlights blasted out. The surroundings were once again plunged into darkness. Ka! Ghostly blue lightning split the sky. With a flash of light, the roiling ghostly shadows had dissipated. All that remained was directly in front of them. A ghostly figure floating in the air with its back to them slowly raised its hand. Do! The phone was hung up and the screen flickered off. The distortion just now. The mouth above. As if it had never been there. Blue raindrops fell icy cold. Zhang Yunxi held the god-clearing incense in her hands, without a trace of blood on her face. Boo! A severed arm holding a cell phone fell out of the sky, onto the window and onto the front hood of the car. The ghastly white bones of the wound were attached to the tendons and flesh. It was ripped hard from its body by a force. Ah! Orange sister. Zhang Yunxi covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Chapter 25, when we come back. Let's go back together, one more chapter. Please catch up. Ghostland has changed. Why has Ghostland changed? Xiao Qiao's long dark hair and eyebrows were like a layer of snow falling on them, all turned into silver white. Sister Xiao Qiao, does this mean that the shape-shifting ghost, it gave up? Zhang Yunxi lit another clear spirit incense. Yes, a ghost domain is the equivalent of a ghost's territory. It's the equivalent of it ceding us to another Tauntaun. Jojo opened the car door and the icy blue rain hit her fingertips. What does mean? Lin Xingyan asked with a somewhat unintelligible frown. It's like a host-guest relationship, where ghosts are hosts in their own haunted realm and guests in the haunted realms of other ghosts. And the master is the one who has first dibs on humans. Jojo's face showed a few moments of confusion. The shapeshifter cajoled us for 20 minutes, but it gave up instead when the incense disappeared. Ghosts are extremely selfish beings, and it would never give us up to another ghost without a reason. But it's actively withdrawing the ghost domain now, as if it's actively asking us to save Orange. What the hell is? Why? Jojo looked in the direction of the waiting room. Yes, why? There must be a reason. Lin Xingyan shook his head. He bit his lower lip as well. Under the phantom blue rain, despite the clear spirit incense, he still felt a wave of dizziness every time he breathed in. The world in front of him was no longer static, and it seemed that every time he blinked his eyes, the scenery would change slightly. It was like the whole thing was in an oversized piece of blue custard jelly, wiggling around. This feeling, similar to motion sickness, made it somewhat impossible for him to still his mind. Don't think about it. Saving Orange is important. Wang Shi, drenched in heavy rain, picked up Orange's broken cell phone. Yunxi, how long will it take for you to re-incense yourself? At least 5 minutes. Zhang Yunxi crushed the incense ash between her 2 fingers and said through clenched teeth. Okay, Wang Shi, you wait here for Yunxi to reapply the incense. I'll go to the waiting room first. Although the shapeshifting ghost has retracted its ghostly domain, there is no guarantee that it has left. Jojo looked around, not dropping the slightest bit. No, we can't split up. We can still have some chance of winning if we go together after Yunxi's incense. Wang Shi rarely calmed down, but Xiao Qiao shook her head. This ghost's ability is in the category of creating illusions, and it can create an illusion for everyone at the same time. Like just now, with this ability, there must be a switch that we touch to be pulled into her illusion. So if we can't find this switch, it won't do much good if more of us go. Stay on the line and call to let you know if you find anything. She dialed Wang Shi's other number and put on a headset in one ear. You two just wait in the car and see if there are any clues in Orange's cell phone. Xiao Qiao gritted her teeth. If neither Wang Shi nor I are back in half an hour. Don't say that. Zhang Yunxi covered Xiao Qiao's mouth, almost pleading. Yunxi, if we don't come back, you call this number. It's for the South City Human Organization. They will come. Xiao Qiao entered a string of numbers into Zhang Yunxi's cell phone, but the eyes were a little evasive, because she knew that it was almost impossible for the organization to send someone to face the Taoren straight for their sake, or in a place like a train station where Taoren gathered. That's too much risk to face. I'll go too. Lin Xingyan suddenly opened the car door and jumped into the rain. Kid brother, don't. It's dangerous. I know. Lin Xingyan nodded, but I would need at least 4 superior Taoren to remove the mark from my body. Wouldn't I? It's not the same, kid brother. It can wait until we're fully prepared to feed the tauntauns to you. No, same thing. Lin Xingyan paused, his gaze firm. If I want to get stronger, I always have to go through this. Through starting from scratch and finding a ghost's weakness in battle. And I've got to see what's really going on. He pressed against his chest, feeling his heartbeat whisper. It had been more than half an hour since Mr. Orange had rescued him. Under the effect of his ability and Zhang Yunxi's incense, he had recovered 50 to 60% of his physical strength. That's enough for him to make at least 2 more death returns. Since there was a tolerance for error, he wanted to take advantage of it and gather as much information as he could about these 2 ghosts. If something does go wrong, it's not a wasted opportunity. Older brother, then you follow after me. I'll follow Sister Zhou. Lin Xingyan looked at Xiao Qiao. Good. Zhang Yunxi and Wang Shi wanted to say something else, so Xiao Qiao nodded. Come on, together. Bring this. Zhang Yunxi gave the 2 of them each a piece of God-clearing incense. And, she dumped out all the books in her bag before finding half a packet of chocolates between her biology book and a large exercise book. Kid brother, eat some, replenish your strength. Zhang Yunxi shoved the chocolate into Lin Xingyan's arms. Go for it. She watched as Xiao Qiao and Lin Xingyan walked toward the waiting hall that emanated not far away. Everyone knew the dangers of this trip. But, what can they do? There is no freedom until you kill the ghost. Brother Joy, if your photo captures what's in the car, we should be able to pass the organization's test, right? Zhang Yunxi sat in the car and after a long silence, she looked at Wang Shi and asked, probably still have to find a way to get some of the stuff they're shipping to be a little safer. Still need to get the stuff. Zhang Yunxi's eyes flickered as she looked towards the warehouse behind the station. Brother Shizi, why do you want to join the organization? To stay alive. Hey, me too. To stay alive. To get back to Taoyuan village. To a place where there are no ghosts. Zhang Yunxi's eyes revealed a few moments of yearning. Brother Shizi, you said that on the day I really find Taoyuan village. How happy and blessed I should be. At that time, old Fong must have been the happiest. Wang Shi suddenly sighed quietly. Once again a silence fell over the car. The blue rain fell as if the sky had lost its color. Time passed by, and the shape-shifting ghost seemed to have really left without any danger. Not a single movement could be seen in the far darkness of the waiting room. There was also only a murmur in the headset that Wang Shi and Xiao Qiao kept on the line. Brother Joy, go help them. I'm almost ready to light the incense. I'll stay here obediently after lighting the incense and wait for you guys to come back. Don't worry, I still don't have a problem protecting myself. Zhang Yunxi said to him with a smile. When we get back, we'll go back together. Wang Shi's blonde hair grew longer, and his entire body suddenly grew larger as he ran towards the waiting room with great strides. Good. Zhang Yunxi flashed 3 sticks of incense from her sleeve. In his hands, 3 red meguminous incense abruptly ignited. She didn't light 3 different incense sticks and turn the car into an invincible field. Her form slowly disappeared from the car in a curl of cigarette smoke. Click. The car door opens. Snap. Snap. A footprint appeared and disappeared on the standing water on the ground. After looking in the direction of the waiting room, Zhang Yunqi walked towards the warehouse behind the station where the goods were loaded and unloaded. It was a staging area for the loading and unloading of goods arriving at the station, and it was also the place where she had focused her photographic observations over the past few days. In contrast to the station, there are rather few Taoran there. Only the shapeshifter ghost who had just been there as the chief guard with a group of men. And now, the shapeshifting ghost isn't there anymore. Chapter 26 Choke. Plus one more chapter for catch-up reading. Ghost domains can shield ordinary ghosts, and Taoran ghosts are attracted away. There's a chance. Zhang Yunqi pinned the 3 concealed incense as hairpins to her hair, and propped her hand on top of her head to prevent the rain from hitting it. She first hid behind a large loading truck in front of the warehouse and observed. The large warehouse is 5 stories high, covering an area equivalent to half a stadium, but the darkened doorway was surprisingly empty. Agent Yunqi, prepare to strike. Zhang Yunqi took off her wide school uniform, leaving only the tight-fitting Dao robe inside. Bless me, master, love you. She ran her fingers over the scented ash and drew 3 lines between her nose and eyes. Then without further hesitation, he headed towards the warehouse. Perhaps because the 5-meter-high door was too big and heavy, the 2 doors were simply chained together with a single lock. Not tightly together, there was a gap in the middle, only a few dozen centimeters. Zhang Yunqi stood in front of the door and looked in through the gap. An eerie darkness and silence. She compared it with her head again, almost able to squeeze her in if the 2 doors could be forced open a little more. I have the eye concealment incense. Even if I meet a ghost it won't see me. No problem. Zhang Yunqi lightly exhaled and opened the cell phone camera. That's good. You can't even see her on camera. After repeatedly confirming that the Megaguard incense was effective, Zhang Yunqi also felt a burst of peace of mind. She stood on her tiptoes, pursed her lips, and placed her hand against the door, giving it a slight push. Click. There was a soft thud from the chains above, and the gap widened a few more points. Zhang Yunqi's body lurched as she looked into the darkness of the warehouse. It was obviously pouring outside, but the soft sound sounded so obvious to her. Phew. After waiting for a few seconds, Zhang Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief and fired again. Ka! This time the slit was just big enough to get her shoulders in and stuck to her chest. After a silent attempt, Zhang Yunqi frowned, pursed her lips, and squeezed her body to push against the door. Wow! The top chain seemed to have fallen part way down, but the door hadn't moved much. Zhang Yunqi stifled a grunt and inched forward a few points, just enough so that half of her body was sandwiched between the doors, and before her eyes, right next to the door, a pair of tragic green eyes opened ghostly. A green-faced, fanged zombie face was less than half a meter away from the stuck Zhang Yunqi. Knock! 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 Zhang Yunqi stared roundly. Just about to exhale, she instantly pursed her lips and bit them, holding her half-breath hard. Morning ghosts. They are Tao ghosts that have lost all the inobscurity in their bodies because of special circumstances or because they are so old that they have lost it. Not the slightest bit of sanity, but strong enough to live only in the dark. Sight and hearing are not as good as normal humans, but they can smell human breath. Even the smallest breath will be noticed by them. Hiss, hiss. The green-faced and fanged morning ghost propped up its nose and kept sniffing right next to the stuck Zhang Yunqi. Knock knock. Zhang Yunqi couldn't seem to move a bit no matter how hard she tried. She could clearly hear her heart beating faster and faster. Already only half-breathed. She could not exhale or inhale now. It can only be held in your lungs for dead. Hiss, hiss. The twitching snout of the morning ghost came closer and closer to her. She could even clearly feel the cold breath of the morning ghost hitting her face. The eye concealment incense could only make Zhang Yunqi invisible, not make her illusory. Hurry up! Hurry up! Zhang Yunqi blinked hard, her body working together, but the door didn't budge as if it was deliberately fighting her. As if sensing something, the morning ghost in front of her moved her feet, getting closer and closer to Zhang Yunqi, getting closer. Just a few centimeters and its fangs, glowing with a cold light and dripping with viscous liquid, would touch Zhang Yunqi's face. So good to breathe. Knock knock. Knock knock. Zhang Yunqi clenched her teeth in death, cold sweat running down her cheeks. She couldn't back out now if she wanted to, and she couldn't squeeze in if she wanted to. All that could be done was to watch the morning ghost get closer and closer to her. Most of all, she's already having to hold her breath. Zhang Yunqi now had no doubt that as long as she dared to exhale a single breath, the morning ghost would viciously bite on her neck. Hiss, hiss. The morning ghost's miserable green eyes swept right over Zhang Yunqi's face. Although she knew it couldn't see it, Zhang Yunqi's heart still hung a little. Her face flushed unnaturally, the eyes were gouts of blackness. Her body was calling the police. Human instincts made her want to breathe without any control at all. Almost. It was close. Zhang Yunqi pushed against the door and opened her mouth wordlessly. Suffocation. 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 The numbness of that extreme lack of oxygen had made it so she could no longer feel the pain of her body being squeezed and torn. The wildly beating heart hated to pop out of his mouth. Deathstroke was almost in her face already. Those bloodthirsty fangs were right in front of Zhang Yunqi's eyes. Phew! Ah! Just a moment before the morning ghost's miserable green eyes were about to stick to Zhang Yunqi's face, Zhang Yunqi's body finally squeezed through the gate. The moment she exhaled that breath, Zhang Yunqi had the feeling of landing from the clouds with a bang. Countless points of light flickered and faded before his eyes. In his ears was a burst of sound. Roar! Morning Ghost's expression instantly grimaced. Hissing, he bit very hard towards Zhang Yunqi's slender neck. In the nick of time, Zhang Yunqi crouched down like a loach and rolled 2 meters against the wall. Dang! There was a muffled thud as the fangs of the top and bottom of Morning Ghost clashed together. Knock knock! The feeling of having survived a robbery made Zhang Yunqi's heart thump. Phew! 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 She took 2 greedy, sharp breaths, let the oxygen fill and flow through her. But just as Zhang Yunqi tried to get up, she stumbled as if she had tripped over something and almost fell. On his hand, a sweat-inducing cold sensation came. Zhang Yunqi's pupils shrunk, her brain buzzed, and she once again hastily stopped breathing. Beneath her, a pair of pale green eyes slowly opened. Knock knock! Knock knock! Once again, the heartbeat kept accelerating. Zhang Yunqi wordlessly stood up and covered her mouth with 2 dead hands. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and thin layers of cold sweat oozed out. In that deep darkness, 1 pair of ghostly green eyes lit up one after another. 1, 2, 3. Nearly 100 morning ghosts moseyed along, either at the aisles or between the huge containers, like swarms of bats hanging upside down from a stone wall. Their ghostly green eyes lit up as densely as ghostly fires in the wilderness. Creepy in the dark. Hiss, hiss. The sound of inhaling rose and fell. One of the morning ghosts slowly twisted around with a twitching nose. A pair of ghostly green eyes looked in unison in Zhang Yunqi's direction, constantly searching for her. Stiffening, he took a step toward her. Knock knock! Knock knock! Zhang Yunqi covered her mouth in death and looked around wordlessly, her pupils trembling. The hordes of morning ghosts were dense. The closest to her, right behind her, was almost on top of her. And behind these morning ghosts was a container with a wide open door that appeared to be only half loaded or unloaded. The contents, wrapped in black cloth, were scattered on the floor. That was the goods that Taogi was constantly transporting to the South City during this period of time. Just get. Everyone can join the organization. Zhang Yunqi's eyes flickered, snapped. The ashes of the leguminous incense fell to the ground. 20 minutes to go. P.S. Brothers beg for a wave of chase reading. Next week's recommendation because of chase reading 1 difference. Defeat mysterious recovery homo. Did not promote. Quite upset. So brothers, if you like this book, please make sure to chase reading every day. Chapter 27, Don't know anything. Sister Jojo, where are all those passengers in the lobby? In front of the gate of the waiting room, Lin Xingyan couldn't help but feel like a world away. It was as if he had traveled to a future world after the extinction of Earth's creatures. The ghostly realm can isolate muddled ghosts and pull only people into it, both muddled people and us. But remember, although a confused person will be pulled into the ghostly realm, they are unaffected by it, and will not be able to feel the changes in their surroundings at all, nor will they be able to see the ghosts. Without knowing beforehand who is the confused person and who is the awakened person, put both people into the ghost domain at the same time, and as long as the awakened person pretends to be a good person, the ghosts can't actually tell the difference. Remembering the characteristics of the ghostly realm may save your life in the future. Xiao Qiao put her hand on Lin Xingyan's shoulder. A silver ray of light, like a ribbon, slowly wrapped around Lin Xingyan's body from her fingertips. This is, despite being the first time I've seen JoJo's abilities, but the feeling of this silver glow somehow made Lin Xingyan somewhat familiar. My ability is to make it possible to take a 3-second grab, extend it to 5 seconds, and then reduce it to a 1-second release. It amounts to giving us an extra 2 seconds to think and reducing the enemy's time to react by 2 seconds. When silver mist wrapped Lin Xingyan's entire body, Xiao Qiao also let go of her hand. When you go in, take the clearing incense, don't talk, and follow me. It pulls us into hallucinations that could be through sight, hearing, smell, touch, and any number of things. If I get hit, Lin Xingyan, remember, your first reaction is definitely not to save me. You have to look around. You have to find the switch for this ghost illusion. You have to run. You have to live. Understand? She pushed the headphones in her ears and lowered her voice. Serious. Aha. Lin Xingyan clutched the clear spirit incense in his hand and nodded. The two entered the middle of the waiting hall one after the other. The entire hall was empty at the moment, with rows of blue rubberized stools and massage chairs lying quietly. The big screen was pitch black. The otherwise bright incandescent lamps flickered with a ghostly blue glow, setting off the environment in a more eerie manner. The two men held their breath. The hundreds of square meters of space are quiet. Aside from the thumping heartbeats of a few people, the only sound was the occasional whimpering of the ghostly wind sweeping by behind the ticket gate. Lin Xing'an's forehead was oozing with the slightest hint of cold sweat. Obviously nothing, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him closely in the darkness. "I'm waiting for you." He thought about the words on the phone. For a while, Lin Xing'an felt like a bird in a cage. In addition to a pallor and powerlessness in his heart, a touch of humiliation surfaced. There may or may not be ghosts around, but no matter what, he had to bring up 200%. He had to be on his toes and the wind was at his back, because he is the weaker party. Weakness is the original sin. Tick, tick, tick. Before the stairs to the second floor, Jojo stopped abruptly. Some kind of sound like drops of water hitting the ground came from it. Could the switch into hallucinations be sound? She saw that the ground in front of her, which should have been smooth and neat, was full of scratches from swords and blood. Large pools of blood ran down the stairs from the second floor, section by section. It even radiated warmth. Jojo looked up. Above was a shadow, like a monster's open mouth. Spots of pale blue light flickered like fireflies in the darkness. In a trance, these points of light converged into a lovely, soft, sparkling pixie. They blinked and flapped their wings to the two. Each time it lifts its wings it sprinkles bright, shiny pollen. Pollen falls to the ground and grows flowers and grass. Between one breath and the next, the entire waiting hall seems to have been transformed into an earthly paradise. The birds and flowers are beautiful. The pixies danced and sang in the air, bringing flowers and fruit for two. I wish I could stay here forever. No need to be wary. No need to hide. Carefree. But Lin Xing'an controlled his body and raised his hand a little bit. Gobble. The scent of purification waved at the tip of his nose. A sensation of coolness rushed straight to the top of his head, causing Lin Xing'an's body to tremble. The elf in front of him turned into a horrible evil spirit covered in blood, wielding a steel fork, and burrowing around covered in worms. The flowers and fruits in his hands were clearly human organs. The so-called flowers and plants were nothing but mountains of skeletons and white bones. Take another breath. Lin Xing'an and Xiao Qiao's eyes regained clarity at the same time. The moment his eyes cleared, everything in front of him disappeared. Their faces changed at the same time. The two of them unexpectedly unknowingly have walked to the middle of the stairs. When did they enter the illusion? From the time they saw the blue point of light? Retrieved from. Tick, tick. The ticking was getting closer. Lin Xing'an jerked his head up to look at Xiao Qiao. The two exchanged glances before plugging their ears at the same time. And the magical feeling that had appeared in front of me from time to time had definitely disappeared. It's the sound. Wang Shi, plug your ears, Jojo said as she pressed the headphones in her left ear. In the car, they entered the illusion by first hearing the sound of a cell phone. And just now, it was this ticking sound. This ghost, odds are, is luring humans into an illusion through sound. Jojo's eyes showed a glimmer of exhilaration. Yet still, he carefully made his way towards the stairs. Upon stepping onto the second floor, the silver-white light in her eyes looked like it was about to spill over, always ready to face danger. Tick, tick. In the darkness, the string of ticking sounds was right in their ears. Lin Xing'an held his breath and plugged his ears tighter. Woof. But suddenly, Jojo unexpectedly let out a bark without warning. She jerked to a halt, covering her mouth with a pang of disbelief on her face. Woof woof woof. But it was as if her mouth could not be controlled by her, and her lips opened convulsively with a guttural barking sound. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. In front of Lin Xing'an's eyes, Xiao Qiao's eyes grew more and more frightened, and her face was a string of humiliated grief. Her uncontrollable screams echoed constantly in the empty hall. Woof woof woof. Jojo's silver pupils were covered in blood. In front of Lin Xing'an's eyes, the image seemed to have lagged twice. When normalcy was restored, Jojo's body shuddered violently. Her eyes reddened, and 2 lines of bloody tears gurgled out. After a few hard seconds, she shook her head at Lin Xing'an. Not sound. A muffled voice squeezed out of her throat like toothpaste. It's not the voices. The switch into hallucinations is not the voices. What's that? Lin Xing'an's breath caught slightly, but in the next second, Jojo's entire body suddenly stood upright and then fell straight to the ground. The gold-rimmed glasses crumpled and flew into the distance. Woof woof. She clenched her teeth in death, the muscles in her face even spasming. But still, he couldn't stop his mouth from opening, huffing and puffing out his tongue. Tears cut across Jojo's face. Every cell in her body seemed to be exerting itself, but the limbs stiffened and straightened as if controlled by a large, invisible hand, bracing her. It made Xiao Qiao run around Lin Xing'an uncontrollably as if she were a pet dog. Her face was crimson and tears dripped to the ground. A chill, inch by inch, ran through Lin Xing'an's body. the trembling and fear buried in the bottom of his heart, originating from his bloodline and soul, was once again evoked. In Xiao Qiao's eyes, the humiliation and indignation that seemed to have condensed into substance was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Xing'an's heart. It made his hands and feet cold, his cold hairs stand on end, and his body shivered uncontrollably. Jojo knows everything. The ghost didn't let her sink completely into the illusion. The ghost let her know exactly what she was doing. Let her know exactly what she was now. She's the youngest professor in the photography department at Southside University. She's won tons of awards for her videography. She is talented and gifted. But what can be done? Before ghosts, she had only one identity: human-animal. In this world, ghosts can turn people into dogs. Ghosts can manipulate people's bodies with impunity. She can be insulted with abandon. Her dignity can be stripped away and trampled on a little bit in front of her. In the midst of the rushing chill, Lin Xing'an stood still and looked around. But, where's the ghost? No, out of sight. How does a ghost do that? No idea. No idea at all. No ghosts at all. Not to mention finding the ghost's weakness. They don't even know where the ghost is. All around was darkness, blood, cold rain, and a ticking sound. The ghost is here. It's watching us. It's attacking us. But where is it? Don't know. Don't know anything. Despair. Chapter 28, Don't Think. Live, request for catch up. Woof woof woof. Xiao Qiao kept circling around Lin Xing'an. Fear, anxiety, humiliation, torment. All kinds of emotions were transformed into an irresistible and unprecedented feeling of powerlessness, like waves hitting Lin Xing'an heavily one after another. No, be calm, be cool, think. He bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to be still. What's the switch to the hallucination? Why didn't I go into a hallucination and Jojo did? It's not the voice then. Visualization? No, Jojo and I see the same thing. Smell? Nope, no smell at all. Tactile? No, no, no. The first time was in a parking lot where everyone in the car went into a hallucination at the same time. The second time was when they were going up the stairs and both he and Jojo went into a hallucination as well. The third time is now. And he doesn't have it. Jojo does. So, what's the common thread between these 3 times? What is the common denominator before entering the hallucination? And why haven't I been in a hallucination until now? Am I any different? Will I always be safe if I stay like this? Is there anything I've overlooked? Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth as his brain raced. The slightest hint of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. There must be something he's missing. But what exactly is? What the hell is it? Boom! Suddenly, a blue-colored lightning bolt cut steeply across the sky. A momentary flash of light came through the window in the shed roof. Ah! Lin Xing'an raised his head and took half a step back in disbelief. He saw, in the middle of the waiting hall, on the huge quartz clock, Orange Sensei who was covered in blood. Orange Sensei whose arms had been ripped off, and whose abdomen had been penetrated in its entirety by the minute hand of a quartz clock pointing to 12 o'clock. It was hung like bacon in a rural home in winter. Tick, tick, drops of blood, dripping from above, gathered into a stream. Mr. Orange shuddered and slowly raised his head. She's alive. Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Roar! An angry roar came steeply through the empty waiting hall. Wang Shi ran as if he was a 100-meter sprinting athlete with big strides. His figure changed after each step. As if he was watching a movie, Wang Shi leaped high into the air, while the ground cracked inch by inch. He had transformed into a 3-meter-tall lion out of thin air in midair. Blinking again, the male lion, whose golden mane ruffled as recklessly as a blaze in the wind, had already picked up Teacher Orange and arrived beside Lin Xing'an. Orange, teacher. Lin Xing'an dropped to his knees, patting Mr. Orange's head on his own knees, his voice trembling. Even though the face full of blood had already congealed, Lin Xing'an could still see it from between those eyebrows. She's not Orange, sister. Not Orange. Instead, it was the one he knew best, Ms. Orange, who always wore a gentle smile in kindergarten. Phew! The gusty wind blew against the window pane. Wang Shi knocked Jojo to the ground. The mane on his body hunted in the gusty wind, and the golden aura in his eyes shone brightly. A low roar came from Wang Shi's throat, and a cluster of golden flames flared up with a huff from around him. Under the scorching of that golden flame, the surrounding darkness and even the ghostly realm looked as if a corner had been broken open. Saw you. Wang Shi's complexion was revitalized. His voice was hoarse, and his fangs were on display. Lin Xing'an raised his head. Right there on that huge quartz clock, on the minute hand pointing to 3, sat a girl with long aqua blue hair. She cradled her arms, crossed her legs, and clicked her feet. Looking at Wang Shi stepping on the golden flames and rushing towards her, she just tilted her head, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a smile. Nope. No. 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 Don't. Lin Xing'an shouted as his pupils shrunk. A chill ran steeply down his spine. Wang Shi triggered the hallucination switch. In the next second, Wang Shi, who had crossed into mid-air, was as if the ground's gravitational pull had suddenly increased tenfold. After a hard pause in the air for a split second, it fell to the ground with a thud. Ha ha ha. A string of ill-timed laughter came from his lips. Wang Shi's pupils vibrated. Ha 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 ha, like Jojo just did. He couldn't control his laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. In the midst of the bursts of laughter, the golden flames on his body dissipated little by little. The body also gradually became humanoid. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and louder. And under Lin Xing'an's trembling gaze, Wang Shi's body also fell straight to the ground, with his face pressed against the ground. His body was like a worm, and he actually squirmed on the ground. What exactly is the switch that triggers hallucinations? What exactly is it? What the hell? It has to be found, or everyone dies. Lin Xing'an felt like his brain was about to explode. The temples jutted. The answer seems to be right in front of us, but it's just not there. Snap. Applause came. A male lion with a black body, surrounded by obscurity, walked slowly from the shadows. However, in 3 or 4 steps, it turned had already transformed into Wang Shi's humanoid form. It's a good thing I had you to help me with this human animal, otherwise it would have been tricky to handle it with my abilities. Its origin gold flame is going to lose most of its yin hei when it touches it. It walked behind Lin Xing'an, put its hand on Lin Xing'an's shoulder and squeezed it, and looked at Wang Shi and said, just helping each other out, and thanks to you finding them. Otherwise I'd be home from work and this would have to be overtime. The girl in blue floated slowly down from the quartz clock. Wang Hei kills again at the end. I'm replicating him now. Quite a perfect body. Very energetic. Okay, but you'll have to take me home later. Oh, it's raining too much. Shang, where is your house? 06, Spring River Road. Ha, isn't that the villa area? Aha, is there a problem? No problem. No problem. How do we split this human animal? The girl in blue and the shapeshifter ghost had a casual conversation. Relaxed atmosphere. 3 sentences to split them up. Lin Xing'an only felt a wave of despair and powerlessness. Now even if he could find the hallucination switch, what good would it do? Mr. Orange, Jojo, Wang Shi, all of them. What's more, there's a shapeshifting ghost. Never mind. It's either that or give up. Give up? No. No way. There is still hope. At least I have a do-over. At least. Anan. It's tiring, isn't it? In a trance, in front of Lin Xing'an's eyes, Su Kan, who was wearing a school uniform, sat on the steps holding a geography textbook. Why are fruits sweet at high latitudes? Because the temperature difference between day and night accumulates sugar. How do you make human animals good to eat? Big mood swings make for good meat. Anan, we are very sensitive to the perception of human and animal emotions. You're too tired. Go home, Anne. Sis knows, you tried your best. She closed the book and walked over to Lin Xing'an with a warm smile. I went into a hallucination. I triggered the switch. What did I just do? Must have just done something. Same as Wang Shi. Same as Jojo, lol. Lin Xing'an's breath caught slightly. Don't push yourself too hard, Anne. You did your best. You have a clear conscience. You've already won by being able to stand here. Humans can't defeat ghosts. Humans are nothing but toys for ghosts. So why hold on? Su Chan stretched out her hand at Lin Xing'an. Let's go. Sister will take you home. Sister belt. Click sip. Su Kan's figure suddenly flashed. Anan. In front of Lin Xing'an's eyes. It once again turned into the severely injured Mr. Orange. With her lips open, as if she had used all her strength, she raised her head and pressed her forehead against Lin Xing'an's. The shapeshifter who was chatting noticed Mr. Orange's movements. Not good. She's trying to erase her memory. He froze, his face changing dramatically. But it's already too late. Don't think. Live. There's hope if you live. MS. Orange said softly. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. The body was like a falling leaf, lightly falling to the ground. Buzz. For a moment, Lin Xing'an only felt his mind go blank. Wang Shi, Chao Chiao, Yunxi, Uncle Fong, Mr. Orange, Big Rain, Station, Su Chan, Yu, Ghost. It was like the image in front of me was being rewound. My memories are fading. Mr. Orange deleted my memory. He was transfixed in place. Before his eyes was the twisted face of the deformed ghost. Click, click, click. The world in front of Lin Xing'an's eyes is flickering and collapsing little by little. Train K8001, originating at this station and terminating at Westside, will soon stop ticketing. The train station beeped. Lin Xing'an stood on the clean and tidy ground. At 1:30 a.m. There weren't many people in the waiting room. sitting in blue leather chairs in 2s and 3s, listening to a song, swiping their phones, or resting their eyes. There wasn't much of a line at the ticket gate either, but they were all carrying large bags. This is the train station. But, why am I here? Lin Xing'an's eyes were filled with confusion. Chapter 29. It's watching me. Begging to be read. Lin Xing'an was stunned and raised his hand. Tears? He touched his face in confusion. A line of tears, which could not be stopped, made an extra tear streak on his face. It's cold. The body couldn't stop trembling, especially the hands and feet, as if they had been soaked in ice water. The heart was also beating fast and there was always a buzzing sound in the head. The unexplained panic and fear caused Lin Xing'an's brows to furrow tightly. It's as if was just experiencing something extremely scary. But, what is it about? Lin Xing'an blinked, his eyes filled with confusion. Nightmare? But why am I here? Where is this? A train station? Why am I at a train station? I sleepwalked? Lin Xing'an mumbled as he looked at the heavy rain outside. He remembers that his dad is working the night shift tonight and his sister-in-law is visiting the house. Mom had been drinking a lot and he had long since gone into his room to sleep and then, hiss, is that right? Is it like this? Lin Xing'an touched his heart that was beating faster and faster, and a burst of panic made him a little breathless. The mind is also a muddle, as if a chunk of memory is missing. But, a sharp headache made Lin Xing'an stagger through clenched teeth, his brow throbbing. Just now I seem to be thinking of something, a very critical question, one that must be thought of, and it's been touched up. But, what was it again? Switch. Yes, it looks like a switch for something. Hiss. Lin Xing'an rubbed his temples, his face in pain. The memories were a jumble in the brain, like jerked flesh without the slightest vein. The more I think about it, the more confused I feel. I must be forgetting something very important. Click. An illusory picture flashed through Lin Xing'an's mind. He froze, rubbing his head and looking up, looking around as if he sensed something. Neat seats, passengers waiting for the bus, passengers checking their tickets, advertisements being played on a big screen billboard. Everything is so normal. But, salsify? Lin Xing'an froze as he looked at the billboard advertising the fragrant and juicy North City Satsuma oranges. Hiss. A headache came. ZZ. In his mind, another image flashed. Orange. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, opening his mouth. The scene in front of him was as if it had jammed, abruptly turning into an eerie, ghostly blue, and everyone around him disappeared. But the next second, it changed back. Gobble. Lin Xing'an swallowed his saliva. Tick, tick. There was a faint sound in his ears. At the tip of his nose was the faint smell of blood. The image in front of her eyes flickered constantly, switching rapidly between bright and eerie. Those vanished memories were like a cocoon breaking open and flowing out first like a trickle. Then, like a tidal wave, it bombarded Lin Xing'an's mind. Ghosts don't eat confused people. So Mr. Orange is going to delete my memory. Ordinary people are unaffected by the ghostly realm, and ghosts cannot be seen in the ghostly realm, so I can't see anything. Lin Xing'an's eyelashes fluttered. Boom! The moment he figured it out, all the brightness and beauty in front of him came crashing down. Gloomy, decayed, broken and desperate. That hellish feeling wrapped Lin Xing'an once again. The ghost is right in front of me. It's looking at me. Lin Xing'an's cold hairs stood up all over his body. Right in front of him, a horrible-faced stern ghost was clinging to him. Those miserable white eyes were staring straight into Lin Xing'an's eyes. The corner of his mouth, stained with crushed meat, was only an inch away from the tip of Lin Xing'an's nose. Knock knock. Ghosts are testing me. There are two people standing in the ghost domain at the same time. And in the case where the ghost doesn't know beforehand who is the awakened person and who is the confused person, as long as the awakened person acts like it, the ghost can't tell who is the confused person and who is the awakened person. Xiao Chao's words popped into Lin Xing'an's head. Confused people can't see ghosts. He clenched his teeth in death and forcefully overcame his fear and reaction that originated from his physical body. As if he didn't see the stern ghost in front of him, he blinked blandly and walked towards the outside of the waiting room. Can't die now. Using the little time Mr. Orange has bought me. I must find this hallucinatory ghost switch before I can even think about going back to the file. Lin Xing'an blinked lightly. Yu Guangli, the girl with the long blue hair, was holding Jojo's body and feasting on it. Clickety-clack. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Tick, tick. He really forgot? The shapeshifter clicked his teeth. Instead, the stern ghost in front of Lin Xing'an slowly raised his finger. Its nails became as slender as needles, facing Lin Xing'an's pupils by no more than 5 centimeters, following Lin Xing'an to keep them parallel and advancing together. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The nails were always 5 centimeters away from Lin Xing'an's pupils, but just the moment Lin Xing'an finished his 4th step, the stern ghost jerked to a halt without warning, As long as Lin Xingyan took one more step, his eyeballs would be penetrated by the fingernails that were as slender as needles. The shapeshifter narrowed his eyes, his tongue slipping between his teeth as he stared dead into Lin Xingyan's face. A hideous grin appeared on the knight's face as well. Buzz. Lin Xingyan only felt as if his scalp was tightly gripped by a large hand. The feeling of being stabbed in the back made his temples throb wildly. Cold sweat covered his palms, but he didn't dare to show the slightest difference. He knew that the ghost was watching him. Under the watchful eyes of the deformed ghost, Lin Xingyan did not pause or change his trajectory in the slightest. He looked straight at the chilling needle tip with his face as normal, his eyes not averting or blinking as he took it in stride. Just as the nail was no more than a few millimeters away from Lin Xingyan, the stern ghost disappeared into a string of black smoke. Pop! But don't wait for Lin Xingyan to breathe a sigh of relief. A cold hand then rested on his shoulder. Hello! The cloaked, nocturnal, stern ghost brought its mouth to Lin Xingyan's ear. A hoarse voice, like a death knell from hell. You're scared. It swallowed, pressed itself against Lin Xingyan's face, and said slowly. That coldness, that wickedly cold touch, went straight into Lin Xingyan's brain. However, Lin Xingyan didn't pause as if he hadn't heard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A disappointment flashed across the shapeshifter's face in an undisguised manner. He really just forgot about it? No way. This, thoughts and memories, has at least a degrade to be deleted so thoroughly, right? Really give him away like that? A cooked duck that just flew away? He looked at Lin Xingyan's bland back with an incredulous expression. Not necessarily it could be faking it. He's always had relatively small mood swings. It's an emotionally stable child. The blue-haired girl snapped Jojo's neck in one bite. Alas, then he will have to be spared. But he'll always remember. After all, even if memories can be deleted, abilities can't. When he realizes the abnormality of his body, we'll still be eating whatever we want? The shapeshifter said indifferently. But just as Lin Xingyan was about to walk out of the waiting room, it suddenly shouted in Mr. Orange's voice. And Lin Xingyan, who was in front of the door, had a lurch in his body. Chapter 30. It's emotion. It's hope. Begging for a catch-up read. That's a lot of rain. Lin Xingyan in front of the door took a few steps back and muttered. Seeing that he didn't turn around or want to answer, a hint of disappointment appeared on the face of the illusionary ghost behind him. After hovering and hesitating in the doorway for a long time, Lin Xingyan covered his head and ran out. Phew! 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 It was only when the cold rain poured on his body that Lin Xingyan had a feeling that he was out of this world. He was in a cold sweat. His eyes were black, his heart was thumping, and his brain was buzzing as if it were an air raid siren. The body simply went limp beyond control. The goosebumps receded and rose again. Almost, in the end, he almost instinctively agreed. So close, so close. Lin Xingyan took a big intake of breath. He couldn't tell if it was rain or cold sweat on him anymore. But, Lin Xingyan's eyes, however, shone with a light of excitement and thrill. Emotions, emotions. The switch that triggers the hallucination is not some auditory visual smell. It's the emotions. Yeah, should have thought of that. He closed his eyes, his body shivering in the pouring rain, but a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Anan, do you know when human animals smell the sweetest? When there are big mood swings. We are very sensitive to the feelings of human and animal emotions. He's been emotionally stable, an emotionally stable child. Live and let live. It's the emotion. It's the hope. Lin Xingyan stopped and let the heavy rain pour over him. The first time all of them went into a hallucination was because they received a call from Mr. Orange, and all of them got their hopes up at the same time. The second time he and Jojo went into a hallucination when they went up the stairs, it was because they discovered that the switch into the hallucination seemed to be sound. The third time Jojo went into the hallucination was because she was almost certain that she went into the hallucination because of the voice. The fourth time Wang Shi entered an illusion. It was his golden flame that illuminated the illusionary ghost. The fifth time he sees Seo-chan. It's him injecting hope into himself by suggesting under despair that he can start over. Lin Xingyan raised his head and tilted his neck. The cold rain streaked down on his face. This hallucinatory ghost is using human hope as a switch to create hallucinations for humans. The on-off switch for its ability is hope. Desperate people don't get pulled into hallucinations. The absence of hope is the key to cracking its illusion. Tee-hee-hee-hee. A series of honking sirens suddenly sounded. Mr. Orange's van pulled up in front of Lin Xingyan. Kid brother, get in the car. You guys made it. Zhang Yunqi in the driver's seat waved at Lin Xingyan. Let's leave while the ghost domain disappears. Her little face was full of anxiety. Lin Xingyan stood in the rain and watched Zhang Yunqi freeze before getting into the car. Boo! At the same time as she closed the car door, Zhang Yunqi also locked it. You sure do remember. The excitement and concern on her face slowly faded away, and the heavy rain outside turned blood red once again. Zhang Yunqi's face in the driver's seat became a little sticky. She stopped the car, her rearview mirror full of harrowing scratches. There was no mirror image of Zhang Yunqi in the broken mirror. Lin Xing'an turned his head back, and all he could see was Zhang Yunqi, whose body had been hollowed out in its entirety in the last seat, and whose body was covered in teeth marks and tearing wounds. In her relatively intact hand was a palm-sized, pitch-black statue. The blood on it had coagulated. Lin Xing'an closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly red. She sent it up herself, but I didn't take a bite. It was all eaten by the morning ghost. She thought the warehouse would really be unguarded with me gone. How naive and cute. TSK, 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 that group eats everywhere and makes a mess. The shapeshifter whose form became slimy turned back to pick up a piece of meat, then casually flicked Zhang Yunqi's mutilated body and camera in the backseat to the ground. Only after swallowing the crushed meat in its hand did its seemingly melted body slowly transform into Zhang Yunqi's appearance once again. TSK, TSK, TSK. It looked at Lin Xing'an and a touch of pity appeared on its face. Lin Xing'an, I almost let you go. Just now I was about to lose my ability to maintain Zhang Yunqi's appearance. It can't be helped. And to tell you the truth, if I'm copying a dead person, it only lasts for 20 minutes. However, Lin Xing'an wasn't as surprised or scared as it thought it would be. Just look at it blandly. TCH, it's no fun talking to you. No response at all. Forget it. I still have to take my beautiful coworker home. It shook its head in disappointment. So which mold do you want to be eaten by? Zhang Yunqi? Xiao Qiao? Wang Shi? Or your orange teacher? I have all the looks you like. It craned its neck, and a series of cackling, eerie rattles came from its throat. It bulged under its belly like a worm had crawled between its flesh. A finger lined up in a string and burrowed out of its mouth. This one belongs to Xiao Qiao. This one belongs to Wang Shi. This one belongs to Orange. And this one belongs to Fang Dajuan. Even if they're dead, even if they've been turned into food scraps, I can always become them. It wiggled its tongue, letting the rooty fingers swim between its teeth. And Lin Xing'an still just looked at it without saying a word. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Did my face melt? The shapeshifter touched his face in some embarrassment. Your ability is copying, which allows you to copy a person's appearance, abilities, and memories. So you don't actually have powers yourself. All the powers you have are those of the person being copied. But you can't copy me and eat me. Lin Xing'an suddenly said. That's your weakness. You can't kill the person you're currently cloning. Or that a living person who was copied by you cannot die while being copied by you. That's why you had to give up on us then. That's why you had to let your colleagues deal with Wang Shi, but not kill him. So you gave me options without myself. Lin Xing'an looked at the morphing ghost. The shapeshifter also looked at Lin Xing'an. An eerie silence fell over the car. How do you know? Guess. So guess what happens to me if the living person I'm copying dies during my copying? It's going to die? Wow. You guessed it. Oh. Lin Xing'an nodded. He closed his eyes and rationalized his thoughts. The shapeshifter stared at him for a moment, then rubbed his chin with his hand and skinned his head to look out the window. The downpour didn't have any intention of stopping. Splitting the car. 2:15 in the morning. The green electronic clock above the head of the train station ticked away every second. A moment of silence once again fell over the car. Lin Xing'an twisted around to try to get the statue from the hands of Zhang Yunqi's corpse in the back seat. No. This thing can't be seen by human animals. Yo! The shapeshifter snapped and clutched Lin Xing'an's hand. It's top secret. With its other hand, it broke the fingers of Zhang Yunqi's corpse with a kaboom, took out the statue inside, and swallowed it. But Lin Xing'an still saw what appeared to be some kind of pattern on top of the statue. This has to do with the Taoyuan village that you human animals have been pining for. But Lin Xing'an, you haven't done that peachy dream that all animals have, right? Pity, take care in your next life. If you could do it all over again, hide away. It said sorrowfully. If I could do it all over again, I'd kill you. Lin Xing'an looked at the deformed ghost beside him. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, his voice full of determination and confidence. At this moment, it was he who looked like a winner instead. Meeting his eyes, the shapeshifter froze for a full half-minute. Bayou. Suddenly, its body transformed into that sticky jelly-like liquid without warning. Like one of those rainbow-colored lasagna rims, Bayou bounced from the driver's seat to the passenger side. In less than half a second, it wrapped Lin Xing'an's entire body. It then burped. Hiccup. Chapter 31, There's a way I can save everyone, 2 chapters in a row for the new week. Why can't you lowly human animals just open the door? I've been playing with you guys this seriously. Why are you guys spoiling the fun? Mr. Orange stood up slowly, holding onto the car window, a morose aura emanating from his body. Thunder rolled and a bloody rain drenched her. In front of the crowd in the car, her body was as dynamic as slime, with an opening at her chest cavity. The mouth gradually opened, and Fang Dajuan's intact head was spat out with a grunt and rolled to the ground. Ah! Lin Xingyan bounced violently from his seat as if he had been electrocuted. His face was incredibly pale, even his lips were bloodless, the sounds in his ears grew real, and the calming scent of 3 incense and gathering lingered on the tip of his nose. In front of her eyes was Zhang Yunqi's fearful face, and the Taodao ghost outside was full of scorn. He turned back. Wang Shizhang's eyes rounded in disbelief. There was a slight sadness under Jojo's gold-rimmed glasses. 1:40 a.m. The green electronic clock on the train station retreated to 40 minutes ago. It's back! It's back! Lin Xingyan's heart thumped. Last time, he clearly reserved a lot of stamina. When he left the car and Jojo to go to the waiting room, he still had 50% of his stamina left, and the plan was to be able to go back into gear twice. But now it seems, even if there's a next chance, there won't be much time to file back. Human animals. When the Taodao ghosts outside saw Lin Xingyan's reaction, they cackled and picked up Fang Dajuan's head. The figure slowly turned into that of Fang Dajuan. Lin Xingyan bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, overcoming the tidal wave of fatigue that was raging against him, and letting his mind race. What time is it? Fang Dajuan is dead. Mr. Orange is in the waiting room and his life is in danger. The Taodao ghosts outside were angering Wang Shi with the Fang Dajuan's appearance. Then the ghostly realm changes and that hallucinatory ghost will call and they will go to the waiting room to save Mr. Orange. Good. That's the way the situation is. Now my goal is to leave the station alive tonight. If you want to leave the station and get out of the haunted area, you have to kill the ghost. The time of rebirth did not give me a chance to escape. Just what I wanted. Lin Xingyan's chest stirred and he pursed his lips slightly. So now, what cards do I hold? He closed his eyes. It's like a gambler sitting at one end of the table, counting the chips in his hand. To lose is to die. Phew. Lin Xingyan exhaled lightly. I know about this copying ghost ability. It can copy other people's abilities and memories. I know the limitations of its ability. The copy only lasts for 20 minutes if the copy is of a dead person. I know its Achilles heel. The living people it replicates can't die during its replication. I know the rule limitations of that hallucinating ghost's ability to not be pulled into a hallucination by it without hope. The incense snapped down. Lin Xingyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and all the suspicions from the last time seemed to be explained in the present. Why did that replica ghost then, after coaxing them for 20 minutes, withdraw its ghostly domain and surrender them to the illusionary ghost? Because it has no powers of its own. It only has the ability to copy other people. It copied Wang Shi, so it could only use Wang Shi's ability to turn into a lion and have the origin burning in its body. But, when he was in the waiting room, this replica ghost turned into a lion, and instead of a golden flame like Wang Shi's, it burned with rolling gloom and obscurity. Wang Shi's golden flame is an absolute restraint against Yin He. Lin Xingyan's eyes flickered. At that time, Mr. Orange was in critical condition, and the other's abilities were a far cry from Wang Shi's. That's why it walked away at that time. Because of the Achilles heel of its ability, it only dared to copy Wang Shi at that time. It didn't dare to copy the dying orange teacher, but after copying it, it was restrained by Wang Shi again, and even if it could beat it, it wouldn't be able to kill Wang Shi. That's why it handed Wang Shi over to that illusionary ghost, which means we can totally take out this replica ghost. But, after figuring this out, Lin Xingyan quickly calmed down again. Even if they can take out this duplicate ghost, they can still take out the hallucinatory ghost. And after that? Will killing these 2 Taoren ghosts be enough to clear the level? If there are more than just 2 Tauntauns in this place, if after killing these 2 Taoren, more Taoren are ushered in, how to leave at that time? You know, this is a train station, the most strictly guarded and active place of Taodao ghosts. At least Lin Xingyan knows that there are still that stewardess boy and his boss 2 gourmand ghosts in the waiting hall. Lin Xingyan rested his head against the front of the car, and the joy in his heart receded. This physical force, he must be cautious and must consider the full picture. Let's see. Let's see. Lin Xingyan's fists clenched and unclenched. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Shi's fist slammed against the window. The tauntaun is provoking. Jojo was pacifying. Zhang Yunqi was persuading. Heavy rain splattered against the car windows. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. The voices around him went in and out of his head like a jumble. Lin Xingyan buried his head deeper. The sound of Wang Shi and Xiao Qiao's argument grew louder in his ears. The corners of Tagwei's mouth also hooked up slightly under the rain of blood. Think again. Think again. What else do I know? Anything. I know it was this duplicate ghost that found us, and I know where that hallucinatory ghost's home is. Numerous images flashed through Lin Xingyan's mind. I know what Sister Yunqi is capable of. 3 sticks of incense can create a safe area, and a separate eye concealment incense can make her invisible. I know Jojo's ability to scale time, and I know Wang Shi's ability to release the golden flame. I know my own ability to die and go back in time. And all of these abilities, that copying ghost can copy. If he copies me, Suddenly, Lin Xing'an's breath caught as if he had thought of something. Has it? There's a way I can save everyone. After a long silence, his heart thumped up. But, I have to have one more chance to start over. Essence flickered in Lin Xing'an's eyes. Human animal. Don't pretend. You guys are really angry. Then come out and avenge him. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. The replica ghosts outside spread their hands and scared provocatively. He's being deliberately provocative. Because he copied Mr. Orange and knew Jojo's character. Knowing that the more he provoked this, the more Xiao Xiao would not let Wang Shi rush out. I'll kill you. Wang Shi hissed. His body was a lion-like mane, and a golden light flashed in his eyes as he pulled the car door open with a roar. Wang Shi, you calm down. Xiao Xiao hurriedly closed the car door and half of her body stopped in front of Wang Shi. I can't stay sober for 1 second. Do you know what you're going to do? I'm going to kill it. You can't do it. Nope. Do it. Lin Xing'an suddenly said. We can do it. His words caused Xiao Xiao and Wang Shi, who were in the middle of a heated argument, to freeze at the same time. Kid brother. You. Now. Listen to me. Lin Xing'an took a deep breath and swept his gaze over the people in the car. P.S. Since I don't have any recommendations this week, please make sure you catch up on your reading this week, and help me get a little bit ahead of the new book list, and win the resurrection game next week. Chapter 32, The Last Time, plus one more chapter for catch-up reading. This Taoren Ghost. Its ability is a level B, replication, which can copy the memories and abilities of a person's appearance, so it doesn't actually have any powers of its own, and uses the powers of the person it's being copied from. That is to say, it possesses the same characteristics, or weaknesses, of the copied person's abilities. Lin Xing'an said in an extremely fast tone. Old man, how did you know? Wang Shi looked at Lin Xing'an in astonishment. There are at least 3 abilities on the ability list about being able to transform or even gain memories. Jojo frowned back, her face wary in suspicion. Brother Joy, remember when it just turned into you? The living person it duplicated was you. What were the characteristics of your ability? Yes, it's the body that burns with a golden flame, whereas a copy ghost burns with a shadowy obscurity after copying your ability. Without waiting for Wang Shi to speak, Lin Xing'an said, the golden flame is a restraint against inobscurity. You can greatly consume its inobscurity. Older brother. You. Did I never tell you that my ability is origin burning? Sister Qiao, you can take Brother Shizi and slow down the flow of time so that 3 seconds becomes 5. But, cough, because he spoke too quickly. Lin Xing'an choked on his own saliva for a moment. Kid brother, are you alright? How come from just now you suddenly? Zhang Yunqi worriedly wiped the false sweat on Lin Xing'an's forehead with her sleeve. Then as if he thought of something, he rummaged left and right in his book bag. It fell under your biology book and the big exercise book. Zhang Yunqi blinked, shocked, and fished out half a packet of chocolate from underneath that had been crushed until it was twisted. Thanks. Lin Xing'an took it and took a big bite. Then the last bottle of AD calcium milk was inserted. Sister Qiao, you've given Brother Shizi 2 more seconds than Tao Gui, so that Brother Shizi's golden flame can cauterize Tao Gui for 2 more seconds. But all the same, you've made Hisker consume 2 seconds more than Taoren, so there are pros and cons. That's why you have to be careful how you use your powers. The combustible part of the incense in the burner is almost invisible. Time is almost here again. But this time, Lin Xing'an looked outside at the Taodao ghosts who seemed certain that they would never go out until the last minute. Lin Xing'an, I didn't tell you about my abilities either. Xiao Xiao looked deeply at Lin Xing'an. Aside from this duplicate ghost, there is another ghost out there that I know of that can create illusions. Its rule is hope, and once it gets hopeful it pulls you into a hallucination. So be sure to do your best to stay desperate in a moment. Now Mr. Orange is on the verge of it. But, the light in Lin Xing'an's eyes flickered. Sister Qiao, Brother Shizi, if you can consume as much of this replica ghost as possible, I can save everyone, including Mr. Orange, including Uncle Fong. The more you guys consume the inobscurity from it, the greater my success rate will be. He paused. Trust me. Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth. He couldn't say it. He couldn't tell the whole story of his plan. And he couldn't tell Xiao Qiao and Wang Shi about that replica ghost's Achilles heel. If it came out that once Xiao Qiao and Wang Shi had their memories copied in the battle a little while later, then it was a total loss. Trust me, Lin Xing'an said again after a long silence. He has said all he can. All that was left were these 3 pale words. A dead silence fell over the car. The incense ash fell noiselessly in another cluster. Wang Shi, do you hear me? Xiao Qiao's originally pitch-black long hair and pupils had completely changed to a silver-white color as if they were covered in snow. The whole person had a slightly more sacred and cool feeling in his body out of nowhere. Well, this had to be put together. Older brother. Brother, believe you. Later to see my brother show. Designated not to die. Okay? He licked his tiger teeth. His forehead bruised. No, not for a while. We need to get on it now. We can't wait for the time to run out. We need to take the initiative in our hands. Seeing that the replica ghosts outside were about to leave, Lin Xing'an said with a gleam in his eye. Ha ha ha, good. Just what I wanted. Wang Shi's fangs were on display. Jojo also took off her own gold-framed glasses. Jojo, are you still okay? Taking pictures just now has consumed a lot. Leave me alone. Good. Just waiting for you to say that. Wang Shi was breathing heavily, as if he was suppressing some kind of power. A wisp of silver and white, also following Jojo's hand, gradually wrapped his entire body, as if sensing Xiao Qiao's call. On Lin Xing'an's body, a strand of silver silk slowly detached itself in the form of smoke. Jojo froze. When have I ever used my powers on you? The last time, Lin Xing'an said softly after a moment of silence. And as if Jojo had guessed something, a few moments of surprise and realization appeared in her eyes. And this time, for the umpteenth time? It's the last time. Lin Xing'an stretched out a finger with a firm gaze. Aha! A small smile appeared on Jojo's face. She nodded, and Zhang Yunqi snuffed out the last of the incense that only had about a minute left. The incense slowly disappeared into the car. Okay, human animal. I'm going to go ahead and have a snack. Happy Garden. Building 7. Unit 1. 402. Right? Good daughters. Daddy is home. Take your time arguing in the car. The tauntaun yawned and stretched. Boom! But it was just about to go when the car door was blasted open. Buzz! Silver burst from Jojo's eyes. Roar! A shocking roar suddenly came from Wang Shi's mouth. It's like watching a movie and skipping a few seconds. Before Lin Xing'an's eyes, Wang Shi, who had just been sitting at the back, had transformed into a 3-meter-tall lion out of thin air. Blinking again, the male lion with the golden mane that ruffled wildly like a blaze in the wind had already crashed through the car door and flashed in front of Togwei. Boo! Wang Shi's body fell, and the rain of blood on the ground splattered high as it boiled. When the Tao-Tu ghost didn't react at all, it had already been pressed to the ground by Wang Shi's claws in death. Roar! The bloody mouth snapped open, and the razor-sharp teeth bit down hard on the Tao-Tu ghost. Grass! A flicker of hostility flashed across the Taogi's face. The body was unexpectedly like liquid seeping out from the gap between Wang Shi's claws and teeth, violently wrapping around Wang Shi's body. Flash! Xiao Qiao's face changed, and the silver-colored light in front of her eyes seemed like it was about to condense into substance. Space buzzed. In front of Lin Xing'an's eyes, the beam-heavy raindrops that had formed a line seemed to have stood still in the air for a certain moment. But in the next instant, blood rained down. The whole scene was as if it had skipped half a second again. Wang Shi had an additional biting wound on his neck. The tauntaun that had haunted it, on the other hand, was transformed into a faceless orange teacher with a long knife in his hand, and was flung to the side of a car. Roar! On the other side, Wang Shi, who had eaten a knife, roared up to the sky and violently shook off the rain on his body. The intense blood emanating from that flesh-bursting wound felt like it had completely ignited its bloodlust. Only its pupils shrunk as thin as needles, and its claws and teeth grew a section long in unison. The muscles on his body stood out and swelled up as far as the eye could see. The golden hairs above the cluster of a moment, and then the heavy rain in the air lit up a blazing fire. Beyond the golden flame was a faint circle of silver light. Human animal. How dare you come out? The Togwei's face was hideous. A strong black aura emanating from its body, and the long sword in its hand transformed into liquid and merged into its body. An inky green lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Between one exhale and one inhale, its body slowly expanded, unexpectedly turning into a black lion as well. Boom! The obscurity that was deeper than darkness was like a monstrous wave rising from the sky. Come on! Lin Xing'an watched this scene, his mind going over his plan over and over again. His fists clenched. Chapter 33, Brother Shizi, hang in there. Requesting for a catch-up read. The obscurity of the Ding Inferior. Jojo sucked in a cold breath. Lin Xing'an in the car also looked aghast. This replica ghost is much stronger than he thought. However, although the monstrous obscurity was like a demon with its teeth and claws, it could not come close to Wang Shi's golden flame by the slightest bit. Will it win? Zhang Yunqi rubbed her two hands together nervously. Roar! As if sensing Zhang Yunqi's concern, Wang Shi roared. The golden flame on his body under the storm was 3 times larger out of thin air. Without giving the Tao-Tu ghost time to prepare, he flattened the sedan beside him that was like a toy with one foot and rushed towards the Tao-Tu ghost with a loud bang. Buzz! Jojo lifted her hand and time lapsed. Wang Shi bit the Taogui's throat and crushed the Taogui underneath his body and knocked it away 5 meters away. The ground cracked inch by inch. tumbling asphalt and rocks like waves. Phew! Wang Shi's golden flame that surrounded his body was obviously several times less than Yin Shi's, but upon contact with Yin Shi it was like boiling water poured on snow. The Yin and Yi were being melted and dissipated by inches as far as the naked eye could see. A flash of pain also appeared on the Taogi's face. Its body once again bulged into the form of Orange Sensei. The thick gloom returned to the body. The long sword in his hand bounced Wang Shi away with a clang. Buzz! The long sword trembled, and the Taogui's figure flashed, stepping through the rain of blood to ride out the attack. Sideways, sword in both hands, diagonal tease. The long sword slashed through the rainwater, leaving a biting wound on Wang Shi's body. Immediately afterward it flipped its wrist and shifted its feet. His body was as light as an elf in the rain as he kept making swords around Wang Shi's huge body. Mr. Orange. Seeing the Taogi turn into Mr. Orange again, Lin Xingyan froze for a moment and looked at the time on the train station. At this point, Mr. Orange is indeed still alive, but the serious injuries sustained could kill her at any time. And if a living person that a Taoran duplicates dies during its duplication, then it dies too. So, why did the Taoran ghost dare to bet that Mr. Orange wouldn't die? This replica ghost would never gamble with his life. Either it can clearly sense the life state of its replicators, or it has other backstops. His stomach, for example, also stores the fingers of numerous living people, allowing it to disarm or convert replicated living people at any time. Lin Xingyan thought of the last time he was in the station, when several fingers were drilled out of the replica ghost's mouth. If that's true, Lin Xingyan pursed his lips slightly. Amidst the rain, the Taogui's form had become distorted. It's like an ice sculpture about to melt in the sun. Wang Shi also withdrew the golden flames around him, and his body size shrunk by double to make himself more agile. And Jojo's silver hair fluttered wildly in the rain, a silver glint in her eyes. Buzz! Time for a lunge and a setback. A few more staggering wounds appeared on Wang Shi's body. Blood was spilled by the rain. It casually grabbed a car off to the side and slammed it down hard on the Taoran. A loud bang came, and the Taodao ghost was like a cream that had been slapped on the ground, its entire form instantly dispersing in the water. But after this gathering, even Orange Sensei's figure was just barely formed, like it could dissolve at any moment. Buzz! Taoki slips a jab and slides under Wang Shi's body to the side. The moment the long sword was sheathed and leaped high up, it was violently grabbed by Wang Shi and ruthlessly dropped on the ground. Buzz! 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 Time is like a jammed gear. A lurch. Xiao Chao's face grew paler and paler. Her eyelashes trembled continuously, and cold sweat continued to run down her hair. After another delay, the obscurity gushed out like water from a dike. The Taogui once again transformed into a black lion and pounced on Wang Shi. Sure enough, it has stored Wang Shi's DNA in its body, making it possible to convert a living copy of itself at almost any time. No wonder it was a bit battle-shy, but it was not at all soft when it struck. Lin Xingyan's expression was slightly serious. Roar! After the Tao 2 ghost rechanged, Wang Shi's joints all over his body also emitted a sound like frying beans, and his figure steeply swelled up. Thuli muscles bulged high. The blazing golden flame burst into flames. It was itching to light up the entire sky. Boom! One bright and one dark. Both behemoths rolled together as if they were in the most primitive African savanna. They tore at each other and kept tearing at each other. The rows of cars were like crumbs of dirt that crumbled at the touch, fragmenting under the force of the collision. Lightning flashes and thunderstorms. The crushed parts were scattered in all directions in a haphazard manner. The ground continuously rumbled and trembled, emitting a mournful cry. Each rip created an additional crater or crack. Click, click, click. The cracks in the ground split and spread like tree branches. It was still raining heavily, and the blood-red sky was like an infernal hell. The bruised and battered Wang Shi was still burning his origin without any stint. His right eye had been penetrated by something at some point, and blood froth gurgled out of the dark hole. Face, mouth, ears, body. Various wounds were intertwined on Wang Shi's body like a fine net. The area around the wound was covered with a morose black aura, gloomy and obscure like bloodthirsty ants tearing at his flesh and blood. But Wang Shi was as if he had forgotten the pain, and even though he was already bruised and battered, he still fought. The hideous expression was like an evil spirit from hell. Phew, phew, phew. The gasps grew thicker, blending in with the gale. However, the golden flames ignored the torrential rain and burned all over the Taogui's body. It was as if the two had swapped their origins. Wang Shi was covered in gloom. Golden flames ignited around the Taogi. Brother Heiko, hang in there, you must hang in there. Tears glistened in Zhang Yunshi's eyes. Anyone could see that the current Wang Shi was at the end of his rope. He really was burning his essence at any cost. As he said, a mouthful of blood was swallowed hard, a wound ripped hard, even though the golden flame on his body was constantly devouring the in obscurity. But his opponent was, after all, a dingbat. The Imminent obscurity in his body was 10 times 100 times more than his golden flame. Even if they had put their best foot forward, they still couldn't make up for the gap in rank. Sister Yunxi, how long before you can take incense? Lin Xingyan stared at the battlefield, and from time to time, he looked in the direction of the waiting room again, his face still a little pale. Now, 3 sticks of incense drilled out of Zhang Yunxi's cuffs, but Lin Xingyan stopped her hand. Sister Yunxi, how long will your Megagyrus incense last? Half an hour, but the eye-cloaking scent will only make me invisible, and only just. Sister Yunxi, how long does it take you to kill a person the fastest, when that person has no defenses? Kid brother, what do you want? Zhang Yunxi froze and looked at Lin Xingyan. Sister Yunxi, trust me, be invisible, don't come out no matter what happens. But, kid brother, what am I going to do after I'm invisible? Kill me. Lin Xingyan's voice wavered a bit amidst the heavy rain. Kill me while I'm being duplicated by that Taoran. Why? Zhang Yunxi asked almost instinctively, but Lin Xingyan didn't answer, and Zhang Yunxi inexplicably shivered. That kid brother, how do you know that this duplicate ghost will definitely duplicate you? P.S. Brothers, today's 1700 hours PM update was changed to 23:59 PM more, just with tomorrow's 0 hour 2 consecutive, so that everyone 3 chapters together, begging for catch-up reading. Chapter 34, so many Taogans, requesting a follow-up read. But kid brother, how do you know that this duplicate ghost will definitely duplicate you? It will. Lin Xingyan looked towards the battlefield that had entered a white heat in the midst of the heavy rain. I have a way for it to copy me. It must not refuse. Lin Xingyan felt the ever-recovering physical strength under the wave and said again, his voice firm. Good. Zhang Yunxi nodded like Xiao Qiao and Wang Shi and didn't ask any more questions. Sister Yunxi, after stealth, no matter what happens, you must not come out. Make sure you don't give that copy ghost a chance to copy you. Also, the heart must remain in despair, without any hope. Lin Xingyan looked into Zhang Yunxi's eyes and instructed. And Zhang Yunxi also took the black bag containing various weapons from the back seat and pulled out a dagger from it. Brother kid, these 3 incense sticks will likewise create a physical invincibility range, but it only lasts for about 8 minutes. 3 sticks of incense that were obviously a large section shorter flew out of Zhang Yunxi's cuffs. After lighting it, she touched 3 more red sticks of leguminous incense and inserted them into her long hair like hairpins. Before Lin Xingyan's eyes, curls of green smoke rose, and Zhang Yunxi's figure slowly disappeared into thin air inside the car. Click! The car door opens. There was a second's pause and then a soft shudder. Footprints appeared and disappeared on the water-filled ground. The continuous sheets of raindrops stirred to form a rain mist, concealing all traces of Zhang Yunxi. Inside the fragrant car, only Lin Xingyan was left alone. The battle continues. Lin Xingyan closed his eyes. No problem. He clenched his fists and went over the plan again in his head. The risk would be high, and even after success, it wouldn't be 100% possible to save everyone. But, Lin Xingyan couldn't think of anything else. His stamina, it would only last him one last time to get back into gear. After exhaling lightly, Lin Xingyan seemed to think of something else and hurriedly took Zhang Yunxi's cell phone. We're at the train station. There's news about Taoyuan village. Based on his memory from the last time, he entered the phone number of the human organization that Xiao Qiao had told Zhang Yunxi about at the time, and sent them a text message. He then reached into the back seat and took the camera Wang Shi had used to take pictures today. Mr. Orange and the others have been coming to the train station to film for a week straight, and only today were they discovered by the replica ghosts. Is this, really, a coincidence? Or did Wang Shi really have a shot at something today? Recalling the replica ghost's words again, Lin Xingyan pursed his lips slightly. The human organization wouldn't risk coming to the station if it was just to save them, but what if it was for information related to Taoyuan village? Even though Lin Xingyan hadn't considered the path of asking the human organization for help at all before, what if there was really hope? He flipped open his camera and rummaged through the album, photo by photo, related to Taoyuan village. Why are the statues that the Tagwans are transporting for protection related to Taoyuan village, the hometown of humans? And what is their purpose in transporting so many statues to South City? The doubts in Lin Xingyan's mind grew the more he thought about it. Maybe it's because I haven't dreamed of Peachland village yet. Lin Xingyan couldn't really think of any connection between the Taoyuan village, which no one had ever been to, no one had ever seen, and which was so ethereal that it had only ever been dreamed of, and the physical statue. Taoyuan village. Taoyuan village. He recalled again the words and behavior of the replica ghost the last time he was in the car. At that time, the replica ghost had already thought that Lin Xingyan would surely die, and it had even told Lin Xingyan about its own fatal weakness. But even so, he refused to let Lin Xingyan, who hadn't yet had a dream, take a look at the statue. Lin Xingyan narrowed his eyes. In the process of the replica ghost swallowing the statue whole, he only vaguely saw the pitch-black statue. There seems to be some kind of bizarre pattern. Lin Xing'an, who had looked at dozens of photos, squinted his eyes and zoomed in on the photos in front of him. This is a photo of a hauling train rushing along in the middle of a rainy night. It's completely off the cuff. There's no photographic skill. There's no focus in the image, and the light is pitch black. However, the black cloth of one carriage could be vaguely seen to have been blown open at one corner by the gale. Instead of a palm-sized figurine, what was revealed inside seemed to be a large statue several meters tall. It's too dark. Lin Xing'an took a closer look, but he could still only see a rough outline. Maybe we can't see it until we go back and get the photos developed with professional equipment. But just as Lin Xing'an was about to continue scrolling down, he saw that behind the black-clothed train, there's a fuzzy, cloaked female ghost in red, floating in the air with her back turned. But no matter how Lin Xing'an adjusted the photo, the female ghost was as extremely blurry as if she couldn't be selected. How can? Lin Xing'an's breath caught slightly. Ghosts, in their true form, cannot be imaged. Click. He flipped to the next photo. There is. Click. And then the next one. There was, is, and still is. Lin Xing'an's heartbeat gradually accelerated as he violently let go of the camera. Click, 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 click. He clearly wasn't moving, but one of the pictures inside flew by like a frame of film. The images connected, making it seem as if the darkened train in the pouring rain inside was actually roaring and whistling and moving. Hallucinations? Did I just have hope? Lin Xing'an snapped the camera shut violently. How come every time it seems like you're about to see that statue, a ghost gets in the way? What secrets are hidden in this statue? But he didn't wait for him to think about it, but the camera turned on automatically again. Click, 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 click. The photographs were constantly being turned over with a clicking sound behind the train. The red-clothed female ghost that was clearly floating in the air in the corner was like stop-motion animation, a little bit back, a little bit turned around. Lin Xing'an looked at the incense burner. The 3 joss sticks of incense were not broken, and this invincible field in the car had at least 3 minutes left. However, a suffocating coldness made Lin Xing'an's scalp tingle. The photos flipped faster and faster and faster. Boo! Lin Xing'an slammed the camera to the ground. But the photos are still turning up. He pulled a hammer out of a side kit and slammed it down on the camera. A loud bang came. It was as if he had struck a piece of gold, and the camera was surprisingly intact. Gulp! Lin Xing'an's face went white. He felt as if he was being controlled. And surprisingly, he couldn't move his eyes at all, but could only stare at the camera's image, and the photo of the cloaked, red-clad ghost, flickering forward from the picture, floated to the center of the frame in the blink of an eye. Next, the camera shattered with a loud bang and fell to the floor. The eerie feeling suddenly disappeared. The warmth of the incense fills the room again. Lin Xing'an gripped the hammer in his hand, breathing heavily. Half a minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Inside the car, no abnormalities reoccurred. It was as if the red-clothed female ghost just now was really just an illusion. But just at the moment when Lin Xing'an was about to relax, the red-clothed female ghost suddenly drilled out of the mirror-like smooth car window in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. It was a face with no features, as smooth as a mirror. Reflected on it was Lin Xing'an's pale face. Lin Xing'an's heartbeat missed half a beat. Then without the slightest hesitation, he swung the hammer and blasted it onto the car window. Boo! The car window shattered instantly. The female ghost in front of her let out a scream like boiling water and disappeared into countless pieces. Gobble. But Lin Xing'an was stunned in place. What just happened wasn't a hallucination. It's Taiji. So many Taijis. Around the battlefield between Wang Shi and the replica ghosts, a single Taodao ghost either in station staff uniforms or just in plain clothes stood there holding an umbrella like diners waiting for their number to be called outside a fiery restaurant, talking and laughing. One of them, the blue-haired girl who created the illusion, was floating in the air. This place, Lin Xing'an had expected there would be more than 2 Taodao ghosts. But how so much? How so much? Despair. The gusty wind mixed with rain smashed through the broken window on Lin Xing'an, causing him to tremble. And behind him, a pair of ghastly white hands encircled him once again. Chapter 35. Enough with the ruckus. Begging for a catch-up read. Boo! This time Lin Xing'an didn't hesitate for a second and swung the hammer to smash all the windows as well as the mirrors in the car. The fine glass ran a gash down his arm, his shoulder. Cold wind mixed with rain threw itself on Lin Xing'an's body. Yo, kid, so decisive? That's just in time to see a cricket fight. The Taodao ghosts heard the commotion and looked towards Lin Xing'an's side. A familiar voice came. Lin Xing'an smiled as he saw the stewardess at the station, who had been so eager to help him find his parents, walking towards him. Sister Mirror, aren't you letting in a little too much water? He said as he leaned against the car and looked at the rain in front of him. Only then did Lin Xing'an suddenly realize that the raindrops in the sky had somehow become as transparent and crystalline as scarlet diamonds, emanating that mesmerizing red light, and in every drop of rain, surprisingly, was the reflection of the red-clothed female ghost. Snap! Drops of rain fell to the ground, splashing more tiny splashes. Under the ripples of the water that converged into a stream on the ground, the female ghost in red slowly stood up. I like the way he smells. It looked at Lin Xing'an and said, there were no features, as in a smooth mirrored face with light streaming through it. Oh! In the distance, there was a sudden burst of cheering and applauding. It was Wang Shi who was once again dropped hard on the ground by that replica ghost. Amidst the applause of the Taodao ghosts, Wang Shi hissed and drank the rainwater on the ground in a big gulp. Then once again, he lunged towards the Tao Tu ghost in front of him. Not far away, Jojo was also gritting her teeth and bracing herself. Even if they knew that even if they defeated the Taiji in front of them, there were countless Taijis waiting behind them. Even if they knew that the battle had now become a game of cricket for the Taoren ghosts. Even if they see no hope at all. But Lin Xing'an had said that as long as he consumed this replica ghost as much as possible, he would have a way. There is a way to save everyone. What is the way? I don't know. Can't imagine. But they believe. Phew. Lin Xing'an clenched his fists. Wang Shi burned his origin without a care in the world. It seems to have turned into a robot that only follows a program. And he's programmed with only 2 commands, get up and tear. Though each of his bites could only consume a little bit of the Taogi's in obscurity. Still, he lunged forward, tirelessly. This accumulation over and over again had already caused the Togway to lose a lot of energy. The originally monstrous sea-like in obscurity around it now couldn't even cover its entire body. After being thrown off for who knows how many times, Wang Shi braced himself again. Almost there. This time, without waiting for Wang Shi to take the initiative to pounce forward, a hint of tyranny flashed across the Taogui's face. You're about ing done. It first kicked Wang Shi to the ground, and then unexpectedly picked up one of Wang Shi's legs and swung it violently against the ground. Boom 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 boom. The ground cracked, water splashed and dirt flew, but the moment his head touched the ground, Wang Shi felt no pain. He just felt like something exploded in his ears. Then there was a buzzing sound. The image in front of him disappeared. And there was no more sound in his ears. The noisy rain, the whistling wind, the rolling thunder. His world seemed like it had been suddenly pressed the mute button, and in an instant there was no sound. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Shi felt as if there was a white light in front of him. Brother Wang, don't sleep. There's a guest. He lifted his hand and opened his eyes, the warm afternoon sun filtering through his fingers. In front of him was Fang Dajuan's big belly that looked like he was pregnant for 6 months. Beside her was Uncle Fang's eldest daughter who was practicing calligraphy seriously. His youngest daughter lay in her crib across from him, whirling on all fours in the sunlight. There's also a snot bubble at the tip of his nose that gets bigger and smaller as he breathes. Wang Shi froze and lowered his head. He wore sleeves and an apron from the Grand Army kitchen. Looking around, there were only 5 tables in the 40-square-foot eatery. Little Wang, the Xiaolong Bao at table 3 is ready. Let's go. Oh, coming sis-in-law. Wang Shi hurriedly stood up and ran to the back kitchen. Here, 2 ladders, both from table 3. Understood. He put on his headgear, and the heat of the thin-skinned, stuffed Xiaolongbao rose. Wang Shi waved his hand, and just as he was about to pick it up, he suddenly saw a bun containing a miserable white eyeball, was staring straight at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Shi exclaimed, but on second glance, it's just plain old mincemeat. What's wrong, little king? Scalded? Ha ha, it's fine. Got a little bit lost in sleep. He looked up and saw Uncle Fang's wife looking at him with concern. Only the hollows of the eyes that had been gouged out were gurgling sticky blood. The chest cavity had been hollowed out as well, and you could clearly see the ghastly white bones. Gobble. Wang Shi took a half step back. Brother Wang, is everything alright? The bloodied Fang Dajuan patted Wang Shi's shoulder. Crimson meat froth snapped to the floor on the boning knife in his hand. Dad, isn't mommy ready yet? I'm starving. It's done. Mommy's done. Fang Dajuan said cheerfully. Brother Wang, what are you waiting for? Serve the food. You'll taste it later too. This is the best Xiaolongbao I know how to make. He grinned and wiped the blood from the knife with his apron. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down horizontally, and earth-shattering thunder rolled out. Everything in front of him shattered like a shattered mirror. Wang Shi took a sharp breath and opened his eyes. Heavy rain was pouring on Fang Dajuan's whitened head. Those eyes, which were invisible when they smiled, were currently locked with Wang Shi. Little brother, I see you've been sitting in front of the store all day. Come in and have a bite to eat. It's all home cooked. If you don't mind, stay at my store and help serve the food. I'll make sure you eat well every day. This is my eldest daughter, usually fooling around in the store too, so she can concentrate on her reading and studying when you come. Big brother, why is your hair yellow? It sparkles in the sun. Can I touch it? Wang Shi gasped for air as the cold rainwater that had accumulated on the ground continued to be poured into his stomach. There was something astringent and salty at the corners of his mouth, so it was tears mixed with blood. Wang Shi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. There's no going back. That daily aroma of rice that always comes. That sound of spatulas that often doesn't go away in your ears. That little restaurant in the sun. That big round table where the family ate. That mundane routine that he was always bored with and thought he would keep repeating day after day. I obviously haven't cherished it yet. And I can never go back. There's no going back. Wang Shi roared and raised his body fiercely. Blazing golden flames like lava erupting from a volcano erupted from his eyes. The strength of the tattered body came from nowhere, causing Wang Shi to unexpectedly expand twice as much again. Like a moth fighting a flame, Wang Shi stepped on the ground and leaped high. Human animal. UING. Hearing the commotion, the Taoran ghost jerked his head back. There's no end to it. The rolling bloom was like a giant net enveloping Wang Shi's entire body. Just like the fate of a moth, Wang Shi's golden flame, like gravel falling into the water, disappeared into the darkness. Enough fooling around. The Taogi's face twisted and transformed into someone else, while the Inchi transformed into a heavy black sword that descended from the sky. Buzz! In the nick of time, time lurched again. 2 lines of bloody tears ran down from the corners of Jojo's eyes, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Her entire body instantly collapsed as if she had been struck by lightning, and she straightened up and fainted on the ground. And the obscure giant sword that was supposed to run Wang Shi's heart through. In the end it just stuck to the ground with a bang against Wang Shi's body. Chapter 36, Will early morning bread defeat the humans who eat it? Begs to be followed. Look. I told you this human animal doesn't die that easily. No, old Zo, how did you dish up this bear? Against a human animal with almost 10 minutes? Come on, with so many people, how can we share these 2 or 3 human animals? 1 bite per person? Still divided? Just these few minutes. Old Zo lost can have a year of Een and E, right? Wang Shi gradually turned into his human form, and the surrounding Taodao ghosts all applauded and flirted with the gloomy-faced replica ghost. It's a night for all who see it, so disperse, and I'll deliver it to you all personally later, the replica ghost said with a leathery smile. Seeing its expression, the other Taodao ghosts couldn't say anything, and after comforting it with a few words, they all disappeared into the darkness. Hey, I want him. Leave him to me. I like his smell. The reflection of the female ghost in the water floated out again, pointing at Lin Xingyan and greedily inhaling. Okay, mirror sister. Seeing that it was it, the replica ghost skimmed Lin Xingyan and hastily nodded respectfully, and the raindrops that shone like rubies in the sky turned back to a blood-like bright red after the female ghost disappeared. Xiao Luo, you stay and carry the woman here for me first. He called out to the stewardess boy who was leaving and pointed to Jojo. Yes, sir. The stewardess boy held up his hat, which was soaked by the heavy rain. But just as he was about to go over, Wang Shi, who was lying on the ground covered in blood like a ragbag, grabbed his ankle. Boss, this human animal, grass, you get up. The replica ghost waved his hand. The stewardess boy took a step back in a hurry. Wang Shi, why are you still holding out? The Taotu ghost looked at Wang Shi and tilted his neck. The knot in his throat rolled to surprisingly spit out a human finger from his mouth. In front of Wang Shi, he chewed his fingers dry and ate them. Wang Shi, do you know that this ability of mine has an Achilles heel that I'm only telling you about right now? It squatted on the ground, bent down, and put its mouth to Wang Shi's ear. The voice gradually changed from one card to the next, and the figure once again took on the form of Orange Sensei. That is, if the person I'm duplicating dies during the duplication, then I die too. Do you know what that means? It means that if you had just tried a little harder, gone a little more out on a limb, and consumed your own origin completely, then I'm really going to die. Ha ha. I'm really going to die because of you. So close. Tao Gue whispered in Wang Shi's ear in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. He then disliked his face in front of Wang Shi's eyes and grinned dryly in the Orange Sisters mold. Wang Shi, however, could only shake his head. He opened his mouth, his chest puffing out, desperately trying to say something, but all he spat out was blood, unable to utter a word. So, Wang Shi, you're a coward. You're a waste. You chickened out at the end. You were afraid. Feel it? Feel the fear in your heart? Feel the timidity and cowardice in your human animal blood? Wouldn't it be nice to be our pet? Getting down on the ground and wagging your tail in front of us is what you should be doing. What? Wang Shi, what are you trying to say? The Taotu ghost put his ear to Wang Shi's mouth. The moment it was affixed, Wang Shi didn't know where the strength came from. What was left of his left eye was ferocious, and he bit down hard on the Tauren's ear. The intense pain caused Tagoki's expression to instantly crumble. But Wang Shi didn't let up one bit. By using the strength of the Tao-Tu ghost's rise, he actually tore off one of its ears hard. Grass! The Taobi covered his ears and grimaced, while Wang Shi with a mouthful of blood looked at it and laughed silently. Human animal. UING. Taoki lands a kick to the face of Wang Shi, but Wang Shi was still laughing. Grass! You laugh? You laugh! You like to laugh? You like to laugh, don't you? I'll ing make you laugh. I'll ing make you laugh. Laugh, laugh, laugh. With rounded eyes and a twitching face, it stomped its foot against Wang Shi's face. Click. Ugh. The stewardess next to me shook her head a little heartily. It's not good when it's dead. Boss. The girl's waking up. It looks like she's trying to release a skill. It pointed aside to Jojo, whose eyes were crimson and who had woken up at some point. Take it easy. She's got no strength. Punk 1. Bring it to me. Roger that. The stewardess boy snapped and slapped Jojo, then grabbed a handful of Jojo's long hair. Like dragging a belt of garbage, Xiao Xiao was flung to Wang Shi's corpse with a drag. Unfortunately, it's a shame that your ability is B. It'll take time to learn it after I've copied it. Otherwise, I really wanted to copy you, so I could have kicked you 2 more times just now, and let Wang Shi experience that feeling when death comes for a few more seconds. After all, you only live once in a lifetime. The Taoren cupped Jojo's chin in one hand, and his features moved across his face as if they had grown legs of their own. In just a single breath, the look that had just appeared unusually hideous and grotesque became exactly the same as Orange Sensei's. Even the aura on his body was surprisingly all general up. Jojo, help me find 2 handsome guys from your school? I shucks. Jojo glared and spat in its face. Well, I was thinking of having some fun with you. The Tauntaun wiped his face with rainwater, closed his eyes and nodded. Then his eyes glazed over and he suddenly opened his mouth and bit hard on Jojo's lips. Like to throw up? Oh. It licked its lips and slapped Xiao Xiao again. This human animal. Xiao Lu. Here you go. Ha? Really, boss? Is it okay to do anything? Boss, I love you. Ro looked at Jojo's pale face before his eyes. Then he hemmed and hawed and scratched his head with a red face. Boss, before I eat I want to. He loosened the waistband of his pants. How dare you? Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and looked undaunted at the Tao-Tu ghost in front of her. Within the blood-covered pupils, dots of silver blankets faintly reappeared. Don't resist, Sister Joe. It's useless. Lin Xing'an's voice suddenly came. He opened the car door and walked out of the scented area in the rain. Sister Chow, you're going to die anyway. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have a good time before you die. Holy, is my intent that obvious? Even a child can see that? The stewardess boy froze and smiled a little embarrassed. Lin Xing'an, do you know what you're talking about? Jojo asked, her voice trembling as she looked back incredulously. Of course I know. I'm telling you not to resist. It's useless to resist. You're going to die anyway. Humans are nothing more than food for Taoren ghosts, and we can't defeat Taoren ghosts at all. Will the bread of the morning defeat the man who eats it? Why struggle any longer? Lin Xing'an spread his hands and said rightfully. You. Xiao Xiao reddened her eyes and glared round, desperately trying to see something on Lin Xing'an's face, but Lin Xing'an was just expressionless, holding his hands up as he walked over to the Tao-Tu ghost who was frowning and scowling at him. Give me a chance. I want to live. I'm too young to die. Ha? Live? Lin Xing'an, why didn't I see that you were so sensible? The Tao ghost looked straight into Lin Xing'an's eyes and lifted his hand and squeezed his neck with one hand. My ability is the wave. Its arm powered up, and Lin Xing'an's face gradually reddened. Wang Shi has consumed too much of your yin and yi. So much yin and yi that you don't do anything will take at least a year to recover. You copy me and use my powers to shorten your recovery time by at least a third. Lin Xing'an's feet gradually left the ground. On the verge of suffocating, the Taoran violently let go of his hand. Lin Xing'an, you actually really made my heart flutter. It lifted its head and surveyed Lin Xing'an with a look of astonishment. P.S. Guys, this episode ends tomorrow at the train station, and I'm going to do a good job of wrapping it up. Chapter 37, I told you I'd kill you if I could come back. Catch up. I want to live, and I'm guessing your copying us will last a long time, but not forever. So all you have to do is copy me and use my powers to recover. And you'll be guaranteed to keep me alive for at least 3 months. It's enough to spend 3 months enjoying life to the fullest. I don't want to die now. I haven't lived enough. Lin Xing'an said, rubbing his neck. 3 months. Ha! The replica ghost sneered. Lin Xing'an, you're only 6 years old. You were able to see through my disguise twice in a row at the age of 6. A human animal like you. Do you think I can trust you? You're betraying you humans. If you're like this. It rubbed its chin and raised its eyes in question. Betraying humanity? I didn't even have that so-called peachy dream. And humans? Meaning them? I just met them tonight and I don't even know their names. Lin Xing'an looked at Xiao Xiao as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. Lin Xing'an, you said you had a way to keep everyone alive as long as we could consume it as much as possible. Jojo shuddered. Yeah, I said that, but I'm lying to you guys, so you believe everything I say? You're a college teacher with a brain like yours? Don't you think about it? Just me, keeping everyone alive? How is that possible? Let you consume just for this moment now. By what right does it copy me if you do not consume it? How can it use me? How am I supposed to live 3 more months? Under Xiao Xiao's sobbing gaze, Lin Xing'an teasingly scat his mouth. Lin Xing'an, Orange, Uncle Fong, Wang Shi, they all died to protect you. You have but a little conscience now. But you have so little conscience that you. Xiao Xiao violently grabbed a piece of glass on the ground and stabbed it viciously towards Lin Xing'an. Boo! But it was the cabin boy who was quick on his feet and kicked Jojo over. The replica ghost on the side waved its hand, and it immediately stepped forward again to hold Jojo down in a death grip. No, big sister, did I beg them to save me? I didn't ask them to save me. What does it matter to me if they die? Besides, if you guys hadn't had to come to some photo shoot, where would it be? Lin Xing'an looked at Xiao Xiao's broken face and said with a cold smile. And, conscience? Will conscience keep me alive for 3 more months? He snatched the piece of glass from Jojo's hand and squeezed it tightly in his grip. The sharp edges imprinted 2 cuts on his palms. Blood gurgled out, but Lin Xing'an acted as if he couldn't feel it, and instead gripped it tighter. Well, believe me now? Don't believe it. The replica ghost shook his head in an urn. Lin Xing'an also let out a bitter laugh. What's the point of me lying to you now? What's the point of resisting? Not to mention, am I capable of resisting? Don't say anything about leaving home and finding Taoyuan village. I really just want to live for 3 more months now. Without you I'd be skinned by that mirror ghost tonight. Wouldn't I? If you're really unsure. Lin Xing'an looked at the stewardess boy. You can let him control me. Ka! As soon as Lin Xing'an's words left his mouth, the replica ghost violently grabbed his neck. Broken. Lin Xing'an, words are not enough. He's never revealed his abilities. You, how did you know? When I was at the station, he controlled me. Cough cough cough. Right boss. I did unleash my ability on him, but only for a moment. The stewardess boy rushed to say, are you sure? I'm sure boss. There was a thieving Thai female claiming him just as I unleashed my powers, so I hurriedly called it quits. So, the replica ghost gritted his teeth, looked deeply at Lin Xing'an, and dumped him on the ground with a cold snort. Boss, I can control him right now. He won't be able to move a bit, except for his eyeballs. Ha ha, I know. The replica ghost stared into Lin Xing'an's eyes. Lin Xing'an also stood there openly, allowing him to sweep and probe. Lin Xing'an, you've managed to convince me. 3 months? I'll make sure you live 3 months unimpeded. It winked at the stewardess boy on the sidelines. Roger that. The eyes of the stewardess boy instantly turned into the vertical pupils of a cold-blooded animal, and Lin Xing'an felt a stiffness in his body. Then, there was that familiar feeling like the soul being squeezed out of the body. Boss, don't worry. It's done. It controlled Lin Xing'an to raise the blood-covered hand and clench it fiercely. Bubbling blood flowed again. Lin Xing'an, you are truly the most naive and stupid human animal I have ever seen. The replica ghost stretched out his hand and caught a handful of Lin Xing'an's blood, and suddenly burst out laughing. Do you know how you convinced me? It's not because of your ability. It's mainly because, ha ha ha, you're actually stupid enough to do it. I can't even imagine what kind of threat someone as stupid as you could really be to me. Ha 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 ha, you even think about living 3 more months? Ha 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 ha, didn't your orange teacher tell you? Didn't she tell you the first time? The moment you were discovered by us. You were surely dead. I've met so many people and animals. I really never thought I'd meet someone as naive as you. In the midst of the pouring rain, the replica ghosts laughed uproariously. The stewardess boy on the side also shook his head with a taut face and looked at Lin Xing'an. You said you'd let me. Hearing the words of this replica ghost, Lin Xing'an trembled, but he could barely make a sound under the control of the steward boy on the sidelines. I'm lying to you. The replica ghost tilted his neck and twisted his waist, very exaggeratedly pushed his brain upside down against Lin Xing'an's face, and laughed with open teeth and claws. But, your ability does work. Not for 3 months, but it's still possible for me to have mercy and let you live for an extra 2 hours. Selling out to protect your fellow man for 2 hours. Ha, see, that's the human animal. The replica ghost stuck out its tongue and licked Lin Xing'an's blood clean from its hand. Looking at the anger, disbelief, despair, and regret in Lin Xing'an's eyes, and feeling the violent emotions that were indistinctly overflowing from his body, it laughed even louder. Yummy, yummy, your personality, your memories, your everything. The replica ghost's body slowly changed. A flash of enjoyment appeared on his face, and the fearful remorse and anger on Lin Xing'an's face slowly retracted. Wait. Die. Die? Your memories. Where did you get these memories? Who are you? What are you? In the next second, the replica ghost suddenly changed its face drastically. Nope. Your ability. What? It looked up in horror, and Lin Xing'an, whose eyes had just been filled with chagrin and remorse, had a face filled with indifference at this moment. I told you I'd kill you if I could come back. Under the control of that stewardess boy, he said in a hoarse voice, one word at a time. Buzz. Suddenly, a silver glow opened up. The gears of time slowed down. There seemed to be a pause in the rain in front of him as the stewardess boy looked on in disbelief. The silver glow in Jojo's eyes dissolved into 2 lines of bloody tears that dissipated into the darkness. When it came back around again, Lin Xing'an had fallen straight to the ground. There was a dagger sticking out of his temple. Blood gurgled. And Zhang Yunxi, who had 3 megalithic hidden incense pinned to the top of her head and surrounded by a silver-colored haze of light, slowly appeared in the midst of the downpour. Boss. Holy. Opposite Lin Xing'an, there was also the replica ghost whose figure and appearance had completely transformed into his, and as if it had been clutched by a large invisible hand over its heart, it collapsed to the ground together with Lin Xing'an. It was filled with horror and disbelief. Seas of obscurity rose out of it and floated into the air. Chapter 38, You'll never find Taoyuan village, end of this episode. So bright. Can't keep my eyes open. Where is this? Going back? So tired. Mr. Orange must be reminded that he must. This is your last chance. Lin Xing'an struggled to raise his eyelids. The eyes gradually adjusted to the bright light, and his vision slowly became clearer. This is. Lin Xing'an froze. He stood on the bank with a river in front of him. Silver in color. Wait. River? No. It's not a river. It's a line. It was a silvery thread. One that looked like a dragon's beard noodle after it had been dropped into the pot. They were one after the other, with no known source and no end in sight, like a rushing river rolling forward. It's time. The silver glow that wasn't blinding made Lin Xing'an think of Qiao Qiao's time ability in the first place. But why am I here? Failed to file back? What about that replica ghost? Lin Xing'an looked blankly at the large river in front of him. Phew. But without waiting for him to think, this great river made of countless timelines looked like it had suddenly been lifted up as a whole. Instantly whistling and smashing towards Lin Xing'an on the bank, Lin Xing'an instinctively raised his arms and closed his eyes, but the imagined drowning or vertigo didn't come. Instead, it had the feeling of being slapped on by a soft cloud. Hiss! Lin Xing'an opened his eyes and raised his hand, the thread of silk that ran down his side and through his fingertips, and in this fine line, he actually saw a picture. He fell to the ground. Zhang Yunxi slowly took shape in the pouring rain, and Qiao Qiao's eyes dimmed with silver. A picture of what had just happened was being played backwards with the flow of this long river of time, falling into nothingness like a drooping waterfall, dissipating as cleanly as if it had never happened. This is what I can do. Lin Xing'an's eyes widened as if he had realized something. This is how death backfile. The so-called backfile is not a direct jump out to read the file like a game, but a back in time. Like watching a movie, watching everything he had just experienced rewinding a little bit and disappearing a little bit. A few moments of dawning realization appeared on Lin Xing'an's face. No wonder he wasn't on that list of abilities, because Jojo said all the abilities about time and the Class A abilities are not included. No wonder when Xiao Qiao first used her ability on him, Lin Xing'an felt an inexplicable affinity. It was because his death recall was also a type of time-based ability. No wonder he deducts a lot of stamina every time he goes back into gear, because the process of backtracking, in itself, is like rowing a boat against the current, which requires a lot of physical exertion. But why has this never happened before? Why not just go back this time when your eyes are closed? And rewind is so slow. Lin Xing'an felt the tingling of the timeline passing through his fingers and the constant loss of physical strength from his body. His mind still a little foggy. At this rate, it will take at least 10 minutes for him to get back to 10 minutes ago. Lin, Ro, Anne. But suddenly, a spiteful voice came from behind Lin Xing'an. The replica ghost that had changed into his likeness, with an incomparably grim face, swung its arms, little by little, plucking away the thin timeline, and took a step towards him. Human animal, you dare to count me out? Replica ghost shouted through gritted teeth. However, his figure was like an unstable projection, constantly flickering, appearing and disappearing. Its voice was also eerily distorted in the midst of that silver glow around it. Unlike Lin Xing'an, who stood peacefully in the midst of countless timelines, every flicker of its body was penetrated by countless timelines. So it's you. Lin Xing'an's eyes flickered. Because death recall is passive. It will definitely trigger the recall after death even if there is some awareness of it after the copy ghost copies his ability. The The situation Lin Xing'an had envisioned was going back to the past with this replica ghost through the backfile. After fighting with Wang Shi, the replica ghost had already consumed a huge amount of Yin He in physical strength, and the time to return to gear would not be too far ahead. With Lin Xing'an's experience of going back in time many times, it would go back in time to when the ghostly realm opened and encountered Mr. Orange, and in this state, once it goes back, its stamina will be drained instantly. At that time, Teacher Orange and Fang Dajuan's chances of winning would be extremely high, and coupled with Wang Shi's ability to restrain it, there was a chance to leave the station quickly before the other Taodao ghosts could react. The stakes are high, but the situation, especially when a group of Taoren ghosts gathered over Lin Xing'an, had only one thought in his head. The situation, whatever it is, can't get any worse. There is a silver lining to the fight. But now, looking at the replica ghost that walked towards him step by step, its body constantly twisting and changing, Lin Xing'an clenched his fists. Indeed, this replica ghost and I have different stamina left, and then different points of time to file back to. But if we both file back to different times at the same time and face each other in either the past or the future at the same time, it's extremely easy to create a temporal paradox. So, is this the equivalent of getting stuck in the process? A determination showed in his eyes. Despite the fact that the replica ghost had also replicated his abilities, Lin Xing'an could clearly feel at this moment that these surrounding timelines were close to him. Versus rejecting this replica ghost. Since this is my home turf, I'll settle it here. Lin Xing'an didn't wait for the replica ghost to come, but instead similarly walked towards the replica ghost. Oh, human animal, how dare you come over? Think you can kill me? What tricks do you have left now? What else do you have? Boo! Lin Xing'an takes a swing at it. The replica ghost's already stuck-up form stumbled and staggered to the ground. I still have my fists. I still have my arms and legs. Right now, no one is capable of being better than anyone else. Human animals? What are you calling your father for? Lin Xing'an's eyes were filled with fearlessness and ruthlessness. All around were countless images flashing backwards. Orange Teacher, whose arms were ripped off hard, collapsed in tears in his arms. Jojo's humiliation of being controlled to bark like a pet dog. Wang Shi's defiant determination to burn his own essence. Zhang Yinxi's tragic death after being torn all over her body. Still clutching the statue. Damn you to hell. Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth. A picture filled with blood. A picture that made him tremble. A picture that made him tremble and made him fear. Flashed continuously as time went backward. But now, all the fear, all the despair, all the powerlessness were all thrown behind Lin Xing'an. Now, it's you who should be afraid. He slammed his fist into the fearful-faced replica ghost in front of him. The punches are unambiguous. Each fall of the fist made the replica ghost's body illusory for a few moments, while a silver timeline passed through his body. Ah! A silver-colored silk thread suddenly penetrated the duplicate ghost's brow. Immediately following, it's one line after another. Its eyes instantly widened. The body trembled steeply, and then it simply bulged uncontrollably. Countless different periods of myself seem like they are burrowing into this one point in time at the same time right now. The replica ghost's face changed into 1,000 different looks in a flash. Those abilities that it had copied also manifested in him at the same time in a brainwave. Aha! The intense pain made the replica ghost's voice mournful. Countless images flew through its ever-jamming body, and its body, carried away from Lin Xing'an by the thin line that passed through its brow, toward the void behind it. Don't. The replica ghost looked like it had sensed something, and its face changed instantly. Help me. It looked towards Lin Xing'an. I'll disappear. Save me. Help me. Why are you standing still? I'll disappear. At best, I just want to eat you. But how dare you try to make me disappear? Why are you so vicious? Save me. The replica ghost stretched out its hand, looking as if it was about to spill out of its body in horror. Come on. What's the point of standing around? I don't want to disappear. The flow of time suddenly sped up, and the replica ghost reached the edge of that cliff of nothingness. Beside him, a picture of that which had just happened was falling into nothingness. I know Peachland Village. And the statue. Save me. I'll tell you everything. Pop. The moment the replica ghost fell off the cliff, Lin Xing'an grabbed its hand. Tell me what you know and I'll pull you up. He then stood on the shore and said, those countercurrents of time around him don't seem to have any effect on him. The statue will guide the way to Taoyuan Village. The statue will. You. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Xing'an extend his second hand, the replica ghost's face was delighted. But Lin Xing'an didn't grab him again. Instead, it was breaking its fingers, one by one, facetiously. Don't you want to know how to get to Taoyuan Village? Do you think I'm really naive enough to believe in Taoren? Lin Xing'an said calmly. You said you'd pull me up. Because I'm lying to you. Lin Xing'an looked frankly at the replica ghost. Why are you so stupid? and as if the replica ghost had just realized that Lin Xing'an was really trying to kill it. Its face turned pale for a second. "You'll never find Taoyuan village." It stared at Lin Xing'an dead in the face, and under the interpenetration of those countless timelines, its body fell into the abyss like a stone in a waterfall. "Human animals. You'll never find Taoyuan village. There's no such thing as a peach village. You will never escape. You will always be livestock." Its spiteful voice came from the abyss like a jammed old radio. The body turned into a patch of light and disappeared along with those desperate images that Lin Xing'an had experienced. Phew! A cloud of obscurity. Since he disappeared, drilled into Lin Xing'an's body. Wow! A silver timeline became instantly lighter as if it excluded the alien. Lin Xing'an also took a step forward. With each step, his strength dissipated a few points. The image kept rewinding, and before his eyes, a flash of white light emerged. And Lin Xing'an's stamina, too, gradually dried up. "Brother!" Just as Lin Xing'an was about to step into that white light, suddenly, a clear female voice came from behind her. Lin Xing'an turned back in surprise. It was the girl with long, lush red hair like a blaze of fire, darting barefoot across the many streams of time toward him. Wow! Her ruddy pupils were filled with worry and remorse, and she kept shaking her head as she yelled something. However, Lin Xing'an's ears were filled with the deafening clatter of the river of time. Taoyuan village. The white light before his eyes engulfed Lin Xing'an. At the end, he only vaguely heard the red-haired girl seemingly shaking her head and saying, "Taoyuan village." P.S. This section of the plot is over, brothers. Here also solicited a wave of everyone's comments about this episode, about the book's worldview, or a variety of settings, can be commented here. Really did not say send a refueling also line. Chapter 39 Breakthrough. Request for catch-up reading. Well, Lin Xing'an snapped his eyes open and raised his head. Zip! Mr. Orange, who had just started the car, slammed on the brakes. "What are you smoking, little kid? Scared me." She glared sideways at Lin Xing'an. "Orange sister." Lin Xing'an froze and looked at the orange teacher in front of him. "What? What's that look? In love with me?" Teacher Orange pinched Lin Xing'an's cheeks and pointed to her own. "Come on, I'll let you have a kiss." The real touch also brought Lin Xing'an back to his senses. 1:30 in the morning. He glanced at the time and turned back. Wang Shi just came back and said he saw the Taogi transporting a statue. Zhang Yunqi and Fang Dajuan sidled up and chatted with Wang Shi in the back. Jojo in the far back corner was carefully looking through the pictures on her camera. "Something wrong?" she asked, looking up. "What's wrong, old man?" Wang Shi also looked at him with concern. "Is nothing." Lin Xing'an shook his head. This was supposed to be the time for that replica ghost to open the ghost domain. But now the car starts smoothly and the ghostly realm doesn't appear, because the replica ghost has disappeared. As the one who found them, the replica ghosts disappeared from the source, vanishing into the void of time. Through the car window, looking at the changes in the surrounding scenery, Lin Xing'an suddenly had a feeling of being a world away. I did it. The exhaustion that had nearly drained his body of its strength came in like a tidal wave. At the same time, a feeling of relief slowly loosened his tightly clenched fists. But, only after a long reprieve did Lin Xing'an feel his ability to think come back slightly, and a sea of questions flooded his mind. "Brother? How come?" Lin Xing'an closed his eyes. Why did the girl with the long red hair appear in the middle of the long river of time that he only went into for the first time when he got stuck in a bug? How did she get in? Why wasn't that one timeline the least bit repulsive to her? Why does she seem so familiar with me and call me brother? But most importantly, what she desperately tried to remind me of is really Taoyuan village. Hiss. The final water flow was so loud that Lin Xing'an only vaguely heard the words Taoyuan village. But then the girl's demeanor, with the constant shaking of her head. "Don't go to Taoyuan village? No Taoyuan village? No Taoyuan village? Not Taoyuan village? Or, don't question Taoyuan village? Don't be afraid of Taoyuan village? Don't give up looking for Taoyuan village?" Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed. This can be interpreted any way you want. Could it be that one of my future companions is using a flashback to specifically remind me after something? No way. Lin Xing'an immediately dismissed the idea, because backfiling is his unique ability, and he is now only 6 years old. Look at the red girl's appearance, at least 17 or 18, and still call him brother. In other words, even if the girl did have similar time abilities or had access to a long river of time, she would still have to go back in time for at least 10 years. How is that possible? Lin Xing'an simply couldn't imagine anyone with the physical strength to sustain a decade of flowing against the river of time. Even if this could be done, why did he deliberately come over to remind him of the present? There's absolutely nothing about me right now that's worth reminding me of. I haven't even had that Peachland dream, and I don't know the slightest thing about Peachland village at all. Even if there really is something wrong with Taoyuan village, what's the point of talking to me now? The more Lin Xing'an thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Taoyuan village doesn't exist. The words of that replica ghost after it fell into nothingness once again broke into Lin Xing'an's mind. Originally, he had completely disbelieved the words of that last replica ghost. But now, what the hell is going on in Taoyuan village? But no matter what, that statue in Taoyuan village, there must be a connection. When Lin Xing'an thought about it, only this point seemed to be 100% confirmed. From the behavior of that replica ghost, and the actions of this group of Taoran ghosts, there shouldn't be any disagreement on this point. Mr. Orange, do you think these statues transported by the Tagwans could be related to Taoyuan village? Lin Xing'an looked at the orange teacher who was driving and asked tentatively. Maybe. Mr. Orange nodded. Such a dry answer made Lin Xing'an not know how to take the words for a while. Mr. Orange, is there any chance that these statues will guide the exact location of Taoyuan village? Guidance on the exact location of Taoyuan village? Mr. Orange gave Lin Xing'an a sideways glance. The organization does seem to have some eyebrows raised when it comes to Taoyuan village at the moment, and Taoyuan Ghost's recent actions seem to bear this out. But brat, saying anything about Peachland village doesn't make any sense until you dream about it, because you don't even have a concept of Taoyuan village in your mind, and even doubt in your heart whether Taoyuan village exists or not, right? She said calmly. Well, indeed. Lin Xing'an also nodded. Little brother, don't worry, Taoyuan village must exist. That dream you're going to have sooner or later, too, and it's definitely not going to slip through the cracks. Fang Dajuan in the back row saw that Lin Xing'an's complexion was a bit lost, and also comforted him with a smile. Well, but how can a dream prove that Peachland village actually exists? Never mind, wait to dream about it. Lin Xing'an shook his head and thought no more about it, instead burying the many questions about Taoyuan village in his heart. He now had only one main and most urgent goal in front of him, to eliminate the mark in his body. Wait, Lin Xing'an suddenly froze. It dawned on him that he could actually clearly feel the flow of yin and obscurity within his body now. It was not only the yin and yi, but also the mark left by Yu inside himself. The yin obscurity in his body could almost cover 3/4 of that mark already. It's that replica ghosting lower level of yin obscure. Lin Xing'an blinked as if he realized something and looked out the window. Dust wrapped in bean drops, insects and ants struggling in the ground's current. Lin Xing'an had surprisingly seen it all. He was even just sweeping normally. If you look closely, Lin Xing'an narrowed his eyes slightly. The slightest hint of gloom swept from his eyes like a trickle. The fall of the rain outside seemed to slow down a few moments. Lin Xing'an pursed his lips, and the more he looked at him, the more he had the feeling that I can hide from the raindrops. On top of that, he could clearly feel a qualitative increase in his physical strength limit. If his stamina was only a glass of water before, it would not be too much to say it was a pot of water now. Thump! Thump! As his heart beat, Lin Xing'an's physical strength continued to recover like a tidal wave following a tidal wave. The speed was nearly twice as fast as before. I'm breaking through? Breakthrough to E superior? Lin Xing'an was a little surprised as he felt the constantly flowing mass of yin obscurity within his body. But, is this a breakthrough in my abilities or in myself? Orange sister, is the breakthrough of the ability also dependent on yin hei? Let's say I kill a ghost and absorb a portion of yin and yi. How can you tell if this yin and yi raises your own level or your ability level? Lin Xing'an asked with some confusion. P.S. Thanks for all the encouragement in the last chapter. Chapter 40, Our human freedom is piled up by the lives of Taoran ghosts. Request for catch-up reading. Whether it's yourself or your ability to improve your breakthrough is dependent on yin hei, but it doesn't conflict. A single copy of yin hei is able to raise both at the same time. It's just that the yin hei needed to raise both is different. Mr. Orange paused. Seeing Lin Xing'an's curious face, she smiled back. Little brat, after you kill the Tao 2 ghosts and absorb the yin hei, you yourself will be able to clearly feel the yin hei in your body. Your body is equivalent to a bottle, and the 5 grades A, B, C, D, E divide the space of the bottle into 5 parts. You sync your mind to feel the yin obscurity, and when the percentage of yin obscurity in the bottle exceeds 10%, then your own rank has been raised from E lower to E upper. When the percentage exceeds 20%, that's a breakthrough from E to D, and so on until the obscurity fills the bottle. But even though it's all 20%, the further back you go, the harder it is to improve. Mr. Orange explained in a few words, and a few moments of clarity appeared on Lin Xing'an's face. Wouldn't this keep you informed of your upgrade progress at all times? He hastily sank his heart and felt it, and his yin obscurity percentage was just over 10%. So it seems that although the yin hei of that replica ghost was consumed by Wang Shi for most of the time, it was still enough for him to turn into E on himself. It's just a shame that it's still at least 1 E superior tauntaun short of being able to cover the elimination mark. As for the ability, E ability and our own leveling up is consistent. When you ascend to E superior, your E ability will also ascend to E superior in tandem. And when you ascend to A level, your E ability will also be A level. As for higher level abilities, raising them is relatively complicated, so I'll talk to you in more detail when I have the chance. Yunshi, show the ability table to the little brat. Teacher Orange looked at Zhang Yunshi in the back through the reverse mirror. Okay, kid brother, you read it. She immediately handed that ability form to Lin Xingyan. Kid brother, in fact, each of us will have the same effect after the enhancement. It's all about the body, the physical ability. For example, E down to E up belongs to the first qualitative change, which you feel will be particularly noticeable. Sight, hearing, sense of smell, reaction time and whatnot will be vastly improved. Whoever tries it will know. She gushed. Lin Xingyan also nodded his head repeatedly with great approval. Indeed, he had felt it. But different abilities have different effects when upgraded, although they also come with strengthening themselves. For example, Orange Sister's thoughts of memory used to only be able to change her own memories, but after upgrading it seems to be able to change other people's. For example, with my incense, the three incenses are separate when ED down, and when ED up and lit together they can form a safe zone. As for what exactly is the effect of your ability boost, you still need to feel it yourself specifically. Zhang Yunshi pointed out everyone's abilities on the form again. Understood. Thank you Sister Yunshi. Hey, you're welcome. Zhang Yunshi scratched his head. Lin Xingyan also continued to look at the ability table. According to Zhang Yunshi, his basic visual and hearing enhancements all belong to the effects of his own level increase, and the surge in the stamina limit and the acceleration of the body's recovery speed should be the boosting effect of the wave ability. As for the ability of death back, even if there really was a boost, Lin Xingyan couldn't feel it now. Sister Orange, then I have another question. That is, are all Taotao ghosts Inshi the same? For example, if they are the same E superior level, a Tao2 ghost with an A rank ability and a Tao2 ghost with an E rank ability, do they all have the same Een and obscurity as well? Will there be a situation where a Taiji with a strong ability has an even stronger Een and E? Lin Xingyan asked suddenly as he felt the Een obscurity within him. This doesn't seem to make a difference, does it? Zhang Yunshi shook her head. No, there's still a difference. After a moment of silence, Mr. Orange looked at Lin Xingyan with some surprise. Within the obscurity of the Tauntauns lie some unique attributes of their abilities, like their varying ghostly domains. So we have a chance to gain some of the attributes of their abilities after we kill the Tauron ghosts and absorb their Een obscurity. But the odds that this supposedly has a chance might be only 1 in 1,000, or even less. Mr. Orange pulled into the underground garage with a dump. Kid, you're home. She stopped the car, and Lin Xingyan froze. There was a flash of exhaustion and heartache in his eyes. Yes, going through so much tonight, even having a breakthrough, but coming back in the end. Asterisk. A moment of powerlessness and despair made Lin Xingyan even want to swing for the fences. Don't worry too much about going home. Kid, don't be afraid of the surveillance outside. Ghosts can't be imaged in their true form, so they're very resistant to mirrors and surveillance and won't look at them. Anyway, as long as your keeper doesn't wake up while you're out, you can basically pretend nothing happened. Mr. Orange said soothingly. Older brother tell you, Taotao ghosts this kind of thing, really quite good. They only believe in the evidence they see with their own eyes. For example, if the train station attendant reacted to the fact that something was wrong with you, and then went to your house to look for you, and told your parents that this kid must have found us, unless the attendant really produced evidence, your parents wouldn't believe it with just his mouth. They would only believe in what they saw or what they reasoned out. Wang Shi scratched the yellow hair on top of his head and raised an eyebrow at Lin Xingyan. But I already killed a Tauntaun tonight, a neighbor's sister. She's not coming home tonight. And if the police or something like that investigated me and brought them to the scene of the crime in person and saw traces of me, they wouldn't believe it? Lin Xingyan's words made Mr. Orange look instantly serious. Where did you kill it? Phase 4 sucks there. Leave much of a trail? Extraordinarily much. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Lin Xingyan's mouth. A silence fell over the car as well. We're going to help you clean up the traces now, and all traces will be cleaned up by morning. But with your neighbor's death, we couldn't do it by creating a dummy to replace it. So it was only a matter of time before things were discovered. But trust us, traces of you have been erased. So if you're being investigated, don't show your hand. Mr. Orange said as he looked at the time. Go home. No matter what. As long as the imprint is still inside you, you have to go home. There's no way around it. We humans have piled up our freedom on the lives of Tauron. She looked to Lin Xingyan and waved her hand. Orange sis, if you kill the feeder, isn't that the same as removing the mark? Yes, But all Tauran that are qualified to raise human animals have to be at least C-ranked, either C themselves or C in their abilities. MS. Orange's words made Lin Xingyan suck in a breath of cold air. Class C. He put up a good fight tonight against Class E to have a shot at that Class C. Lin Xingyan couldn't even think about it. He shook his head, digesting what Mr. Orange had just said and allowing himself to force a few moments of energy. Little brother, let's take a group picture. Seeing that he didn't look too good, Uncle Fong took the initiative to take out his camera and unleashed his Dowie powers to stretch his hand out. I don't know why tonight, but this heart of mine keeps racing, and it always feels like something bad is going to happen. Luckily this journey has been smooth. Later on we'll clean up the scene and wish you good luck. Little brother, come on, everybody smile. Cheer up. Fong Dajuan adjusted his angle. Ka. Chapter 41, The Midnight Murder Bell, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Phew. In the underground garage, Lin Xingyan watched the van leave and exhaled lightly. I didn't realize tonight was so twisted. He leaned against the wall as countless images of what he had experienced tonight flashed by. The exhaustion that filled his body made Lin Xingyan no longer even want to think. But he has no time to rest at all. Toodles ah. Lin Xingyan never thought of the possibility of coming back when he came out. Even if you really didn't wake up tonight, what about tomorrow? Lin Xingyan also killed Sukin after all ah. The rotten building was dusty and covered with traces of his presence. His footprints, his blood. Can Mr. Orange and the others really clean it up? Even if there were really no more traces, Siakan's death would always be discovered and he would definitely still be suspected. But even if to go back was to be exposed, with the mark on his body, what could Lin Xingyan do? Is it hard to go out right now and find an E-superior tauntaun to kill? At the end of the day, it's still not strong enough. The offense is too low. Lin Xingyan sighed quietly as he silently felt the E within his body. His strength has increased, but he still has no active means of attack. This night's encounter made Lin Xingyan realize his shortcomings more deeply. The Death Recall ability is strong, but it's only passive and triggers when you're about to die. Wave boosts his physicality and increases his range, but that's about it. Both abilities are a little more on the protective side, with little offense, no harm, no initiative. But if I had a bit of output, there's at least hope of killing that hallucinatory ghost tonight. Unfortunately, Lin Xingyan reviewed another wave of tonight's battle in his head. Mr. Orange's use of his abilities is just fine. He leaned against the wall and sighed silently. Orange Sensei's thoughts of memory wasn't exactly an output power in itself, but she made up for it nicely by adding to her memories of various physical arts. The use of swords and spears. How can I use my abilities to increase my output? If you really can't, you can only exercise. Even if you can skillfully use one weapon, like Yunqi's sister's dagger, that's still better than. Lin Xingyan's breath suddenly caught. This is. He raised his hand, and the Imminent obscurity within his body was actually like rain flowing backwards, drilling out from his fingertips little by little. How did the In Hai leave the body? This massive Imminent obscurity slowly transformed from an irregular ball into the shape of a dagger in Lin Xingyan's hands. Could it be the attribute of that replica ghost's ability? He pursed his lips slightly as he thought of Mr. Orange's words, conceptualizing the dagger more clearly and accurately in his mind. Sure enough, the In Hai in his hand unexpectedly turned completely into a dagger emitting a morose black aura along with his conception. Holding it in his hand and waving it a few times, the dots of obscurity resembled a tassel trailing. Sa. Lin Xingyan turned to the wall in front of him. Everything, with almost no resistance, an additional biting opening in the wall was created. He looked again at the fire extinguisher in the corner of the garage that had long since expired in who knows how many years. Again, it was a horizontal slash without much force. The fire extinguisher should be reduced to 2 halves. Hiss. Sharpening iron like clay ah. Lin Xingyan's eyes rounded and his breath caught slightly. Visualize the long sword in your head again. However, in half a second, the In Hai in his hand transformed into a sharp long sword like jelly. Great swords, lances, heavy hammers, clubs, feathered arrows, even some weapons that were simply not available in reality. As long as Lin Xingyan could think of them, Inchi surprisingly became out. As he became more and more skillful, the speed of the In and E changes was barely delayed from what he had imagined in his head. Are these some of the attributes that Orange Sensei said had a probability of acquiring Tauran abilities? Although that copy ghost's ability is copying, shapeshifting is also one of its ability attributes. It duplicated Wang Shi again before it died and possessed Wang Shi's ability. And the In obscurity externalization is one of the attributes of Wang Shi's ability. I didn't realize that this 1 in 1,000 chance was catching up with me. Lin Xingyan was playing with the In 11 in his hand, and his mood was one of immense excitement. Mr. Orange said that weapons with In and E attached to them are the only ones that can damage Tauran. Then wouldn't a weapon he made directly from In Hai be even stronger? Now there's a means that can steadily inflict damage on Taoran. Lin Xingyan comfortably withdrew Yin He back into his body and released it again. In that case, I now know the rules of that hallucinatory ghost and that it lives at 06 Spring River Road. A bold idea slowly appeared in Lin Xingyan's mind. He was now only 1E superior in 11 away from removing the mark. If he only relied on wave and death back, then he could only achieve Yin High with the help of Orange Teacher. But now, can I go ahead and volunteer to kill a ghost tonight? Lin Xingyan's eyes flickered slightly. Waiting for a ghost to come to his door was definitely not an option. He had to take the initiative into his own hands. But after calming down, he shook his head again. At least not tonight. First of all, he's half a South City away from Spring River Road in the Villa area. It's a 2-hour ride on the subway. Secondly, his current state wasn't the best, and the use of Yin He that he had just mastered wasn't that skillful. It can wait until next weekend when Mr. Orange takes us on our spring trip. With Orange Sensei's cover, I'll have almost a day on my own. Lin Xingyan rationalized his thoughts. And Hai only seems to be able to deal damage to ghosts. To kill Taoran ghosts you still have to find their weaknesses to break them. So tonight, TSK. But as soon as he thought he was going home again, the joy he had just felt disappeared, leaving him with a bout of heartburn. Although Togway doesn't look at the surveillance, but the traces left in the rotten building in Sukan are still too many. In the midst of the silence, the sound-activated lights in the garage snapped off. The surroundings were once again plunged into darkness, leaving only the camera in the corner flickering with a little red light. In the soundless silence, Lin Xingyan was full of resistance. Jingle bells. Suddenly, in the empty underground garage, a series of sharp phone rings rang out abruptly without warning. The garage lights came on instantly. Lin Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily dodged to the side behind the car, and the inchi in his hand transformed into a crowbar. But other than him, there was simply no presence of anyone else in the vast space. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. The phone continued to ring without stopping, echoing constantly as if it were a call for help. Lin Xingyan's brows furrowed as he followed the sound and looked in the direction of the bell. It was an old public phone in a corner, hanging on the wall. That required a phone card to be inserted. The looped phone line was dusty and obviously hadn't been used in a long time. But at this moment in the middle of the night, it actually keeps making icy chirps. It's like someone is calling Lin Xingyan like, jingle bells, jingle bells. Lin Xingyan glanced at the camera in the corner not far away. After hesitating, he walked over to the phone, but he didn't pick it up, just watched quietly. 5 seconds later, the ringing disappeared. The camera on top flashed red. Jingle bells. But immediately afterward, the short bell rang again. Lin Xingyan's brows furrowed. As the ringer was coming to an end, he tiptoed and picked up the microphone. Click and zip. A sound of electricity reached his ears. Hello? Chapter 42, You. Where have you been? Request for catch-up reading. Hello? Lin Xingyan said. There was no sound from there, until the sound-activated lights in the garage went out again. It was as if the ringing just now was just an illusion. Click and zip. Just as Lin Xingyan was about to hang up the phone, that current sound once again came from the earpiece, as if a machine that hadn't been started for a long time was constantly trying to link data. The current grew louder and clearer. Zip. Go home. Don't. Zip. Fear. After a long time, an intermittent electromechanical voice said, Go home. Don't be afraid. It repeated itself again. This time the voice wasn't the slightest bit stuck, but it was full of ice. Another string of electrical currents came through. A few seconds later, the sound disappeared completely. All that was left was the beeping sound of the hang-up. Hello? Lin Xingyan still held up the earpiece. Go home. Don't be afraid. His brow furrowed in confusion. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to know where he was now. Even knew that he was struggling with whether or not to go back. But, how is this possible? Hello? He waited another half-minute to make sure the call was actually hung up before he put the receiver back on. Wait. This call. At this point, Lin Xingyan suddenly realized that the end of this public telephone line was actually disconnected. That is to say, it's a which can't be dialed or picked up even with a phone card inserted. Gobble. Lin Xingyan swallowed his saliva. With some disbelief, he pressed the dialing button a few times indiscriminately, but there was no response. The green screen on the mainframe of the phone, which was no more than a few square centimeters, wasn't about to light up in the slightest. This is a public phone that is completely broken and utterly unusable. There is no possibility of dialing again. That just now. Who's calling? Lin Xingyan looked around. The garage's sound-activated lights went out again. His fingertips touched the cold metal buttons of the phone and winced. It's not some ghost call, is it? Lin Xingyan checked the call again with some reluctance. Indeed, it has been broken beyond repair. And even if it wasn't broken, it's a plug-in phone. How can it call without a phone card? Go home. Don't be afraid. Go home. Don't be afraid. Lin Xingyan mumbled those 2 words in his mind a few more times. What am I afraid of? I'm afraid that you will wake up in the middle of the night and see that I'm not there. I'm afraid that Su Kan's matter will be discovered. And I'm afraid that if I go back now, I'm just throwing myself into a trap. So this is someone telling me not to worry? None of these things I'm worried about are going to happen. But how did he know it wouldn't happen? And who is helping me? Why are you helping me? Lin Xingyan thought left and right, but didn't have much of a clue. All the questions about Togwei, about Taoyuan village, about the red-haired girl in the river of time. Now that there was such an additional call, the numerous questions made Lin Xingyan's face recoil with a touch of relief. It's done. So let's go home. He put the phone away and didn't dwell on it. After all, he had no other choice. Coming home, getting on the elevator and arriving at the door of his house, Lin Xingyan's complexion was 10,000%. At the tender age of 6, he stood in the doorway with his arms folded, 45 degrees up at the sky looking out the window at the rain, and in his eyes was a sadness that did not belong to his age. This is, almost forgot. Lin Xingyan touched his pocket. It was the palm-sized book left by the hanged brother on the 7th floor of the abandoned building. It had rained all the way with him, and Ben was thoroughly soaked. He carefully rubbed the first few pages apart by moonlight and lightning. What caught my eye when I flipped it over was an old 3-inch black and white photo. It was a man in a gua robe, holding a child, but the boy's face was deliberately scratched off, and he was dressed in such a way that it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. Good. Vintage. The photo has an ancient feel to it, both in the dress and demeanor of the people in it, and in the materials. Forget it. The back pages had all been glued together by the rain, and the ink on them had long since fizzled out. Even if you can barely turn it over, you can't read the writing on it. Lin Xingyan looked left and right, and silently shoved the little book into the clutter piled up in his neighbor's hallway. The neighbors are a couple of elderly people, and the clutter has been sitting untouched for several years. It should be safe in the short term, and he'll take it out for a closer look when this book dries up and he gets a chance. Intuition told Lin Xingyan that there were definitely a lot of secrets inside this little book. Phew. Home. Lin Xingyan pulled out the key from under the carpet. After some mental construction, he deliberately waited for a bolt of lightning to cross before inserting the key into the keyhole. Ha ha, don't open the door and find you sitting on the couch waiting for me. Muffled thunder mixed with ticking sounds came. Lin Xingyan adjusted his expression and noiselessly pushed open the door. Crunch! The dark living room was empty. The wind had blown the window open at some point. The curtains continued to undulate and fluctuate as if they were being manipulated by a pair of large, invisible hands, leaving a ghostly shadow on the couch. Lin Xingyan repositioned the key, then gently closed the door and put his shoes in the shoe cabinet before drilling into the toilet first. With the lights off, he took off all his clothes and socks and threw them into the washing machine in the dark. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Xingyan didn't go straight back to the house, but just went to the restroom in the dark as if it was an unusual night rise. Looking at the blurry outline of himself in the mirror, he turned on the faucet and washed the dust that had rubbed off on his hands. Ka! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning burst through the air. A bitter light pierced through the darkness. Lin Xingyan's hand shook. As if sensing something, he slowly raised his head. The door to the bedroom behind the mirror had been opened at some point. Deeper darkness seeped through the doorway. Gobble. Lin Xingyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Rumble. Thunder rumbled. And outside, a brisk wind wrapped in a sudden rain slapped against the window, jerking the curtains open. By the light of the penetrating moon, behind his own blurred outline in the mirror, Lin Xingyan saw Yu's figure standing in a nightgown with her hair draped over her head. Ka! Another bolt of lightning. Yu's shadow was suddenly elongated, covering Lin Xingyan. In the darkness, she slowly lifted her head and turned it weirdly sideways, revealing half of her ghastly face. In the waterfall of long, pitch-black hair, the bloodshot scarlet eyes locked eyes with Lin Xingyan through the mirror. You, where have you been? What's wrong, Mom? As if he hadn't heard the hoarseness and trembling of Yu's voice, Lin Xingyan rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. After a couple of mumbles he wandered off towards the bedroom, and Yu just stood still, staring at Lin Xingyan dead in the face. It was motionless, as if it was building up some kind of power, like a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 43 Execution Program? Protection. Catch-up reading requested. Pop. As Lin Xingyan passed her, Yu violently pulled Lin Xingyan's arm. Rolling thunder sounded again. She slowly dropped to one knee and embraced Lin Xingyan tightly into her arms. Mommy just had a nightmare that she lost you and couldn't find you no matter how hard she looked. Mommy woke up to see you weren't there and thought you. Mommy was going crazy. Baby, 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 Mommy really loves you. Don't ever leave Mommy. What would Mom do if you did disappear? Yu hugged Lin Xingyan's tiny body and buried her face in Lin Xingyan's shoulder. inhaling greedily. The body was constantly shaking. By the light of the moon, Lin Xing'an saw that her pale face was filled with tears. "Mom, I'm sleepy." Lin Xing'an looked up at the curtains that were blown up and down by the wind and said faintly. In the heart, there was not a single fluctuation. "Sleep. Mommy hold you to sleep. Good boy. Good boy." Yu hastily wiped her tears with her hand and didn't seem to have any doubts. Pick up Lin Xing'an like he did when he was a child. "Baby, why are your feet so cold?" Her brow furrowed. Lin Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't answer with his eyes closed, as if he was sleepy. Yu did not ask any more questions. "Go to sleep, good boy." She placed Lin Xing'an on the bed, covered him up, and kissed Lin Xing'an's forehead lightly. Then he got up and headed for the door. "Mom, where are you going?" "Go close the window outside and go to sleep. Good boy." Yu flashed a gentle smile at Lin Xing'an and then gently closed the door. The bedroom was plunged into darkness. Lin Xing'an blinked his eyes and tried to listen, but there was only the sound of his own heartbeat in his ears, and he couldn't hear a trace of Yu's movement in the living room. He closed his eyes, his heart beating louder in his ears, and Yu stood right outside the door, expressionless, staring at Lin Xing'an through the crack in the door, staring at Lin Xing'an dead in the face, silent as a paperman. It was a long time before she withdrew her gaze and left wordlessly, and Lin Xing'an quietly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering. The rain poured outside the window, and the brisk wind blew Yu's long hair away and lifted her nightgown. Pop! Yu closed the window, walked to the door with an expressionless face, squatted down, opened the shoe cabinet, and picked up Lin Xing'an's shoes. Wet. She opened the door again and glanced at the carpet and hallway tile after glancing at the lock. Wet. Walking to the bathroom, he pulled out Lin Xing'an's clothes and pants from the washing machine. Wet. Ha! Grow up. Yu abruptly let out a light laugh, revealing two shallow pear swirls on her face. In the darkness, she pinned her long hair behind her ear and licked her lips. Growing up. Yu threw her shoes by the sink as well without turning on the lights and cleaned them briefly with a brush before returning to the bedroom. Good night, baby. Sweet dreams. She tucked in the corner of Lin Xing'an's quilt and slowly lay down on the bed, looking at Lin Xing'an, who had turned his side and back to her and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. He said softly, "Didn't get caught?" Yu's breathing gradually stabilized, and the gloom in Lin Xing'an's hands quietly dissipated. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After making sure that Yu didn't make any movements, he also couldn't resist sleep and fell into a deep sleep. North City. City Light Building, 103rd floor. In the modern-style independent office of over 200 square feet, Su Zhe, dressed in a customized suit and with his hands full of diamond rings, was practicing calligraphy with a fountain pen. His ears are as exaggeratedly long and thin as an elf's in a movie or TV show. Click and zip. Suddenly, the bright incandescent light flickered. The diamond ring on Su Zhe's finger that reflected him like a mirror suddenly fluctuated. His mirror image then disappeared and was replaced by a long-haired woman in a red dress. "You asked for me?" In the blink of an eye, it appeared on every surface in the entire office that could be viewed in reverse. Aha! Su Zhe put down the pen in his hand. He lit a cigar and walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the mirror ghosts on the smooth window surface. "What's been going on in the past 2 days? In your South City? Especially over at the station. All the best. What about the villa? All under control. Where is Mother Superior? All clear." The mirror ghost's body was like a projection as it slowly walked out from within the mirror and stood beside Su Zhe. Her face still had no features, but was as smooth as a mirror. "Any movement in the human animals?" "Yes, but this herd is like fish in water, and those foods they think they've found are nothing more than feedings from us." "Why?" "Not much. Just, I heard a new Class A ability being used." Su Zhe's ears twitched, like a river flowing endlessly, like a chrysalis butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. He closed his eyes, his thin ears twitching gently. "Humans with Class A abilities. How good that must smell." The mirror ghost's form flickered twice, his voice trembling. "In South City? Probability, but not necessarily. This matter does not need you to intervene. I have already let Tianming to check. There is a need for you to cooperate just. Your current assignment, or mother." Su Zhe looked at the spectacled ghost. Understood. The mirror image of the mirror ghost disappeared in the blink of an eye as if it had never appeared. Phew! The smoke returned in his lungs before exhaling through Su Chi's nostrils. In the midst of the ascension, the overhead lights continued to flicker and the bright office slowly dimmed. The ground seemed to have turned into a dark swamp that bulged eerily. A floor, a wall, a table with books and paper, pen and ink, everything in the entire office, surprisingly, turned into painfully twisted ghosts or people, including the fountain pen Su Zhe just used, including the cigar in his hand. Everything as far as the eye could see turned out to be a living, breathing being. Here ghosts and human bodies are twisted together into all sorts of things. The features on one face were livid with pain. Ouch, 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 ouch. A cry of agony came in succession like the frogs in a rice field on a summer night. Nope, not this office. The entire North Side City Lights building, every side of the glass and every brick, was making noise. The whole building, wailing, and Suja, just under the sound of despair, swallowed the clouds. Unknown location. Buzz. In the darkness, a 2-meter screen slowly lit up as if it had been awakened by something activated. The sound of a zippy electric current and a whirring fan came through. A thick cloud of dust was stirred up. Dropping. On the green screen, a single pixel dot flickered constantly. Then, rows and rows of function commands popped up. Hashtag asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hashtag asterisk 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 asterisk. Hashtag wake up. Hashtag execute the program. Hashtag protect. Phew. The screen went black in a flash, and the humming fan sound steeply expanded several times. A few seconds later, the screen lit up again. Immediately afterward, a small monitor-like screen lit up one after another beside it. The dark space where dust had accumulated was illuminated a little. It was a huge room that had been closed off for who knows how long. Dozens of screens are arranged like building blocks. A few centimeters of dust, stirring among the currents and fans, filled the air. Behind the screen were rows of huge refrigerator-like mainframes, arranged one against the other, humming away. A dense tangle of finger-thick black wires connected the mainframe to a block of screens. The image slowly emerged on the screen. Meanwhile, cameras all over the south side jammed at the same time. After turning slightly as if moving a muscle, it flashed with a faint reddish glow. Chapter 44 Livestock Commission Tianming, request for follow-up reading. Brother-in-law. I didn't open this wine. My sister brought it to me. I didn't want to drink it. My sister had to pour it for me, and can testify for me. The next morning, Lin Xing'an was woken up by the voices of Lin Yunchen and Yushur outside. Half asleep, the early morning sunlight spread warmly over him, a comfortable feeling that made Lin Xing'an inexplicably go into a bit of a trance. So tired, so hungry, but don't want to open my eyes, don't want to get up. What day of the week is it? Weekend? No school. Great. Where am I? I'm home, at home at. Lin Xing'an slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of blackness flickered out from under his eyes. Yu was leaning back against the pillows, propping his head sideways with one hand and patting him gently with the other. The sunlight swept through her hair and lay in the pearly swirls at the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of tenderness. Baby, are you awake? The sun is on your ass. Yu rubbed Lin Xing'an's little face. For his part, Lin Xing'an yawned again and closed his eyes, burying his head under the covers. Baby, you look so tired. Did you not sleep well last night? Lin Xing'an gave a light Mom didn't sleep well last night either. Yu was still gently patting Lin Xing'an's body through the covers. Last night Mommy dreamed that you were lost again and couldn't find you no matter how hard she looked. Mom was thinking, I've lost my baby twice. How am I going to lose him a third time? So baby, don't ever leave Mommy again. Can you? Can you pull the hook with Mommy? She held out a hand and said softly. Lin Xing'an didn't answer, and after half a minute, also stretched out a hand from under the covers. Baby, hang yourself. Don't change for 100 years. She pressed her thumb against Lin Xing'an's thumb and said with a smile, lie down for a little while longer, then get up baby. Mommy's going to go ahead and serve you dinner. Today Auntie made you shrimp and egg custard. You used to love it. She got up and tied up her long hair, looking deeply at Lin Xing'an who was blindfolded. Without further ado, the bedroom door was gently closed. It was half a minute before Yu left. After hearing the sound from outside and waiting for a long time, Lin Xing'an lifted the covers. Knock, knock. He felt his heartbeat and reached out his hand. A hint of obscurity once again flowed from his fingertips, shifting with his imagination. Pop! Lin Xing'an suddenly clenched his fist, and Inchi disappeared like a phantom. Compared to last night, he who had fully recovered his physical strength was more skillful in the use of Yin-Hei and felt the changes in himself more clearly, especially vision. His gaze was like an adjustable multiplier in the sunlight, and he could see even the countdown to a red light 100 meters away. It was more immediate than what was felt in the darkness last night. Phew, dinner first. Lin Xing'an sat up from the bed and rubbed his rumbling stomach. Husband, have you seen my car keys? I remember I was hanging right by the door. Why is it gone? So strange. Yu's voice came from outside. Lin Xing'an also froze. It looks like he casually threw his car keys outside when he left last night. Can't find it? Couldn't have dropped it outside. Could you? No way. My car keys have been hanging by the door. Why can't I find them? Yu frowned and probed towards the gap behind the shoe cabinet. Find it yourself. I'm taking our little one to dinner. Seeing Lin Xing'an come out, Yushur also smiled and greeted him. Lion, shrimp and egg custard. Eat a big bowl. If you don't finish it, you're not giving Auntie face. She pulled back her stool and smiled. Look for it. The key doesn't have legs. Can it run away by itself? Lin Yunchen, who had already changed into his pajamas, said with a yawn. Knock, knock, knock. But before he could get back inside, there was a knock on the door outside. Ugh, sis. Is it not you key yourself back on long legs? Yushi jokingly opened the door. Hello, I'm Tianming from the Livestock Commission. We received a report about your family's child, Lin Xing'an, just now. A man clad in a black trench coat with prominent cheekbones on his face and glaring eyes said, holding up his work permit. Lin Xing'an's hand that was eating gave a start. He looked up. At the door, there was the uniformed stewardess boy, and his kindergarten classmate Xinxin's mom. Alas, sister, you don't blame me for being insensitive. I'm looking at an entirely for my future son-in-law. But I can't do anything about it now that the evidence is all over the place. Hart's mom took 2 steps forward and warmly shook Yu's hand. The stewardess boy on the side then looked at Lin Xing'an and swallowed his saliva without hiding it. Lin Xing'an's heart sank. That fast? It's only been one night. But why is it the train station people who come to? After the backfiling and rebirth, this stewardess boy's memory of him would have been stuck at the time he was taken away by Mr. Orange. In his eyes, he and Mr. Orange were both confused and there should be no breakage. And why did Mama Hart come along? A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Xing'an's eyes. Livestock committee? I don't even have a kitten or a puppy at home. Does having 2 turtles count? And why do you look so much like a secret agent in that outfit? You sure looked at Tianming with a skeptical face and spat in a small voice. Z, you have an 11 o'clock flight. Go downstairs and wait for me in the car first. I'll drop you off right away. You and Lin Yunchen said after looking at each other. Sis, this is good, isn't it? Although Yu sure was full of doubts. She met Yu's eyes and went downstairs. I'm Lin Yunchen, Deputy Director of Neurosurgery at South City Center Hospital, and this is my son. Seeing her get on the elevator, Lin Yunchen also took out his work permit and exchanged a look at it with Tianming. Come on, Anne, let's go eat over here and listen to some stories. Yu did not move and pulled Lin Xing'an to the coffee table in the living room, and then used her cell phone to put on the idiomatic stories from Baby Bus. The sound was loud, but Lin Xing'an, who had broken through, could still hear the adults' conversation quite clearly. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry, this happened suddenly, and our committee is just doing business and thinking about. It's okay, understand, and when something goes wrong, fix it quickly. Okay, Xiao Luo, talk to Dr. Lin about the situation. Tianming didn't say any more nonsense and nodded at the stewardess boy in the back. Hello Dr. Lin, I'm Luo Siyuan, a staff member of the South City East Station. And you know about our work at the train station. And then, last night, we were at the train station and we found this guy. He's the one who told us himself that he saw your kids last night. And listen to your boy himself and tell him to watch out for monsters. Rothsey and Hart's mom sidled up. Seeing the people behind them in the distance, Lin Xing'an's pupils shrank. No wonder. He lowered his eyes. Behind them, there was the prisoner-like Xinxin's brother, Gu Tianqi, who had his head covered with a black cloth. After arriving at the train station for the first time and being controlled by the stewardess boy to see the nod Gu Tianqi in the office, Lin Xing'an had taken the initiative to remind him to be careful of Tao Tang ghosts on the second occasion. But I didn't realize that my reminder at the time would turn into a designation now. Lin Xing'an's hand, which was holding the spoon, clenched slightly. Chapter 45, Simple. Just tune in the surveillance and you'll know, extra. Thank you brothers for helping me win the resurrection match. He's human. Luo Siyuan pulled Gu Tianqi over to him. It was obviously summer, but Gu Tianqi looked like she was freezing and shivering. We found him at the train station last night around 1 a.m. Getting ready to leave on a bus. He said he is and the family has a conflict, want to run away from home, but no owner to report, want to leave alone, people are defaulted to no. On the normal go procedure well. But this one was scared out of his wits at the sight of my leader and yelled I got it. We asked him what he knew, and he said he knew what the monster meant. He was warned to watch out for monsters last night when he tried to leave. Luo Siyuan looked at Lin Xing'an. Tianming also silently observed Lin Xing'an's demeanor, holding a book and pen in his hand and taking notes quickly. However, Lin Xing'an just calmly ate his egg custard and concentrated on the small animation of idioms on his cell phone. Face as usual. It's totally like a little kid playing by himself while an adult is talking, not even listening. He had thought he might be exposed because he came back last night and bumped into a waking Yu. There was the thought that he might be exposed because of Siakan's death, but never thought it would be because of that one reminder he gave to fellow human Gu Tianqi. That was unexpected. But Lin Xing'an's mind kept flashing back to last night's images. Since the stewardess boy didn't directly bring the train station's surveillance video over to accuse, but instead kept Gu Tianqi until now, it meant that Mr. Orange's words were true. It's a bit unbelievable, but it really seems like Taoran ghosts don't seem to be able to use surveillance because their bodies can't be imaged. Then according to Wang Shi, the Taodao ghosts only believe in their own reason answers if they are just a Gutianqi. It didn't seem to convince you and Lin Yunqian. Lin Xingyan silently ate a mouthful of egg custard. The heart recoiled and was not very flustered. What? You guys aren't going to say that this person who reminded him is Mayan, are you? You looked aghast. Yes ma'am. Last night Lin Xingyan was indeed at the station. He volunteered that his name was Su Jipeng, that he had gotten lost with his parents, and asked me to use the radio to help him find his mom. It's true that a woman did take him away in the end, too, but it wasn't you. Before Luo Siyuan finished speaking, Lin Yunqian shook his head impatiently. What do you guys say with your several mouths? Anne, did you go to the train station last night? He asked aloud. No. Where were you last night? Sleeping at home with mom. Lin Xingyan shook his head and replied obediently. My son slept at home last night. You have the wrong house. He made a move to close the door. Tian Ming, who had been recording sullenly, gave a look to Xian's mother, and then his eyes stared at Lin Xingyan like a hawk. Heart's mom rushed to block the door as well, an exaggerated smile piled on her face. Sister you, all of us parents know that it's not easy to raise a child, and we all look forward to the day when the child grows up, but when it comes to this kind of thing, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we just want this bite. It's all business. I also know that Anin is a good kid and can't say much with just one mouth, so I specifically left Tianqi until now. As soon as Xinxin's mom lifted Gutianqi's hood, she pointed at Lin Xingyan. Last night, was it him who warned you about the monster? Obviously mother and son, but at this moment, Heart's mom's voice was nothing but ice cold, and Lin Xingyan exclaimed the moment he saw Gutianqi and hurriedly looked at you. Mom, brother you're hurt. Do you want to take brother to the hospital first? He said with some concern and trepidation. This performance caused Tian Ming's hand to pause in recording. You, on the other hand, looked deeply at Xian's mom and then tenderly covered Lin Xingyan's eyes. At this moment, Gutianqi's entire face was like being stung by swarms of bees, except that it was green or swollen. The split at the corner of his mouth hadn't even scabbed over yet, and the blood that oozed out solidified across his face. The left eye was as if the whole eyeball had been gouged out, and could not be opened at all. Only the right eye could barely show a slit. Asked you. Xinxin's mom forcefully twisted Gutianqi's neck. Right. Gutianqi also stared at Lin Xingyan and nodded repeatedly. It's him. It's Lin Xingyan. He used a fake name yesterday. He told me something about monsters last night. He told me himself. Told me to watch out. Told me to watch out for monsters. He knows everything. You eat him? Don't eat me. Please, don't eat me. Tears and snot mixed with blood flowed down Gutianqi's face as she spoke. Mama Heart then roughly hooded him once again. Sister you, the witnesses are all here. You are also reasonable people. How to deal with it you know in your own hearts. She and Luo Siyuan swallowed at the same time. You guys. Lin Yunqian was just about to speak when Yu raised his hand to cut him off, then looked into Lin Xingyan's eyes. Anun, mommy is asking you, did you go to the train station last night or not? Did you see brother Xin? No, I have been at home to sleep. Did not see the Heart brother Lin Xingyan similarly looked straight into Yu's eyes. Honestly, Anne, brother Heart said he saw you at the train station yesterday. Yu's voice and even his eyes went a few degrees colder. Lin Xingyan frowned and lowered his head. Maybe brother Xinxin misread it. He scratched his head. Lying. He's lying. And just admit it, Anne. You said monster. You knew it all. You knew it all along. You obviously tried to save me last night. If you wanted to help me, why don't you admit it now? If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have gone. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You should have died for me. Gutianqi, who had her head lassoed, struggled and shouted. Shut up. You suddenly snorted coldly. The sound was not loud, but it was as if the mute had been pressed so that the surrounding area was instantly silent. Anne, Mom will ask you one last time. You didn't go to the train station last night, did you? Aha. Lin Xingyan nodded. Okay, Mom trusts you. Yu stared into Lin Xingyan's eyes for 2 seconds, then spread a smile. The serious expression turned into gentleness, rubbing Lin Xingyan's forehead. Keep looking. Good boy. She tapped her cell phone twice. Auntie, he's lying to you. He really warned me last night to beware of monsters. I heard him loud and clear. You. Shut up. You said again. Lin Xingyan looked at the animation on his cell phone. At the bottom of his heart, for some reason, there was nothing angry about hearing his words, but instead, there was a bit of relief. The evidence you speak of is nothing more than 2 people coming to my house and pointing to Mayan and saying they saw him. Is this the so-called hard evidence? 2 mouths are here to slander my son? If I believed that, Would you two be able to take him to some random person and say you saw him at the train station? I think you guys are crazy, right? Yu had made no effort to hide her anger as she looked at Xin's mom and Luo Ciyuan. Do you guys think we're stupid enough to just trust you? Or do you think we're so easy to bully that we'll tolerate it even if we doubt it? Captain Tien, is that what your committee thought when they came over here deliberately? If my kid did go to the train station last night and warned him to watch out for some kind of monster, please show substantial evidence. Lin Yunqian said with a cold face. A silence fell over the room. Tian Ming, who had just been silent, put away his pen and closed the book. Easy, just pull the surveillance, he said gently, and Lin Xingyan's heartbeat missed a beat. P.S. Thanks for the monthly votes, and thanks to my brothers for last week's catch-up reads, so I didn't drop the catch-up reads without exposure, and beat this week's resurrection. It's not sincere to just say it, so add an extra chapter. Chapter 46. Don't be afraid. Surveillance? Lin Yunqian froze. Under the latest livestock code, owners' homes must be fitted with surveillance for use when necessary. I remember your house. You have 7 or 8 rooms upstairs and downstairs in your house, so at least 10 hidden cameras, right? Tian Ming's gaze swept across the living room and finally stopped on Lin Xingyan's distant face. There are at least 10 hidden cameras in your home. Lin Xingyan looked at the animation on his cell phone and only felt a chill climb straight up from the soles of his feet. Doesn't that mean that his every move since he was a kid is being watched? Anne, go back inside and read for a while. As if sensing something, Yu patted Lin Xingyan's back and cleared up the dishes on the coffee table in the meantime. Go on. Aha. Lin Xingyan nodded obediently. The moment he went back inside and closed the door, his expression became serious. Didn't you say Taiji wouldn't look at the surveillance? But now, they will not only look at it, they will even install it. But when you think about it, what makes a Tauren not know how to look at surveillance? It's not like this is the world of Conan. If it's true, as Mr. Orange says, that it's because they can't be imaged in their true form, then you don't see them resisting on cell phone cameras, do you? It's also perfectly fine to watch it when no one is around if you're afraid your identity will be revealed because of the surveillance imaging. Should have thought of this yesterday. Is that Mr. Orange lying to me? It shouldn't. And if the Tatao ghosts would look at the surveillance, then the train station is full of surveillance. So why didn't this stewardess boy just come over with the surveillance footage? Not to mention that if the house was full of cameras, then he should have been exposed long ago. After all, Lin Xingyan couldn't act like he was 6 years old all the time. If Yu and Lin Yunqian watch this so-called home surveillance every day, then they can always find his cracks. Phew, how do you break it? But there's no time to dwell on that now. Once discovered by the Togway, then he would surely die. And with this time of death, even if he could go back into gear, he would be at home, with very little room to maneuver. Lin Xingyan took a deep breath and opened the window to look out. 12 floors, over 40 meters high. Inchi surged out of his hands. First, it transformed into a rope, the length of which, while theoretically infinitely extendable, became thinner the longer the rope was. It's also still 4 or 5 stories away when it's only a thin thumb. As for any parachute gliders, not to mention whether it works or not, it's a Saturday and there are too many people down there, and even if he did manage to walk, Yu and Lin Yunqian could still locate him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xingyan couldn't help but burst out. There was a mark present in his body, completely blocking his path to escape, but staying here is just waiting to die. Is it hard to just explode with them? But how could I possibly beat? Lin Xingyan leaned against the door, feeling only a wave of powerlessness and despair. Keeping people and animals is completely private to us, and home monitoring is only available for us to call with a premium license. Yu's voice came from outside. Yes, please go through it. Tian Ming took a piece of paper out of his trench coat. After seeing the seal on it, Lin Yunqian and Yu's faces changed at the same time. Who in the world asked you to investigate? Tian Ming didn't answer, but made a gesture of invitation. Ever since the Peachland incident 7 years ago, the use of all human surveillance has been strictly forbidden. Can you guarantee that there will be absolutely nothing wrong with our home monitoring? Yu handed the piece of paper to Tian Ming and asked rhetorically. The Peachland incident? 7 years ago? Inside the room, Lin Xingyan's ears bristled. Tian Ming's stiff face didn't have a single look on it, blinking like a robot. Don't worry, the committee was completely cleared of all hidden dangers 7 years ago. All ground surveillance is currently on silent, with only a very few retained. Not to mention the fact that we pulled home surveillance. All owners' home monitoring is personally manufactured and installed by our committee for absolute safety, he said firmly. That means that there is absolutely no chance of any home monitoring being altered or even reversed, right? Right. And there won't be any risks hidden? Yes. Good. Then if it's proven later that Anne is innocent, how do you count the fact that you guys came here today? Yu Yu's gaze looked straight at Tianming without budging. The commission assumes full responsibility, Tianming said without hesitation. Lin Yunchen, on the other hand, snorted coldly and was just about to speak when Yu Yu stopped him. Okay, remember what you said. Her tone suddenly loosened. Why? Yu's sister, brother-in-law, don't be angry. It's all about procedure. On the sidelines, Heart's mom rubbed her hands together to round out the conversation. Lin Xingyan inside the room, on the other hand, frowned. That means what Orange Sensei said is indeed true. It's just that Tagoki refused to use surveillance because of the peach orchard incident 7 years ago. Taoyuan village. The two can't possibly be related, right? At that time in the end hair what? Without giving Lin Xingyan time to think, Yu Yu called him out. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xingyan also put away his outward gloom and adjusted his demeanor. Yu Yu then downloaded a link in front of him under Tianming's guidance. This permission, at your breeders, Tianming said with an expressionless face. The so-called advanced license is just permission for us to look at the surveillance. But really, you owners can view it anytime you want. Oh, we won't look. Yu Yu authorized to open the link. Inside is live monitoring of the entire living room. No, not just the living room. 9 frames of images appeared, frame by frame. Inside, the place where Lin Xingyan has lived for 6 years is presented without any dead ends. Bit by bit. Gobble. Lin Xingyan's throat rolled and he was chilled. This was the first time he knew so intuitively that he had, in fact, always been under surveillance. The living room alone now has 3 angles. Honey, cast the screen to the TV. The screen is too small to watch. Yu Yu handed his cell phone to Lin Yunchen, then took Lin Xingyan's hand. What's wrong, Pa? Not much. Looking at the real-time surveillance screen that had been projected onto the TV, Lin Xingyan lowered his head. Sister Yu, what brand of TV do you have at home? It's really clear, hey. You can see everything clearly. Well, Captain Tian, we can't operate the playback or anything. You do it. Yu Yu ignored Xian's mom and handed the remote control to Tianming. Anne, sit. She pulled Lin Xingyan to sit on the sofa. On the side was a grim-faced Lin Yunchen. Luo, what time did you say you saw Lin Xingyan last night? Tianming looked to Luo Siyuan who was standing behind him. Well, it was last night around 12:40 to 1 in the morning. What time did you get the bus yesterday? Luo Siyuan disliked Gu Tianqi. 12:52. I remember it clearly. 12:52. That's about right. So he was taken by that woman to his home, which would be around 1:30 in the morning? Tianming singled out the surveillance footage of the living room area. Lin Xingyan also slightly held his breath. He left home last night at 10:46 in the evening, sold Su Chan to the station at 12:45, and arrived home at 2 in the morning. That means he hasn't been in the surveillance since 10:46 p.m. Phew. Lin Xingyan's fingertips. The gloom could drill out at any moment. But in his mind, he inexplicably thought of the phone call last night. Go home. Don't be afraid. Pop. Yu Yu suddenly tapped Lin Xingyan on the shoulder. She turned her head sideways, looked at Lin Xingyan with a gentle smile, and whispered in Lin Xingyan's ear. Don't be afraid. Hearing these 2 familiar words, even though there was not the slightest difference on his face, Lin Xingxin's heart trembled. He looked up at Yu Yu in silence, his eyes clear and innocent. Yu Yu, on the other hand, just hooked her thin lips and watched Tianming rewind the surveillance footage at multiplied speed. 1 speed, 2 speed, 3 speed. After 8 times speed, the surveillance content turned up last night. 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m. Lin Xingyan's heart gradually raised. Chapter 47, Tampered Surveillance. This surveillance, sure it can't be wrong? Yu Yu asked suddenly and quietly. Absolutely not. Tianming's eyeballs rolled. Strangely, the time screen was set to 1 a.m. By his direct 10-fold speed, then played up at 2-fold. Gulp. Heart's mom glanced at Yu Yu and swallowed, staring at the TV and leaning forward. There has been almost no hiding of his appetite. Inside the living room, several pairs of eyes were glued to the screen in unison. Crunch. At 1:58 a.m. In front of the wind-blown window in the hall, the curtains fluttered in the howling wind, but a soft creak was so piercing. On the screen, Lin Xingyan carefully pushed open the door. But Xian's mom and Luo Siyuan's faces changed. Tianming's brows also locked again. It was the bedroom door that Lin Xingyan pushed open. In the surveillance footage, he wasn't coming back from outside. Instead, he sleepily emerged from the bedroom and yawned into the bathroom. Immediately after that, Yu Yu also came out of the bedroom with her hair draped over her head and hugged Lin Xingyan, who had returned to the house, in her arms. Then he carried Lin Xingyan back to the bedroom. She came out again a short while later, looked down at Lin Xingyan's shoes, and opened the door to look again. Only then did he close the window that had been blown open by the wind and return to the bedroom after a minute in the bathroom. Knock knock. Lin Xing'an's pupils contracted for a moment. Surveillance footage from last night. Tampered with. But what sent more chills down his spine was Yu Yu's set of moves. My clothes and shoes were wet. Yu, she already found out I went out last night. So she knows I'm lying now. Lin Xing'an lowered his eyes. The blood in my body feels like it's flowing backwards. But why? Why didn't she expose me? Why? She won't eat me? Once discovered by the Taoran ghosts, they will surely be eaten by them. Even last night's replica ghost in that situation, so in need of his wave ability, only dared to stay Lin Xing'an for 2 hours. Even if Gu Tianqi had given him up, he would still be half dead now. And now, why? Lin Xing'an feels like his brain is about to explode. He should be home by this time. Ha ha, the time might be misremembered. Why don't we stop watching the living room surveillance and look at the bedroom surveillance? Luo Xiyuan's breathing was slightly shortened, and he said with an awkward smile. For his part, Tianming pulled up the bedroom and bathroom surveillance without a word. At 1:57, Lin Xing'an was lying on his bed sleeping peacefully with Yu Yu beside him. At 1:58 he rolled over, tossed and turned for half a minute, sat up reluctantly, and opened the door in a daze. At 1:59, he was in the restroom peeing quite normally, flushing, and washing his hands. You guys saw in around 1:40 a.m., right? Yu took the initiative to take the remote control and continue to skip forward while talking. At 12:30 in the morning, Lin Xing'an was lying in bed. At 12:40, Lin Xing'an was lying in bed. At 1 o'clock, Lin Xing'an was lying in bed. At 1:30, Lin Xing'an was still lying in bed. The picture was incredibly normal all night. Normal enough to make Lin Xing'an even go into a trance. His mind went back to the call in the garage. Go home. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Lin Xing'an raised his head. What's wrong, baby? Yu smiled and turned her face sideways. Lin Xing'an lowered his eyes. Nothing much, Mom, he said softly. Inside his head, it was like a mess. This can't be right. There's definitely something wrong. Seeing the images in the surveillance, Luo Xiyuan's eyes rounded with incredulity. Last night you were soaking wet at the station. You said your name was Su Jipeng. You got lost with your parents and asked me to help you find them, didn't you? You tell the truth. He looked at Lin Xing'an in panic. And Lin Xing'an just turned his head sideways and blinked. Last night I stayed home and slept. You. Luo Xiyuan's face went white, pointing at Lin Xing'an, but he couldn't even say a word. Click, click, click. Heart's mom was also biting her nails a bit anxiously. Eyes flicked to Yu frequently. This. I know. He probably put an inflatable doll similar to himself on the bed when he left. After all, he managed to make it to the train station in the middle of the night by himself at the age of 6. Surely, can do that too? Rashi Yuan stumbled as he pointed at the TV. Yu, on the other hand, without a word, zoomed in and locked the monitor onto Lin Xing'an's face in the picture. One could clearly see the fluttering of Lin Xing'an's eyelashes every time he breathed. Occasionally, he is not honest enough to kick the covers. Sister Yu, this monitor. Captain Tian said the surveillance is absolutely fine. Yu said quietly. I know the surveillance is fine, but this surveillance access is with you after all. And we did. Yesterday. You mean we're faking surveillance? Lin Yunchen, who had been silent, sneered. Are you trying to say that I would actively fake surveillance as the deputy chief of neurosurgery at Central Hospital? Lin Yunchen violently slammed the remote control in his hand to the ground with a bang. No, that's not it. Heart's mom hurriedly picked up the remote control. Even if we really meant to, faking videos is not even that difficult. Faking surveillance is a little too difficult, isn't it? And you're here early in the morning. So unless you predicted it last night, how did you have time? That's something even Peachland couldn't do 7 years ago, right? Yu said quietly. Lin Xing'an also silently savored her words. Tao Yuan, the Peachland they're talking about. Is it a person? What did this man do that would cause Tagoki to eliminate the use of full surveillance? What's the connection between his name and Tao Yuan village? Lin Xing'an looked at the false surveillance image in front of him. Waves of doubt followed in his mind. How on earth did this picture, again, become what it is now? He couldn't even imagine it. It was as if there really was a double of him, sleeping at home for him while he was passionately sparring with Xiao-chan last night. Yu has a point. Even if the technology did exist, it seems simply impossible to fake it. It's okay if it's 30 days old surveillance. That's what happened in the wee hours of last night. It's only 6 or 7 hours from now. And it seems that this monitoring privilege is only available to Yu and Lin Yunchen. That is, there is a person who was going to get the video from them immediately after Lin Xing'an returned last night. The footage was altered through technology to hide all traces of Lin Xing'an's outings before replacing the original footage. The living room is still 2 surveillance views and even the bathrooms are being changed. Is this really humanly possible to accomplish? Is this achievable with today's technology? Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of special ability? Will anyone awaken to this technical aspect? To a lesser extent, Lin Xingyan was not seen on the form last night. And even if there was a relevant ability, how could that person be 100% sure that Tian Ming would be watching the surveillance this morning? Can anyone really? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyan's breath suddenly caught. As if realizing something, the blood in his body was as if it had frozen. Who would know that the house is under surveillance? Who has monitoring access? Who would have thought someone would be watching the surveillance this morning? Because last night, after I came back, she saw my soaked shoes and clothes. She knows I'm out. She guessed someone would be coming. Gobble. Lin Xingyan only felt his heart slowly sink to the bottom. He adjusted his demeanor and lifted his head, realizing that Yu was looking at him as well at some point. There's some faint darkening under the eyes, like they stayed up late last night, but the corners of his mouth were still seemingly arched, and on his face was that reassuring gentleness. The sunlight penetrated her hair, making her like a mythological virgin angel. She just quietly looked at Lin Xingyan without saying a word. But how is possible? Do you believe that? Chapter 48. What's wrong with Can? No way. Lin Xingyan forced himself to withdraw his gaze. The person who helped me modify the surveillance would be the owner of that phantom phone call last night. If he can even dial a disconnected phone, it doesn't seem to be a problem to modify the surveillance within a few hours. But what's certain now is that Yu definitely knows I'm lying now. She definitely knows I'm out. And she can definitely surmise that the surveillance has been altered. Lin Xingyan stared at the image on the TV. It clearly shows Yu checking out his clothes and shoes last night. But why is she? She's obviously a Taiji. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth. Once the Taobi realize that humans have woken up, they will inevitably kill them. This rule is absolutely valid. So Yu isn't a ghost? It couldn't be. Lin Xingyan would always remember the pain he felt when his body was run through with a knife on the day of the full moon. Yu didn't realize? No way. If she just found out that I went out last night, there seemed to be a slight chance of a reversal if she said it the hard way. But now the train station is looking for them. She can't be delirious to this extent. Or, you don't want to eat me now? She's waiting until these guys are gone. She doesn't want to share? Snap. As if sensing the entanglement in his heart, Yu gently held Lin Xingyan's hand and did not say a word. Feeling the temperature in her hand, with that watery and gentle gaze, Lin Xingyan was a kind of coldness in his heart as if he was being lynched. Anne, you go back to the house first, and later on, you'll go with your mom to see your sister-in-law off. Good. Lin Xingyan suppressed the emotions in his heart and silently returned to the bedroom, closing the door. There's no problem with the surveillance. There's no way it could be faked. Seeing him leave, Tian Ming quickly saw from last night's 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the morning again, and then turned off the TV, and was silent for a long time before saying, but I really saw him. You're looking at it wrong. I read it wrong. Luo Xiyuan, who had wanted to say a few words, met Tian Ming's deathly gaze, and after a second of silence, he finally nodded. On the sidelines, Hart's mom also changed her expression. Since you're looking at it the wrong way, please return. Yu got up and opened the door. Sister Yu, I'm so sorry. I've actually always believed in Imminent. It's all. Excuse me, please return. Well then, sis will go back first. Anun, come to the yard and play with Xan at night huh? Xinshin's mom nodded with a continuous smile and tugged Gu Tianqi at the doorway. Mom, you saw it, right? It's Lin Xingyan. Lin Xingyan knows everything. He warned me about monsters. Mom, am I telling the truth? Can you not eat me, Mom? Pop. Xinshin's mom slapped Gu Tianqi violently. A moment later, crimson blood seeped out from within the black cloth that covered his head. Hubby, why don't you work hard and go drop off? I'm going to change my clothes and go take Z to the airport right away. Yu blocked the doorway, isolating Lin Xingyan's gaze, and said after a faint glance, good. Lin Yunchen nodded and pressed the elevator in his slippers. A brother-in-law, sent to the door on the line. You go back. We go down by ourselves on the line. This is more trouble Lin Yunchen ignored her words and silently walked into the elevator. Mom, why did you leave? Where's Lin Xingyan? It's all because of him. It's clearly all his fault. Why don't you take Lin Xingyan away? Can't you see? It's him. It's all him. If he hadn't warned me it wouldn't have happened at all. It's all his fault. Feeling the elevator slowly descend, Gu Tianqi struggled in panic again. In the cramped elevator, Hart's mother's face grew somber as well. Enough! As the elevator descended to the second floor, Xinshin's mother turned around violently, pinched Gu Tianqi's neck, and picked him up with one hand. Mom, Ahem. Please. Really. Boom. Shinshin's mother's hand lifted higher and higher, and Gu Tianqi's head reached the roof of the sedan chair shed. Why mom? Why is this happening? Mom, why? Why is this happening? Ka! A soft thud came. Gu Tianqi's neck was snapped like a thin chopstick. Tianming didn't even look at it. The elevator reached the first floor and the doors slowly opened. Xian's mom and Luo Siyuan wanted to say something, but when they met Lin Yunchen's eyes, they both silently shut up and left. Dr. Lin, the committee assumes all responsibility for disturbing you this time. But, your kids. There's a problem. I can't see what his problem is at the moment, but if you allow us to use. Before Tianming could finish his words, the elevator door had already been closed by Lin Yunchen. Watching the rising floors on the screen, he exhaled and took the little book of records out of his pocket and wrote something in it. After a few seconds, the ink actually seeped out of Ben and a line emerged. Seeing these lines, a fluctuation finally appeared on Tianming's stiff face. Row. He snapped his notes closed and jogged to call out to Rashi Yuan, who was about to leave. Luo, your railroad bureau. There is a person who possesses Class B replication ability. This man, does he ring a bell? Tianming asked in an unusually serious manner. While Luo Siyuan scratched his head, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Hello Z? Where are you waiting? And I will be right down to see you off. After sending Tianming away, Yu called you sure while changing her clothes. Gee sis, I've been on the subway for 2 stops. No need to send me off. He's finished the egg custard I made for Anne, isn't he? Say goodbye to and for me, and I'll probably see you next time for New Year's. Okay, I'll hang up now. The signal isn't very good in the subway. Yusher's voice and the beeping of the subway station came intermittently from the phone. After a couple more conversations, he hung up. Anne, Auntie's going back by herself. Are you going to get some groceries with mommy? Yu tied her long hair while looking through the mirror at Lin Xing'an who was staring at the sofa. Go ahead and get some more fruit, she said with a smile. Oh yes, you wear the new little sandals mommy got you. Last night mom saw that your shoes were dirty and washed them for you before they dried. Yu changed into a thin summer white cool dress, humming a light melody in her mouth, and brought a new pair of shoes for Lin Xing'an. Honey, what are you doing up? In the middle of the night to open the door and brush your shoes? Lin Yunchen just happened to open the door to go home, seemingly casually, but his gaze went to Lin Xing'an. It wasn't that the window was blown open by the wind, and I was so disoriented I thought it was you out there knocking on the door from work without your keys. Anyway, I couldn't sleep, so I saw that and shoes were dirty, so I brushed them by hand. Yu sighed as she wiped her makeup. Lin Yunchen was just about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, Lao Su, off duty? Well, I haven't slept yet. By the way it's okay, go ahead. What? Lin Yunchen froze in place. What happened to Chan? Bam! But without waiting for Lin Xing'an to listen to 2 more sentences, Yu took his hand and closed the door. Let's go. Good boy. Chapter 49, hello, and thanks for the reward from the bookworms. I owe the brothers 4 more. Baby, what do you want to eat for lunch? Mommy will make it for you. Both. Well, then mom give you a beef stew. More recovery to restore energy. Yesterday's so tired. Now is the time to grow body. Yu took Lin Xing'an's hand and opened the car door with the spare key and said softly. And Lin Xing'an's heartbeat missed half a beat. He sat silently in the passenger seat. Yu, on the other hand, chatted with him as she drove. Good boy. Did you have a good lunch at kindergarten? Good girl. Did you have fun with the kids? Good baby. Did you have a good nap? One incredibly normal question, as if nothing had really just happened. Going to the market to buy vegetables and fruits. Throughout the whole process, Yu didn't mention a word about the morning or last night at all. But the more he did, the more torment Lin Xing'an felt in his heart. What does she want? She didn't mean to eat me for a second at all. Lin Xing'an's fists clenched and unclenched. The more Yu did, the more he felt a burst of panic in his heart. Did she want to wait until I was 7 to eat it? Lin Xing'an immediately shook his head again. Does that make sense? Well, I just had my 6th birthday. That replica ghost, in extreme need of the Wu wave, ability to restore Hay, only dared to keep me for 2 hours even though it knew I didn't have any resistance. Why did you let me live so long as if nothing had happened when she knew I had already tried to escape at least 3 times? Even if she doesn't care, is a Taoran allowed to do that? But, is there any other possibility? Yu isn't a tauntaun. Yu didn't realize that Yu didn't want to eat me right away. Is there any other way to comply with the rule that once a Taoran finds a human awakening, it must eat the human? No more. Just these 3. Then one of these 3 options must be right. But, Lin Xing'an looked at his face through the reflection of the window. His mind was a mess. Anne, I didn't scare you this morning, did I? Waiting for a red light, Yu asked with a sideways glance. Don't be afraid. Mommy will always protect you. She gently held Lin Xing'an's hand. Really? The somewhat delirious Lin Xing'an subconsciously said. Both he and Yu were stunned when he finished speaking. Of course it's true. You're the one that Mommy gave birth to from Mommy's tummy, and was raised by Mommy a little bit from this big to this big now. Baby, remember that Mommy will always love you the most in this world. Yu patted Lin Xing'an's hand and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Always yo. The light turns green and the car starts slowly. Yu's words and her soft face made Lin Xing'an, in a trance, actually really feel the warmth of a mother's love. But in his mind, the memory of the day of the full moon, the images of facing Taoran ghosts along the way, calmed him down instantly. Ghosts of Taos are not to be trusted. No. Can't think about it anymore. Let's just pretend for now that she really didn't notice. Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth and forced Yu's question to drop from his mind. Thinking dryly in this way, even if he thought through his head he couldn't come up with anything. Completely unable to guess Yu's mind, can only add to the internal conflict. And Su Can. Phew. And the whole Su Can thing. Lin Xing'an looked out the window. Dr. Su's call just came in, indicating that Su Can's failure to come home at night has been discovered. But what stage is it at? Is it only known that Seo-chan didn't come home last night? Or have you called the police? Or has it been confirmed that Su Can is dead? Even if Orange Sensei did clean up all the traces last night, she shouldn't be able to hide it for long. Plus, I'm myself suspected by the people at the train station. Even if someone is secretly protecting me. Lin Xing'an quietly clenched his fists. No, it can't wait. We must remove the mark as soon as possible. We can't wait for Mr. Orange and the others to feed. We must take advantage of the E and take the initiative. Just look for that illusionary ghost. Camp on the weekends is the only chance I have to get away from Yu and have a big chunk of time to act. In his mind, he silently planned it out. This family, he really can't stay at all. Why are there so many people around? There's also the police. What's going on? Back home. Lin Xing'an and Yu saw a lot of grandparents gathered around the entrance of the neighborhood. In the middle, Dr. Su and Lin Yunshan were talking to a policeman. Anne, wait here for Mommy. Mommy's going to check it out. Yu parked the car and squeezed through the crowd to the center as well. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, pricked up his ears outside and listened. Su Can didn't come home all night yesterday, giving old Su a bad rush. Last night he waited until midnight. First he searched for himself first and didn't find it. Then he called the police. Lin Yunshan said as he took a sip of water. Can really didn't come home? Then where could she have gone? What time does she get off of her nightly study hall? It won't be. Yu's face changed as if she thought of something. These days the news has not been on the air. Our South City strayed to a wanted criminal. Can will not be. She covered her mouth, lowered her voice, and didn't say anything further. Lin Yunshan shook his head and swallowed the water, sighing. That's what the police were afraid of before they immediately responded. But thankfully it was a false alarm, and Can has just found it. His words made Lin Xing'an freeze. What do you mean you found it? In the distance, a string of sirens came on. A police car pulled up in front of the neighborhood. Lin Xing'an looked up. Under his incredulous gaze, the door of the police car opened, and Su Can, who was wearing the uniform of his senior year in the first middle school, stepped down from it, clutching his school bag. Knock knock, knock knock. Lin Xing'an stared closely at Su Can. His heart beat a little faster. Am I dreaming? How did this happen? In his head, a trance. I'm sorry, Dad. The power went out at school last night, so I went straight to study hall to work on my problems and I fell asleep while I was doing it somehow. I woke up in the morning and saw that the paper wasn't done yet, so I thought I'd finish it before I went home. I didn't realize I was bothering everyone so much. Sorry. Seo-chan bowed at the police officer on the side. Thank you so much, comrades. She is also big-hearted and didn't tell me when she woke up after not coming home all night. Ugh. I'm also messed up. I didn't realize the kid was in study hall. Dr. Su also thanked him profusely. It's just that his head is full of studying. My boy would be 1/10,000th as motivated as you are. The police uncle on the side hurriedly stopped Su Can and said with a smile. 2 more instructions were given before leaving with the police force. It was as if he had sensed Lin Xing'an's gaze. Seo-chan smiled sweetly and greeted him across the many onlookers. Hiya. None. Chapter 50, Assumption. The target is Lin Xing'an. Everything is related to Lin Xing'an. You kid. And you're laughing. Dr. Su patted Su Can's shoulder with a worried look. Can. You'll be 18 soon. And you still don't let your father worry about you. Despite his words, there was not the slightest hint of reproach in his tone. I'm sorry, Dad. It's the college entrance exams. Seo-chan also scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Xing'an looked at her appearance and demeanor and silently lowered his head. This Su-kan was not even close to the Su-kan he remembered. But, I've obviously killed Seo-chan last night. Darkness, construction site, abandoned building, dead body, fire, severed hand, heavy rain. A picture kept flashing through Lin Xing'an's mind. The most Mr. Orange and the others could do was to clean up the traces, and there was absolutely no way they could make a big change. What the hell is going on? The problem with backfiling? No way. No matter how back it was, there was no way Seo-chan would come back. That means Seo-chan can come back to life? How is that possible? But, Lin Xing'an's breathing was slightly shortened, and his hands and feet were a little cold. Impossible things, happening right in front of his eyes. Since he got back last night, everything seemed to be going in a bizarre direction that he hadn't expected. Everything was out of Lin Xing'an's expectation and knowledge. Why did you treat me like nothing happened when she should have found evidence that I went out last night? Why would a mystery man be modifying my surveillance? Why did Su-kan come back from the dead? Many questions like a big net will Lin Xing'an trapped, so that he is like a fog in front of his eyes. Feet like a quagmire. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Am I dreaming? Is this world real? Lin Xing'an bit his lip. It hurts. But, he looked at Su-kan in front of him. His mind was in a trance. Can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Must go. Must remove the mark as soon as possible. Can. You this score normal take the exam. 985 proper. Don't be too anxious. The body is the most important. Don't let your father make it for lunch. Come to Auntie's house for dinner. Auntie's beef stew. You said carrying the fresh beef she just bought. That is also okay. Dad, you have a good rest at home. Last night or not sleep well. I go to Aunt Yu's house to eat. Su-chan walked over to Lin Xing'an. Come on Ann. Go home. Don't be afraid. Isn't my sister back? She rubbed Lin Xing'an's head and smiled. And these two words instantly pulled Lin Xing'an back. Go home. Don't be afraid. Go home. Don't be afraid. What's with these two sentences again? How did these two lines happen to be the same? He looked up incredulously. Who the hell is helping me? Seo-chan. On the other hand, just smiled and winked at him and didn't say anything more. These two sentences passed by as lightly as if they were coincidental. Let's go in. Go home. Don't be afraid. Sister is back. Behind the neighborhood fountain pool. Under the noisy sound of the fountain, Tian Ming, who was dressed in a trench coat, recorded what Su-kan had just said to Lin Xing'an in his book without missing a beat. The pen in his hand rustled as he drew the surprise that Lin Xing'an revealed for a moment after hearing those words. So, Lin Xing'an, this statement, why does it surprise you? Tian Ming stood up. In the water, there was no reflection of him. Su-kan left the school at 10:30 last night and has been studying all night in the study room. Some students saw Su-kan last night around 10:40. And the same people saw Su-kan lying down in the study room around 6 a.m., 100 meters away in the coffee shop across from the study room of Nanchang No. 1 Middle School. Tian Ming similarly wrote in his book. Why is it that when the school has evening study at 10:40, Su-kan has to head to the study hall at 10:30? And only some people in the study room saw Seo-chan last night and this morning. No one is sure that she stayed in the study room during that time. Tian Ming nodded the pen in his hand and thought. Considering the time Lin Xing'an went out, there were only two ways he could go from his house to the station. One is the main road. Nothing is found. The other path coincides with the one Su-kan took to get home from school. A building on this road was cleaned up without a trace. Who's covering it up? What's being covered up? Again? On the highest floor of the rotten building of the fourth phase. Tian Ming put away the pen in his hand and looked in the direction of the train station in the distance. The gray and black trench coat hunted in the wind. There is no mention in the railroad's personnel records of any employee having the ability to duplicate. All working employees also do not remember any of their colleagues having the ability to copy. But the commissioner clearly lit up copy at level B in South Side in the latest ability stats from 2 months ago. In the archives of the South Side East Station, Tian Ming put the personnel file back. According to Luo Si Yuan's description of her attire, the human woman who took Lin Xing'an away last night should have worked in a massage parlor or other places, within a 500-meter radius centered on the station. I haven't found it yet. After the train station, Tian Ming walked out of the footwash. On his book, he had drawn a picture of Mr. Orange with big waves. The face, which bears a sevenfold resemblance to Mr. Orange. Got it. 3 words surfaced on the 3 Tian Ming small books at the same time. Afterwards, they all turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. In the business class of the airplane flying from the North City to the South City, 3 wisps of black chi merged into Tian Ming's body. He flipped through the small book on his chest, which contained all the information that his 3 doppelgangers had just recorded. Sir, we'll be arriving in South City in about an hour. May I ask you, do you require any other services? No thanks, Tian Ming said with an expressionless face. He pulled a red pen out of his coat pocket and wrote word for word in the book. Sukan, rotten building, station, Xiaoluo, human woman, copy, monitor. He paused and added on, Yu. Assumption, the target is Lin Xing'an. And everything is related to Lin Xing'an. Then, Tianming looked out at the sea of clouds. Lin Xing'an left home around 10:30 last night and met Sukan, who had finished school, on his way to the train station, which was at the rotten end of the building. It was already around 11:50 when Lin Xing'an killed Sukan and headed to the train station again. At the train station he meets Gu Tianqi, a fellow human, and speaks out to warn him, which is discovered by Xiaoluo. He is then rescued by a human woman, learns of the existence of the mark on his body, and re-enters his home. Then, what kind of ability should Lin Xing'an have in order for him to do this series of things and return home peacefully? So, how did Lin Xing'an manage to make his colleague, who has the ability to replicate at level B, disappear? So, who was protecting Lin Xing'an, helping him cover up all the traces of last night, even replacing the surveillance? So, if I were Lin Xing'an, what would I want most urgently right now? It's removing the mark from the body. With the strength we have right now, the E superior is the safest. The pen in Tianming's hand paused for a moment on the book. Must keep a close eye on all South Side colleagues in the upper echelons, he wrote slowly. But then, it was immediately scratched out. No, can't pay attention. Secretly monitor. Give Lin Xing'an a chance. Even put to him E superior Taiji as bait. Immediately spread the news that a batch of Tattoo Ghost's corpses will be disposed of next Tuesday to lure Lin Xing'an. There is no safer and more convenient way to obtain obscurity for human animals who desperately need to remove the mark. He'll be there. If he does go, then doesn't that prove that the above conjecture holds true? But, Lin Xing'an is only 6 years old, and the last one was at the age of 6. Tianming looked like he had thought of something, and his pen stopped on Ben for a full half-minute. By the time he came back to his senses, the crimson ink was already through the back of the paper. Tianming lifted his pen and turned a new page after thinking for a long time. Hypothesis, Lin Xing'an is innocent. Then, Chapter 51 You dare to kill someone in front of me? Good baby, mommy will always love you and will always protect you. Yo. In the darkness, Yu smiled as she looked at the sleeping Lin Xing'an and said softly, gobble. She swallowed and leaned down to lightly kiss Lin Xing'an's forehead. A light flickered in his eyes. Is Anne asleep? Aha. Yu wordlessly walked out of the bedroom. It's raining again. She looked at the continuous downpour and found a pink raincoat and a pair of yellow rain boots from the storage room. Be safe. Lin Yunchen was lying on the sofa playing mahjong on his cell phone. I'll be back by 11. Yu tied up her long hair, put on her raincoat, put on a large dark blue umbrella, and walked out of the house in the torrential rain. 10 minutes into the drive, she arrived at the South Side East Station. It's raining so hard. Yu looked at the hazy East Station in the rain and put her hand out under the umbrella, feeling the bean-like raindrops hit her hands and converge to slip through her fingers. Second floor waiting room. Staff lounge. Luo Siyuan was kinking his face and knocking on a melon. Brother Zhu. Ouch. I really saw that kid last night. I really wasn't wrong, brother. If you ask me, that home surveillance, it's definitely been tampered with. Or it's that the family is actually twins. And that committee one was weird too. Had to ask me if I remembered which of our co-workers had the ability to replicate. Can't figure it out. He tons and tons of gulps. Okay, don't mention this in the future. They didn't even realize it when they tuned the surveillance. So you're the one who's in the wrong. No Chu. I'm really right. Didn't you watch it too? And, knock. A series of polite knocks came on the door. Chu waved his hand. Luo Siyuan also sighed without saying anything else. He opened the door. Outside the door was a man in a raincoat and boots with an umbrella. Excuse me, passenger. You can go to that desk over there if you have any questions. Rashi Yuan pointed down to the circular service desk in the center of the waiting room. Yu, on the other hand, silently took off her hat and shook out her long, somewhat damp hair. With her at the center, the surroundings were at some point as if the contrast and sharpening had been cranked up, giving a trance-like feeling of discomfort. Ah, you. Luo Siyuan froze. Shoo. Yu raised her index finger and gently brought the door with her as she walked into the room. Then the tip of her nose twitched as if she had smelled something, and her eyes flashed with light. Stand right here and shut up. Without waiting for Luo Siyuan to speak, Yu pointed to the side of the door and said. As her words fell, Luo Siyuan's body stood at the position of Yu's finger as if it had been programmed to do so without resistance, without even a trace of struggle. Only the look of shock and panic on his face told that this was not what he had intended. Even if his pupils once again became as sharp as needles, it didn't affect Yu in the slightest. Yu, don't make a sound. Don't move. Zhu had just sensed that something was wrong when Yu spoke again, and his voice suddenly dissipated. Not only were the upper and lower lips simply unable to open as if they were sewn shut, even the slightest sound could not be produced from the throat. For her part, Yu surveyed the entire lounge in silence, her eyes sweeping over the camera in the corner. After another long pause at the doorway's location, she grunted, "Does it have to be?" A stiff voice came through the door. Tian Ming, wearing a gray and black trench coat, knocked on the door and walked in. "Right." Yu nodded. "Isn't necessary, is it?" Tian Ming looked like he didn't expect Yu to agree so decisively. His brows furrowed. "Get your real body over here," Yu suddenly said. And the body of Tian Ming in front of him obviously gave a start, and his face changed greatly while suddenly turning into black smoke and dissipating. Immediately afterward, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Tian Ming opened the door uncontrollably and respectfully stood in front of Yu before his body loosened up. "You can control me?" A few moments of scorn and surprise appeared on his already stiff face. But Yu didn't pay the slightest attention to him. "This man, trying to eat the human animals I've been raising for 6 years. She looked at the flustered-looking Luo Siyuan and said calmly, "He didn't lie. I can see that he should have indeed seen Lin Xing'an at the station last night. As for the surveillance showing that Lin Xing'an has been at home, I think someone may have used their ability on him." Tian Ming was interrupted by Yu before he could finish his sentence. "It doesn't matter if it's his problem or the surveillance. You should investigate. But Lin Xing'an, I raised the human animal, and I am his mother. What do you want?" A hint of warning flashed in Tian Ming's eyes. Yu didn't answer, but looked at Luo Siyuan. Her eyes were calm, but a flash of panic appeared on Luo Siyuan's face. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. The pleading eyes kept looking at Tian Ming. "You may move," Yu said with a slight sideways glance. Tian Ming breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Zhu and Luo Siyuan's bodies collapsed at the same time. Both men raised their hands with palpitations, moved their legs, and pointed to their mouths. "The no-talking directive hasn't been lifted." "Then, eat your own heart," Yu said word for word. Then without looking, he put on the hood of his raincoat, picked up his umbrella, and pushed open the door. "You?" Tian Ming's incredulous voice came out. "You dare to kill someone in front of me? By what right do you?" "You? Count on what?" "Shut up." Yu glanced at the shocked Tian Ming, and Tian Ming's right hand uncontrollably picked up the fountain pen clipped to his chest. His left hand cupped his upper and lower lips, tugging them forward as hard as a duck's beak. "Don't let me find out that you're still trying to spy on Lin Xing'an. He's my boy." Yu pushed the door and left, and Tian Ming's right hand raised. The pen in his hand was like a needle and thread, little by little running his upper and lower lips through. A few minutes later, crimson blood gurgled out from under the doorway. In the car, Yu looked at her face in the reverse mirror. A cluster of crimson nosebleeds slowly trickled down. After silently wiping it off, Yu pulled out a box of medicine from the storage compartment on the side of the car door. She didn't just take the water and made a clicking sound as she put the pill in her mouth. After swallowing it, Yu started the car, driving towards the neighborhood along the road that Orange Teacher drove Lin Xing'an home on yesterday. Passing the abandoned construction site, she looked sideways as if sensing something, but it didn't stay. Instead, after arriving at the underground garage, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, I stood in front of that phone call for a few seconds. Then instead of heading home, she walked through the underground garage to the second building. In the bright elevator, Yu's nosebleed mixed with raindrops from her raincoat snapped to the floor. She frowned and brushed her nose with her wrist. The elevator stopped and Yu stood silently in the corridor. The voice-activated lights never came on as if they hadn't sensed her presence, until Yu rang the doorbell. "Coming!" A series of blocks collapsing came from the door, followed by the sound of thumping and running. "Mom, I just..." Heart with her little princess crown excitedly opened the door. Her words stopped only after she saw that it was Yu standing outside the door. "Auntie Yu? Heart, where's your mom?" Yu smiled and leaned down, tenderly supporting the crooked crown on top of Xin's head. "Mommy and Daddy went out to get me a drink. Auntie, are you here for my birthday too?" Gu Xingxin blinked with a look of surprise. "Then Auntie, you're just in time. Mommy said today I can eat the most delicious thing in this world." "Auntie Yu, do you know what it is?" Chapter 52. Why should those who make the rules have to follow them? Is it Heart's birthday? Yu froze. "Aha! Auntie, is in here too?" Heart probed expectantly toward behind Yu. "And we'll be right with you." Yu nodded, a gentle smile returning to her face. "Yay! Yoo-hoo!" Upon hearing that and was coming too, Heart instantly jumped back and forth on the couch in excitement. "And Mom said and couldn't come because she had a cold." She thumped around on the floor. Yu also changed into a pair of slippers. "Is this your mom's birthday present to you?" she asked, looking at the Princess Castle Legos on the floor that had only been put together a little. "Aha! We can spell together when it gets here." Heart went to dig into another big bite of cake and eat it. getting a smear of cream around her mouth. Auntie Yu, do you know what the best food in the world is? Mommy never told me. Hasn't eaten? Heart asked, somewhat vaguely, as she licked her already active incisors. The best thing? Yu didn't answer. She just leaned deeper into the couch, a smile on her face. The smile, however, did not reach his eyes. Outside the door, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock hole came. Heart's mom opened the door carrying a bag of snacks and drinks, but after seeing Yu on the sofa, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Mom, Auntie Yu said and will be here for my birthday in a little while. That most delicious thing in the whole world. I want to eat it with Anne. Anne is my best friend. I'm going to share it with Anne. Heart bounced around and said, Sheen, go inside and put together some Legos for a while Auntie and I have a chat. Heart's mom handed Heart the snack in her hand. Sleep. But without waiting for Xin to answer, Yu spoke up, and Heart, who had just been all excited and alive, instantly paused and collapsed straight into her mother's arms. Heart's father, who had just entered the house to change his shoes, also collapsed to the floor without resistance. Heart's mom blanched. After seeing that Heart was really just asleep, she was relieved and carried Heart into the bedroom. Sister Yu, I apologize for what happened this morning. I couldn't help it. I didn't even think Tianqi would run away from home. When he was brought back this morning, I didn't think he'd tell an off, either. I only knew about it half an hour before you did. What could I do? Sister Yu, I can only follow you there. Heart's mom's eyes reddened as she spoke. I'm a keeper too. Sister Yu, and I know I'm sorry for you when my own family's animals suddenly grow up and are suddenly out of control. But alas, she sighed and shook her head. You're just a feeder. Yu picked up the fork and inserted it whole into the cake, as if a switch had been hit. Crimson blood flowed out of it, coloring the entire cake blood red. She then looked expressionlessly at the photo on the coffee table. 1, 2, 3. All traces of Gu Tianqi were erased. Sister Yu, believe me, I really never thought about Anan. If I had known earlier, 100% I would have stopped Tianqi. Even for Xin, I wouldn't have pulled Anan into the water. Xin likes Anan so much. Heart's mom walked up to Yu and said pleadingly. Seeing that Yu didn't answer, Xin's mom took 2 more steps forward trying to take Yu's hand, but Yu avoided it. It's my fault either way, but Anne has proven innocence, and we won't get another chance to raise human animals. We've paid the price. Sister Yu, if you're still disgruntled in your heart, I'll admit it. You can do whatever you want, but not today, okay? Today is Heart's birthday, the day my mother gave me Heart and she doesn't know anything yet. Heart's mom said in an almost begging tone, but Yu shook his head. Who made you have to make a mistake on Heart's birthday? Heart's mom opened her mouth and lowered her head in pain and remorse, but in the next second, without even looking up, she raised her arm and plunged it suddenly towards Yu's neck. Stop. Yu spoke up, and Heart's mom's arm had been covered in inky scales at some point. The blade-like nails were already close to Yu's throat, but after that one word, Mama Heart's hand could not advance another millimeter or inch. Snapped. Yu's nosebleed dripped down onto Heart's mom's dark, sharp fingernails. She leaned back on the couch, at the snow-white, slender neck. A small slit that had been cut open oozed a bit of scarlet. Heart's mom still keeps her head down. Her face was red, and the 4 pupils in her 2 eyes were constantly separating and coming back together in their sockets. But no matter how much force she exerted, her body couldn't move at all. Heads up. Yu wiped her nosebleed. For her part, Mother Heart raised her head irresistibly as if her hair had been pulled up by a large, invisible hand. Sister Yu, I never thought that Tianqi would report Anan. But Tianqi, this child has never lied. He had many faults. All the faults of a human animal he had. But he never lied. Not to mention the stewardess. Despite the fact that her hand was still up, Mama Heart said as if nothing had happened. I know. Yu nodded, and was sleeping on the monitor. There's no doubt about that. That's why I suspect that Tianqi was framed. That someone created an illusion. Or that someone took on Anne's appearance. This group just wants to provoke us to kill each other. Especially this time of year. It's a trick of the human animal. The 2 pupils in each eye socket wavered as Mama Heart spoke. It looks spooky as hell. But Yu always looked into Heart's mom's eyes. After hearing her out, Yu unexpectedly snorted a laugh. I know. Her face was a little pale, and her nostrils were still gurgling with blood. Then you're still. Heart's mom was even more puzzled. I know and did go out last night. I know and did lie. I know and wants to go. I know and already knew everything a long time ago. With every word Yu said, Xin's mom's face paled a few points and her eyes grew more and more frightened. Until Yu finished speaking, the room fell into another moment of silence. No way. Sister Yu, you're kidding. How can you possibly know and then not eat human animals? Heart's mom's voice trembled. I raise human animals. I eat them if I want to, and I don't eat them if I don't want to. You said faintly. No way. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can disobey the rules? No one can. No matter what. Mama Heart murmured. But you just looked at her with a smile between her eyebrows. Why should the people who make the rules follow them? Chapter 53. Good girl. Mommy loves you too. What did you say? Heart's mom was frozen in place in a daze. But you smiled and said nothing. Sister, you don't joke about this. And doesn't know anything, and is the most obedient and well-behaved human animal I've ever seen. And today is Heart's birthday. Heart can't live without me. Seeing that you no longer had a nosebleed. Xin's mom's heart fluttered. Don't die in the neighborhood. You said with a sideways glance. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. No, take it back. Take back what you just said. Heart's mom, filled with fear, rose uncontrollably, stepped over Anne's dad, who was asleep in the doorway, and opened the door. Shoo, don't make a sound. Heart is sleeping. You stretched out her index finger and put it in front of her mouth as she watched Heart's mom leave the house. Snapped. Her nose bleeds again. But you just casually stuffed 2 pieces of paper to simply block it. Then he walked straight to Heart's room and put his hand on Heart's forehead. Ah. A few seconds later, Heart let out a harsh cry and sat up suddenly as if she had been electrocuted, her eyes wide. Click, 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 click. The fine scales were like spring shoots after the rain, scrambling out from under her skin and fading away like a tidal wave. Fingernails become elongated and teeth are shaped like sharp blades. The pupils in his eyes continued to split in a constant tremor. With her at the center, the entire room was instantly covered by an eerie chill. Boo! But the mutation only lasted for half a minute before Heart changed back to that tender and cute appearance and fell straight onto the bed. Your mom had an accident and she loved you. You'll never hurt Lin Xing'an. You're always. Yu's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Blood had seeped through the 2 pieces of paper, staining her raincoat red. Boo! Her body swayed and she suddenly fell straight down. It was a long time before Yu sat up again in a trance. The pale face was covered in blood. She looked at the blood on her fingertips and held her head, confusion in her eyes. After freezing for a long time, her eyes gradually regained clarity as if she had thought of something. This body is getting weaker. Can't stay long enough? Yu stood up and muttered. And on Gu Xingxin's face in her sleep. At some point, there were 2 more tear tracks. I'm so sorry. Ugh. It's so much trouble. But we're going back home tomorrow. It's okay. Just make Xingxin your home. Take care of Xingxin. Yu waved at Lin Xing'an. Aha! Lin Xing'an rushed forward and pulled Xin back to the bedroom. Heart. Looking at Xingxin's eyes swollen into walnuts from crying. He simply didn't know how to open his mouth to comfort him. Saturday morning. Heart's mom and the committees came to his house to see him. Saturday night. Heart's mom was in a car accident. Heart's dad went white almost overnight. And Lin Xing'an realized that it was Heart's 6th birthday. Heart's mom was on her way to get her a snack when she had an accident. The driver was drunk, speeding on the crosswalk, and Heart's mom died at the scene. But, how is that possible? How can a Taiji die in a car accident? Lin Xing'an closed his eyes and exhaled softly. After that day, the originally sunny and lively Xingxin became quiet. Every day I teared up. There are always silent tears even on rainy days. What had been a powdery, somewhat fleshy little face had faded in just 2 days. Yet she seemed to cling to Lin Xing'an even more. Only when Lin Xing'an was around could Xingxin eat her meals and occasionally show a long-lost smile. That's why Xingxin's father always asks you to help take care of Xingxin after kindergarten these days. Anne, I'm going back home to the north side in the morning. This is for you. Xingxin pulled out 2 strings of bracelets from her school bag and handed one to Lin Xing'an. This is what she strung today in kindergarten with those little colorful plastic beads. In the center is a yellow 5-pointed star. Thanks. Lin Xing'an wore the string on his wrist. I strung one of these for my mom. But Heart's eyes reddened again. She looked at the other one and pursed her lips and wiped a tear from her eye. Lin Xing'an was silent for a long time when he saw this. Then he sighed, as if he had thought of something, and pulled a small conch half the size of his palm out of a desk drawer. It was something he picked up on the beach when he and Yu went to the beach earlier this year. Xingxin, if you miss your mommy, put the conch to your ear, close your eyes, and you'll hear your mommy's voice. Really? Really? Gu Xingxin huffed and willed the conch to her ear. Hear that? That's mommy talking to you from the other side. She's just protecting you where you can't see her. So you're going to eat and sleep well from now on. Lin Xing'an patted Xin's shoulder and comforted her. Mom, you come back. I'll never be a picky eater again. I'll never mess with snacks or drinks again, Mom. Listening to the sound coming out of the conch shell, Xin directly crouched in Lin Xing'an's arms and cried out. Lin Xingyan sighed quietly and looked up at Yu outside the door. Yu, on the other hand, silently closed the door and turned to leave. It wasn't until after the evening meal that Heart slowed down. Although her face was full of tears, she didn't seem so sad anymore. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came on the door. Outside are the little ones they play with every day in the yard. Shin, I knew you were at Anne's house. Here, this is what my mom told me to give you. Kahaku pouted and handed Heart a pink cartoon Polaroid. She bought this with her own year-end money, and it hangs around her neck every day, and no one is allowed to touch it. Humph, I didn't want to come, my mom forced me. Seeing Heart's puzzled face, Kahaku panicked and turned his head away, shoving the Polaroid into her arms. Heart, this wooden comb is for you. I don't know what girls like, June said, scratching his head. Shin, my father said that all 4 of them can live to be hundreds of years old without eating or drinking, so I'll let them stay with you from now on. Jean held out a small clear plastic box from her bag containing 4 newborn baby turtles. Thank you all. Heart's eyes reddened again as she took everyone's gifts. Okay, let's go. Let's give the couple some space. Kahaku's mom waved in a hurry. Geez mom, I want to play with and for a while too. Gee, there'll be plenty of time to play later. Kahaku was reluctantly dragged away by his mom. Only Lin Xingyan and Xin were left in the room again. And Dad said that this time he's going back to North City and it might be years before he comes back. Were we still good friends then? Heart asked as she loaded up everyone's gifts and held the conch, clinging to it. Of course, Lin Xingyan nodded, but the look on his face was all over the place. With the amount of humans in the world, odds are Heart is confused. From now on, there's basically no chance of ever seeing him again. But even if there was no such accident, Lin Xingyan had planned to use the cover of the summer camp and Mr. Orange this weekend to kill the hallucinatory ghost and completely remove the mark. And even if they see each other again in the future, what will they be to each other? Aha! Anne and Heart will always be good friends. Pull the hook and hang yourself. Not for 100 years. Heart stuck out her little thumb and a smile finally appeared on her face. Anne, bye. She took her dad's hand and turned back to shake the conch in her hand. Bye. Lin Xingyan also shook the simple string. Only after Xin disappeared from his field of vision did Lin Xingyan close the door. Good boy. Would you be sad if mommy left, too? Yu did not know when she stood behind Lin Xingyan and put her hand gently on his shoulder. Will. Lin Xingyan nodded. So can you say I love you to mommy? I love you, Mom. Lin Xingyan paused, lowered his eyes, and said softly, good baby, mommy loves you too. Yu smiled and rubbed Lin Xingyan's hair, letting Lin Xingyan lean into her arms. A drop of nosebleed colored her pale lips crimson. Chapter 54. Don't have that dream. Let's hope we get to see Mr. Orange tomorrow. After sending Xin away, Lin Xingyan also took a shower. He sighed quietly as he lay in bed looking at the calendar on the wall. Mr. Orange has taken 3 days off. He had a stomach full of questions that he could only hold in. What's wrong, good boy? What's on your mind? Yu rubbed her hair while looking sideways at Lin Xingyan. Mom, it's been a bit on fire the past few days. It's okay, Bachan. Yu drew out a few sheets of paper and wiped the nosebleed. Mom, have you been too tired lately? Lin Xingyan looked at Yu's pale face, with the blood flowers blooming on her pajamas, and asked softly, good boy, are you concerned about mommy? Yu's hand movement stopped for a moment, and a flash of surprise and happiness appeared on her face. Mommy will get some rest. Go to bed, good boy. Good night. She turned off the light and lay down next to Lin Xingyan. Can't wait. Feeling Yu's breath, Lin Xingyan closed his eyes. Since that day on Saturday, Yu looked as if she had been very sick, and her whole body was weak to the naked eye, and the spirit seems to be in turmoil. Sometimes it would suddenly freeze in place for no apparent reason. Sometimes it is clear that the face is Lin Xingyan's familiar gentle smile, but the eyes are full of hate. Lin Xingyan eaten alive, cold and bloodthirsty. Even several times in his sleep, Lin Xingyan could feel Yu standing straight beside him in the darkness. Even without Orange Sensei, I'll have to find a way to kill that hallucinating ghost myself to remove the mark as soon as possible. Lin Xingyan thought silently. Before he knew it, he was in dreamland. Wake up, wake up. A sound came to Lin Xingyan's ears. Lin Xingyan opened his eyes in a trance. In front of him was a white shadow whose face could not be seen. Rise and shine. Go home. Anan. I'm coming to get you. I've come to take you home. That white shadow said as it took Lin Xingyan's hand. Her voice seemed to have a kind of magic power, giving Lin Xingyan an extremely intimate feeling, making him feel incredibly relaxed. Who are you? Lin Xingyan struggled to keep his eyes open, but no matter what, he couldn't see the face of the white silhouette. Where are you taking me? Unconsciously, he then tightened his grip on the white shadow's hand and followed her towards the front. Taoyuan village. The white silhouette replied with a sideways glance, and an open door floated in front of Lin Xing'an's eyes. Inside the door, it was a beam of white light revealing itself, as if calling out to Lin Xing'an. Peachtree Village. Even though he knew it was a dream, the closer he got to that door, the more Lin Xing'an felt a surge of excitement and nervousness. "Anne, welcome back to Taoyuan Village. Welcome home." That white shadow took Lin Xing'an's hand and pushed open the door in front of him. Pop! But just as Lin Xing'an was about to step through the door, behind him, a hand suddenly reached out and violently grabbed his arm. "Don't go." Yu voice came from behind Lin Xing'an. "You." Lin Xing'an looked at the trembling Yu, and for a moment he couldn't tell if he was in reality or a dream. "This isn't Taoyuan Village," she said as if she was in some great pain. "How do you know if this is Taoyuan Village?" Lin Xing'an subconsciously asked back. "Unknown. This is Taoyuan Village. Don't believe her. Get in there. Just get in there, she can't stop you." The white shadow, on the other hand, paled. She tugged on Lin Xing'an's hand, trying to pull him inside the door, but Yu similarly pulled on Lin Xing'an's arm. "Wake up." Yu gritted her teeth. "Wake up." Obviously the voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt exploding directly in Lin Xing'an's ears. Everything in front of him disappeared with a bang. An irresistible force made Lin Xing'an sit up violently and open his eyes. In the darkness, Yu was beside him, his face as pale as paper. His nosebleed could not be stopped, and his body was shaking like sifting chaff. "Anne, forget that dream. Don't have that dream. Then, sleep." Yu put her head on Lin Xing'an's forehead and said with a trembling voice, and as if Lin Xing'an hadn't slept for a few days and nights. He didn't have any extra reaction and fell straight onto the pillow, immediately falling into a deep sleep. "Good boy. Forget what just happened." Yu covered her nose as crimson blood seeped out of her fingers. Then she couldn't hold on any longer and directly collapsed into Lin Xing'an's arms. "Good baby. There's only so much mommy can do." Hiss. "It hurts." Early the next morning, Lin Xing'an opened his eyes and only felt a splitting headache. There were also bouts of blackness before his eyes. It took a long time to change before he sat up with narrowed eyes, and in front of him, there was Yu with scarlet eyes and a kitchen knife in his hand, looking straight at him. "Ah, good baby. Mommy was chopping vegetables and saw it was time to try to wake you up. A little sick today? Do you want to take a vacation from your teacher?" Meeting Lin Xing'an's eyes, she looked like her computer had immediately lit up and returned to her senses, putting the knife away behind her and asking with concern, "Doesn't use?" Lin Xing'an stared into her eyes. It was only after Yu left that the murkiness of his fingertips behind him slowly dissipated. "She tried to kill me." Lin Xing'an's heart thumped. The look in Yu's eyes just now was exactly the look of someone who wanted to eat someone. But in a few seconds, it turned back into Lin Xing'an's familiar. "Don't want to eat him, Yu. Is she a split personality? What's going on?" Lin Xing'an went to the bathroom and washed his face, but the cold water did not remove the clutter from his mind. All in all, this family can't stay much longer. "Mr. Orange will be here today, won't he?" On the way to the kindergarten, Lin Xing'an looked at Yu, who was driving on his side, and thought with some worry. But around the corner and across the room, he saw Ms. Orange with her double ponytails and cute jumpsuit standing at the kindergarten entrance enthusiastically catching up with the kids. "Mr. Orange is back. Ah." Yu parked the car. "Go on, Bauer. It's still Mom's turn to pick you up at night." She opened the car door and watched with a smile as Lin Xing'an stepped out of the car. "Well, bye Mom." Lin Xing'an nodded and walked towards the kindergarten with his backpack. "Yikes, Anne. Long time no see. Yo, that little bag is so heavy. What kind of treasure are you hiding?" Just as he arrived at the door, Mr. Orange carried over his school bag and rubbed Lin Xing'an's head with a smile. "Mr. Orange, long time no see." After experiencing the high-pressure environment every day, and then looking at the energetic orange teacher in front of me, Lin Xing'an was filled with mixed feelings for a while. This is the only person he can talk to. "What's wrong, Anne? Come on, teacher, hug. It's okay." Mr. Orange smiled and opened his arms, patting Lin Xing'an's back. "Teacher, I'm a little sick to my stomach today. Can I be in class for my morning physical activity class?" he asked with a wink. In the afterglow, he saw that Yu's car hadn't driven away yet. "Sure, Ms. Orange nodded and pulled Lin Xing'an to the classroom. After the kids had all gone to the backyard for their morning exercises, she closed the door as well. Then his body paused, and when he turned back around again, his entire aura had changed radically. "Kid, the other night, we didn't clean up the trail of phase 4 rot." She spread her twin ponytails out and sat on the table, crossing her legs. "No cleanup?" Lin Xing'an froze. "Because it was already cleaned up for you when we arrived. The whole building looks like it's been through a major cleaning. The dusty footprints on it have all disappeared. There's not a trace of it at all. Someone is helping you, and that someone is very powerful." Chapter 55 Did have to give up that hallucinatory ghost first? Like this? Lin Xingyan sighed lightly, but not too surprised. After all, Su Can now are able to stand in front of him intact. You already know? Noticing Lin Xingyan's look, Mr. Orange clasped his arms and frowned. Well, and they helped me with much more than just cleaning up the trail. They even helped me fake the surveillance. Lin Xingyan took a deep breath. He told Mr. Orange everything from the phantom phone call in the garage that night, to the tampering of the surveillance, and even the resurrected Xiao-chan. After saying that, Lin Xingyan himself was incredulous. Orange sister, I can't imagine who's helping me at all. It feels, ugh. He licked his lips in momentary speech. In the past few days, when he met Su Can in the neighborhood, Lin Xingyan had also tried with words. He could currently only determine that Su Can was helping him through his hints. But more specific, such as her real identity, how she disguised as Su Chan, and the purpose of helping Lin Xingyan. This Su Chan obviously do not want to tell him anything. Not a single bit of information was revealed. And Mr. Orange frowned in silence. Sister Orange, do you think it's possible that someone from the organization is helping me? No way. Mr. Orange shook his head without the slightest hesitation. All this time the organization has been busy with a matter concerning the opening of the Peach Source Village. About the opening of the Peach Source Village. And there's no time to care about you at all. The opening of Peachland Village? Hiss. Peach Source Village. These three words suddenly made Lin Xingyan freeze. Why do I feel as if I hissed last night? It's normal for Orange Sister to forget the dreams she has at night, isn't it? Do you think it's possible that I've already dreamed about Taoyuan Village, but I woke up and forgot? Lin Xingyan asked, rubbing his head and frowning. Impossible brat. Just wait until you dream about it. Okay. Lin Xingyan shook his head. But the kid, as if she had thought of something, Ms. Orange's expression suddenly froze. Your words made me I suddenly thought of someone. People? Lin Xingyan swished his head up, suddenly remembering that Peach Source incident mentioned by Tao Gue. Listening to their tone, this Taoyuan seems to be a person's name or code name. Yes, the founder of the South City Human Organization. The first human to awaken Class A abilities in South City. His ability is intelligent brain, and it's said that with his brain power alone, given enough time, he makes human technology take a quantum leap. And using that ability, he developed an AI, a super-intelligent AI for Taoran. AI. Lin Xingyan was stunned. Why didn't I think of? He sucked in a cold breath. In the past few days, Lin Xingyan's direction of thinking had been how a person was able to change the surveillance images so well in a short period of time. Yeah, it's not even humanly possible. But with a super smart AI, in an age where all camera surveillance has to be networked, it all seems again, not unimaginable. But kiddo, that's just a rumor I've heard because no one has ever seen this genius. And no one has ever seen or used this AI he developed. I just heard you describe it, and it seems to be a bit of that. Mr. Orange raised his hand in front of Lin Xingyan's eyes to bring him back to his senses. No one's seen it? But didn't he establish the South Side organization? Aha, but after the build-up, he seems to have fallen out with his own organization again. Ha? Falling out with the organization you founded? Why? Who knows? Just listen to it as a story anyway. And even if it is true, why would he help you? Mr. Orange spread his hands and bristled. Well, after Lin Xingyan calmed down, he thought about the phantom phone call again. That call was an old-fashioned plug-in phone with no phone line at all. Even with all the advances in AI, it doesn't seem to be able to do this kind of dialing. Little brat, if you're really curious to know, I suggest starting with that Xiao-chan, because there aren't really many abilities that can transform or even have memories. I can help you find it when I see the organization's current complete list of abilities. Mr. Orange patted him on the head. True, but, alas, let it go. Lin Xingyan thought about it. Although he was extremely curious in his heart, it was indeed not very decent of him to investigate people behind their back when they were kind enough to help. If Lin Xingyan can really know. In fact, Xiao-chan has many opportunities to talk to him. What? Not curious anymore? Orange sister, I have another question now. After putting the phantom phone question down, Lin Xingyan also took a deep breath. If the Taoran find out I know, will they inevitably kill me? Teacher Orange was silent for a long time. Walked up and touched Lin Xingyan's forehead. Little brat, you have dementia? This is one of those three most fundamental rules that a Togway could never violate. What happens to that violation? Will die? Will be obliterated? I don't know, because I've never encountered this before. So don't think about it so much. The Tao ghosts didn't move you means they didn't notice you. But, well, Lin Xingyan sighed lightly. It was useless now even if he figured out the whole problem on you. The only solution is to remove the mark from the body as soon as possible. Little brat, You have only one priority right now, which is to absorb the obscurity and eliminate the mark in your body. Lin Xing'an was thinking about it when Mr. Orange chimed in. I've gotten word that the committee will be disposing of a group of tauntauns on the North Mountain next Monday. All of them died by accident or in internal Tauren fights, which is a great opportunity for us. Ms. Orange glanced outside at the children who were nearing the end of their morning gymnastics and physical activities and quickened her pace of speech. What does mean? Doesn't the Een and the obscurity automatically dissipate after the death of a Tao ghost? Lin Xing'an asked with a frown. No. In order to keep the corpses in human form and the corpses from decaying, the Tao ghosts will use means to seal the Een obscurity within those corpses. And we just need to wait for the committee to leave and absorb the Een and E within those bodies. Teacher Orange paused. Her body trembled, and her eyes turned back to the clear cuteness Lin Xing'an was familiar with. Teacher, in the batch of corpses to be disposed of next Monday are sure that there will be E-superior Tauron ghosts? Uncertain anon. But most of this centralized corpse disposal is E-inferior, the lowest level of Tauron. Ms. Orange retied her double ponytail and shook her head. And even if there are E-superior tauntauns, they don't have much in obscurity sealed inside their bodies after they die. Except that the news I got said that there are a lot of bodies being disposed of this time, so we can build up to a large quantity. The most important thing is that it's relatively very safe. Basically no danger. We do it all the time. Yunshi relied on this method to remove the mark at the time. And think about it and we'll talk again at lunch. Mr. Orange winked at him. Outside, the morning exercises have ended and the children are already in formation. She also had her little red flower ready and waiting at the classroom door. Is it safer? Is going to give up that hallucinatory ghost first? Lin Xing'an looked at the starry gloom in his hands and pursed his lips slightly. Chapter 56. I'm going to take the initiative. 1 extra chapter. 3 more ode. Begging for monthly votes. How about it, little brat? Going to North Mountain next Monday to help you remove the mark. At lunchtime nap time. Ms. Orange and Lin Xing'an met by tacit agreement by the slide in the backyard. Sister Orange. Lin Xing'an shook his head. What? Can't bear to leave home again? No. I have my own plans. Lin Xing'an took a deep breath. He thought about it all morning. It's safe to go to North Hill and touch the body, but not until next Monday. Lin Xing'an couldn't wait any longer. Yu was like a sword hanging over his head that could fall at any time, leaving him without a trace of security. Moreover, this Sunday was Siakan's 18th birthday. Once there is a birthday party, Lin Xing'an does not know whether this back from the dead fake Suchan has the memory of the real Suchan or not. I don't know if she can handle it either. If exposed at that time, in front of so many Tao ghosts, Lin Xing'an's margin for maneuver even if he could die back was extremely small. So the quicker he removed the mark and the quicker he left Yu, the safer it would be for Lin Xing'an. Not to mention, Sister Orange, most of the corpses in the North Mountain are lower Tauran ghosts that don't even have powers, absorbing their Een and obscurity that would be simply absorbing Een and obscurity. The amount is large but, Mr. Orange, I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger. I want to go and kill upper level tauntauns and absorb their Een obscurity. To gamble on that 1 in 1,000 chance of gaining their ability attributes. The probability is very small, but if I obtain it, it will be a great enhancement for me. Lin Xing'an raised his head and said firmly. Wisps of pure gloom flashed under his eyes. Nice idea, kid, but, well, let's start with your plan. Teacher Orange carefully surveyed Lin Xing'an, and in her eyes were relief and admiration. Orange sister, I now know the abilities of an E-superior tauntaun and the rules she uses to use them, as well as where she lives. Its power is to pull people into illusions and control or kill you through them. But, the switch for its hallucinations is hope, and as long as it stays desperate, it won't fall into hallucinations. Orange sister, I'm confident I can avoid its power. My plan is to take the initiative to go to its house and kill it on Saturday and Sunday while at camp. Lin Xing'an looked at Ms. Orange with firm eyes. Kid, even if you do manage to avoid falling into a tauntaun's powers, how are you going to kill it? Forget about killing it. Do you currently have a means of doing damage to it? An E-superior tauntaun, even if it doesn't use its abilities at all, even in terms of physique alone, it completely crushes a D-superior human. Mr. Orange said with a frown. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, was silent for a moment, making sure that no one was around before he raised his hand. The slightest hint of obscurity poured out of his fingertips, gathering into a small ball under Mr. Orange's shocked gaze. Subsequently, the shape kept changing with Lin Xing'an's intention. It finally transformed into a long sword and was thrown into Mr. Orange's hands by Lin Xing'an. Sa! Mr. Orange took it and swung it gently, and it was a clanging sword. It was as if it could pierce through space. So purely obscure. She looked surprised, but it's not your ability per se. Aha! The longsword once again transformed into in obscurity and converged into Lin Xing'an's hand. This is the attribute of the ability of the Tauran I killed. He can change, and he can make In Hai leave his body. Gloom swam around Lin Xing'an's fingertips. During this period of time, he had become more and more skillful at controlling In Hai. This In Hai, it's at least a D-class Taodao ghost. Even if it's not a D-class itself, its ability level is still D-class. Kid, what the hell did you go through that night? To be able to kill such a Tauran, is your ability really just wave? Shocked, Mr. Orange also looked at Lin Xing'an suspiciously. Don't say it. Mr. Orange raised his hand to cut Lin Xing'an off. Kid, the stronger the ability the more you can't tell people or trust them 100%. Understand? Understands. But it's already tiring to fight with tauntauns. And if you're defending yourself against people, no one can carry it off. So kid, if it's too tiring, just trust me. Mr. Orange said with a smile, and then for some reason, a hint of sentimentality inexplicably appeared on his face. Yes, Lin Xing'an put away his gloom and nodded heavily. But kid, this murky purity looks like a D-rank tauntaun, but how come the amount is so small? Normally, the in-obscurity of a D-rank Tautu ghost is about the same as that of 3 E-rank ones that completely eliminate the imprint from your body. MS. Orange's fingers crushed over Lin Xing'an's obscurity, her brow furrowing. This Tautu ghost lost too much in-obscurity in its lifetime. And now I'm still 1 superior Tautu ghost sub short of my mark before I can remove it. So, Orange sister, with this In Hai, plus my E-rank and knowledge of that Tauran, can I kill it? As soon as he spoke, Mr. Orange shook his head. Difficult. Kid, remember what I told you? Unless the level is crushed, the weapon can only weaken the Tauran and only do some damage to the Tauran. In order to kill Taodao ghosts, you have to find their Achilles heel and then break the weakness. Mr. Orange paused. But overcoming fear in battle and finding a Tauran's weakness is the way for every human to grow stronger. If you make good use of your in-obscurity, you can force the Tauran ghost to expose its weaknesses in the midst of a serious injury. It's just too risky to take the initiative. Are you sure you want to go? And it's just you, oh little kid. I have to watch the camp on Saturday and Sunday. Xiao Yunqi and the others have to butt heads with the organization. She looked to Lin Xing'an. Lin Xing'an only hesitated for a moment. Sister Orange, I'm going. Why should I have to wait for Tauran ghosts to come to my door and be toyed with by them at will? To let them make them fearful all day long? I'm going to take the initiative. Even if it's risky, I want to try. He nodded firmly. Yes. Teacher Orange rubbed Lin Xing'an's head with great relief. Saturday and Sunday, right? Where does this hallucinatory ghost live? Spring River Road, Villa 06. Spring River Road? Mr. Orange froze as if he thought of something and frowned as he opened the map on his phone. What's wrong, Orange sister? Lin Xing'an also came over to look. Kid, go, Mr. Orange asked, raising his eyes. Where to? Go step on it. She zoomed in on the map. This Spring River Road Villa area is at the foot of the Chishire Mountain Resort where our summer camp is going. It just so happens that I have an appointment this afternoon to go to Chisholm Mountain to finalize the dormitory and the flow of activities that the resort will prepare for our summer camp. So since it's on the way, why don't we step on this Villa 06 first? Mr. Orange asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Lin Xing'an's eyes lit up. At this hour, the hallucinatory ghost would still be working at the train station, and no one would be home. Stomping around, not only can you take a look at the terrain around the villa in advance and see the construction of its home, but you might even be able to deduce something from this hallucinatory ghost's home. I have an appointment with that resort manager at 2:30 p.m. If you leave now, it's a 50-minute drive there without traffic and back. Mr. Orange looked at the road. It's a weekday and there really aren't many cars going to the resort at this hour. The navigation was green all the way around and unobstructed. Here's the deal, kiddo. I'll drive you to the villa first, then go to the resort to run some errands, and try to get them done by 3:30. I'll pick you up the same way when I'm done with my errands, and I'll be back in kindergarten by 4:30, and your mom will pick you up at the end of school at 5. It's a case of smooth sailing, but there can be unexpected delays and you won't make it back by the end of the school day. So, you going? Mr. Orange looked at Lin Xing'an. Go! Lin Xing'an nodded without hesitation. Good. Then let's go now. Mr. Orange changed into casual clothes and left through the back door with Lin Xing'an. She pressed the car key and a burgundy sports car rattled twice. Your MS. Orange persona is a little rich. Seeing Lin Xing'an's slightly surprised eyes, Mr. Orange smiled. Get in the car, kid. Chapter 57, someone? Take it, kid, and check the time. It's 2 o'clock. I'll meet you here at 3:30. Besides, I'll only wait for you until 3:35, so make sure you're punctual. MS. Orange handed a health bracelet to Lin Xing'an. Good. 3:30. Lin Xing'an took it and checked the time with his cell phone. The two didn't say much more after that. Mr. Orange drove down the trail toward the Chisel Hill Resort. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, looked towards Villa 06, which was not far away. Just now, on the way here, he and Mr. Orange had also jointly clarified the goal of this stampede. The first step is to familiarize yourself with the surroundings of the villa and the battlefield within the villa. The second thing to do is to observe this hallucinatory ghost in the villa in as much detail as possible. It may be easier to deduce its weaknesses through the details of its life, especially the unusual ones. This villa area is basically uninhabited. That's just right. Lin Xing'an walked all the way here and didn't see a single villa that was occupied. I don't think is home at this hour. In front of the door of Villa 06, Lin Xing'an adjusted his demeanor and first politely pressed the doorbell, then took the opportunity to observe the yard outside. Not unlike other sea most choose to grow vegetables, this hallucinatory ghost is totally turning the yard into a garden. This is the season when all sorts of colorful flowers are in full bloom and the scent of flowers abounds. Butterflies dance among the flowers, and the sound of birdsong is pleasing to the ear. After ringing the doorbell a few more times and waiting for a long time for no one to respond, Lin Xing'an also sighed in relief. The wall outside the garden is less than 2 meters high. Even without the help of Yin Hai, with his current physical fitness, Lin Xing'an felt that he could jump up with a few bricks on his pads. But how to get into the house? Lin Xing'an continued to observe the villa first around the outer wall. Why are the curtains drawn so tight? He frowned. Every window that could be seen from the outside, whether on the first, second or third floor, had heavy curtains drawn. I hate that not a single bit of light can penetrate. Is it hard to believe that this hallucinatory ghost has a dark personality? Doesn't like light? Or is sunlight her weakness? But do people who don't like light really set up their gardens in beautiful colors? Lin Xing'an kept his doubts silently in his mind. But circling around to the backyard, a sudden light dawned on him. The backyard was equally full of flowers, except that the main attraction was the large tree in the middle of the garden whose trunk would take 2 adults to barely encircle. Although the tree is old, it doesn't grow very tall, probably because it's in the shade. The trunk extended just enough to reach the second-floor window, under which swung a swing made of tires. Between the dense canopy was a modest treehouse, covered in climbing vines. It really does look like a fairy tale. You can get in through the second-floor window. Lin Xing'an narrowed his eyes. As he looked around, the only small window on the second floor that was facing the treehouse was open, with no curtains drawn. Despite the screen, his obscurity was perfectly capable of penetrating through the small holes in the screen to open it as well. Phew! Lin Xing'an exhaled lightly. The wall in the backyard is a meter higher than the front yard, but luckily there was that big tree. Lin Xing'an visually measured the distance, and the Yin Hai in his hand moved with his heart, transforming into a hook lock. Whoosh! He fought to throw it, and the rope became tightly wrapped around the branch that extended from the tree. After confirming that it was sturdy, Lin Xing'an also pulled the rope and stepped on the wall to lightly flip into the courtyard. Then Yin Chi contracted and leapt directly into the tree with Lin Xing'an, whose feet had not yet landed. Phew! The gloom dissipated, and Lin Xing'an leaned against the tree trunk, his health bracelet showing that his heart rate had reached 110. This was the first time he had ever used Yin Hai properly. Even though he knew he wasn't going to be in any danger, the feeling of flying through the air still thrilled him. The treehouse shouldn't have been visited for ages. Lin Xing'an first went to take a look at the treehouse on the side. The 2 square meter space was dusty and contained only a chair and a bottle of milk that looked expired. After determining that there was nothing of value, Lin Xing'an didn't linger. Following the trunk of the tree, he easily made his way to the window. This would be the bedroom where the hallucinatory ghost always lives. Through the window, Lin Xing'an saw that the house was only 20 to 30 square feet. A queen-size bed, a table, a cabinet, and a floor-to-ceiling mirror 1 person high. And the quilt on the bed is still unfolded. The Yin in darkness in Lin Xing'an's hands transformed into streaks of silk that seeped through the veil. Inside it came back together into a single hand that easily opened the screen. He put on his pre-prepared shoe covers, and the gloom in his hands transformed into a layer of gloves on his hands. Such a big 3-story villa. Does that hallucinating ghost usually live in such a small room? And this room? Lin Xing'an drilled out for another look. From the outside, this room should definitely be more than this small. Maybe the space is divided next door? After pulling the screen window back up, Lin Xing'an first looked at the messy bed. On the pillow were 2 half-meter long strands of hair. It's an aqua blue glow in the sunlight. It matched perfectly with the blue-haired hallucinatory ghost Lin Xing'an had seen at the train station that night. This mirror. Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed. That 1-person tall floor-to-ceiling mirror was set into the wall and was right in front of the bed where you slept. Don't ghosts hate mirrors? What's the point of setting it up like this? Lin Xing'an walked over to the mirror and looked at it. It's so right to come early and step in. This unusual little detail might actually have something to do with its weakness. He looked again at the half-open closet. There were very few clothes inside, all home pajamas, and even a set of Nanchun first middle school uniform. But why a boys' school uniform? Lin Xingyan froze and took another closer look. The closet was full of clothes, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single dress, or underwear, worn by women. Even the pajamas are gray and black for men. The desk was clean and unadorned, with only a homemade cyborg model. In the bookcase are 2 eyeglass cases. One of them has a black framed glasses inside, and looking at the thickness of the lenses, it must be at least 500 or 600 degrees. Is that hallucinatory ghost? Nearsighted? She doesn't wear glasses at all, does she? A few moments of doubt flashed through Lin Xingmin's mind, and he pulled open the drawer under the table again. Razor? There was an electric razor in the drawer and nothing else. Isn't this the room of the hallucinatory ghost? But if it's a boy's room, how can there be long hair on a single bed? Lin Xingmin's doubts deepened. Hiss, this drawer isn't right. His eyes narrowed. At this weight, there definitely shouldn't be just a razor in the drawer, and by the sound of it, it sounds like there's a secret compartment. Lin Xingyan took the razor out and put his hand in the drawer and fumbled around. Sure enough, he nudged the back of the drawer. The flap popped open, pulling out a dark compartment with more space. Snapped. A few long strands of hair in the crevice were also ripped out as the baffle popped open. Lin Xingyan's body lurched, turned his head sideways, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the dark compartments, what came into view was surprisingly a family photo. The date of the photo indicates that it is 15 years old, but between a man and a woman. It's clearly a little boy with a distinctive brown birthmark on his forehead. Ziming Zhou. Underneath the family portrait, a journal. The word Zhou Ziming was written on the book cover. Bam! But without waiting for Lin Xingyan to take a closer look, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Anyone? Lin Xingyan's breath caught. Chapter 58 Coffins and Patterns. Anyone? Lin Xingyan's breath caught. But after waiting a few seconds, it was quiet outside again. And it's the kind of quiet that doesn't have the slightest sound and is extremely still. It was as if the voice just now was just his hallucination. I rang the doorbell. It's logical that no one should be in the house. Lin Xingyan took a long hair from the pillow and reclipped it in the gap of the dark compartment. Then squared the razor and closed the drawer. After waiting for another half a minute and straining his ears to make sure there wasn't a single sound outside, Lin Xingyan slowly pushed open the door to this bedroom. Squeak! A beam of sunlight, slowly coming in through the doorway. It was also at this time that Lin Xingyan realized that the entire villa, in addition to the entire room, there is really not a single ray of sunshine. 3 floors of rooms, all with windows that blocked the sunlight tightly with dark, heavy curtains. It was obviously the time when the sun was at its maximum, but the villa was pitch black. Only Lin Xingyan put in a beam of sunlight by opening the door, dividing the darkness. Gulp! Borrowing this beam of sunlight, Lin Xingyan's heartbeat missed a beat when he saw the scene inside the living room. A cold, evil feeling came over me. He winced. The entire villa, the large first-floor hall, was unfurnished, undecorated, and devoid of any modern arrangement. Only 4 blood-red wooden pillars, 1 meter thick in diameter and leading to the top floor, stood in 4 directions. And in the center of these 4 wooden pillars, there was a huge, dark coffin. The dark wooden floor beneath the coffin was deeply carved with a pattern. These patterns were like a sinuous trail of blood seeping from the coffin, spreading out with the coffin as the center. On the coffin, on the floor, on the 4 wooden pillars, on the walls. Lin Xingyan took a few steps back, because at this very moment right under his feet, also covered with those weird patterns. Obviously there is no pattern to speak of, but these lines are interlaced and combined together. But it gives people an extremely evil feeling. Lin Xingyan's gaze followed these bizarre patterns ever upward and upward, until fully lifted. On the roof of the shed, he saw an eye. Those profound patterns continued to extend from 4 directions since under the coffin, and finally on the ceiling actually converged into a huge eye. Within this eye were densely packed pupils. They intertwine, merge, devour, and encroach on each other. It's like a vortex. What the hell is this? A feeling of discomfort from the soul caused Lin Xingyan's blood to tumble and his hairs to stand on end. Bam! Another crunch came from the darkness behind that coffin. Lin Xingyan jerked his gaze back as if he had been awakened. The ray of sunlight that filtered through the gap didn't give him the slightest sense of security. Instead, they set off the bone-etching darkness around them even deeper. Roar! Suddenly, it was a small, low growl suddenly coming from the first floor. Lin Xingyan's body gave a start. In the dark, something, without hesitation, he turned back and wordlessly closed the door of that hut again. The sunlight disappeared into the house again as if it had been snuffed out. Darkness, wrapping Lin Xingyan slowly. In the shadows, the icy breath of some creature came. Roar! Another series of low growls. Behind that coffin, two clusters of shadowy green light lit up like ghostly fires in the wilderness. Lin Xing'an's pupils shrunk. They were two hounds with slender bodies and pointed ears. Only, the skin on their bodies, like being drenched in boiling hot oil, melted and stuck together. The fangs on the mouth, too, are exposed because they are not wrapped by the lips. It's like being a zombie dog in a movie. Through the green light of their eyes, Lin Xing'an saw that among the aluminum tubs kicked over at their feet was not dog food. Heck, it's the ghastly white bones of a human being. Hiss, hiss. They looked at each other as if they had found their prey, and circled the first floor hall grumpily. The tip of his snout kept shrugging and his sharp claws touched the floor with a sweat-inducing sound. Gulp! Lin Xing'an narrowed his eyes and exhaled softly, in darkness surging out of his hands. But the next second, the necks of the two mourning dogs suddenly twisted 180 degrees. Two pairs of eyes glowing with green light suddenly locked onto Lin Xing'an. Without a single pause, he jumped to the second floor in the blink of an eye and lunged towards him with his bloody mouth open. In just half a second, those two hideous and horrible faces appeared right in front of Lin Xing'an's eyes. Knock knock. His heart rate instantly spiked to 150. Boo! There was no time to react at all. Completely relying on his body's instincts, Lin Xing'an jumped backward. But while dodging one, the other immediately sprang out from the diagonal. Lin Xing'an's inchi in his hand instantly transformed into a wall, bouncing the mourning dog away. However, the tremendous impulse still caused Lin Xing'an to tumble twice. Without giving him the slightest bit of time to catch his breath, the two mourning dogs once again scrambled towards him. The speed was so fast that the green light in their eyes took on residual shadows. If I can't kill ghosts, I can't kill you? Lin Xing was reassured. In his hand, inchi suddenly transformed into a giant axe. No, can't kill. But just as he was about to swing his huge axe against those two death dogs, Lin Xing'an reacted violently. He came here today just to step on the spot. His target was the hallucinatory ghost. If we kill the two watchdogs now, won't that be a surprise? Boo! Lin Xing'an's yin and yi in his hands suddenly dissipated, transforming into a shield that once again blocked away the two mourning dogs. So fast, but even with the help of Inchi, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Behind him was the wall, and in front of him, two mourning dogs were charging towards him like shadows. In the darkness, Lin Xing'an touched a cold doorknob. Without hesitation, he pushed right through the door, slamming the door shut with a bang moments before Deathstroke lunged. Phew! 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 He stared hard at the door, gasping for air. The mourning dogs outside the door knew he was here, but they were suddenly quiet. It's like they're afraid of something. Once again, a dead silence fell around them. Gollum! A string of eerie sounds came from behind Lin Xing'an. Right behind him, a pair of scarlet eyes, accompanied by an extreme cold, slowly opened. Knock knock. Lin Xing'an's brain buzzed. The hairs on his body stood on end. He can feel it. Something behind him, no more than half a meter away. It's right behind me. Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth in death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He stood still, his back to the ghost, unmoving. The feeling of being stabbed in the back made his heart beat as if it had stopped. Chapter 59. Choking. Suddenly, a low roar came. While blocking behind him with a shadowy defensive block in his hand, Lin Xing'an flicked sideways and instantly backed up to the door. Bam! The sound of a violent crash came. The obscurity that Lin Xing'an had condensed surprisingly instantly turned into black gas and dispersed. He pressed himself against the door and looked back, his pupils constricting for a moment. What's this? Zombies? He blanched. It was a zombie whose eyes glowed with scarlet bloodlust. It was greenish-black all over, with a faint red light seeping out from its capillaries. The long dry hair was as disheveled as a winter weed. The limbs were chained together by huge chains as thick as arms and fastened to the corners of the wall. A heavy iron ring was also placed around his waist. Click, 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 click. But even so, it still kept making gestures to pounce towards Lin Xing'an. Sharp teeth glowing with black gas clattered up and down. The chains also let out an ear-splitting roar. The entire modest room shook in the midst of this onslaught. Two mourning dogs were waiting just outside the door, and the zombie in front of Lin Xing'an was only half a meter away from him. Ka! An additional crack slammed into the wall that had been nailed dead center. The zombie's teeth protruded a few moments later. Seeing that the crack was getting bigger and bigger, Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth and violently pushed the door open. Boo! One of the mourning dogs outside couldn't react fast enough and was slammed hard against the door, but the other one was waiting on the other side for a long time. Lin Xing'an's pupils shrunk. As the funeral dog pounced, he didn't hesitate for a second and jumped directly over the railing to leap down from the second floor. Roar! The two mourning dogs also jumped down almost simultaneously. Phew! However, the Inhei in Lin Xing'an's hand transformed into a hooklock and wrapped around the railing at the same time he leapt down. The moment he landed on the ground, Lin Xing'an's toes pointed to the ground, and the shade contracted, taking him to swing back up to the second floor. Hiss! Lin Xing'an shivered violently. Just after touching that coffin in a single glance, a burst of coldness suddenly burrowed into his body. Boo! He suppressed the trance as he kicked that little door shut. While isolating the zombies, the obscure transformed into a layer of black cloth wrapping him all over. In this darkness where he couldn't see his fingers, he was like a cloak of invisibility, his figure disappearing in an instant. Gulp! Lin Xing'an swallowed his saliva and held his breath as he looked at the two mourning dogs downstairs. And the two mourning dogs barked furiously as if they had lost their target. Phew! Lin Xing'an breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! But in the next second, the two death dogs instantly raised their heads and locked him down again. They are not invisible? Lin Xing'an's heartbeat missed a beat. Could it be listening to the sound? They can hear my heartbeat? Lin Xing'an jumped down from the second floor at the same time as the funeral dog jumped to the second floor. Shady parted with a piece that he tossed and slammed into the aluminum tub filled with human bones. Bam! A loud voice came. But the two mourning dogs were not affected at all. Their figures were extremely athletic in the darkness, their eyes fixed on Lin Xing'an, who was wrapped in gloom, and they lunged at him with their mouths wide open. And as if Lin Xing'an had thought of something, he instantly held his breath as he rolled to avoid it. The two mourning dogs also came to a steep stop. Hiss! Hiss! A few moments of doubt flashed in their ghostly green eyes, and the tips of their noses once again kept shrugging. Knock knock! Right in front of their eyes, Lin Xing'an bit his lip in death. But the expression was one of relief. It's safe. Despite the fact that in front of him was the mourning dog, what had just really made Lin Xing'an's heart constantly tremble was the bizarre pattern that filled the room, and the coffin in the center of the hall. This coffin is definitely not something I can think much about with my current strength. Lin Xing'an clenched his fists. Can't stay much longer. He restrained the curiosity in his mind. Just the anomalies he had just observed were enough to summarize. This phantom ghost, this villa, there's definitely something wrong. Roar! At the same time that the mourning dog ran away with a low growl, Lin Xing'an also darted towards the gate without hesitation. Tick! But no sooner had he reached the door than there was a sudden unlocking sound from the villa's gate. Subsequently, the door opened. Lin Xing'an's brain buzzed. The blinding sunlight streaming into the room made the two mourning dogs even more cranky, scurrying up and down the room in a frenzy. The good thing about the whole hall, though, was that there was only one coffin and no other clutter. Wang Kai, doggy, what's wrong? A hunchbacked old man carrying several bags of meat changed into his slippers and walked into the house. The two mourning dogs immediately lunged at him. Lin Xing'an, who was hiding behind the riser next to that staircase, held his breath in a dead faint. The eyes were gouts of blackness. A bad decision was made. Shouldn't have thought to go straight through the front door. Or should I go through that second floor window? He bit his lower lip. What about now? Lin Xing'an stared intently at the two mourning dogs, then frowned slightly. This old man, he's human? Lin Xing'an could clearly feel that these two mourning dogs were definitely not intimate with the old man as pets or with their masters. Rather, it's the prey's bloodlust for food. That look was not the slightest bit different from the one that had just looked at him. But the old man acted as if he couldn't feel the killing intent of the mourning dogs, and actually hugged them affectionately. Why so perky? Just as the mourning dog was about to bite the old man's throat, a voice familiar to Lin Xing'an came. Behind the old man, followed by the long blue-haired hallucinatory ghost. It was still wearing the watery blue dress with a pattern on it that looked like waves rippling, and its expression was clear and cold. The moment they heard its voice, the two mourning dogs immediately put away their bloodlust. Zimming, see if Wang Kai and Dog Egger are hungry? Well, I guess not. The hallucinatory ghost piggybacked his hand on the coffin first, then shook his head. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. Zimming, Zhou Zimming, isn't that the name from that journal? Isn't he a boy? It's not hunger. I think it's just waking up. The old man looked out the door and closed it. The only remaining sunlight disappeared completely. The house, once again, was plunged into a reaching darkness. The only source of light that seemed to remain was the ghostly green bloodthirsty eyes of the two mourning dogs. Son, I see all your co-workers are in pairs. When are you going to find a date? Is there anyone you like now? In the darkness, the old man asked with a smile as he gathered those scattered human bones on the ground. Not yet. The hallucinatory ghost was silent for a moment and replied, you go ahead and cook, Dad. He knelt down and stroked the heads of the two mourning dogs. Son, Lin Xing'an's heart was pounding. There wasn't a hint of abnormality in the old man's voice, as if the small, long-haired hallucinatory ghost in front of him was really his son Zhou Zimming. A fine feeling of fear caused a thin layer of cold sweat to seep out from Lin Xing'an's forehead. But, at this moment, he didn't have an ounce of energy left to think. He's been holding his breath for 2 minutes now. Chapter 60, Closing the Eyes. Suffocation. A flash of pain appeared on Lin Xing'an's face. Even if the Wu Wave ability boost had greatly increased his lung capacity, right now Lin Xingyan had begun to feel suffocated. Gobble. He swallowed wordlessly. Seeing that the 2 morning dogs had calmed down in the hands of the hallucinatory ghosts, Lin Xingyan, who really couldn't stand it any longer, also opened his mouth slightly. Slow exhale. Slow inhale. Roar. But it was this extremely small, barely perceptible breath that still made the 2 morning dogs stir again. It even broke free of the hallucinatory ghost's embrace. What do you mean? Someone? A few moments of skepticism appeared on the illusion ghost's face. Where? She let go of her hand. Hiss. Hiss. The 2 morning dogs immediately twitched their noses again and trotted around the living room. Sticky saliva dripped continuously. To the side of the hovering staircase, in the shadows behind the thick red pillar, Lin Xingyan bit his lip in death. The hallucinatory ghost's gaze slowly swept across the hall. Finally, it stopped at Lin Xingyan's location. Lin Xingyan, who was isolated by the shadowy package, could even feel the hallucinatory ghost glaring at him. Between the two, there was darkness. Hiss. Hiss. The 2 morning dogs, however, seemed to have narrowed their range to the vicinity of Lin Xingyan. Knock knock. Knock knock. Under the tension, the choking sensation struck again. 140. 150. 160. 180. On the health bracelet, Lin Xingyan's heartbeat keeps speeding up. The eyes were in a trance. The hallucinatory ghost's eyes locked on him as he slowly rose to his feet. An oppression and fear that seemed to come from the bloodline made Lin Xingyan inevitably feel trembling. He bit the tip of his tongue hard. Sharp pain dispelled the numbness of suffocation. Should we fight it now? As he watched the hallucinatory ghost walk towards him step by step, in Lin Xingyan's mind, an idea popped up. Can I do it? Let's see. Let's see. Suffocation. Unknown. Fear. All sorts of feelings made Lin Xingyan's mind like a mess. He closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. I know the rules of this illusion ghost's illusion, ability to avoid falling into an illusion. But I don't know this ghost's weakness yet. And there are those 2 dogs. Knock knock. Knock knock. The more Lin Xingyan thought about it, the more he felt a gust of suffocation. His body had begun to go crazy with alarms. No. 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 Can't think about it. At least put up a fight. If you can try to find out the weakness of this illusionary ghost during the battle, it's blood money. If it doesn't work, big deal. Use the ability to go back in time and start over. And by the way, I get to try out my In High. How much damage it really does. Lin Xingyan blinked hard. Wait until it's about a meter away from me. Seeing the hallucinatory ghost getting closer and closer, a little bead of sweat seeped out of Lin Xingyan's hand. At about a meter, he was certain that he could impale this hallucinatory ghost with his In High. Even if there is a mistake, you can make up for it immediately. Aim to maximize damage to Tauren, but be sure to stay desperate. Mustn't fall into its illusions. Lin Xingyan kept hinting at himself in the bottom of his heart. 10 meters. 7 meters. Steady. Steady. The feeling of suffocation constantly urged Lin Xingyan. It was as if there was a buzzing in his head. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lin Xingyan's fists clenched and unclenched. The mouth held its breath. And the heart remained in despair. The body is shadowy and ready to be turned into a weapon. Wanted. Doggy, close your eyes. Suddenly, the hallucinatory ghost stopped abruptly and said quietly. Subsequently, the 2 morning dogs, surprisingly, closed their eyes in unison. The only light in the whole villa. Gone. Gobble. At the last moment when the light disappeared, Lin Xingyan saw that the hallucinatory ghost was standing straight in front of him at a position of 3 meters. His heartbeat stopped in a daze. The field of vision was pitch black. Lin Xingyan tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't see anything. It was like falling into an inkwell. He forced himself to calm down. In his ears, the sound of his own heartbeat. It was the 2 morning dogs panting raggedly in the distance. It was the sound of the old man in the kitchen clanging and chopping meat of some kind. It's the birdsong outside the window, the wind rustling the leaves. But there just wasn't a hint of that hallucinatory ghost. Did it move? I don't know. Which way did it come from? I don't know. How many meters is it from me? 3 meters? 2 meters? 1 meter? Or right in front of me? I don't know. See no evil. Hear no evil. Should I make a move now? What do I do? The darkness was grim and suffocating, and a second seemed to be continually stretched out. The panic in Lin Xingyan's heart was being magnified infinitely. Hello. Suddenly, the voice of the hallucinatory ghost accompanied by her icy breath rang in Lin Xingyan's ears. Obviously the voice was not loud, but in Lin Xingyan's ears it was as if it had exploded. It made his heart beat wildly. What was left of his sanity caused the inchi in Lin Xingyan's hand to suddenly transform into a giant hammer. While letting out a sharp breath, he swung with all his strength. Boo! A loud noise came. The 2 morning dogs hissed and opened their eyes, lunging towards Lin Xingyan in unison. With hardly any time to react, Lin Xingyan instinctively jumped backward to pull away. The inner darkness spread out like water and then suddenly condensed into a shield, first bouncing off of one of the morning dogs and then transforming into a large sword in the process. Pop! Lin Xingyan stepped on the wall behind him, using the force to hold the knife with both hands, and lifted his arm sideways for a tease. Saw! The pitch-black blade transformed by Yin Hai directly caused the skin and flesh of the funeral dog's body to bloom, revealing the white bones. Lin Xingyan's complexion perked up. Inchi was much more powerful than he had imagined. Doggy, stop! The hallucinatory ghost frowned slightly and waved his hand. Through the haze of light from the ghostly green pupils of the two morning dogs, Lin Xingyan saw the illusory ghost next to the red pillar. Its brain, like broken glass, was smashed out of a pit. Under the flickering ethereal green light, the hallucinatory ghost, as if it couldn't feel any pain, sidestepped its head with an expressionless face. Gollum, brain matter, blood, and water, mixed with sticky neat froth, snapped and fell to the ground from the hole exposed in its head. The two morning dogs, as if they had smelled a delicacy, lay down on the ground and licked frantically. Snap, snap, the hallucinatory ghost tapped the other side of his head again, controlling it. Then, under Lin Xingyan's terrified gaze, it actually stuck half of its own arm directly into its own brain. The prolonged suffocation with the sudden surge of adrenaline that had just occurred caused Lin Xingyan's eyes to go into a trance. The muscles in his body were fixed in place as if they were not listening. For a certain moment, he even felt like he was in the middle of a hallucination. Boing! The hallucinatory ghost let out a soft grunt. A blush drifted to her cheeks. As the arm stirred, its eyes blanched. Snap! Snap! Flesh foam mixed with blood flowed down its arm. The clanging and chopping of meat in the kitchen never stopped. The slimy sound interspersed with the frantic licking of the morning dogs made Lin Xingyan's blood flow as if it were flowing backwards. The fear in the heart that originates from the bloodline is once again aroused. At this moment, Lin Xingyan really feel what is called only find the weakness of the ghost, can kill the ghost. Chapter 61 Its Weakness. What exactly? Request for catch-up reading. Snapped. The last bit of blood froth was brought out by the hallucinatory ghost's arm. Lin Xingyan winced. The deep darkness wrapped around him like an endless sea of ink. Every now and then a trance passed before his eyes, and the illusion ghost's eyes and long hair gave off a dense blue glow. Its ghostly domain, at some point, has opened. If you don't kill it, you can't get out. Ow. After licking the brain and blood foam on the ground clean, the two morning dogs raised their heads again. They tensed their bodies and let out a guttural low growl at Lin Xingyan. Come on, come on. Lin Xingyan felt the gloom in his hands and gritted his teeth. Roar! Despite the biting wounds on its body, the morning dog was as if it couldn't feel it. Its muscles were like a catapulted bowstring launching its body straight out at Lin Xingyan. Yes, but Lin Xingyan's eyes lit up. That's what he was waiting for. The moment the funeral dog lunged, instead of dodging in the slightest, he saw the opportunity to pad forward. In his hand, Inhei flowed invisibly in the darkness, suddenly condensing into a long spear in the air like ripples rippling. Boo! The sound of breaking air came booming. In mid-air, the pitch-black spear transformed by Inchi cleanly penetrated the entire head of the death dog that had leapt to the highest point. Barely a pause ensued. The lance moved randomly into a long axe, and while one of the morning dogs hung from it, it was chopped towards the other by Lin Xingyan in a smooth manner. The deep darkness seemed to be cleaved with a dividing line. Clang! A crunching sound came from the ground as the axe transformed by Yin Hai, along with the second death dog, slammed hard into the ground. A huge recoil was transmitted up, and Lin Xingyan only felt a raw pain in his arm, causing him to also control the Yin Hai to dissipate instantly. But behind that fog-like black gas was the illusory ghost that at some point had actually stood silently in front of his eyes. Hi! The hallucinatory ghost sidled up obediently. Oops! Lin Xingyan's pupils shrunk. He felt as if his reaction had slowed down by a few beats. It was clearly a moment of extreme crisis, but under the influence of that ghostly blue ghost domain around him, what his brain felt was actually a burst of relaxation. Under the influence of this emotion, Lin Xingyan watched as the hallucinatory ghost opened its mouth slightly. The next second, its delicate face was transformed into a miserable white that was full of cracks and lifeless. The cherry mouth along with those eyes were suddenly propped open. The teeth inside, as dense as upside-down nails, glowed with an icy chill. It closed down violently against Lin Xingyan's neck. Clang! A loud bang came. Inchi was like an iron ring around Lin Xingyan's neck. It lasted less than half a second under that tremendous biting force before shattering apart. But it was this half second that made Lin Xingyan instantly come to his senses. He withdrew and fell backward in a smooth motion. Hiss! The drilling pain came like a tidal wave. Lin Xingyan's face instantly paled, and his eyes went black. Ah! He stifled a muffled grunt and raised his hand. A whole piece of flesh was torn off the neck attached to the diagonal and collarbone. Snap! Snap! Drop by drop, The blood gathered into a stream and dripped to the ground, slowly penetrating into the bizarre pattern, followed the crisscrossing lines and burrowed into the coffin in the center of the hall, and the trellis roof of that pattern composed of such as the vortex-like eyes. A pupil seems to gently turn a little. It's as if something unspoken is awakening. Gollum. The hallucinatory ghost looked up and very stiffly swallowed the meat hole. Fragrance. Its long, slender tongue licked slowly across its lips. Just expressions. There seemed to be a few moments of pain. But without giving Lin Xingyan the slightest bit of time to catch his breath. The hallucinatory ghost's pitch-black nails as sharp as knives violently lifted up and went straight for Lin Xingyan's face. This time, however, Lin Xingyan was on the defensive. At the same time he sidestepped and dodged. The still uncoiled Inhui in the air transformed into a long whip with barbs slicing through the air and fiercely flinging it at the illusionary ghost's body. Instant. The bloody wounds tore at the adhering flesh, making half of the hallucinatory ghost's body look as horrible as if it had been skinned. Well, it was as if it was frozen in place. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xingyan also quickly distanced himself from it, but the hallucinatory ghost just froze for half a second. After coming back to its senses, it was as if it couldn't feel the pain on its body. Expressionless, walking towards Lin Xingyan step by step. Gobble. An overwhelming feeling of oppression caused Lin Xingyan's heart to flutter violently. The yin hei in his hand changed once again. Flying daggers, lances, long swords, great swords, but the hallucinatory ghost did not dodge in the slightest to the end. She was as if she was walking in the rain, barefoot, step by step towards Lin Xingyan, even though its body was a bloody mess, even though it had even been stopped and had been stabbed through, even though it couldn't even continue to maintain its human form at this moment. But it just doesn't say a word, it just strides along unhurriedly. Gobble. A despair and confusion. But also with this attack after attack gradually Lin Xingyan surrounded. He knew that such a simple attack couldn't kill the illusion ghost, and didn't even hold a hint of luck in his heart. But, why? Why it's like it's completely unharmed. The Achilles heel of that replicating ghost is that the replicant cannot die while being replicated by it. However, when Wang Shi was fighting with it, it would still be injured and would show seriousness, which would give people the impression that it had become weak in battle, and would even unintentionally expose its weaknesses. But now what? Lin Xingyan suddenly felt a hint of absurdity. His Yin 11, which actually hit the body of the illusionary ghost, actually caused damage to the illusionary ghost in front of him. But why is this hallucinatory ghost not even affected in the slightest? Inshi greeted it countless times, but it did not have the slightest expression throughout. It's badly wounded. It's skinned. But what can it do? It's as if this body isn't its. What's going on? What makes you think so? Having already avoided falling into its hallucinations, I can't even weaken it? What is its weakness? Exactly? The powerlessness that seemed like the first time he had faced a Tao-Tu ghost spread to Lin Xing's heart once again. The hallucinatory ghost that had already lost its human form just took one step in front of him, ignoring the gloom and doom that swept over it. Its pale hand, which had already revealed its white bones, cupped Lin Xingyan's neck. Hiss! The pain of the wound being pinched made Lin Xingyan unable to stop his body from trembling. Despite his desperate attempts at concentration, Inshi was unable to solidify for a while. Zimming? What's that noise? Are you okay? The clanging and chopping of meat in the kitchen finally stopped. That old man's voice came. Is fine. Playing with toys. The illusionary ghost looked at Lin Xingyan and replied calmly. A little bit of force from his hand. A little bit of lifting Lin Xingyan up. Playing with toys? Okay. You look less at the phone. Eyes are almost 800 degrees myopia. The old man rambled on. Zimming. Zhou Zimming. 800 degrees of myopia. The old man's words and the various violations found on the room on the second floor flashed through Lin Xingyan's mind one by one like a walking light. The hallucinatory ghost is disguising himself as Zhou Zimming. That old human also saw it as Zhou Zimming. It's turtling. But, why? Why would it disguise itself as a human animal that they see as so lowly? Ghosts would never go through all the trouble of doing something like this for no reason. Except for this kind of thing. It's about the rules of its existence. It's about its Achilles heel. Lin Xingyan's neck was broken hard. Chapter 62, Mother? Rituals? Request for catch-up reading. What do you mean? Someone? The voice of the hallucinatory ghost came. Where? She let go, and the two mourning dogs immediately twitched their noses. The hallucinatory ghost, too, slowly cast its gaze behind the pillar where Lin Xingyan was hiding. Straightening up for a few seconds, he got up and walked slowly. Knock knock. Knock knock. Lin Xingyan covered his mouth in death. It was as if the heart was going to jump out of his throat. How did it come back so close? Although he was injured before he died, he still had at least 50% of his strength. 50% physical strength. Even if he wasn't E Supreme, when he died with Su Ken at that time, He was able to go back to at least half an hour ago. It's been less than 10 minutes since I've been back. Could it be that I just? Lin Xingyan shook his head. All previous backfiles went back as soon as his eyes closed. But just now, he seemed to see the image in front of him in a kind of soul, or kind of God's perspective after death, playing backwards. It's the same as what I saw the last time I was stuck in time with that replica ghost. But this time the picture rewinds extremely fast. So fast that Lin Xingyan couldn't see it at all. He just skimmed it, and then it ended in a backfile that he simply couldn't react to. Was it because of that one look I gave you? Lin Xingyan gradually came back from the trance of backfiling. That is to say, as long as my reflexes can keep up with 20 times the speed of the rewind, I can theoretically control the exact moment I shift back into gear, even if you can't keep up. Big deal. Just don't look at that and go back like you did before. The cap did go up, but why did? Favor the present to find out. Before Lin Xingyan's eyes, the hallucinatory ghost walked towards him step by step. Wanted. Doggy, close your eyes. When it came to a distance of no more than 3 meters from Lin Xingyan, the voice of the illusionary ghost came again. The two morning dogs closed their eyes in unison. The surroundings were completely plunged into darkness. Knock knock. Lin Xingyan, cloaked in gloom, covered his mouth with one hand and pressed his chest with the other. There's no time to dwell on the backlog. Now, how do you break it? Go! After thinking for half a second, Lin Xingyan decisively chose to go. See if you can sneak up to that room on the second floor while it's dark. Continuing to stand still was the same script as last time, and the hallucinatory ghost would walk up to him silently. Although through the last battle Lin Xingyan had vaguely determined that its Achilles heel seemed to be Relatetto Zhou Ziming, but for a short time, he couldn't think of a more definitive connection. There was no chance at all of winning another battle. It's only been back in gear for 10 minutes, but there's been almost no loss of stamina, and it refreshed my breath holding time, which is a blessing. Lin Xingyan silently comforted himself in his mind. In the reaching darkness, he was cloaked in obscurity, literally as if he were wearing a cloak of invisibility. With his memory of the entire hall's construction, Lin Xingyan silently circled around from behind the pillars to the top of the stairs leading from the first floor to the second floor. Let's see if we get a chance to sneak in later. Open the door to the second floor room and light must come through. One can only hope that the hallucinatory ghost will pull back the curtains later, or take a bathroom break. Lin Xingyan went up the stairs step by step, wordlessly. Hi. Suddenly, the voice of the hallucinatory ghost came again. Although he heard the voice still coming from behind the pillar he had first hidden behind, Lin Xingyan's body still lurched. He didn't even see me last time. Lin Xingyan realized with a jolt. Ding dong! Ding dong! Suddenly, a series of doorbells rang in the darkness. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen disappeared. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. Zimming! Open the door! The hallucinatory ghost headed for the door. The two morning dogs also opened their eyes. How come there's still people coming? Why didn't you last time? Is it because of the last opening of the ghost world? Lin Xingyan, who was right in the middle of the stairs, missed a beat in his heartbeat. He looked at the rooms on the second floor and then to the first floor. Click! The hallucinatory ghost took hold of the doorknob and pushed the door open. The blinding sunlight, once again spreading through the front door into the living room, dispersed all the darkness. The moment before the sunlight poured into the room, Lin Xingyan jumped down the stairs and flashed into the shadows under the hovering staircase. Knock knock knock! His heart was pounding. Upon seeing the incoming guests, Lin Xingyan's pupils contracted for a moment, and he only felt a wave of despair surge. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Taiji. It was the few Taodao ghosts Lin Xingyan had seen at the train station that day in the middle of the heavy rain. At this very moment, they are standing in front of the door against the light, carrying large bags. The shadow was stretched and covered Lin Xingyan. How does work? It's Thursday, so why would these tauntauns be here on a Thursday afternoon? Don't they have to work? Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth in death. That is to say, even if I can kill this hallucinatory ghost now, I will surely die. Choke, choke. The ups and downs of his mood made Lin Xingyan feel suffocated once again. The clenched fingers had turned white. What to do? What now? The two morning dogs were still sniffing away. The sun shone throughout the living room, and leaving this dark shadow would expose him to the sight of all the ghosts. Am I going to be suffocated here? The group of Taoran ghosts walked into the living room, looked at the coffin in the center, and said something with a serious look on their faces. Ceremony? Mother? Lin Xingyan watched their lips open and close, but couldn't make out any specific words. His ears buzzed as if they were clogged with a cloud of bees. The image in front of her eyes became more and more blurry, a patch of black dots flickering in and out. It's like sinking into the deep end a little bit. Suffocation. 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 Lin Xingyan blinked hard. No, we need to take care of these two morning dogs first. Breathe, they can feel my breath. But if In the heat of the moment, Lin Xingyan seemed to think of something and shrank his body further into the shadows. The shadowy obscurity covering the body slowly turned into a thin straw. It was slowly lengthened while he took it in his mouth. Following the shadows of the circling staircase overhead, he walked the dead ends of his vision and burrowed out the door a little. Then Lin Xingyan couldn't hold back any longer and pinched his nose and inhaled violently. Roar! The moment they exhaled, the two mourning dogs snapped their eyes open and raised their heads. Barking furiously, they ran in unison toward the door. And for the first time, Lin Xingyan felt that breathing was such bliss. The feeling of breaking out of the deep ocean brought clarity back to his eyes once again. Wanted, doggy? The hallucinatory ghost froze. What's wrong? No problem? A slightly chubby Taoran asked with a frown. The other Taoran ghosts also turned their heads to look. It's okay, I'll check it out. Don't worry, it won't be delayed. You guys go ahead and get ready. Phantom Ghost got up and said, okay. The other Tauntauns nodded and headed toward the kitchen with their bags. Great opportunity. Lin Xingyan drew in a huge breath, then instantly retracted his gloom and doom, listening to the noisy voices and footsteps in the kitchen. He didn't hesitate any longer. His hands obscurely morphed into two giant hands that carried him silently over the banister and up the stairs. Only one room? Re-arriving on the second floor, Lin Xingyan froze. In addition to the room in the corner where the zombies are kept, it is surprising that the only thing left in the large space is that one small room of 20 square feet. But when he heard the Tao Tu ghost's footsteps coming out of the kitchen, Lin Xingyan didn't have time to dwell on it. Straight away, he dodged into the small room, closing the door softly behind him. Phew, came alive. Chapter 63 You've violated the law. Happy Home Subdivision. 1 block. 1204. Cough cough. Inside the bathroom, Yu held onto the sink, her body trembling. Crimson blood scattered in spots in the pool like plum blossoms falling on the snow. It's going to be too much to hold up. After coughing violently for a while, Yu lifted her head wordlessly. In the mirror was her incredibly haggard, bloodless face. After cleaning the blood off, it took her a touch of light makeup to hide her ashen complexion. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Yu put down the cosmetics in her hands and wiped her hands. Coming. Why are you back so early today? She opened the door and blinked in some surprise when she saw Lin Yunxin outside. What for? Lin Yunxin closed the door and loosened his tie. Cooking for Anne. Let's get the ribs simmering for a while longer. No, we'll go to Cancan's birthday party tonight. Isn't Cancan's birthday this Sunday? She's going to the north side for the weekend for a competition. So she's celebrating early. Oh, Yu nodded and turned off the kitchen fire. Lin Yunxin, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and didn't say a word. As if sensing that the atmosphere was wrong, Yu silently sat down on the eating chair. So soon? On her face, a flash of dismay appeared. The afternoon sun was streaming in through the windows, just enough to separate the two. Fish, when did we meet? Lin Yunxin leaned back on the sofa, his voice a little hoarse. College, yeah, a whole 15 years, Yu said while pulling out 2 pieces of paper and wiping the table. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? She pushed her long hair behind her ear, but Lin Yunxin didn't answer. Instead he talked to himself. The night of my sophomore year, April 12th, team basketball. It was a hot day, and my class had bad luck signing up to play the varsity team. I'm 6'5" and play center in my class, but the varsity guards are just 6'9". Before the game they said they would take it seriously, but they kept heckling when they played and unfortunately we still couldn't beat them. There were a lot of people in the court that day, and I hustled for a rebound, but got pressed right on the rebound. I heard people cheering all around me and my opponent was laughing and pulling me up. He was friendly but I was really upset. I started to carry the emotion and missed 2 shots and coach subbed me out and I sat on the bench and watched the deficit go from 10 to 20 to 30 points. And then behind me, someone handed me a bottle of water. Lin Yunxin put his hands over his eyes. There was more than a hint of trembling in his voice. She said, "Class, you look really good when you try." Obviously surrounded by a full house of boisterous cheers, but that's all I heard as I turned back. Fish, you're wearing a beige sandal dress, a white hair band on your head, a little yellow flower pinned to your ear, your hands on your knees, your long hair hanging down in front of my eyes, and you're smiling sideways at me. At that moment, Fishy, do you know what I was thinking? Lin Yunxin slowly stood up. It was as if the sunlight had lost its temperature, and a chill slowly spread out with him at the center. I'm wondering what the hell you people are pretending to be. Everyone else is cheering for the winner. Why are you the only one sympathizing with me? Are you special? Why are you pretending to be kind in front of me? So I approached you, pursued you, and I wanted to see how long you were going to pretend. But Fish, it's amazing that you're really that kind, really that gentle, really that considerate, really sympathetic to the weak. If it was someone else who was replaced by the coach that day, you would have handed him water too, right? Fish, do you have any idea how much I hate you? Lin Yunshin's voice gradually became gritted. A hideous scratch also appeared on his face as if it had been rolled by a knife. 10 years of marriage. 10 years of me hating you. You're really too perfect. I purposely said your cooking was awful. I purposely got mad at you. I purposely let you hear me say I hated you. I even cheated on you. I let you see me flirting with another woman. But why aren't you angry? What's to stop you from getting hysterical and snapping at me? You should have begged me. You should have begged me not to do this to you. You should have begged me not to not love you. Do you realize that the more you do this, the more you make me look so despicable for making these gestures, the more it seems that I am so unworthy of you? I have to act gentle. I have to act like the perfect doctor. But even then, in front of you, I'm still so dirty and hypocritical and disgusting. I hate you. Fish, I hate you. Lin Yunshin slammed his fist on the table with a bang. But now, Fish, you're in violation. You really aren't so perfect. You really are dirty and lowly. And now it's not me who doesn't deserve you. It's you who doesn't deserve me. How could you be so stupid as to let those two human animals go 7 years ago? Lin Yunshin stared dead at Yu's face and grinned hideously. The offending tauntauns are the ones who will be eaten. Fishy, I finally get to eat you. Lin Yunshin takes a big intake of breath. The whole room, as if it had instantly fallen into hell. Oh, so it's that thing from 7 years ago. I'd forgotten about it. Yu's face revealed a flash of dawning realization and at the same time seemed relieved as she picked up a cup of water and handed it to Lin Yunshin. Thirsty, aren't you? I'm not thirsty. I'm not thirsty now. And I wasn't thirsty 15 years ago. Lin Yunshin violently knocked the water to the ground and squeezed Yu's throat, pinning her against the wall with a bang. Why did you give me water? By what right are you still not angry when you're like this? Why? Because I do not love you. Chen, what do you do? Has nothing to do with me? I don't care about you. Yu blinked sideways. The ghostly domain around her created a fluctuation, and she seemed to want to say something, but after opening her mouth, she couldn't even spit out a single word. Blood, first 1 or 2 drops, followed by a continuous string of unstoppable flow from her nostrils. Now that she was in a physical state, she could no longer activate her abilities. Chin, you're right. 15 years ago it was just you who happened to be replaced. If it was anyone else sitting on the bench, I'd be handing them water too. Yu simply gave up his ability and instead said calmly. Her words ignited Lin Yunshin instantly. What did you say? His arm snapped into action. Yu's face also had an extra flush. She's dying. Multiple unrestricted forced uses of her abilities in a short period of time won't last even for a B class. At the door, Tian Ming's voice came. He was wearing a trench coat and a mask, and had a small book in his hand constantly jotting down something. Lin Yunshin's hand, on the other hand, loosened a bit. Yu, if it wasn't for you going to the station last time and letting me discover your ability, we might not have found out in our lifetime that you were the one who let those two human animals go during the closing process of the Peach Source incident 7 years ago. Tian Ming's brow furrowed. I wonder why. Because, Yu closed her eyes. I saw my brother, in order to protect my sister, lie to her and tell her that he could deal with all enemies, so that she could go without fear, and that he would be there in a moment. I don't know why. He was obviously so weak, but he was so determined when he said those words. I can't sense any fear in his expression. At that moment, I don't know why I suddenly became curious about humans. I wondered why they would have the courage to face an enemy stronger than themselves, and I wondered why they would sacrifice themselves to protect others. I'm curious. Yu's face, surprisingly, showed a smile. Now, I already know the answer, she said softly, but Tian Ming, who was taking notes on her statement in his book, stopped his pen. You're lying. The rules, they can't be broken. What the hell did you go through 7 years ago? Or, you drilled the rules? How did you do that? Chapter 64. Let me say goodbye to Anne. Okay? Yes, I'm lying. But, where did I lie? Yu said in an unapologetic whisper. That's enough. You said Yu was going to be given to me. Tian Ming was just about to continue asking when Lin Yunshin said, if Yu will really violate the rules, then the probability is that our deduction about Lin Xing'an is not wrong. The human animal you bred should have awakened. He looked to Lin Yunshin. Oh, that human animal? He won't be able to get away. I'll take him to the gourmand tonight. Well, even if I can't try, at the earliest tonight, at the latest Monday, I'll find out the evidence, even if there is someone to help. Unless he has long been eyeing a certain E superior tauntaun and investigated it in detail, there is no way he can remove the Yin and E from his body in the next few days. Tian Ming took notes in his book. Lin Yunshin, on the other hand, swallowed. But Fishy, As for you, you can beg me. I want to hear you beg me. Beg me for anything. Or even, if you don't want to die. His words caused a fluctuation to appear in Yu Yu's eyes. Aiken, I beg you. I'm begging you. Let me say goodbye to Anne, okay? Yu Yu's eyes, slightly red. Lin Yunshin's expression, on the other hand, froze on his face. For a human animal? You begged me for the first time in your life, and it was for a human animal? He stared at Yu Yu incredulously. Yu Yu's gaze, on the other hand, crossed over to him and looked at the living room wall, that hung on the family portrait. Please, let me say goodbye to Anne. Her voice trembled. Lin Yunshin's breathing, on the other hand, was as rapid as that of a hungry beast. What's the point, fishy? He's bound to die too. You could have begged me to let yourself live a few more days. You could have begged me to give you a decent death. You could have begged me not to eat you. Aren't you a lover of beauty? You could have begged me to seal your E so that your death wasn't crippling, he said through clenched teeth. But Yu Yu shook his head. Aiken, please let me and Anne say goodbye. 2 lines of tears slipped from Yu Yu's eyes. What do you take that human animal for? A child? Fish? Why? Why don't you want Mother to grant us a child? Obviously Mother-sama. You treat human animals like children. What do human animals treat you like? Is it hard for him to really think of you as a mother? Wake up! Lin Yunshin fiercely bit down on Yu Yu's slender, snow-white neck, hardening and tearing off a piece of flesh. But Yu Yu is still looking at him without changing her face. Please. Well, since you're still thinking about that human animal, that lowly human animal, then tonight, I do have a brilliant idea. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Spring River Road, Villa 06. Phew, alive and well. Lin Xingyan leaned against the door of that small room on the second floor and sat paralyzed, breathing heavily. In front of his eyes was a flickering spot of light, and he was not even conscious of his body. Suffocation is really too painful. The sunlight warmly sprinkled on his body, dispelling the Enan cold in Lin Xingyan's body and soothing the tension in his heart. 2:45. Lin Xingyan glanced at the bracelet. It was 45 minutes until 3:30, the time he had agreed to with Mr. Orange. The coffin and the strange pattern. The ritual in the mouth of the ghost. The meaning of the word mother. Even though there seemed to be plenty of time and all sorts of questions filled Lin Xingyan's brain, he didn't dare to delay a second longer. Being able to feel some eyebrows about the fatal weakness of this hallucinating ghost has already met expectations. Withdraw. Lin Xingyan took a half-breath reprieve, then quickly walked to the window. Roar! But before he could open the screen window, the hallucinatory ghost led the 2 mourning dogs right out of the flowers. As if sensing something, the hallucinatory ghost looked up. Lin Xingyan's pupils shrank, instantly holding his breath as he made a turn and leaned behind the curtains. And the 2 mourning dogs barked furiously at the window. Shouldn't they be in the front yard? See me? Lin Xingyan's hand, which was gripping the curtains, exerted itself slightly. The hallucinatory ghost narrowed his eyes. The breeze blows the curtains. It climbed up the rolled ladder that hung down from the treehouse. The 2 mourning dogs hissed continuously as they rushed in Lin Xingyan's direction. The hallucinatory ghost stepped on a branch and walked noiselessly toward the second floor window. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It inclined its head. The breeze was light, and the scene behind the curtains was visible to her a little. Walking close to the window, its body stopped. A sharp step forward followed. Face thumped down on the window, but behind the curtains, nothing. A flash of doubt appeared in the illusion ghost's eyes. Just standing behind the curtains on the other side, just a window away from it. Lin Xingyan silently watched it, holding his breath, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the illusionary ghost's neck suddenly twisted 270 degrees counterclockwise like rubber. Blue-colored eyes, deadpan, looked behind the curtains on the other side. Lin Xingyan's heart missed a beat. The hallucinatory ghost's neck twisted a little. The face was pressed against the window as if by a large invisible hand. A fraction of a second. Lin Xingyan blinked and wordlessly stood on her tiptoes. The breeze caressed the curtains through the screen windows. The pupils of the hallucinatory ghosts were even about to drill out of their eyes. But no matter how hard it pushed, the angle it was at, it couldn't see the full space behind the curtains. There's only room for a sliver of that. Lin Xingyan pressed himself against the wall. The obscurity had long since turned into a shadow covering his entire body. Click, click, click. After a long look, the hallucinatory ghost reared up, his neck suddenly recovering. Go! He waved his hand at the 2 mourning dogs, but there was no jumping from the tree. Instead, he took a few silent steps back, stood in the shade, and continued to stare intently at the window. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, half a minute. There was no movement in the house. The 2 mourning dogs also gradually calmed down. A flicker of disappointment flashed across the hallucinatory ghost's face, and he lightly jumped under the tree. But just 2 steps out, he turned back again. The curtains swung a little. Nothing. Lin Xingyan closed his eyes and covered his mouth in death. Suffocation. Spreading again. He opened his eyes only when he heard the ragged panting of the 2 mourning dogs fading away. But immediately afterward, the voices of other Taoran ghosts came. No problem? No problem. You guys dig in. I'll go back to the house and watch the eyes. The hallucinatory ghost glanced inside the house again and greeted the 2 mourning dogs as they headed for the house. After making sure it left through the sound, Lin Xingyan looked through the gap in the curtains towards the garden outside. Several other Taoran ghosts carried shovels and stepped on flowers, stopping at various locations in the back garden, wondering what they were going to dig up. Lin Xingyan jammed them into view and once again stretched his yin high into a straw to take a breather. No, can't get out. He rubbed his brow. The Tauntauns weren't noticing the second floor right now, but if he forced the screen window open and went out, he would almost inevitably be discovered. If this road doesn't work, then the only way to go is through the front door. But that hallucinatory ghost is now coming up through the front door again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A wave of powerlessness caused Lin Xingyan to feel a wave of annoyance. Is there anything else you can do? He looked out the window again. Maybe going out the window and instead of jumping, using the obscurity to climb up to the roof could avoid them? We'll think of something else when we get to the roof. Lin Xingyan pushed down the irritation and urgency in his heart, and after calming down, he only thought of this one way out. Roar! But without waiting for him to open the window, outside the door, there was a sudden roar of a mourning dog. Lin Xingyan jerked his head back. So soon? He held his breath in disbelief. It's only been 30 seconds and they've run from the back garden to the front door? Boo! The 2 mourning dogs outside kept picking at the door. The hallucinatory ghost's footsteps clattered up the stairs, and those Taoran ghosts outside actually started digging right up against the window at that moment. The scarlet earth was turned up by them and gave off a sickening odor. Opening a window now was bound to be noticed by them. Lin Xingyan stood in front of the bed, in a dilemma. Under the window is the Tauntaun. Outside the door is the Taoran. What to do? Fight it? This is the lowest of the low. But is there any other way now? The sound of the mourning dog picking at the door grew more urgent. Lin Xingyan looked around. It's too small. The entire room was a mere 20 square meters. Where can he hide? Under the bed? The closet? Behind the curtains? It's all too obvious. Where else? The footsteps of the hallucinatory ghost were getting closer. It went up the stairs, to the middle of the stairs, up to the second floor. Lin Xingyan looked toward the door. Click. The doorknob was slowly pressed down. Chapter 65, The Secret Chamber. 3 shifts today for catch-up reading. Crunch. The doorknob was eased down and the hallucinatory ghost pushed the door open. Ho ho ho. The 2 mourning dogs twitched their noses and jumped up and down around the house. The hallucinatory ghost looked around the room. First, it looked behind the curtains that had just been stuck in the dead center of its vision. No one. Lift the covers again. No one. Misreading. The hallucinatory ghost muttered. The light flickered in his azure-colored eyes. Looking at the darkness under the bed, it narrowed its eyes slightly and crouched down. No. There is only a light layer of floating gray. It looked again to a closed closet off to the side. As if in fear, the door of the closet actually trembled lightly. At the barking of the mourning dog, the hallucinatory ghost gripped the closet handle. The body paused, pulling away as he did. No. It frowned. Pull the closet door all the way open. No. It was empty except for the clothes. Much ado about nothing. The hallucinatory ghost went to the window again, lifted the curtains, opened the screen, and looked up and down toward the window. No. Then, as if thinking of something, she pulled open the drawer. In the sandwich was a full length of aqua blue hair, unbroken. The hallucinatory ghost lowered his eyes, closed the drawer, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling mirror that faced the bed and was set into the wall, and slowly raised his hand. Behind the mirror, Lin Xingyan held his breath as he looked at the hallucinatory ghost's face. This mirror facing the bed can be flipped like a revolving door. It was the only room on the entire second floor, and it was decidedly unlikely that this room was only a measly 20 square feet. But instead of this being a secret room, this 80 square foot room with a bathroom was the room where the hallucinatory ghost always lived. Zimming. The beef stew is ready. Go and bring it to Mom. The old man's voice came, and the hallucinatory ghost's hand lurched as it just tried to push the mirror away. It's a little hot, so tell Mom to eat it carefully. He pushed the door open. Lin Xingyan's stomach churned when she saw the steamy beef stew he was carrying through the mirror. It was a scarlet mass of minced meat, still glowing with rising blood. The entrails, the white bones, they were all mixed together. Among them are also snow-white brain flowers as well as human fingers. Dad, next time you don't have to make such a mushy stew. Mom likes something chewy. The hallucinatory ghost took the beef and didn't stay any longer. but walked towards the room with the zombies in the corner of the second floor. Okay, zimming is still filial. I'll remember next time. It's stronger and more flavorful. The man scratched his head. Aha! The hallucinatory ghost closed the door. Lin Xing'an's eyes, on the other hand, rounded a little. He'd almost forgotten there was a zombie in the corner room. I didn't realize that zombie was Zimming's mother in the family photo. Lin Xing'an turned back. Behind him was a large double bed, and off to the side of this queen-sized bed was something that looked like a hibernation pod from a sci-fi production. It was filled with a red liquid. In the liquid, a man covered in tubes can be seen, even though the man inside had been so thin that he was out of shape and his skin was pale. However, through the brown birthmark on his head, Lin Xing'an still recognized him as Zhou Zimming himself, imprisoning Zhou Zimming's entire family in this villa, going to great lengths to make them only sort of alive. What does this hallucinating ghost want? Could its weakness be? Lin Xing'an walked over to the instrument and looked at Zhou Zimming, who was being maintained with just a trace of life inside, with a complex expression, a vague suspicion in my mind, but a little afraid to confirm it. Let's discuss it with Mr. Orange when we get back. He shook his head. While the Taodao ghost outside was digging in the garden without knowing what, Lin Xing'an also looked at the hallucinatory ghost's desk. Statues. In the corner of the desk, Lin Xing'an saw at a glance that there was a palm-sized black statue laid out, filled with lines. This is the statue that Togwei is transporting all the way to the South City, related to Taoyuan village. I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Xing'an's heart thumped up. At that time, that replica ghost. But it wouldn't let him look at it more than once. Lin Xing'an hesitated and didn't touch the statue, but half squatted on the ground and carefully observed it. You can tell it's a portrait. The silhouette somewhat looks like a mother holding a child, but the face was blank. Wait, mother. Is this statue carved with the mother that those Taoran ghosts are talking about? If so, this statue is related to Taoyuan village again. Does that mean that mother and Taoyuan village are also connected? Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed, a flash of suspicion appearing in his eyes. But he now, for one thing, had absolutely no idea what this mother was, and for another, had no concept of Taoyuan village, so can't think of any more for a while. But why does this pattern seem like I've seen it somewhere before? Lin Xing'an looked around the statue. The weird pattern on it made him purse his lips slightly. Hiss. As if thinking of something, his breath hitched. Isn't that the same pattern that was on the living room floor? Lin Xing'an thought furiously, though the statue only had a portion of the lines on it, nowhere near as many as on the living room floor. Both this brushstroke and the style were exactly the same. But what does this pattern mean? What does it have to do with this mother, or Taoyuan village? Unfortunately, I don't have a cell phone to take a picture of it. Lin Xing'an tried to memorize the tattoos in his mind for when he went out to ask Mr. Orange, but then gave up instantly. It's too weird to keep track of. But it's okay. It's okay to take the statue away after we kill the hallucinating ghost. He looked at the statue a few more times before burying his questions for the moment, then continued to read on the desk. Potluck. On the desk calendar, the hallucinatory ghost circled today's date and labeled the potluck next to it. Could this ritual be what it calls a potluck? And what's the 24th? Lin Xing'an frowned. Next Wednesday, May 24th, is circled in bolded red marker by hallucinatory ghosts. There are 3 exclamation points as well as an emphasis mark next to it. Is something big going to happen that day? Lin Xing'an memorized this date silently in his heart. There wasn't much other useful information on the table. He shifted his gaze back to the bookcase off to the side. Adoption procedures. 10 years ago, Lin Xing'an turned his gloom into a glove and opened the cabinet door. There were no books inside, just a photo album. Clipped inside was the adoption paperwork from the North City Children's Welfare Center and a 2-inch photo of the hallucinatory ghost as a child. Hiss. This hallucinatory ghost was adopted by Zhou Zimming's family. Yunxia, is that your real name? Looking at that adoption formality, and the happy times of that hallucinatory ghost in Zhou Zimming's family in the photo album, and then associating it with what's happening to Zhou Zimming's family right now, Lin Xing'an felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Lefty. The adoption procedure is followed by simple physical data such as the height and weight of the hallucinatory ghost, and the last column is specially labeled to indicate that its dominant hand is its left hand. That's one I haven't been paying attention to. After Lin Xing'an placed the album in its original position without any discrepancy, he looked at the bracelet again. 3:15. No, must go. Can't put it off any longer. If those ghosts aren't done digging, it's time to think of something else. 2. From the time he entered this chamber, not a single sound came out from outside. A hint of uneasiness also loomed in Lin Xing'an's heart, but walking to the mirror, he suddenly froze in place. The original smooth mirror surface, surprisingly, became rusty before his eyes. Inch by inch, it then melts a little like mud in the sun. The familiar grim scent kept coming. Ghostland. Lin Xingyan instantly realized what had happened. It's the ghostly realm that's spreading. Must leave before the complete spread of the ghostly domain is complete. Otherwise, once we wait for the ghost domain to spread completely. Lin Xingyan's face went white. Chapter 66, Mom. 3 more for today's catch-up. They found me? No. It should be a Taoren ritual. And this ghostly realm isn't right. Lin Xingyan had a serious face. The entirety of the ghostly domains he had experienced before were instantly diffused to completion. The ghostly realm in front of us now was even colder, even more evil, even more frightening though. But the diffusion speed is strangely slow, as if a snail were crawling. It was just a half-meter wide mirror, and it took nearly half a minute to be covered by the entirety of the ghost domain. Lin Xingyan stood outside the ghostly realm and first reached his hand into the ghostly realm and pushed the mirror away. There's no feeling. He stepped halfway in again. Nothing unusual was felt. Couldn't care less. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth. Not sure what the problem would be with drilling in completely though, but there was no second way out for him now. To leave, you must enter the outside room through the mirror and exit through the back garden. Lin Xingyan didn't hesitate any longer. But just as his whole body stepped into the ghost domain, he felt a 1,000-pound weight suddenly slam onto his body. Boo! Gravity seemed to have been suddenly increased tenfold and 100-fold. And Lin Xingyan, who was not at all prepared, was crushed to the ground. He tried to get up, but just as he half straightened his back, it was as if a big invisible hand on his body slapped him down again in a dead heat. And the ground, in the midst of the ghostly realm, unexpectedly became like a forest quagmire, unable to bear any weight. Lin Xingyan's body, surprisingly, was pulled into it by a thread. The pressure on his body, the suction of the quagmire, made Lin Xingyan sink deeper and deeper the more he struggled. He could only watch the ghost domain spreading forward a little bit more and more, gradually leaving him behind. Lin Xingyan's face reddened unnaturally, but there were no stress points at all over the body. The pressure on his body was increasing, making him fight with all his might just to raise his head, and even breathing was already difficult in bursts. Couldn't get up at all, can't move at all, even the shade is. He was surrounded by gloom and doom that floated like a water droplet. It was clearly moving with Lin Xingyan's intention, but Inchi was likewise carrying a 1,000-pound weight. Even though Lin Xingyan had already thought of the shapes in his head countless times, the speed at which they converged was strangely slow. Come on. Seeing that the ghostly domain had almost encompassed the entire room outside, Lin Xingyan also bit his lips in death, desperately stimulating his own connection with Inhei. But no matter how hard he tried, the speed of the murky convergence in front of him was as slow as if he was downloading a 4K movie with a netbook. Damn it! Lin Xingyan was panting heavily, sweating like a waterfall, and just by being in this ghostly realm, it was already difficult for him to move an inch. It hadn't even taken a step out of the mirror to leave the chamber until now. Once this ghost domain was allowed to form completely, he would definitely die even without the need for Togwei to make a move. Not to mention the fact that under such extreme circumstances, which were like carrying 1,000 pounds on his back, the physical strength in his body was like snow under boiling water, dissipating at a frighteningly fast rate. It's amazing that in just half a minute it's like climbing 30 floors. Gulp! At this moment, Lin Xingyan realized with a jolt. Now if he can't get out, he's dead. Even if he had plenty of stamina, he couldn't even commit suicide if he couldn't even gather Inhei. Lin Xingyan stifled a grunt, blinked hard, and focused his energy even more. Ghost domain spreading inch by inch. A little bit of gloom gathers. Sweat slides off the top of Lin Xingyan's head in drops. Under the control of his desperate efforts, the yin and yi only barely converged into the shape of a rope. But even if it coalesced into shape, even if it floated in the air, it was likewise just inches forward. And the ghostly realm had nearly encompassed the entire room. It's only 2 or 3 meters though. But this distance, Lin Xingyan's hope of getting out has been extremely slim. Despair. The more he exerted himself, the more powerless he became. And the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, causing Lin Xingyan to show pain on his face. Go ahead. He bit his lip, his pupils fluttering, his temples throbbing. Go. Lin Xingyan's body couldn't stop shaking. The wave surged through his body, constantly restoring his stamina. However, when a trace of Lin Xingyan is restored, he takes out a trace. And when a millimeter of Lin Xingyan is restored, he takes out a millimeter. What death backlash? What do you mean? Start over? It's not working. Unity is useless. Just this once, Lin Xingyan expended all of his physical strength on controlling Inhei. He stifled a grunt, and every cell in his body seemed to be exerting itself. Under his indistinct and desperate control, Inchi approached the boundary of the ghost domain little by little. So tired. Can't hold out. Really out of energy. That feeling of emptiness caused Lin Xingyan to go into a trance before his eyes. But, so close. It was close. Either go on or die here. Lin Xingyan watched as the speed at which the rope made of een and obscurity advanced was first equal to the speed at which the ghostly domain was spreading, then slowly shrinking the distance until it was infinitely closer to the ghostly realm. Ah! Finally! The moment Inhai rushed out of the ghost domain it became incomparably lighter. It stretched out abruptly with Lin Xingyan's conviction. After flying out the window, it wrapped itself dead center around the trunk of the old tree outside and snapped taut. Yes! Lin Xingyan clenched his grip on Ainshi, his mood shaken. Even though he was still deep in the mire. Even though the een and e couldn't pull him out of the ghostly realm at once even if they contracted. But now, at least there is a lending point. Phew! Lin Xingyan opened his mouth wide and took a half breath. Then pulling at Ainshi with both hands and gritting his teeth, he pulled himself out of the quagmire-like ground a little bit and stood up from the ground a little bit. A little bit of boo! Just as Lin Xingyan was about to straighten his legs, the gravity around him actually steeply surged by 1 knot. Suddenly he was overwhelmed again. Knock! 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 Lin Xing's heart was beating fast, and before his eyes was a trance. But after resting for only half a second, he clenched his teeth once more, grasping at the een and e, and stood up with all his might. Boo! 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 But it was as if this ghost domain was deliberately teasing him. Whenever Lin Xingyan was about to get up, the 1,000 pounds of gravity and resistance would always suddenly skyrocket and crush him down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist the impact. Once, twice, 3 times, Lin Xingyan gasped loudly, his body unable to stop shaking. The eyes were blackened with that severe lack of blood supply to the brain that comes with being deflated. In his ears was a sharp roar as if the nerve strips of his brain had burst open. No strength. Ha! Yes. Can't hold out much longer. Can you? Yes. Then give it up. Doesn't work. I'm not convinced. Ainshi wrapped around and around Lin Xingyan's hand. He held his breath, stifled a grunt, and stood up a little bit again under a waterfall of sweat. Just resist that one. Just hang on to that one. Sweat blurred Lin Xingyan's eyes and he simply closed them. Here we go again. Whenever he was about to stand up fully, the power that seemed to be deliberately teasing him would appear. First a little bit of an even ramp up, then a sudden surge when you think you can resist. Lin Xingyan held his breath. The sound of his own heartbeat in his ears was like the beating of drums before a battle. It's coming. It's coming. Must resist. Be sure to. Bloom strangled his arm tighter and tighter. Lin Xingyan's face reddened and his body stood straighter and straighter. But, boo! Still as in the previous times. Still as Lin Xingyan was about to stand up. The force struck again. Obviously he had done all he could. It was clear that he had given it his all. But the moment gravity weighs down, Lin Xingyan opened his eyes in confusion. Still, can't carry it. At this moment, he clearly felt that all the power he had gathered all over his body was destroyed and crumbled in front of this gravity. Subsequently, his body slowly descended. Snap! But just at the moment when Lin Xingyan felt all of his strength drain away and his body was about to fall into the abyss, a hand, from behind, held him in place. Good girl, go for it. Yu Yu's gentle voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xingyan's head. It was clearly not loud, but it dispelled all the noise in Lin Xingyan's ears. Good baby, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. The surroundings, at some point, had turned into Lin Xingyan's most familiar neighborhood yard, and his body seemed to go back to when he was about a year old and learning to walk. Right in front of him, Yu Yu was half crouching, smiling with open arms waiting for him to get up and come. Hallucinations? Lin Xingyan was in a trance. Indeed, at this moment he had absolutely no energy to control his emotions anymore. There are also a few moments of hope every time you are about to get up. So, it was the hallucinatory ghost that found me? Nope. No need to use hallucinations if she finds me. So this ghostly realm is a ghostly realm containing hallucinogenic ghosts with the same hallucinogenic effect? But why am I seeing visions that are encouraging me? Lin Xingyan looked at Yu Yu in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion. Good baby, come to mommy. Don't be afraid. Yu Yu clapped her hands and smiled gently. From her smile, her tone of voice, her movements, Lin Xingyan actually really felt a force. It was like he was literally turning into a small child just learning to walk. Encouraged by Yu Yu, he stiffly felt his legs, stiffly tamed his limbs, and stiffly stood up a little. A little bit of being embraced in Yu Yu's arms. Good baby, awesome. At this moment, in the midst of this illusion, in Yu Yu's arms, Lin Xingyan actually really felt a burst of motherly warmth. Mom! He was in a trance and called out softly. And Yu Yu at home? As if she felt something, her body trembled. The cosmetics in his hand fell to the ground and shattered with a thud. Gobble. Lin Xingyan's visions before his eyes dissipated like smoke. He looked up. He himself was standing in this 20 square meter bedroom with his arms wrapped in gloom and doom. the ghost domain, still slowly spreading. However, Lin Xingyan had already broken free from that quagmire-like underground and stood up in one piece. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Stifling a grunt, he moved forward, step by step, approaching the border of the ghostly realm. P.S. What do you think of my illustrations within each chapter? Will they affect your reading rhythm? If it won't, deduct a 1. If it will, deduct a 2. If it affects everyone's reading, I won't put the pictures in the back. PPS, I only let AI draw you because this AI has been trained by me to only draw you. If you draw someone else, you have to discard you and retrain. Chapter 67. There is believing, and then there is not seeing, plus one more chapter. Oh, 3 chapters. Pop, pop, snap. A dark, slimy hand burrowed out of the ground. They pulled Lin Xingyan's legs, grabbed Lin Xingyan's arms, and tugged on Lin Xingyan's shoulders, constantly dragging Lin Xingyan downward. An extremely chilly aura came continuously. Lin Xingyan felt as if there were countless pairs of eyes behind him staring at him with dripping eyes. The resistance in front of you continues to grow. Inchi wrapped circle after circle around Lin Xingyan's arm, itching to wrap his arm into a dumpling. In front of us are birds and flowers. Underneath it was muddy and horribly eerie. Lin Xingyan could barely feel his body anymore. All that was left to sustain him as he kept moving forward was the will to leave. The ghostly domain had encompassed this entire room. 2 meters, 1 meter, half meter. Lin Xingyan stretched his arms hard against those countless hands behind him. As long as even one hair left the ghostly realm, his entire body would no longer be affected. But suddenly, Lin Xingyan's body trembled violently. Illusion. It seems to be coming back. In the afterglow, he saw a white silhouette pushing open a white door of light. She went through the door and stood behind Lin Xingyan with her hands behind her back. In the midst of suffocating darkness and mud, in the midst of warring coldness and sinister evil, she looked like a pure flower. Hey, I've come to take you home. Fresh and pretty, as if the energetic youthful maiden-like voice came. It was obviously the first time he had seen it, but this white shadow whose face could not be seen gave Lin Xingyan an inexplicably familiar feeling. It's as if he had seen this vista like in a dream. And, look back in the door, okay? Just one glance is all it takes. The silhouette took one step forward. She stepped through the dirty mud of the ground, pushed aside countless sticky arms, and took Lin Xingyan's hand. And, turn around. With one look, I can take you in and bring you home, she whispered in Lin Xingyan's ear. This voice was as if it had some kind of magic power, and Lin Xingyan's heart actually did give birth to an urge and curiosity to turn back. Who is she? What is inside that door of light in the void? What do you mean? Take me home? Is it Taoyuan village? Lin Xingyan's pupils, unexpectedly, glanced backwards uncontrollably. But again, the only remaining sanity made Lin Xingyan instantly close his eyes. Knock knock. His heart was beating fast. For some reason, it was as if his brain had been given some kind of order by someone. In a constant reminder, a constant warning to Lin Xingyan. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. Roll. Lin Xingyan clenched his teeth, his voice drilling out from between his teeth. Click and zip. Inchi let out a piercing sound and wrapped Lin Xingyan's arm tighter. So close. Lin Xingyan stretched out his arm against the resistance of 1,000 pounds. His fingertips were so close to probing beyond the ghostly realm. So close to getting the hell out of here. At this moment Lin Xingyan really wished he could grow another inch taller. While the white silhouette whose face could not be seen was still pulling Lin Xingyan, the corners of her mouth seemed to curve. Phew! As Lin Xingyan's fingers had almost explored the ghostly domain, her lips opened slightly and she exhaled lightly. The ghostly domain that was spreading at an incomparably slow speed unexpectedly flew out half a meter with her breath of light. Ah! Lin Xingyan's eyes widened and his heart missed a beat. Phew! The white vapors blew lightly again. The ghost domain, like a feather, floated out 2 meters away. Phew! 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 As if she was teasing a child, a string of silver-bell-clear laughs came out of her mouth, blowing the ghostly domain out a few more meters. The ghostly domain that had only barely covered the hut covered the entire tree outside the window in the blink of an eye, and Lin Xingyan was outside in the shadows, still tied to the branches of that tree. Snap! Snap! The skyscraping trees, just like the walls and the ground in the ghostly realm, were like ice cream in the sunlight, melting and dripping little by little. The gloom and doom in Lin Xingyan's hands dissipated with a bang. Once again, he lost his point of focus, and this time, he was as much as 10 meters away from the border of the ghostly realm. Despair! Despair! Lin Xingyan's body couldn't stop trembling, his mind buzzing. Why? I've obviously put my best foot forward. I've obviously done everything I can do. I clearly didn't give up. I clearly persevered until now. Why the result is still the same? What the hell am I supposed to do? Lin Xingyan feels his heart dripping blood and feels like everything is collapsing. His body began to sink again, and the ghostly domain was still spreading a little. However, Lin Xingyan instantly lost all motivation. So desperate, too powerless. He had worked so hard for so long, put his best foot forward, and it was nothing more than a gentle blow from a ghost. Anne, turn around. Look back. It's time to rest. It's time to come with me. I'll take you home. That white shadow whispered in Lin Xingyan's ear. A wave of bitterness spread through Lin Xing's heart. It's already 3:40. It's past the deadline, Mr. Orange gave him. There is no more hope. Lin Xingyan turned his head back a little. Kid. Suddenly, Orange Sensei's voice came from outside. Lin Xingyan, whose head was already halfway twisted, froze in place. He looked up. In the sunlight, Mr. Orange was standing on the backyard wall wearing only a black tank top. Ah, Mr. Orange. Lin Xingyan's voice trembled. Still got the strength? Mr. Orange threw a thick hemp rope into the ghostly realm. Because there was still a long section of the rope outside, it was not affected by the ghost domain, and was actually thrown directly into Lin Xingyan's eyes, which were only half a meter away. It's no use, teacher. Just go. It spreads the ghostly domain. Once you enter this ghostly realm, you can't get out. Lin Xingyan shook his head in pain. In the afterglow, the white silhouette, whose face could not be seen, was beside him. Anne, there's nothing behind you. If it's too exhausting, just trust me. Mr. Orange stood on the wall. In the sunlight, trust me, you won't be able to see. But, she clearly saw me. Anne, your teacher is lying to you, yeah. That white shadow actually directly held Lin Xingyan in its arms. The touch was so real. Even so, do I not exist? Have belief. Don't see. However, Lin Xingyan murmured as if he felt everything. In the afterglow was the white silhouette with the invisible face. The cold touch behind her was unmistakably real. But, Mr. Orange says no. Then there must be nothing. Because I believe in Mr. Orange. Have belief. Be unseen. There is believing. And then there is not seeing. P.S. Brothers, I've read all of your questions about Mom, and I can only say that all of them will be explained. In fact, I'd like to send out the back chapters to all of you in one go, but I've done the math, and I'm just in time for you all to see it when I hit the 3 rivers next week. So don't be in a hurry. Let me rush first. By the way, I'm begging for a wave of catch-up reads. As long as it holds steady this week and the catch-up reads go up next Monday, everyone should be able to see the book on 3 rivers the following week. Suspense hasn't been on 3 rivers in how many days and months, except for Fatty's Living Man, so please do help me revitalize suspense. Or 2. Chapter 68, I'm just kidding. Kid, 3 more for catch-up reading. There is believing, and then there is not seeing. The E and E in Lin Xingyan's hands coalesced little by little, reaching towards the hemp rope that was close at hand. But the speed at which the ghostly domain was spreading suddenly accelerated. The entire villa melted, and in the blink of an eye it was at Ms. Orange's feet, encompassing her as well. But in the face of this immense pressure, Mr. Orange remained steadfast. Ah. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth and tried to stretch his arms. Behind his back a cold, slimy hand snapped and snapped, densely reaching out from the ground and tugging at his body. That white silhouette also embraced Lin Xingyan and kept saying something in his ear. But Lin Xingyan couldn't hear anything. He closed his eyes tightly, and the E and E in his hands extended from his fingertips, transforming into a single hand that finally climbed up the twine. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded. The twine went bang taut. Lin Xingyan felt an instantaneous surge of great strength, pulling him up abruptly from the mire. He broke free from the countless hands behind him, from the embrace of the white shadow, flying out of the window, out of the villa, out of the entirety of the haunted area. The heavy resistance on his body all disappeared, and the instant lightness made Lin Xingyan go into a trance. He was carried high into the air and then landed heavily on the soft grass. It hurt, but survived. Lin Xingyan rolled over and lay down on the grass, top panting heavily. The sun above my head and the fragrance of the earth at the tip of my nose. Kid, it didn't break, did it? Mr. Orange walked up to him, bent down, blocking the sunlight in front of him, and held out his hand at him. Orange sister. Didn't you say when I came here that you wouldn't wait for me a second past 3:30? Lin Xingyan's arm blocked his eyes, his chest constantly rising and falling, his voice trembling slightly from the rapidity of his breathing. The time on the bracelet was 3:47. Just kidding, kid. Mr. Orange let out a soft laugh. Lin Xingyan, on the other hand, pursed his lips. Orange sister, I must become stronger. I must become stronger. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take this anymore. Lin Xingyan mumbled as he lay on the ground, so tired. He swallowed bitterly. That despair, that fear, that powerlessness, that agony of being wrapped up in death. So tired. Never again. Mr. Orange, on the other hand, stood silently, arms wrapped around him. It took a long time to slow down before Lin Xingyan took Miss Orange's hand and stood up from the ground. The soreness and tearing of his muscles made him stumble a little. Sister Orange, the Tauran in the villa didn't notice us, did they? I can still come to camp the day after tomorrow, right? Lin Xingyan looked back. The ghost domain has been fully formed with the Illusion Ghosts Villa 06 as its center. Mori's gloomy aura rose up to the sky, and it looked as if a hole had been missed in the sky. It was really close. They were completely trapped inside. Kid, you're like this and you're thinking about coming tomorrow? But, at least I didn't see anyone just now. Mr. Orange opened the car door. How's the old man's driving, buddy? Wang Shi poked his head out of the driver's seat and threw Lin Xingyan a bottle of charcoal roasted yogurt. Brother Heiko. Lin Xingyan froze. Here, the curve of your heartbeat on the bracelet. Teacher Orange handed Lin Xingyan the cell phone attached to that health bracelet. It shows that during this 2-hour period, Lin Xingyan's heart rate was at a maximum of 180, and his average heart rate was 130. I guessed you were in trouble by looking at your heart rate, so I called Wang Shi over ahead of time. But by the time he arrived, the ghostly domain had already begun to spread. The car started slowly and Mr. Orange leaned back comfortably in the soft seat. Little brat. This is the common ghost domain of at least 5 Tauren ghosts. The ghost domain alone contains the entirety of the properties of their abilities. But wanting this ghostly domain to form is not a simple simultaneous release of all the Tauren ghosts. It requires them to concentrate and establish some sort of mental connection without the slightest distraction. So don't worry, if you weren't exposed before, then they won't be able to detect you during the mental establishment of the connection. Mr. Orange's face was unchanged as he rubbed the medicine and wrapped the bandage. The back of her shoulder and arm was a large abrasion, having just been pulled out of the ghostly realm. Unlike Lin Xingyan's lucky fall onto the soft grass, Mr. Orange fell straight onto the road. That's good. Lin Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his main goal in coming here today was to take out that illusionary ghost tomorrow. He was mostly just worried that the white silhouette in the last afterglow was some kind of tauntaun that had found him. But if we follow Mr. Orange's statement, the white shadow that can't see the face, and you, should be an illusion produced by the ghost domain. Kid, what have you been through in this villa? Mr. Orange asked as he moved his arm after tying up the gauze. Lin Xingyan shook his head. His wave had stacked up, and that feeling of weakness in his body was dissipating. However, mental exhaustion caused Lin Xingyan's brain to ache for a while. Plus there were so many clues in the villa that he couldn't even think of where to start for a moment. Let's start with the hallucinatory ghost you're targeting. Anything about it from some of the details of life set up in its home? Mr. Orange crossed his legs and looked at Lin Xingyan and asked. Lin Xingyan also took a sip of yogurt. There are a lot of them. Lin Xingyan also organized his language. Sister Orange, the real owner of this villa is a man named Zhou Ziming, and this illusionary ghost was adopted by Zhou Ziming's family. It seized the identity of Zhou Ziming and made Zhou Ziming's father think it was Zhou Ziming. At the same time, it didn't kill Zhou Ziming, but put him in a place similar to a life warehouse. Even turned Zhou Ziming's mother into a zombie-like monster and locked her in a room. That is to say, it went to great lengths to keep Zhou Ziming's family in the villa, and then replaced Zhou Ziming itself. What I don't understand is why it disguised itself as a human animal and went to great lengths to keep Zhou Ziming's family alive. Lin Xingyan frowned and said, I don't believe it's doing this to repay the favor of adoption. Mr. Orange held his chin and nodded. I wonder if it's possible that this hallucinatory ghost's life is connected to this large family? Like, it divided its soul or heart or something like that and stored it in 3 parts inside this family? Or any other connection? Seeing that Mr. Orange didn't say anything, Lin Xingyan also said his thoughts tentatively. It is indeed strange. But first of all, little brat, how do you know that this Zhou Ziming is human? Chapter 69 Illusory Ghost's Weakness, 3 shifts for catch-up reading. Mr. Orange's question had instantly caught Lin Xingyan off guard. Zhou Ziming as father. I saw 2 mourning dogs looking at him with a special bloodthirsty look. The same as looking at me, and he is very old. Zhou Ziming himself, if you will, is locked up in a nutritional warehouse with tubes all over his body. That's why my first impression was that they should all be human. As for Zhou Ziming's mother, she has turned into a zombie. Whether she used to be human or not, she is not now, Lin Xingyan said after thinking for a moment. Oh, because they're all at a disadvantage. So you think they're human. But kid, remember what I told you at the train station? You're going to treat everyone but you like a ghost. Mr. Orange also got a bottle of yogurt from the small cooler in the car. Hiss. Lin Xingyan shook his head. Indeed, it's amazing that he's preoccupied with strangers as humans in this world of ghosts. This Zhou Ziming, you saw him in the nutrient warehouse with just 1 breath left. so it's inevitable that he can't be human. Because once an awakened person is discovered by a Tauran, they will surely die. It's even more unlikely for a muddled person. Although Tau-2 ghosts can't take the initiative to expose their identity in front of a muddled person to prompt the muddled person to awaken. But in their hearts they are the most hopeful that the muddled person will awaken so that they can be eaten by them. This Joe Zimming being half dead in a petri dish, that would be a complete loss of the possibility of awakening. Tau-2 ghosts won't do that. So he's either a confused ghost, or a Taogi? But a Taogi doesn't usually do that to another Taogi. Mr. Orange paused. Lin Xingyan also nodded repeatedly. Indeed, he was the one who didn't think things through at the time. As for Joe Zimming's father, you said that he has been treating this hallucinatory ghost as Joe Zimming, so the odds are that he's fallen into a hallucination. Since the illusion ghost used his ability on him and didn't kill him, he must be the confused ghost. The same goes for Joe Zimming's mother. After all, Taojians don't have any rule restrictions on confused ghosts. So this family, it's just a family of fast, happy, confused people. But regardless of the identity of this family, this practice of hallucinating ghosts is indeed suspicious. Mr. Orange also chewed on the top of the yogurt bottle, his brow furrowed. Indeed, regardless of whether the family is human or ghost, something, like a hallucinatory ghost seizing another person's identity is strange. There's little reason for it to add to its own troubles, and it surely makes sense to play house in this villa. So I feel it must have something to do with its weakness. Lin Xingyan pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. The battle between him and this hallucinatory ghost came back to his mind. His Yin-Hei struck an illusionary ghost, causing its skin to split open, but it seemed as if it wasn't affected in the slightest, nor could it feel any pain. The first thing he thought was that this body didn't affect him in the slightest. Inside, old man, let me interject, haha. Wang Shi, who was driving, cleared his throat and leaned back. Actually, you don't have to figure it out at all, and you don't have to think about it in a complicated way. If you feel that something or some kind of behavior of a Tauran is strange, it must have something to do with its weakness, then just do the opposite of that and it's okay. For example, this gourmand ghost went to great lengths to leave behind the lives of this Joe Watming's family, which is simply suspicious to the grandmother's house. That. Wang Shi raised an eyebrow at Lin Xingyan through the rearview mirror, showing a you-know-what look. Then you'll just kill the confused family and be done with it. Seeing that Lin Xingyan was still a bit puzzled, he also reached out and compared his hand on his neck. Wang Shi is right. Mr. Orange nodded back. Since the Tau-2 ghost kept this family alive, odds are it had something to do with its Achilles heel. Then whatever its weakness is specifically, the opposite of let this family live is let this family die. That's one of the easiest ways to break through their weaknesses. Mr. Orange said calmly. Indeed. Lin Xingyan was stunned. Come to think of it, that does make sense. Why do you think so much? Who cares? Just go straight to the quick and dirty and be done with it. Old man, you're not heartily confused, are you? Ha? No, that's not it. I was thinking about how I could take them out in the shortest time possible. Lin Xingyan said thoughtfully. If a plain, normal, confused ghost was there, Lin Xingyan certainly wouldn't just casually kill someone without a reason. Now this muddled ghost is tied to the life of the Tauran. If you don't kill it, you'll be killed by the Tauran. How can this Lin Xingyan have the slightest hesitation? Okay kid, what about that ghostly realm? What else happened in this villa? Mr. Orange asked as he patted Lin Xingyan's head and opened another bottle of yogurt. Villa. Orange sister. In this villa, there is a coffin. Lin Xingyan didn't dwell on Zhou Ziming's family first, but took a deep breath and said, coffins? Mr. Orange's brow furrowed. Yes, there's nothing on the first floor of this villa but a coffin in the center, surrounded by 4 red pillars, and then the coffin, the pillars and the floor, were carved with some kind of weird pattern. This kind of pattern is the same kind of pattern on those statues that the Tau-2 ghosts have been transporting at the train station during this time. Lin Xingyan recalled the structure in Villa 06 in his head, obviously already left, but when he thought of that coffin, his heart actually still surfaced a palpitation, and listening to his description, Mr. Orange's face gradually changed. How do you know what pattern is on the statue? She interrupted Lin Xingyan to ask. Because that hallucinatory ghost has a secret room with a statue in it. Slap bang. Are you sure the pattern you saw in this hallucinatory ghost's house is the same kind as the one on the statue? Okay. Seeing Mr. Orange's serious look, Lin Xingyan also recalled a bit more before nodding. Where the lines meet, it's an eye, right? Yes. The eyes are densely packed with pupils that look like grapes. Lin Xingyan narrowed his eyes, as if searching his mind for words to describe it. As in a vortex? Without waiting for him to continue, Mr. Orange said. The tone was surprisingly serious. Yes, it's like a vortex. Lin Xingyan froze and nodded. Holy, this isn't the same as Wang Shi. who was driving the car, also changed his face and looked at Mr. Orange through the reverse mirror, and Mr. Orange leaned against the back of the car for a long time in silence. How can? She murmured. Chapter 70 is Snow in Taoyuan Village, 3 shifts for catch-up reading. Sister Orange, what exactly is the connection between this pattern and that coffin, as well as that statue? Seeing Mr. Orange's serious look, Lin Xingyan couldn't help but ask. But Mr. Orange shook his head. What else did you see? Kiddo, tell me everything. All of it, it's important. Instead of answering, she asked rhetorically. What else did you see? Lin Xingyan adjusted his sitting position. I also saw at least 6 tauntauns come to the villa. They were here to perform some kind of ritual. They dug up something from the back garden of the villa before holding the ceremony. When I turned the soil over, I saw that the soil in this back garden was dark red, as if it had been soaked with blood all the time. But in the end, I didn't see what they dug up, Lin Xingyan said as he reminisced. By the way, there is mother. I was vaguely heard them seem to say the word mother. And finally, there's that ghostly realm, which should be open together when they perform their rituals. Lin Xingyan sighed lightly. When he thought of that haunted area, he was still scared in his heart now. Did you just say you heard something? Mother? Teacher Orange looked at Lin Xingyan and asked with a frown. Yes, mother. The statue the Taoran transported looked like a mother holding a child as well, only without the features. Too bad I don't have a cell phone to film it. Lin Xingyan had wanted to describe it more carefully to Mr. Orange, but the words come out of my mouth and I don't know what to say. Mothers. Orange Sensei looked like she thought of something, but it was as if she didn't quite dare to confirm it. Sister Orange, this mother and the statue, and the village of Taoyuan, and these lines, this coffin, and even this ceremony, these elements, I feel sure are somehow connected. Lin Xingyan looked up and said, yes, there is a connection. Teacher Orange glanced at Lin Xingyan and nodded after a moment of silence. Kid, about this villa, I have to talk to the organization, because this coffin, this pattern, was found by the organization's men at the Puguan temple a month ago. That's what we heard from them 2 days ago after we passed the organization's initial test, she said as she pulled out her cell phone. What does mean? The Temple of Universal Light? Lin Xingyan froze. Kid, do you remember the South City snowstorm 3 months ago? Of course I remember. February 28th, the first snowfall in the history of the South Side. He nodded. South City, as the southernmost big city, has never had temperatures below 0 during the coldest part of the winter. No one born and raised on the South Side has ever seen snow. But 2 months ago, on February 28th, it was clearly about 10 degrees above 0 in the South Side. But without warning, a blizzard fell from the sky. It's not the kind of light snow that's so fine you can't see it and turns into rain in midair. Instead, it was flurries of goosefeather snow that lasted only 1 day. When Lin Xingyan woke up in the morning, the snow outside the window was already able to go past his ankles. Yu also gushed and did not know where to find a down jacket, pulling Lin Xingyan together to go outside, rolling in the snow in the neighborhood. The two even built a snowman. That day was the first time Lin Xingyan was that excited to see Yu. The excitement, as I recall it now, was not unlike the excitement of a southerner seeing snow for the first time. Rather like the kind of excitement and surprise that a northerner exudes when he leaves home and comes to the south and is surprised to see snow in his hometown again. Kid, it never snows in Southtown, and it's not likely to snow. That snow, that heavy snowfall, it was from Peachland Village. Ms. Orange said quietly. The time in Taoyuan Village is kept in line with the South City, except that Taoyuan Village has 4 distinct seasons. On the night of February 27th, Yunqi dreamed of Taoyuan Village, and in her dream it was snowing heavily in Taoyuan Village. When she woke up in the morning, she thought she was still dreaming, and Yunqi wasn't the only one. There was likewise a person in the organization that day who dreamed of Taoyuan Village and experienced heavy snowfall in it. Teacher Orange's words stunned Lin Xingyan. In other words, on February 28th, it was the snow from Taoyuan Village that fell in the real world? How did this happen? He asked, frowning. No, kiddo, just wait until you dream of Peachland Village. Taoyuan Village is also the real world. Only, you can understand it as another world. Another real world with only us humans. But exactly how? We likewise want to know. Until a month ago, Mr. Orange paused. Under Lin Xingyan's attentive eyes that contained curiosity and doubt, she exhaled lightly and continued. It wasn't until a month ago that one of the organization's men found a coffin in the center of the main hall of the Puguan temple by tracking down the Togway, and a multitude of bizarre patterns. Mr. Orange looked at Lin Xingyan, and Lin Xingyan sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this what I saw in the villa? Listen to the description. It's the same. Mr. Orange nodded. After that, the organization, through continued tracking and investigation, discovered that the Puguang Temple, as a scenic spot, was completely closed for 3 days, from February 27th to March 1st. It's not just Puguang Temple that's been sealed, but the entire Puguang Mountain where Puguang Temple is located. The entire mountain has been sealed, and the time of the sealing happened to include the day it snowed in the south side, February 28th. After realizing that these things might be connected, the organization stepped up its investigation. But what exactly did it find? Ms. Orange shook her head. I don't know at the moment. Could it be that the Tattoo ghosts have opened the Peach Source Village? Trying to capture people in the Peach Source Village? Impossible. If they can do this they would have done so long ago. Not to mention that you think that Taoyuan Village is something that Taoyuan ghosts can enter if they want to? I speculate that it should be that the Taogui did something in those 3 days that indirectly led to the heavy snowfall from Taoyuan Village to this place. And what exactly they did, and what relationship this matter has with Taoyuan Village, is the current direction of the organization's full investigation. So is it possible that this is the same ceremony that took place today? Lin Xing'an's breath caught slightly. Well, it's unlikely. He shook his own head when he finished. If it was really today's ceremony, it would be a bit too hasty. Last time, the entire Puguang Mountain was sealed for 3 whole days, and it also made the southern city snow for a day, so it was evident that the scale of the Taoguang operation was huge. Just now, not to mention sealing the mountain, this hallucinatory ghost didn't even close the door of his house. The final spread of that ghostly domain just barely covered the entire villa. So is the setup in this villa a rehearsal or something? Or a backup? Little brat, don't think about it. Even the organization's full investigation can't find out what's going on. If you want to figure it out, I guess we'll have to wait for the Taotu ghost to carry out another activity. As for the villa, Orange Sensei said, and suddenly looked puzzled. She glanced at Lin Xing'an and handed her cell phone over. Above is the announcement posted 3 minutes ago on the official public number of Puguang Temple Scenic Spot. Due to temple maintenance, Puguang Mountain Puguang Temple will be completely closed from May 23rd to May 25th. P.S. Brothers, I'm going to build a book group. You can deduct a 1 if you want to get in. If it's more than 50 I'll build one tomorrow. Chapter 71, Don't Fight Yet. There's a reversal. Due to temple maintenance, Puguang Mountain Puguang Temple will be completely closed from May 23rd to May 25th. Looking at this announcement, Lin Xing'an and Mr. Orange fell silent at the same time. No, what's up you two? What's up? Wang Shi, who was driving in front, scratched his head anxiously. See for yourself. While waiting for a red light in front of him, Mr. Orange handed him his cell phone as well. Holy, sealed mountains? Isn't that alright? Wang Shi fixed his eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. Sister Orange, were these statues also being shipped to the South City before the last time Puguang Temple was sealed? No, but it could be because the Puguang Temple originally stored a lot of these statues. Mr. Orange took a screenshot of the announcement. This date. Hiss. Lin Xing'an snapped to the thought that he had seen on that hallucinatory ghost's calendar that it had circled the 24th day with special emphasis. Last time it snowed on February 28th and closed the mountain until March 1st. This time it's closed until the 25th. So snow would be 24. It's kinda right. He scratched his head in some disbelief. Orange. No wonder the organization said yesterday that something big might happen lately. We're joining at the right time. That's what the feelings are about. This is indeed a big deal. Wang Shi said with great excitement. But Lin Xing'an, who had recovered from his surprise, frowned. Orange sis, why do I feel this announcement is a bit TSK? It just feels like it was intentionally made for us to see it. It stands to reason that the Taoran should be able to sense what we're investigating as well. Then isn't it obvious that they are still sending out announcements telling us they are going to do something? Is there any chance it's a trap? Lin Xing'an asked with some suspicion. It's possible, but even if it's a trap, even if it's extraordinarily dangerous, it has to go. Because apart from Peachland Dreams, we have been completely unable to find any other clues about Peachland Village for so many years. And this activity of the Taogi definitely has something to do with Taoyuan Village. And it can even make the snow from Taoyuan Village come down to this world. For the sake of Taoyuan Village, we must go and see it too. A rare glimmer of hope unexpectedly appeared in Mr. Orange's eyes. Lin Xing'an also nodded after a long silence. Indeed, all his current doubts, the statue, the village of Taoyuan, the coffin, etc. All of the answers seem to be in this event for Taoran ghosts as well. And humans are currently the ones with the weakest information. The only way to get more information is to take greater risks. Not to mention this message, which is about Taoyuan Village. Sister Orange, then can I still come and kill this hallucinatory ghost the day after tomorrow? Lin Xing'an asked after a moment of hesitation. Kid, I've already spoken to the organization about the villa, so let's wait for them to reply with what's going on. But, no matter what they say. I still think it's too dangerous. Ugh. You don't actually have to put so much pressure on yourself. Mr. Orange sighed lightly as he looked at Lin Xing'an's childish face. Jingle bells. But without waiting for Lin Xing'an to speak, her cell phone suddenly rang with a series of alarm sounds. Mr. Orange then froze like he was down for a few seconds. Mr. Orange? Lin Xing'an raised his hand and waved it in front of Mr. Orange's eyes. And Mr. Orange came back to his senses. Anne, you're not in pain, are you? Falling from that height. She took Lin Xing'an's hand. Rubbing his head, he ruffled his hair to look at the blue spot on his forehead. Mr. Orange, I'm fine. What's alright or not alright? How dangerous? Teacher Orange glared at Lin Xing'an. Come here, let me see. She drew out a few wet wipes and carefully wiped the dust that was smeared on Lin Xing'an's forehead and the corners of his eyebrows. And you, Wang Shi, what time is it? Why did you just get here? Can't you hurry up? What's the point of waiting for a stoplight? No one is there to break into it. There's no surveillance anyway. After making sure that Lin Xing'an wasn't seriously injured much, Mr. Orange also sighed in relief and kicked the chair in front of him. Running a red light? Teacher, is this how you teach children? Stop at the red light and walk at the green light. Teacher, TCH, you drive fast. Kindergarten gets out at 5. And Anne's mom is usually there at 4:50. Mr. Orange looked at the navigation. With 8 kilometers to go, 20 minutes should be just about right if there's no traffic. It's okay, teacher. Don't worry. After experiencing so much, Lin Xing'an, on the contrary, was not too worried about not being able to make it back, and comforted Mr. Orange. Humph. Man-child, it's your turn to talk? Teacher Orange pinched her waist with one hand and nudged Lin Xing'an's head with the other. You're the one who doesn't let the teacher worry the most. Okay, you two don't nag. Hurry up and find a reason. Why do I feel like I can't rush back to be? How come there are so many cars all of a sudden after this nifty trip into the city? We're just in time for the evening rush hour. Wang Shi honked the horn twice. Gee, wouldn't you have gotten there earlier by running a few more red lights? Mr. Orange opened the navigation in a hurry. It shows a road a few kilometers ahead that is reddish and badly blocked. There are still at least 5 major intersections with traffic lights ahead, and unless it's green all the way, you won't even get there for half an hour. Not to mention 4:50, it's hard enough to make it back by 5. Wang Shi poked his head out of the car window and looked. The car in front of us couldn't even see it at a glance. 5 o'clock. Can't really count on you. I should have known to let Jojo come. Teacher Orange glared at Wang Shi breathlessly. It's okay, Anne. Don't panic. I'll call your mom and we'll find an excuse to delay. Just say, well, she found you use phone number on her cell phone. But for a moment she couldn't think of any suitable reason. Wait a minute. Don't fight yet. There's a reversal. What's wrong? Mr. Orange hurriedly hung up the still undialed phone. This traffic light. Wang Shi pointed ahead. Lin Xing'an and Mr. Orange also squinted in unison. The green light, which was clearly overdue, stayed stuck on. The convoy that had a long line in front of them also noticed this and opened up a little. It's not just this one intersection. On the cell phone navigation, all the red lights ahead, after turning green, stopped counting down and got completely stuck. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Wang Shi rushed through as the traffic rose and fell on the other side with a ticking sound. And the very next second they passed, the stoplight flickered back to normal. Zip. Lin Xing'an raised his head, and he saw a few white surveillance monitors above the traffic alley very subtly flashing a little red light. It's like just watching him. Chapter 72. Mommy wants to eat you early next Monday morning. Is that okay? It's 4:56 and school doesn't end for another 4 minutes. Why did this stoplight suddenly go out? Or several in a row? Is it really such a coincidence? There can't be some mysterious force helping us in the underworld, can there? Near the kindergarten, Wang Shi scratched the yellow hair on the top of his head after stopping the car. It's called good fortune knows what's good for you. Don't you understand? Come on, Annie. Teacher Orange was not delayed for a second, directly pulling Lin Xing'an and running out of the car door. Anne, is everything alright with your body? Seeing that Lin Xing'an was still walking a bit stiffly, Mr. Orange also asked with some concern. No problem. Lin Xing'an patted his thigh and adjusted. Although that short half hour in the villa's ghostly realm had emptied him of all his physical strength, but an hour's drive back and 3 bottles of charcoal roasted yogurt in a row had restored Lin Xing'an to a small 40%. Still, there's no avoiding the sore muscles all over your body. Phew. Just right. The two entered the kindergarten through the back door just as the school bell rang. The kids have packed their bags and are ready to leave for school. Ms. Orange, what's for kindergarten dinner tonight? Lin Xing'an asked as he packed his book bag. Chicken thighs, mushrooms, roasted eggplant and meatballs. Mr. Orange reacted instantly and rushed to look at today's menu. Then as usual, he followed the other children and sent Lin Xing'an out of the classroom. Mom! As soon as he left the house, Lin Xing'an saw Yu waiting outside the door in a position he was familiar with. But today Yu seemed extraordinarily haggard. And it was obviously summer, but she had a white scarf around her neck. Baby, are you so tired today? Yu took Lin Xing'an's school bag. And was good today, wasn't she? Didn't give the teacher any trouble, did you? And has been very good sis. That's good. Yu showed a smile. From now on, and we'll have to rely on Ms. Orange a lot. She rubbed Lin Xing'an's hand dotingly and bowed deeply at Ms. Orange. Sis you're this, but without waiting for Mr. Orange to speak. Yu took Lin Xing'an's hand and walked up to the car. Anan, Mr. Orange looks like he likes you a lot. Well, Lin Xing'an looked at Yu and nodded, but a very strange feeling surfaced in his mind. Today's Yu is not right. Good boy, did you have fun today? Happy. What do you eat at night in kindergarten? Food. Lin Xing'an paused. Marbled mushrooms and chicken thighs, he said calmly. Usually he didn't eat dinner at the kindergarten, but Yu always asked this every night, because his former tablemate, Hart, ate at kindergarten. Good baby, are you hungry? Okay, then eat more later. There's a lot of good food tonight, pork and fish, all of it. Yu, on the other hand, turned her face sideways, looked at Lin Xing'an, was silent for a few seconds, and then smiled gently. Aren't we going home? Lin Xing'an looked out the window. This is not the way home. Sister Siokan's birthday. We're going to eat at a restaurant tonight. Doesn't Chan-chan-san have a birthday this Sunday? Oh, and still knows Siokan's sister's birthday? Yu raised an eyebrow. Last time, Sister Sio-chan and I talked about it. Tomorrow she's going to a subject competition and won't be back for a week. And today happens to be a mock exam and school is out early. So she booked a restaurant and had dinner together tonight as an early birthday. But, I haven't prepared a gift. That's okay. A gentle smile appeared on Yu's face. You going today is the best gift for Sister Sio-chan. Lin Xing'an froze, and a bad feeling inexplicably arose in his heart. But Yu didn't say any more. The two just stayed silent in the car for a long time. Good boy. Mommy wants to talk to you about something. Yu slowly merged the car into the main lane. The caravan in front of us. You can't see the end of it at a glance. What day of the week is it again? Thursday. Oh, if Saturday and Sunday are summer camps. Mommy wants to eat you early next Monday morning. Is that okay? Yu's gentle voice made Lin Xing'an's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. What did she say? Did I hear you wrong? Lin Xing'an's eyelashes fluttered, as if he was fixed on the car seat, and he stiffened and turned his head back. Sweet baby, Mommy remembers you tossing and turning Mommy in your tummy in the wee hours of the morning on the day you were born until you were born at 6:12 in the morning. Then Mommy will eat you at 6:12. Okay? Mom checked, and Monday is a rare good day for everything. How about that? Yu asked with a sideways grin. Her long black hair hung down naturally, blocking the corners of her eyes, but not her gentle gaze. Gulp! Lin Xing'an stared incredulously into Yu's eyes. The watery gaze carried doting and favoritism, as if it was really asking for advice, asking Lin Xing'an if he wanted to eat McDonald's or KFC. There was no bloodlust, no greed, none of the urgency that any Tauran had when they wanted to eat someone. There's only one mom who has the patience and care for her child. But it is this extremely cutting feeling that makes Lin Xing'an's blood flow as if backwards. She really did know this already. But, why? Why does she have to tell me now what time she's going to eat me up? Obviously she could have said nothing. Why did she wait until next Monday? Obviously she could have eaten me right away. And, what am I going to do now? When a tauntaun says to your face that he's going to eat you in 3 days, what am I going to do? Now, Yu's sudden confession like this made Lin Xing'an, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, completely at a loss for words. Put. Yu pushed her long hair behind her ear and laughed out as she looked at Lin Xing'an's expression. Good baby, how can you do nothing when Mommy says she's going to eat you? Should I just stare blankly at my mom and wait to die? That's not good enough. If that's the case, then a cute human animal like you will always be eaten by other Tauran, even if you can survive. Then Mom might as well eat you now. Her lips moved slightly as if she had said something, but Lin Xing'an didn't hear anything at the moment. All he felt was an unseen hand that penetrated his body from behind him and clutched his heart. Subsequently, the more you clutch, the tighter it gets. Boo! Good boy Bauer, if you go today, it's the best gift you can give to Sister Sukan. Lin Xing'an's eyes were a burst of blackness as if he had passed through a void, and his heart was thumping. In his ears, Yu's voice came softly. I am back. P.S. Brothers, today at 5 o'clock in the afternoon I will send a single chapter, because I have to ask the editor in the morning to read the chase. How good. The editor said there is hope to rush 3 rivers. I will send a single chapter to ask for everyone to help me on the 3 rivers. The editor said that there is no hope of shelving it. I will send a shelving speech. And then a single chapter will be put in the book group. I built the number of the group of book clubs. Chapter 73, How come you're still fooled by your mom? Surprise edition. There's a group number inside. I am back. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth to overcome the exhaustion that swept over him like a tidal wave after going back into gear. Though he still saw the image being rewound during the rewind. But he had so little stamina left in himself that there wasn't a shred of room to maneuver. And, what did you mean by his last words? Why does it feel like he's hinting at something? Good boy. Mommy wants to talk to you about something. You merged the car into the parking lane. Mommy wants to be in. This time, Lin Xingyan didn't give himself the slightest bit of time to recover. And he didn't think about it anymore. The moment Yu said it, the yin hei in his hand instantly surged out. In the blink of an eye it transformed into a sinister scythe in the air and suddenly chopped at Yu's neck. Either way, Yu is right. When a tauntaun all but says to your face that he's going to eat you, who are you to do nothing? But Yu was surprisingly not the least bit surprised. As if he had already expected it. Clang! A crunch came. The scarf around Yu's neck gently spread out. But the gauze-wrapped neck was like some of the hardest material in the world. Lin Xingyan's pupils shrunk. That shade of obscurity that could have disemboweled the morning dog in a single glance hadn't left the slightest trace on her neck. Good boy. Remember it's courage for an ant to challenge an insect, but it's stupidity if it challenges a human. In the face of a taurun that's too powerful than yourself. Good boy Bauer. It's too reckless to attack blindly like you did. How can you reveal your cards right away? Yu instructed patiently, then sighed softly. But it's not your fault. Good boy. You did the best you could. But sadly, even then, you were too weak. So weak that even if mommy told you about mommy's weaknesses, even if mommy did nothing, you wouldn't even have the ability to do mommy any harm. Even if mom wanted to give you in high and try to remove the mark on you, she couldn't do it yet. All of us can't help it. This world, it's really desperate. Yu looked at Lin Xingyan with heartache. A touch of frustration and powerlessness surfaced on her face. For being too reckless, so mommy punishes you with a brain bash. Try again next time. She reached out her finger and flicked Lin Xingyan's head. Boo! Like a watermelon blowing up. Lin Xingyan's eyes snapped open. His heart was beating wildly. Cold sweat soaked his clothes like a waterfall. It had only been 2 short hours since he had left the villa, and he didn't even have 40% of his stamina. And now, once again, experiencing 2 deaths in just 1 minute, his stamina has bottomed out again. Good boy. Mommy wants to talk to you about something. Yu looked as if she hadn't noticed Lin Xingyan's abnormality at all, slowly merging her car into the main lane. However, Lin Xingyan was completely unmotivated to listen. He still had Yu's words from the last time in his head, as well as Yu's demeanor and tone of voice on both occasions. What do you mean try again next time? Why did she turn a blind eye when I backfiled and reacted so badly? She knows I can file back? How is that possible? And is this the strength of a normal keeper? Lin Xingyan grabbed his hair and gasped for air, his pupils constantly contracting. The power of just that one finger alone was completely beyond his ability to resist. Good baby, mommy wants to eat you early next Monday morning. Is that okay? Yu reached out and lightly patted Lin Xingyan's shoulder. Lin Xingyan, on the other hand, popped up as if he had been electrocuted. You've known this for a long time. What the hell do you want? Since he had already torn his face, Lin Xingyan simply asked directly. I'm a good boy, because mommy loves you. Does mommy strike you as the kind of bad parent who would ignore her children's opinions? If you think that, then mom will be very sad. Yu looked as if she hadn't expected Lin Xingyan to ask directly, and a flash of surprise appeared on her face. She raised her hand to try to run it through Lin Xingyan's hair that was scratched up from being back in gear. Lin Xingyan defensively avoids it though. That night, you knew I was lying. You knew I was out. And you knew there was something wrong with the surveillance. You clearly should have eaten me the other night. Lin Xingyan stared at Yu, and asked the questions in his heart, in his head. But Yu blinked. Of course mom could have eaten you that night, but you were born in the morning, and mommy thought she'd wake up in the morning to eat it, but auntie had already gotten up early to make you an egg custard. Not until you're done eating. That group will be here, and mommy doesn't want to share you with them, but when they're gone, mommy suddenly isn't hungry anymore. Yu said gently. Taurun ghosts must eat humans once they realize they are awakening. Yes, but good baby, mommy can eat when she wants. Yu looked at Lin Xingyan. Just figure it out. She pinched Lin Xingyan's cheeks very affectionately, and Lin Xingyan's breath caught in his throat. What do you mean just figure it out? Rules? Aren't they unbreakable? Good boy. Why are you looking at mommy like that? Even if mommy wants to eat you, mommy will always be mommy. All those emotions poured into you for so many years. They're all true, too. Those memory images, those joys, they're all real. It's not like you're going to disown mommy just because of that one word, is it? Don't you love mommy anymore? Have you never loved mommy? Yu asked with some heartache. Never. Lin Xing'an looked at Yu's face and said word for word, like this? And these 4 words were like a sharp knife thrust into Yu's heart, surprisingly causing Yu's body to tremble violently. She frowned and looked sideways at Lin Xing'an, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if she was waiting for Lin Xing'an to change his words. But Lin Xing'an was full of determination. Phew. Well, Yu's eyes, little by little, turned red. She closed her eyes and tilted her neck to take a deep breath, looked away, and quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. The hand on the steering wheel clenched slightly. Even the kids you raised a little bit. Then mom is a real failure. The corners of Yu's mouth hooked, and he shook his head in self-deprecation, his voice trembling. This heartbreaking pain actually made Lin Xing'an feel a trance. The Yu that seemed to be really caring about him in the hallucination, and the Yu in front of him, seemed to overlap. Perhaps it was true that he recalled the joy he had experienced with Yu, or perhaps it was true that Yu's face was too broken. Lin Xing'an actually really felt a twinge of guilt for what he just said. But in the next second, Yu, whose eyes were red and tears were swirling in them, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Her silvery laughter echoed through the car. The tears that had been welling up in her eyes fell at the sound of this laughter. Good boy. You don't think mommy is really sad, do you? How do you still get the mommy trick? Mommy is a Tauran. Good boy. How can you believe that Taurans really feel sad for human animals? Easily fooled human animals like you will be eaten by other Tauran ghosts sooner or later. Then why don't mommy eat you now? Good boy. Yu looked at Lin Xing'an and smiled gently. Chapter 74. I've never thought of you as a mother either. Requesting a follow-up. Knock. 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 Lin Xing'an opened his eyes suddenly as if he had been fished out after drowning, but he couldn't see anything in front of him. The exhaustion that felt as if his strength had been drained once again made him curl up and put his head on the front of the car seat. It was as if the heart was going to jump out of his chest. 3 times in 2 minutes he's back in gear and he's completely out of one. Good boy. Why are you looking at mommy like that? Even if mommy wants to eat you, mommy will always be mommy. It's not like you're going to disown mommy just because of that one word, is it? Don't you love mommy anymore? Have you never loved mommy? Buzzing in his ears were Yu's familiar words. Never, ever. Lin Xing'an gritted his teeth, gasped for air, and said word for word, is that right? Even the kids you raised a little bit. Well, that's a real fail for a mom. Yu looked at Lin Xing'an and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. You're just the breeder. Don't insult the word mom. I'm just a human animal, not your child. I never thought of you as a mother either. Lin Xing'an raised his head and said decisively, his pale face without the slightest trace of blood. Hearing his words and feeling his icy cold eyes, Yu's expression, surprisingly, shattered for a moment. The entire person stared straight at Lin Xing'an. The eyes turned red a little. The corners of his mouth, however, curved up in a hint of relief. Ugh, mom thought she could fool you, she said with a smile. The voice, however, was tinged with a tremor. Good baby, I will eat you early Monday morning. 3 more days, Yu said softly. What the hell do you want to do? Of course mommy is doing all this for your own good. Mommy wants to live well in this world with her good boy, and wants to see her good boy grow up day by day. Yu looked at Lin Xing'an. Do you believe it? She smiled gently. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, bit his lips tightly. After detaching himself from the exhaustion of going back into gear, his thoughts cleared. His original plan was to just go to summer camp on Saturday and Sunday and kill the hallucinatory ghost. But because of the weirdness of what happened in the villa today, it might take time to think about it again. And Yu emphasized this time next Monday, though she says it's because she eats what she wants, when she wants. But Lin Xing'an somehow vaguely felt, Yu seems to be making the decision for him. It seems to be urging him not to hesitate. If you don't kill the illusionary ghost to remove the mark this weekend, then you will certainly die. Yu is reminding me? But how? She just now, killed me 3 times. Lin Xing'an's heart was abruptly startled, and he hurriedly threw that thought away. Tauntauns can't be trusted. He just died once because of it. What's more, how could you know that I already had a plan to kill the illusion ghost? But the strange thing is that, I actually thought that Yu was helping me. Lin Xing'an pursed his lips slightly. In the past, even if Yu was nice to him and cared for him, he firmly believed in his heart that Yu was the enemy. Firmly believed that Yu did all this to eat him. But now, Lin Xing'an suddenly realized that he did not know when he faltered. I can't believe I'm wondering if Yu is helping me. When did I start thinking this way? It was the day I came back from the train station. Why I think this way? Because of the surveillance issue. Yu is really helping me. She didn't poke me. And after that day, Yu seems to have changed. Lin Xingyan rationalized his thoughts a little bit. Little by little, I found something. No, it's not that I'm shaken up about Yu. It's Yu she seems to have really changed. Lin Xingyan's breath caught slightly. Although Yu was still the same Yu, still as gentle as before, as serene as before. But in retrospect, Lin Xingyan could feel that she became more human. She seems to have become possessed of human emotions, or able to experience and understand them. It's as if the human emotion module in the brain is awakened and activated. But, stabbed the knife into his chest with his own hand on the day of the full moon. 6 years of never-ending temptation. Lin Xingyan had no doubt that Yu, at that time, definitely wanted to eat him. That is, the point in time of this change was the night I came back from the train station. Before that day, Yu was a Taodao ghost without feelings. And after that day, is it hard to believe that she really faked it? She clearly just killed me twice more. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth. On the one hand, the reality was that Yu had killed him twice without mercy, and on the other hand he could really feel the change that had happened to Yu since he came back that night had helped. This lack of clarity in Yu's attitude towards him caused Lin Xingyan pain in his heart. On Yu, what's really true? What's fake? Good boy. Is this comfortable to lean on? Do you need mommy to adjust the seat for you? Yu's voice suddenly came, interrupting Lin Xingyan's thoughts. Taking advantage of waiting for the red light, Yu once again looked at Lin Xingyan. The eyes were not the least bit different from before. Good boy. Now it's just mommy and you talking about eating you early Monday morning. The rest of the world doesn't know yet. So, you're going to have to pretend for a few more days. It wouldn't be good if dad or anyone else found out. Mommy doesn't want to share it with other people. As if sensing the resistance and defensiveness in Lin Xingyan's eyes, Yu said with a smile. Then full of gentleness and patience, he flattened the seat back for him. Another small pillow was placed under Lin Xingyan's neck and an eye mask was handed to him. Go to sleep, baby. Wait until mommy calls you. She raised her hand to rub Lin Xingyan's face, but Lin Xingyan sidesteps it. Both men then fell silent. Good boy? Are you asleep? We're here. After 10 minutes or so, Yu then gently shook Lin Xingyan. Get up. She removed Lin Xingyan's blindfold, gentle as if nothing had just happened. Gulp. But when he saw the restaurant in front of him, Lin Xingyan directly froze in place. This is a very retro restaurant with the appearance of an ancient tea house. The plaque on the facade has only 2 big words. Taoki. It looked packed inside, and there were 2 rows of people waiting for their numbers outside. But, Ghostland, the entire hotel in front of you, is in a haunted area. Lin Xingyan turned back to Yu. Yu, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile in her eyes. Good girl Poi. Just here today for Cancan's birthday. Let loose for a while and eat more fish and pork. She took Lin Xingyan's hand. Don't be afraid. Chapter 75. I'm really sorry that I can't see in and grow up a bit more. Request for follow-up reading. Isn't this an? What a coincidence. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Xiaola? Tong Tong? Lin Xingyan turned back and happened to see his kindergarten classmates Xiaola and Tong Tong. Kahaku was in the same neighborhood as him and had been playing together since they were kids. Tong Tong, on the other hand, is in the next neighborhood and her mother is a very famous piano teacher in South City. Lin Xingyan didn't know her very well. And, I heard from Xiaola. What's wrong with you two? Had a falling out recently? Xiaola's mom asked with a very self-conscious smile after nodding with Yu. Ha? No No then why don't you play with my little happy? Kahaku's mom asked, pinching herself. Kahaku said he couldn't even find you to talk to after Heart left, and that you were the only one sitting under the slide when everyone was playing in the yard, and you didn't play or make any noise. Xiaola his grandpa was only like this when he was 60 years old, and you reached this level at 6 years old? You whispered to auntie that you weren't thinking about xin, were you? Kahaku's mom asked in a small voice as she bent down. No then can you give my family Xiaola a chance? Xiaola is always in love with you. The fruits that you bring every day. Don't you realize that they are all the ones you love to eat? Xiaoli's mom's words so straight-bald made Lin Xingyan surprisingly unsure of how to reply for a moment. The main thing is that he hasn't really noticed it at all. Whenever he wanted to do something that fit his 6-year-old persona and find someone to talk to, Kahaku always avoided him. He thought lack was going to bore him to death. Poof. Xiaola, who was half hiding behind her mother skimming her head but listening with her ears perked up, saw Lin Xingyan's hesitation and sidestepped her head with her arms wrapped around her. TSK, Xiaola, look, she said there's no conflict with an N. Go, shake hands with an N. Geez mom, I don't like Ann. Geez go for it kid, why are you so shy? I don't know who you follow in this character. Kahaku's mom rolled her eyes and yanked Kahaku out. Kahaku, I'm sorry. Lin Xing'an also hastily took the initiative to extend his hand. Humph. I don't want to shake your hand. Xiaola's little face turned red, instantly visible to the naked eye, and after looking at Lin Xing'an, she took his hand and skimmed her face and pouted, drawing Yu to the side. He also laughed out loud. Xiaola, and is more introverted. You have to take the initiative to play with him from now on. She tenderly pinned Kahaku's long hair behind her ear. Humph. I don't like playing with Anne. Why don't you like it? You may. Let me tell you. She sits on the windowsill every day after school. When she sees An go out, she goes out. And when she doesn't see it, she keeps looking. I didn't. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Kahaku stomped his feet and buried his face in his mom's shirt. Oops, you didn't. Xiaola's mom raised her eyebrows at Lin Xing'an with a you-know-it expression. Today Tong Tong passed grade 10 piano. Xiaola has been learning the piano from Tong Tong's mom, and she also came over today to dabble in a meal. You guys are, oh, Sister Anne's birthday party. This home to send longevity noodles quite delicious. That line. We went in first. You sister. You this. Heart's mom pointed to the gauze on Yu's neck. It's okay. Scraped it a little. Well, what about it? Happy birthday to Anne-san, haha. Kahaku's mom waved her hand. Right. Anun. You take care of Xiaola more at the summer camp the day after tomorrow, huh? Xiaola thinks of you when she buys snacks. Geez mom, I didn't. I bought all my own favorite food. Kahaku said with a red face as he took his mom's hand and tugged her into the restaurant. Tong Tong, who looked exquisite in her princess dress on the side, also nodded politely at Lin Xing'an. As he watched them walk into the ghostly realm together, Lin Xing'an's heart was in turmoil for a while. What's wrong with them? Why do I still see them when they enter the ghostly realm? Obviously Ghostland will keep me from seeing the confused ghosts. And this hotel, this haunted area. What the hell is going on? Good girl. You're very popular in kindergarten. Yu said with a smirk. Anne. Over here. Hey. Just waiting for you, Anne. Su Can, wearing a ponytail and Lin Xing'an's familiar No.1 middle school uniform, waved her hand as she drilled through the restaurant's throngs of people. Yeah, can. Taken up first. I left my cell phone in the car. Okay, Auntie, turn left on the second floor to box 302. We'll both go first. Aha, go for it. Yu waved his hand and watched the two walk into the restaurant before getting back into the car. Phew. After closing the car door and sitting in the seat for a long time in silence, she exhaled softly. Then, as if the whole person had fallen into a burst of unbearable and immense pain, he gritted his teeth and covered his heart, collapsed onto the steering wheel and closed his eyes. Choking silently, his body couldn't stop shaking. The crimson nosebleed. First a hint. Subsequently, the unstoppable flow of the screen directly in front of the car, on the other hand, flickered as if it were stuck, and the navigation of the screen on it turned into a black screen. A green pixelated dot then appeared and flashed regularly. It's like someone is typing across the room. A few seconds later, a line appeared in the center of the screen as that little green pixel dot blinked. I'm sorry, but Yu shook his head, and said, he never thought of me as a mother. That's the last thing he said to me. That's good. He shouldn't have trusted me. He was right. He should never have thought of me as a mother in the first place. But I don't know why. I'm really heartbroken. Heartbroken when I heard that. Yu closed his eyes, clearly nodding in affirmation, but his expression was one of extreme pain, and the little green pixel dots on the screen flashed up again. I'm sorry. A long time later, those 3 words again. Phew. Yu, on the other hand, raised her hands to shield her face and took a deep breath. Once her emotions had calmed down a bit, she wiped the blood from her face briefly before grabbing a dark plastic bag from the back seat. Inside were 2 large bottles of medicine with the labels torn off. Yu unscrewed the bottle and took out one of the fingernail-sized pills inside. He broke it in half with a click and put it in his mouth. Not right into the water, but swallowed it with a dry chew on his face. Then it was grain after grain. Peachy. I'm in. If Anne does get through tonight, if she does remove the mark and get out of here, then tell him all about 7 years ago. About me. About what you know. This kid, if he can't figure it out, he won't be able to sleep at night. It's the time to grow up. You can't afford to lose sleep. Chapter 76 That you sister she will really die? Requesting for catch-up reading. Anne is growing up now. You can't afford to lose sleep. Cough. Perhaps the pills were too bitter. Yu's body shuddered uncontrollably as soon as the words left his mouth, and then he dry-heaved in pain. Well, but she covered her mouth in death. Ahem. The powder of a white pill was squirted through the cracks of her fingers. Yu, however, closed her eyes and forcefully swallowed the medicine. And on the screen, while the green dot of light still flickered, no text surfaced again. I'm sorry, I can't delete the data they recorded in this book. I left too many loose ends 7 years ago. Phew, don't blame you. They'll find out sooner or later. Not to mention that my body, even if I stop using my abilities, won't last much longer. It just feels, ugh, so sad. I'm really sorry that I didn't get to see and grow up some more. I should have woken you up before Lin Xing'an's full moon. So why don't you? Isn't that what we agreed on? Seeing these words, on Yu Yu's face, a touch of pain surfaced once again. Inside the car, a silence fell. I've let you down. It was a long time before the text surfaced again, but Yu Yu didn't say anything. Peachy. It wasn't until there were finally only a few pills left that she spoke again. There's a lot I haven't said to and yet. Recorded video. Can only be by you. Help me forward to him? Some words. Can only be in this form to tell Anne. After all, I am now. Alas. Actually, after you woke me up. Sometimes I don't know myself if I'm lying to Anne or if I mean what I say. Yu Yu closed her eyes and leaned against the car seat. Calmly. Good. I wanted to tell Anne about my feelings for him. To tell him that I love him. Though this love may only be true for this 1 week. I don't expect him to see me as a mother. But please tell him that I've been seeing him as my child for at least this entire time. Out of the corner of Yu Yu's eyes, 2 lines of tears slid down. Good. The screen flickered a bit, as if it was detecting something. Peachy, I have one last request. I don't know what your siblings are planning, but, can you keep Anne out of it? Yu Yu's tone had more than a hint of trembling. After he removes the mark and tells him what you know, let him go live the life of a confused man. With SHII. Yu Yu looked as if she had thought of some image and a warm smile appeared on her face, but no words resurfaced on the screen, although the green dot continued to blink. Just now, how many times did I kill Anne? Yu Yu looked as if she had already anticipated that Momoyuan would not have an answer. Instead she took the initiative to change the subject. At least 3 times. 3 times nah. He must hate me. Yu Yu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. 3 times is enough for Suzhou to stop suspecting Nan Chang, right? She asked in a shaky voice. Lin Xing'an triggered his ability 3 times in a row within 3 minutes. And in Suzhou's ears were 3 extremely distinct sounds. At the same time, I mimicked the sound in Suzhou's ears after Lin Xing'an's ability was used in the North City. According to my calculations, after adding Su Chul's character traits, there's an 89% chance that he'll shift his target to North City. He would consider the 3 apparent voices on the south side to be obfuscation, and that subtle sound on the north side was the real trigger for the backfile ability. Once he turns his full attention to the north side, I'll keep him on edge with simulations. A line scrolls across the screen as it floats. That is to say, as long as I die, as long as Anne passes tonight's test, as long as he removes the mark, and as long as he stays out of your operation, Nanzhou wouldn't be in the spotlight, would he? He'll be able to live the life of a confused man in peace, right? Yu Yu's words once again brought a moment of silence to the car. Peachy, I don't want to speculate on your little mind that woke me up 6 years late, and I don't want to know anymore. I don't blame you, but I have, right now, just this one request, okay? After Anne removes the mark, tell him what you know to be true about Taoyuan village, and leave him in peace, okay? She held the pill in her mouth, her voice shaking more than a little, but it was a long time before the text appeared. On the screen, again. Good. I'll tell him all about what I saw in Taoyuan village. Thanks. Yu Yu put the last half of the medicine into his mouth and swallowed it with dry chewing. Only then did he fumble for Lin Xing'an's thermos from his book bag and drink the remaining half bottle of water inside. What are the odds that Anne will pass tonight? Will he get my hints? 94.6%. I knew it. Yu Yu smiled with relief. Good boy. Must cheer tonight This time Mom cannot help you but Mom believe you She looked at the large hotel in the middle of the haunted area, and after hiding the tear tracks on her face, she pushed open the car door. Peachy, thank you for your soul. See you later. Yu Yu slammed the car door shut and strutted toward the restaurant, a frank and gentle smile on his face. Brother, Lin Xing'an's probability of passing tonight, just how high is it? Inside the car, a voice with a hint of sadness and ethereality came out, but there wasn't a trace of a human being. It's as if an invisible ghost floats in the void, and 94.6 on the screen, disappearing in a burst of garbled code. 14.72%. Subsequently, a brand new probability surfaces. Then you sister she will really die? The ethereal voice asked again, but this time, no text lit up the screen. Brother, there must be something you can do. Green pixel dots that flashed regularly. Sister can. Shoo. Xiao-chan pulled over Lin Xing'an. Although this week, Lin Xing'an has been able to confirm that this Su Chan in front of him is silently helping him, but it is still the first time that the two of them have come into contact with each other in this way. Chilly, rotting, That suffocating and gut-wrenching feeling hit the two as soon as they entered the door and stepped into the ghostly realm. The dinner plates were sickeningly rotten meat, and the walls were covered in ghostly green and dank mold. But all the diners were feasting and mingling. This is a ghost domain. Do you know the general characteristics of a ghost domain? Su-chan pulled Lin Xing'an into a single restroom. The youthful smile on her face slowly retracted as she closed the door. The glowing eyes turned a little wooden. Nose. Lin Xing'an looked at the Su-can in front of him and quickly thought of Xiao Xiao's words that night at the train station. The ghostly realm only pulls people into it, in which the muddled person is not affected by the ghostly realm, and is completely unable to feel the changes in his surroundings or see the ghosts. Even though Lin Xing'an nodded, Su-can stood behind him and briefly went over the rules of the ghost domain again. But in the midst of the ghostly realm, we clearly don't see muddled ghosts. Lin Xing'an also lowered his voice. He clearly remembered that night at the train station, when all the waiting people in the station disappeared from his sight after the ghostly domain was released. In the end, only the Taoran ghosts were left. He also remembers how the train station in front of him immediately returned to normal when Orange Sensei deleted his memories. But on the contrary, the whole restaurant is now packed with people. Yes, the ghostly realm will isolate the confused ghosts. We can't see muddled ghosts in the ghostly realm. We can only see Taoran ghosts in people. All other environmental changes in our eyes due to the ghostly realm are illusions. Understand? Su-chan said calmly, and Lin Xing'an's body gave a lurch. Only Tao ghosts and people can be seen. Cold water washed over his hand. Can't see any confused ghosts in the ghostly realm. Then he just saw that Sheila and Tongtong's figures did not disappear in the hotel. So they're human? Or ghosts? According to the probability is that they are all Tao ghosts, and these diners in the restaurant. He looked up a little incredulously. Gourmets, too, have to have a place to meet and eat and talk with abandon, don't they? Chapter 77, Tonight, Daddy will watch you eat, request for catch-up reading. Gourmets, too, have to have a place to meet for dinner and a place to talk with abandon, don't they? Su-chan pressed the faucet and wiped his hands. But, whose ghostly realm is this? How are we going to get out? Once we enter the ghost domain, won't we be unable to get out without killing the Tao 2 ghost that releases it? Or if it doesn't take the initiative to retrieve it? Lin Xing'an asked in a low voice through the roar of the hairdryer. It's the ghost domain of the hotel's owner. It's just an E-superior tauntaun. And don't worry, it's always in formation so it can come and go as it pleases. A great E-tauntaun dares to release its ghost domain at will like this. It isn't afraid of. Afraid of what? Su-chan's gaze swept over Lin Xing'an. Afraid the awakened will find out where the Taoran gather and come to sweep the place away? Taoran just blatantly told you that we'll be gathering here. Do you have a problem with that? Any Taoran you see here will kill you as easily as crushing an ant. Don't forget, this is the world of Taoran. Not to mention the fact that tauntauns have always liked to bring confused people, especially ones they already suspect of being confused, to gather here. The sound of footsteps outside came, and Su-chan's voice paused. When the people outside left, her expression became extremely serious. Lin Xing'an, what I say next, you must remember. Once you're exposed here, it's only 10 minutes before you're served. Xiao-chan lowered his voice, and Lin Xing'an nodded gravely. The ability of the owner of this hotel is a D-level domain, which allows it to control its own domain, which is this ghostly domain that covers the hotel. In this field, there are two things that are most powerful. Su-chan held out two fingers. For one, it shields the Taoran from unusual behavior in the eyes of the confused. For example, when there are muddled people around, the Taodao ghosts will absolutely restrain themselves from saying words like cannibalism, human animal, etc. But here, they can just say whatever they want, and the domain will automatically shield these words for the muddled people, including some bloody and incomparable images. The domain will block them out, making these words, these images, normal in the eyes of the muddled people. Secondly, it can make some meals have the characteristic of muddled ghosts. Simply put, it means that some dishes can only be seen by the Togway. Muddled people can't see them. Once you can see them, the Togway will be able to determine that you are an awakened one. That's why tauntauns like to gather here, as well as bring their suspiciously confused people to gather here. Su-can's words caused Lin Xing'an's pupils to shrink. No wonder. With this ability, it is possible to tell the confused from the awakened almost instantly. But Su-can didn't give Lin Xing'an time to understand. So he continued. And, remember, not counting the cake and the longevity noodles, they're only ordering 6 dishes tonight. Or rather, the confused can only see 6 plates. But exactly which 6 discs? I don't know. Drinks, only Coke and Sprite. Didn't order anything else. The only 5 people in the box are you, your dad, me, my dad, and any waitresses that might come to serve the food. There is not, and there will not be, a 6th. or more people in existence. Lastly, and most importantly, be sure to always imply that you are confused. Su Kan said word for word. Lin Xing'an also memorized the sentence silently in his heart. The above is just the information I know so far. There are other situations. You can only rely on your own judgment and improvisation. I'm currently under suspicion as well. And this meal is a test for you by the Tauren, but also for me, so I'll prioritize what's good for me. So, when we get into the box, we'll go our separate ways. I'll play the gourmand. You'll play your confused self, and we'll be the opposing side. So I'll even go with your dad to test you. Don't trust me. I'll say it again. Here, once exposed, it's only half an hour before you're on the dinner table. People were coming and going outside, and Su Kan's voice was hidden in the noise. I don't get it. Why would he test you like that? Wouldn't the best way to test you be to make you transform? Wouldn't it be better to let you unleash the ghostly realm? If you can't release it, isn't this an instant way to tell if you're Seo-chan or not? Lin Xing'an frowned. He could never forget that night when Su Kan molted his human skin and countless hands were extruded. But Su-chan didn't answer. In the mirror, her mirror image slowly disappeared. Lin Xing'an looked as if he had sensed something and turned his head back incredulously. Under his shocked gaze, a hand drilled out from under Su Kan's skin, and his memory of Seo-chan that night, a little bit of overlap. That gloomy chill that he was familiar with also seeped out quietly. She actually did transform, and it opens up the ghostly realm. You, who the hell are you? Lin Xing'an asked in a trembling voice. Is there any kind of ability that allows a human to even manifest a ghost's true form or even release a ghostly domain? Come on. But Su Kan acted as if he hadn't heard Lin Xing'an's question. The figure in the mirror slowly emerged. She rubbed her face, then blinked and gave a bright smile. Dinner. Gobble. After walking to the second floor and the box opened, Lin Xing'an's stomach instantly spasmed. A cold and horrible feeling climbed up his scalp a little. No wrong way anon. Come in. Su-chan patted Lin Xing'an's shoulder. Aha. Lin Xing'an closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his demeanor was no longer any different than usual. The entire box is decorated in vintage Chinese style. On the walls were light ink paintings, a mahogany round table in the center, and an antique screen in the corner. The table was already mostly full. The table full of delicacies in the eyes of Lin Xing'an. But as from the infernal hell is trembling, the squirrel fish was dripping with a blood-colored sauce, the ghastly dead fish eyes wiggling in their sockets, the mouth opening and closing. The tofu in the tofu chicken soup is like a corpse that has been soaked until it has lost its blood color. There seem to be countless weird long hairs floating in the middle of the big bowl of mushroom soup. Makes the obviously elegant atmosphere seem incredibly creepy. Only the large, three-tiered cake in the center, with candles, looked incredibly normal. Come on Anne, sit next to Daddy. Lin Yunchen waved at Lin Xing'an. The food is so hearty tonight. Daddy will have to watch you eat it. He loosened his tie and craned his neck, making a clicking noise. Chapter 78, Wishes don't work when they're spoken, request for catch-up reading. Dad, I'm the main character hasn't even made an appearance yet, and you two are drinking? Su Kan smiled when he saw that Dr. Su had already been mingling with Lin Yunchen over a small dish of wine. Hello Uncle Su. Lin Xing'an was equally well behaved as he sat down. Anon good. So polite haha. Dr. Su lovingly nodded at Lin Xing'an. However, there was not the slightest hint of laughter in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xing'an. Instead, there was a hint of scrutiny and playfulness. What are you looking at? Su Kan hung his school uniform on the coat rack by the door, and after sitting in the middle of the round table, he looked with Lin Xing'an at the cell phone that was placed between Lin Yunchen and Dr. Su. Upon seeing what was playing on the phone, Lin Xing'an's pupils shrunk. Surprisingly, it's a live feed from the car's in-car camera. However, the content inside completely omitted you and Lin Xing'an's words. Other than that usual initial chat, Lin Xing'an had been sleeping with his eyes closed while Yu drove the car silently. The two men in the video barely communicate at all. This video, again, has been doctored. But this is real-time live monitoring. How can real-time footage be tampered with in real time? But more than that, what puzzled Lin Xing'an was why Lin Yunchen was spying on the car. Is it to suspect me? To spy on me? But there is Yu in the car. Doesn't he trust Yu? At the bottom of Lin Xing'an's heart, a trace of strangeness arose. He looked to Lin Yunchen. Lin Yunchen, on the other hand, silently put away his cell phone. Come on and clink a glass with Uncle. Dr. Su suddenly stood up and poured Lin Xing'an a glass of peach juice. The juice is pink and tender. It doesn't look the least bit unusual, but Lin Xing'an lowered his eyes. He gripped the cup. The drink inside, gently swaying. Peach aroma comes to mind. A slightly cool touch came from his fingertips. All the sensations told Lin Xing'an that the peach juice was there. But Su Kan only ordered Sprite and Coke. I shouldn't have seen this peach juice. Or rather, The confused man couldn't see it. Lin Xingyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Anne, when you clink glasses with your uncle, the spout of the glass should be placed underneath the spout of your uncle's glass. Like this. It shows respect for your elders. Got it? Lin Yunchen and Dr. Su clinked their glasses. Understood. Seeing Dr. Su drink a glass of wine in one gulp, Lin Xingyan nodded. But, there's no drink in the cup either. He blinked, and Lin Yunchen and Dr. Su froze at the same time. How come? Doesn't have it? Isn't there peach juice? Don't you like it, Anne? Lin Yunchen said with a frown, and a trace of doubt flashed in Lin Xingyan's eyes. No. He stared at the full glass and whispered. Why no? Anne, can't you see it? Isn't this your favorite juice? Xiao-chan blinked and pushed the cup in front of Lin Xingyan's eyes. Looking at her concerned expression, the doubt on Lin Xingyan's face increased. But, there's just nothing in this cup, he said slowly. A silence fell over the entire box. Come on, don't tease Anan. It's okay for me to fool around with Anan. Why are you two doing this too? Xiao-chan smiled and took a new cup and poured a Coke for Anne. Ha 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 ha, how does An not fall for that? Dr. Su shook his head and laughed. Lin Yunchen, on the other hand, snorted coldly and glanced deeply at Lin Xingyan. Anan, drink it. It's there this time, isn't it? Xiao-chan handed Lin Xingyan the Coke. Zip zip zip. The bubbles in the Coke, in Lin Xingyan's eyes, unexpectedly rose like a human head roaring in pain. Uncle Su, I toast you. Lin Xingyan picked up his cup and clinked it with Dr. Su, following Lin Yunchen's example just now, then took a small sip of Coke without changing his face. Gee, and is only 6. It doesn't matter. Dr. Su waved his hand indifferently. We're all family. Why are we being so polite? Drink as much as you want. Feel free. He drained his glass. Can. The food won't be served for a while. Why don't we blow out the candles and cut the cake first? Lin Yunchen lifted his chin and looked towards the large cake in the center of the table. Okay is okay, but don't we have to wait for Auntie Yu? Auntie Yu said to go back to the car to get her cell phone. Did she not find the box? Xiao-chan probed his head and looked outside. It's okay, no need to wait. She'll be here later. A cold, bloodthirsty light flickered in Lin Yunchen's eyes. Gobble. Lin Xingyan caught his eyes keenly. Are they having a fight? Nope. Just now Lin Yunchen eyes clearly want to eat people's eyes. Then recall the state of Yu Yu's car. What happened between him and Yu Yu? Lin Xingyan's brows furrowed slightly. Okay, so I'll cut the cake first? A flash of doubt flashed across Su Kan's face as well. But instead of asking more questions, he rubbed his hands together and looked at the large cake in the center of the table. A look of impatience. Cut it, put on that crown and make a wish. Dr. Su pulled a lighter out of his pocket. After lighting the 18 candles on the cake, snap off the lights. The only thing left in the large private room was a little candlelight reflecting the faces of the people. Then I'll make a wish. You guys sing me happy birthday. Xiao-chan stood up and closed his eyes, putting his hands together by his mouth. Anne, you get up. Lin Yunchen put down his glass and loosened his collar, and Lin Xingyan took a deep breath. Happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. He clapped his hands and sang, and the others in the box sang along. Looking at the happy smile on the face of Xiao-chan, Lin Xingyan had a feeling of being in a trance for a while. The original Su Kan is already 18 years old. In his mind, he actually unconsciously flashed a picture of when he was once together with Su Kan, but the cozy memories were false. The real Xiao-chan was the monster that played with him like a toy on that dark stretch of road. It's dead, killed by his own hand. Would you also be sad if you learned the truth? Lin Xingyan looked at Dr. Su. He didn't sing happy birthday in the flickering candlelight, his face staying hidden in the darkness. Can, what did you wish for this year? End of song. Seeing Su Kan open his eyes, Dr. Su's raspy, smoky voice came out. TCH, it doesn't work when you say it. Su Kan waved at Anan. Anan, come, blow out the candles with sister. Can. So do you remember what you wished for last year? Dr. Su continued to ask. Geez dad, didn't we all say that wishes don't work when they're spoken? But didn't you get your wish last year? Humph, isn't that because I didn't say so? Xiao-chan pulled over Lin Xingyan. Blow out all 18 candles in one breath. The box was plunged into darkness. No, you told me. Dr. Su's low and hoarse voice came slowly. Lin Xingyan felt Su Kan's body stiffen for a moment, and on Dr. Su's side, an appalling pressure came from Chapter 79 Fake. It's all fake. Request for catch-up reading. It's not just a wish to be in the top 5 in the school on the first model year of senior year. Didn't I tell you that on the day I handed out the points? So it wasn't after the realization? If I had said that, maybe I wouldn't have played well that time. Xiao-chan said while turning on the lights. The light blanket lit up, and Dr. Su was staring straight at Su Chan. Old Sue. People can didn't rely on wishing to get into the top 10. They all learned on their own. Lin Yunchen sked. It's someone's proper birthday. Why are you making it so tense? He poured another glass of wine for Dr. Sue. That's just it. The whole thing is like testing me. Seo-chan glared at Dr. Seo as well. Ha ha ha, Dad is just a little emotional today. In the blink of an eye can is 18. That's fast. Dr. Sue lifted his wine glass and sighed. Yes. Can. Inside A. At that time the first model of the whole school that. What is the name of that little boy in your class? The one who scored 2 points higher than you in English? He asked, taking small sips of his wine and rubbing his brow in memory with his eyes closed. Gee, Dad. How much have you had to drink before you're drunk? Seo-chan cut a piece of cake speechlessly. It wasn't the boy from my class who was first in the school at the time. It was Zhang Yunxi, the school committee member from class 2. And she was 2 points higher than me in languages. The boy in my class who scored 2 points higher than me in English was top of the school in the second model year. And you're getting it all mixed up. She handed the cake to Dr. Seo. Sister Yunxi. Hearing this name, Lin Xing'an froze. He never expected to hear the name today in this situation. What's more, I didn't expect Sister Yunxi's results to be so good. Yes. Dr. Sue also patted his head and sighed. And Lin Xing'an clearly felt that the invisible pressure in the room disappeared. This seemingly simple question is full of temptation. Dr. Sue was already suspicious. Back then even when he was just a month old. Dr. Sue had suspected him. Lin Xing'an didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Sue Can answered one wrongly. Just now he also sweat for Sue Can. Over the past week, he and Sue Can had only had a few daily interactions. But with Sue Can's hints, Lin Xing'an was just able to determine that the Sue Can in front of him was silently helping him. But what exactly are her powers? Why on earth would she risk so much to help me? Lin Xing'an looked at Sue Can, who dipped his fingers in the cream and ate a piece with a smile. Completely clueless. Moreover, this Seo-chan, apart from his appearance, also possesses Seo Can's memories. Even the body can appear as a ghost. Aside from the grade B, duplication, ability that he had seen with his own eyes, Lin Xing'an really couldn't think of any other ability that could do this. However, copy. If the object of copying is already dead, the copying won't last long. But this Sue Can in front of him has been helping him hide for a week. Lianin, which piece do you want to eat? Sister will cut you a big piece. Is it more with chocolate or more cream? Seo-chan tapped the cake with the knife in his hand. Chocolate bar. Lin Xing'an quickly recalled Sue Can's previous words. The cake doesn't seem to be in danger. Good. Then at night after eating brush teeth before going to bed. Do not grow cavities. Sue-chan gently inserted the knife into the cake. Gobble. This action inexplicably reminded Lin Xing'an of the day of the full moon. But now, Lin Xing'an looked thoughtfully at the empty seat beside him where you should have been sitting. Hello, serve. The waiter, who seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time, made it a point to knock politely on the door only after Seo-chan finished dividing the cake. Hello, steamed beef dumplings, the sauce is here for you. Hello, deep-fried croquettes. Hello, this mochi has to be eaten while it's still hot to be tasty, and kids like it better. Hello, cumin lamb. Ready now. The fire is lit for you below. Hello, crystal pork elbow. Then, your side of the dish has been served. Please enjoy your meal. Plates of food were placed on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lin Xing'an's heart, little by little, sank to the bottom. On the table, there were 8 plates of food, but Seo-chan only ordered 6 plates. That means there are 2 dishes that he shouldn't see. Excuse me. Here's a gift of long life noodles and a fruit plate for the birthday boy. Happy birthday boy. The waitress who had just left knocked on the door again. You stay back. Help. None of them are human. But just as soon as the door opened, a string of piercing screams came from outside. It was followed by the sound of glass breaking with a thud. Roll. Get out. Stay back. Roll. Stay back. I saw it. I just saw it all. A woman in a white dress clutched a beer bottle with a smashed bottom in both hands and kept backing away. There wasn't a trace of blood on her face, and her extreme panic made her eyes glaze over as she trembled uncontrollably, and the broken beer bottle in her hand was pointing at was clearly Tong Tong, who had just fought with Lin Xing'an. Mom, what's wrong with you? Tong Tong blinked her big eyes with an innocent look on her porcelain doll-like face and took a step towards the woman. Scram! I'm not your mom. Help! She's a monster. She's not even human. I saw it with my own eyes. The woman's voice was tinged with sobs from extreme fear, and her voice hissed as she kept asking for help. And everyone around them, in unison, stopped what they were doing and looked toward her. Icy, playful, poignant, greedy, uncle and auntie. Sorry. My mom seems to have been irritated by something and is disturbing everyone. Mom, will you stop this? Tong Tong is scared. Mommy, can you hold me? Tong Tong spoke in a soft voice, opening her arms, her little face full of worry. But her words simply shattered the woman's expression. The entire body shook violently like sifting chaff and stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't call me Mom. You're not at all. Fake. It's all fake. Roll. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. She threw the beer bottle violently toward the girl. Boo! The glass shattered. The sharp splinter left a biting gash on the girl's face. Crimson blood gurgled out. And Lin Xingyan also saw a gloom and bloodlust in Tong Tong's eyes that flashed. 6-year-old Tong Tong, surprisingly, is the only Tao Tong ghost? Ma'am, you calm down. Don't touch me. I saw it all. Ma'am, listen to me. I believe you. A man in a suit jogged over and held the fallen woman in his arms after giving a wink to Tong Tong, who was still continuing to come forward. Surprisingly, the woman actually calmed down under his soothing presence. Yes, call the police. Quickly call the police. Now. Immediately. I'm absolutely right. Absolutely not. Okay, you get up first. We'll call the police together. Go over there. Come on. Follow me. He helped the woman to her feet and walked slowly in the direction of the back kitchen. Chapter 80. Eat more fish and pork. I'm so sorry everyone. This situation has occurred to interrupt your dinner. Just a moment, we'll add an extra serving for everyone here. Everyone is guaranteed to be satisfied. After taking the woman away, another lobby manager clapped his hands and said, calming the other diners. TCH, people nowadays, all too much pressure. Mental state are too bad. Dr. Sue stood up and closed the door with a sigh, shutting out the noise. Can, how's the pressure on you to study now? Tell Dad if it's too much. He looked at Sue Can and asked with concern. There's definitely pressure. But it can't be to that extent by any means. TSK, it's horrible. Ugh. And that little girl is so pathetic, being treated like a monster by her own mom. She only looks about the same age as Intu. Ugh. Sukan patted his chest and shook his head as he sighed with palpitations. Dr. Sue also nodded silently. Come on, eat the patties, while they are hot. When he returned to his seat, he naturally gave Lin Xingyan a piece of patty. Well, Lin Xingyan, his mouth stuffed with cake, looked at the golden and crispy patties on the plate and nodded vaguely, but there was a slight twinkle in the drooping gaze. There were 8 dishes on the table, only 6 of which were visible to the confused. That means there are 2 dishes that are instantly exposed as soon as I eat them, or even show that I can see them. But, which 2 discs exactly? Don't know. The aroma of cream and chocolate hit his taste buds, and Lin Xingyan slowly swallowed the cake. Unsolved. After a round of frantic thinking, Lin Xingyan could only come up with these 2 words. No solution. He realized that he was at this moment completely without any basis or means to judge which dish he could see and which he should not. He can't tell at all which dish is a trap and which is real. Gobble. An invisible pressure was like the tip of a needle on Lin Xingyan's brow. He felt as if he had become a gambler forced to play Russian roulette with a revolver. 8 reels, 2 bullets, with a 25% probability. It's all about luck. And what made it even trickier was that he'd been physically drained once at the villa 2 hours ago. After recovering a little in Mr. Orange's car, it dried up again under Yu's hands. Absolutely no more deaths now. My stamina, even if it could barely hold me back once, would only be back for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and the anomaly of being instantly drained of stamina after going back to the archives is something that will definitely be seen. Lin Xingyan's heart, little by little, sank to the bottom. And, don't just eat the cake, eat the mochi first. Mochi is only good when it's hot. Cake, whatever. Dr. Sue's voice came quietly. Yes, and there's plenty of cake, so sister will have 1 piece and you can have the rest. Su Chan's voice also came. Lin Yunchen didn't say anything though, but Lin Xingyan, who was sitting right next to him, could clearly feel his undisguised bloodthirsty gaze, like a ferocious beast waiting for its prey to die in its struggle. The entire atmosphere in the box was also quietly changing. And, you eat. Lin Yunchen slowly put down his wine glass. The sound of swallowing, extremely obvious. This restaurant is designed to test human and animal. Since there's no escape, it's all about luck. Lin Xingyan crossed his heart, put down the fork he was holding to eat the cake, and picked up his chopsticks. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the box, he picked up the mochi from his plate and popped it into his mouth. It's like pulling a trigger. Click. The crunchy voice came. Really? Fake? In this roulette wheel, are there bullets? Lin Xingyan raised his head. Delicious, isn't it? Dr. Sue asked with a smile on his wine glass. delicious. He swallowed the patties and nodded, not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief in his mind. The next second, this mochi was specially ordered for you by Uncle Sue. I knew you could love it. Try that pill again, and if you can't reach it, turn it yourself. Lin Yunqian lifted his chin and pointed to the dishes on the table, and Lin Xingyan only felt his heart skip half a beat. Yes, it's far from over yet. Now it's just gone from 2 bullets in 8 reels to 2 bullets in 7 reels. This isn't a roulette wheel where you take it one at a time and I take it one at a time. Rather, it was his alone, without a single break in between. Immortal temptation. What's wrong, Anne? Why do you look so bad? Lin Yunqian unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled them up. The smell of alcohol is too much. Lin Xingyan rubbed his nose and whispered. This answer caused Lin Yunqian to freeze. Come on. Sit on sister's side. You guys are also really. Still come so close. This white wine gives me a headache even when I smell it. And can't stand it long ago, can she? Su-chan poured a glass of water for Anne and patted Anne's back. Lin Xingyan also obediently laid down on the table. It's okay. It's not a strong drink. Just leave the door open and give Anne a reprieve. I'm going out for some air, too. Lin Yunqian looked at the time and got up to open the door. Uncle Lin, why don't you give Auntie Yu a call? The rice is all served, and it'll be cold if Auntie Yu doesn't come. Su-chan draped his school uniform over Lin Xingyan. It's okay, I'll go out and check. Lin Yunqian nodded. A silence fell over the box, while Lin Xingyan, who was lying on the table, was frantically thinking of countermeasures in his head. The Taogi's test of him has only just begun. Is it really all about luck? There are only 6 dishes I can see. 6 dishes. Lin Xingyan recalled the dishes on the table and kept thinking about what Sukan had said in the restroom earlier. But no matter what he thinks, there doesn't seem to be any more information. Anan, don't fall asleep. Eat some more. Be refreshed. Lin Yunqian came back from outside and patted Lin Xingyan's back. Feeling better? Well, then you can eat whatever you want. He closed the door and licked his lips. Well, under the gaze of Lin Yunqian, Lin Xingyan stood up and swept his eyes over the dishes on the table. Stewed chicken, pork elbow, meatballs, squirrel fish, lamb, steamed dumplings. Which one is the trap? Pick the wrong one and you're dead. So, what's the choice? Uncle Lin, did you ask? When is Auntie Yu coming? Su-chan looked at the door and asked with a frown. And Lin Xingyan's body suddenly gave a start. He steeply thought of what Yu had told him before entering the hotel. Good girl. Just here for Cancan's birthday today. Let loose for a while and eat more fish and pork. Don't be afraid. Chapter 81. That kind of thing. How can it be possible? Eat more pork and fish. Why did you say that at that time? Now that I think about it, it's odd how abrupt this statement is. And, why is she deliberately emphasizing pork and fish? Lin Xingyan did not move and lowered his eyes. Of the 8 courses on the table, only the pork knuckle was pork and only the squirrel fish was fish. Pork and fish, representing 2 dishes. Yu is telling me that these 2 dishes are okay to eat? But, how did she know ahead of time which dish the restaurant would set up as a trap? And why would she tell me? Is meant to be exclusive? In an instant, a picture of what he had just seen in the car with Yu, a sentence of conversation, flashed through Lin Xingyan's mind like a walking light. If I'm exposed here, then I'll be split between Lin Yunqian and Dr. Su. Yu wants it all for himself, so she's reminding me which 2 dishes I can eat. Is this the case with Anan? Don't just look at it. Pinch yourself whichever you like. It's not all like that, is it? Do you need daddy to help you? Lin Yunqian stood behind Lin Xingyan. Rough and cold nasal breaths, along with his words, continuously slapped against Lin Xingyan's neck. Anan, clip. Dr. Su also put down his chopsticks and stood up. Clip it. Su-chan silently closed the door. And just like Lin Xingyan, who was a bit confused by the white wine, he also picked up his chopsticks at the sound of this urging. Eat more pork and fish. Yu is implying that I am because she doesn't want to share. Everything seems to make sense. But, always felt something was wrong. It always feels like I'm overlooking something. Don't stare. Don't look. How much longer are you going to see this? Lin Yunqian put his hands on Lin Xingyan's shoulders. If you don't know what to eat, just clip a little of each. Don't be afraid of wasting it. Just you don't clip it. Anan. He swallowed and leaned down to whisper in Lin Xingyan's ear. The temperature in the entire box dropped a little bit as he breathed in and out. Good. Lin Xingyan blinked and nodded. Though Yu seemed to only imply that he could eat the pork knuckle and the squirrel fish, which, combined with the patties just excluded, only turned 2 out of 8 into 2 out of 5. But now, it seems that there is no better way than to trust Yu. Lin Xingyan looked at the pork elbow at the far end and turned the table. Wait, believe? Good boy. How can you believe in Taogans? Mom can't be trusted. Good boy. Yu's always gentle words made Lin Xingyan's brain explode. No wonder. No wonder he always felt like he was overlooking something. No wonder he always felt something was wrong. You used one of his lives to tell him that Tao ghosts cannot be trusted. So, if Yu says eat more pork and fish, that proves that pork and fish cannot be eaten. That is to say, the two traps in this 8-course meal are pork knuckle and squirrel fish. The crystal pork elbow that looked like it was making people's mouths water slowly turned in front of Lin Xing'an. Lin Yunshan's breathing had become uncontrollably rapid. The two hands that grabbed Lin Xing'an's shoulders exerted a little bit of force, as if they wanted to tear Lin Xing'an apart. But Lin Xing'an acted as if he didn't see it, ignored the pork knuckle and chucked a croquette. Lin Yunshan's hand loosened. And so many dishes. Pinch a few more. Here, Daddy help you. He picked up his chopsticks. Do you eat this? He ordered some chicken soup with tofu. Lin Xing'an shook his head. Do you eat this? He ordered some steamed donkey dumplings. Lin Xing'an shook his head. This should always be eaten, right? He ordered the squirrel fish. Lin Xing'an's brows then furrowed. Daddy, what are you pointing at? There's obviously nothing here. He turned back and looked at Lin Yunshan's face, puzzled. Lin Yunshan, on the other hand, similarly stared into Lin Xing'an's eyes. Dad's got a joke for you. Only after a long time did Lin Yunshan withdraw his gaze. He patted Lin Xing'an's shoulder and sat back in his seat with a gloomy face. Come on, old Forest. Take a walk. Dr. Su raised his glass at the right time and clinked it with Lin Yunshan. Walk 1. Lin Yunshan drained his glass of white wine. The gloom in the box also quietly receded, as if nothing had just happened. Anne, sister cut you another piece of cake? More cream? Good. Lin Xing'an froze and nodded. When the cake was placed in his mouth, the sweet and creamy flavor filled his taste buds before Lin Xing'an exhaled lightly. Did you pass? 2 traps that turned out to be really pork knuckles and fish. If it was a coincidence, Lin Xing'an would never believe it. Yu is really reminding me. Is it true that she doesn't want to share? Although the greatest test seemed to have passed, Lin Xing'an was not as relaxed as he had imagined. On the contrary, all the questions about Yu in his heart were once again evoked. And now the main thing. Where's Yu? Lin Xing'an unexpectedly surfaced an inexplicable burst of annoyance and uneasiness. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the box, a series of knocks came on the door. Hello, Mr. Lin. Our customized dishes are ready in the back kitchen. Do you think we should serve them to you now or? Okay? Just come up now. Okay? You wait a moment. The waiter nodded respectfully. Dad. Uncle Lin. What other dishes are you customizing? Auntie, you didn't even show up. And how can you possibly eat when you order so much in a cake? Seo-chan said with a frown. Lin Yunshan then waved his hand. Can. This dish it's kind of Uncle Lin's surprise for you. Uncle Lin and your dad have known each other for so long. And your dad has helped me a lot. Both before I stepped into society and after I went to work. Before he could say anything, 2 stewards came in from outside pushing a 1.5 meter high birdcage in a cart. The birdcage was covered with a red cloth and the contents were hidden. But a pungent smell of blood made Lin Xing'an's intestines roll. Gobble. He pretended to be calm as he stirred the cake with his fork. But as this birdcage approached, the uneasiness in his heart grew worse. No way. It won't. In Lin Xing'an's mind, a guess suddenly flashed inexplicably. But the whirlwind was overruled by himself. How is that possible? That kind of thing. How can it be? Your customized sashimi. Sir, slow down. The attendant pulled on his gloves and lifted the red cloth covering the birdcage with a clatter. Bam! When he saw the sashimi in the birdcage, Su-kan dropped the cup in his hand. It fell into a million pieces with a bang. And Lin Xing'an felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. An extreme cold sensation instantly ran up his scalp. He trembled as he looked towards Lin Yunshan. But Lin Yunshan kept licking his lips and looking at the birdcage. In the birdcage, it's Yu. Chapter 82 Anne. Your mom's cooking is really delicious. Anne, how's this dish? The plating is elaborate. Lin Yunshan asked with a squinted eye. What's the dish? Lin Xing'an blinked his eyes and slowly raised his head. His face puzzled. That is, the dish you see in front of you. Can't you see? Don't you recognize it? Lin Yunshan walked around behind Lin Xing'an and put his hands on his shoulders once again, immobilizing his neck so that he could only look directly at the birdcage in front of him, leaning down to whisper in his ear, swallowing and whispering, eyes tightly fixed on Lin Xing'an's face. Dad, what are you talking about? Obviously nothing. Lin Xing'an stared blankly in front of him, his face full of confusion. I'm a bit stuffed. Under Lin Yunshan's breathtaking gaze, he wiped his mouth as if nothing had happened, yawned, rubbed his eyes and plopped down on the table, burying his face between his arms. At the tip of his nose, the unmistakable sting of blood. However, Lin Xing'an's face did not dare to show the slightest emotion, because the sashimi in the birdcage is definitely not for the faint of heart. The scarlet, blood-filled, constantly seeping flesh, with white bones strung in the center, was carved into the shape of a little man kneeling on the ground. What they are kneeling to is placed in the center, on a raised platform. Is Yu Yu's head that has been cut off in its entirety? That face that Lin Xingyan was incomparably familiar with, which seemed to be filled with gentle smiles at all times. The corners of his mouth were likewise slightly hooked at this time, only there wasn't an ounce of anger. The lips, smeared with crimson blood, stood out unusually harshly against the light and the pale face. The long dark hair hung naturally, in the midst of all that sculpted flesh around them, as if they were sleeping goddesses. But, why is that? Why did Yu die? Why is it posed as? Obviously an hour ago she was. Lin Xingyan opened his eyes, his fists clenched and unclenched. Fake, right? Am I reading this wrong? How come it's Yu Yu? A flash of confusion appeared in Lin Xingyan's eyes, despite the pungent blood at the tip of his nose, despite the images still flashing before his eyes. Still, he ghosted his eyes up. Right in front of him was Yu Yu's head. In a trance, Lin Xingyan seemed to see Yu Yu open her eyes, gentle eyes, as if patiently asking him something. Didn't you say you were going to eat me early Monday morning? Didn't you warn me which dish was a trap before we entered the restaurant? How did you just die? An extremely contradictory and complex emotion drove Lin Xingyan to ask in his mind, because mommy is a gourmand. Good boy. You can't trust the words of a Tauren. Good boy. How did you get caught up in mommy's trickery again? Yu Yu's gentle and patient voice seemed to come from his ears, like a daily whisper before bed. Lin Xingyan blinked. In front of him was just Yu Yu's head with his eyes tightly closed. Yu Yu is dead. Lin Xingyan's heart inexplicably trembled. I'm clearly supposed to feel happy, relaxed and relieved. Obviously this is what I'm looking forward to. But why? Lin Xingyan stiffened and twisted his head. Difficult to describe emotional complexity surged in his heart, and all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making him feel a burst of wood. It's like all of a sudden, nothing matters. He every day wanna break his head to know about Yu Yu on the body of all kinds of questions. Suddenly cannot lift the strength to think about it. The mother that he tossed and turned at night trying to get rid of, trying to escape from, was thus placed in front of his eyes. Lin Xingyan sat in his chair, staring blankly ahead. The heart is in turmoil. What are you doing? Sukan grabbed his hair and looked at Dr. Su and Lin Yunchen, red-eyed and trembling as he questioned. This is Auntie Yua. You guys. She shook her head, her chest drumming. Can. Your Aunt Yu violated the rules. The offending Tauron will be eaten. Enjoy. It actually tastes like human animals. Lin Yunchen opened the birdcage. His fingers gently brushed Yu Yu's face, took out a piece of meat, and put it into his mouth. How can you possibly eat? How can you eat that? As if he was mad, Su Chan grabbed the plate on the table and slammed it on the floor. Boo! Tiny shards of glass flew in all directions, skimming past Lin Xingyan's eyes. An eerie silence fell over the box. Can, why are you so excited? Why it's like a human animal. Dr. Su suspiciously sized up Su Can, and his hoarse voice came out quietly. Su Chan opened his mouth. She saw the frozen Lin Xingyan in her afterglow. It's like a volcano that's on the verge of erupting and then pressing the lava down. Seo-chan took a deep breath, obviously with that drastic emotion, but she could still put it away a little bit along with the expression on her face. Can hasn't stepped into society yet and doesn't understand this. It's inevitable that her emotions are a bit abnormal. Lin Yunchen wasn't much surprised. He didn't even pay attention to Seo-chan just now. He just kept staring at Yu Yu's head with an incomprehensibly morbid look. I'll clean up. Seo-chan took a broom from outside. Anne, lift your leg. She looked to Lin Xingyan. Lin Xingyan also looked at her. Anne, sister, sweep the floor. Seo-chan rubbed Lin Xingyan's head. Good. Lin Xingyan lifted his leg, watching Seo-chan gather and sweep away the glass slag at his feet. He came back to his senses a little. Knock. Outside. Another knock came at the door. Excuse me, uncles. Excuse me. Tong Tong's voice rang through the door. Just now Tong Tong's mom caused everyone a bad dining experience, so Tong Tong ordered 2 dishes. I hope the uncles don't mind. She pushed the door open politely, bowing and apologizing before waving at the waitress behind her. Here's the gazpacho and dessert I ordered for my uncles, she said sweetly, and Lin Xingyan raised his head woodenly, his pupils shrinking. The so-called gazpacho is fresh blood in a thin skin. The so-called dessert is a sticky brain flour, garnished with slippery eyeballs. This is her mom. Yikes. Why do you guys have good food too? Tong lifted her head and her eyes lit up. Then very surprised, he looked at Lin Xingyan. Uncle, Tong can try this. She swallowed, blinking and pointing somewhat sheepishly at the hunk of meat in the cage. Sure, come on, taste it. Lin Yunchen smiled and picked a piece of meat and handed it to Tong. Thank you, uncle. Tong Tong took it in a hurry and took a big bite. Wow. Anun. Your mom's cooking is really delicious. It tastes just like my mom. She looked over at Lin Xingyan and a cute smile appeared on her fleshy face. Ha 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 ha. This kid is so good. Lin Yunqian laughed out loud. Come. Eat them all. Don't look. Eat. Can. Eat dessert. Dr. Seo gave Seo-chan the dish from the dessert. Thanks Dad. I'm welcome then. Seo-chan smiled. Under Dr. Su's gaze, she picked up the dish on her plate and took a bite. Zip. Milky white liquid seeped out from the corner of Seo-can's mouth. Clearly her face was enjoying herself. Clearly her eyes were greedy. Clearly her mouth was tinged with a smile. But Lin Xingyan felt an unprecedentedly intense pain from her. Seeing her in this state, heart-wrenching sadness also welled up from Lin Xing's heart. Have some more gazpacho. It's good for your skin. Humph. I have good skin to begin with. Sukan smiled as she picked up a chopstick of cold skin and sucked it into her mouth as if she were sucking on noodles in a prickly manner, swallowing it stiffly. Aha! Absolute. She covered her mouth and gave a thumbs up, her voice quivering slightly. It's so well mixed. Ha ha ha. Eat. Dr. Su lifted his wine glass and laughed openly. Lin Yunqian grabbed a piece of meat from the birdcage and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it exaggeratedly. Hate to melt meat into your body. Do you know fish? Do you know what I've done for you in silence? I killed your parents. And those two confused ghosts went behind my back and said I wasn't good enough for you? Really damned ah. I also spread rumors about you, so that you would be isolated at school, and I made your friends around you leave you one by one. I told you to only go rely on me, and you obviously could have relied on me just a little bit, but why didn't you? Why can't you just think of me for a second? I've obviously behaved so well. How come every time I go out, everyone still says I'm not good enough for you? Why should you be so gentle and kind? Why should you be so much better than me? Why should you put me through that kind of questioning gaze from others? Can't you just fall out of the air and stay with me? We're obviously the perfect match. We're obviously the best match. Lin Yunqian stuffed his mouth with meat like crazy. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The smell of blood spread in the box, constantly drilling into Lin Xingyan's nostrils and stimulating his brain. The Tauren's laughter was amplified in his ears. In front of me was the gaggle and the bloom of blood. It was the frantic movement of Lin Yunqian swallowing Yu Yu's flesh and blood in one mouthful. It was his weird dance holding Yu Yu's head. It was the fierce sniff of him burying his face in Yu Yu's long hair. Lin Xingyan trembled as he looked towards Lin Yunqian. A burst of laughter and applause. The atmosphere was a little bit pushed to the climax. Enjoyment, pain, pleasure, despair, madness, and uncontrollable rage suddenly flared up from Lin Xingyan's heart. Anan. Su Chan's voice suddenly came. Going to the bathroom? She held Lin Xingyan's hand, clearly smiling, but it looks so painful. Anne, sister will take you to wash your hands. After we wash our hands, let's go back to the car and wait for them. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Chapter 83, What's Real? Wow. In the bathroom, Lin Xingyan slapped water on his face. Still, the icy coldness couldn't bring him back from the hellish scene in the box. The bouts of heart palpitations and nausea still left Lin Xingyan in a trance. Vomit. On the other hand, Su Kan, who was on the side, was desperately gargling, desperately clasping his throat, and desperately rubbing the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the dry heaving that she hated to vomit out her heart and lungs, her appearance, like a movie screen, changed frame by frame. Anan. She looked up. Upon seeing her face, Lin Xingyan was fixed in place as if struck by lightning. Sister-in-law. How could it be you? How could it be you? He stared blankly at the usher in front of him who was supposed to have gotten on a plane and left the day the committee came looking for him. No wonder Su Ken was so incredulous after seeing the scene in the birdcage. No wonder Su Chan was so emotional after seeing Lin Yunqian eat Yu Yu's meat. No wonder even though he was in danger, Su Chan did not spare any effort to help Lin Xingyan. This face, which bore a 7-part resemblance to Yu Yu, made Lin Xingyan tremble. Yu Sure, on the other hand, aggravatedly knelt on the ground and hugged him tightly, crouching on his shoulder, unable to restrain herself, weeping silently. That great pain and hatred continued to irritate Lin Xingyan with her warm tears. It made his mind go blank, and his fists clenched involuntarily. After a long time, Yu Sure took a deep breath and stood up. My sister-in-law's ability is a D-class, parallax, not a shape-shifting class, but an illusion class. I don't change per se. I can only change the visual imaging of those around me, making me change in the eyes of those around me, including my so-called release of the ghostly domain as well as shape-shifting. It's all just altering other people's vision. So don't be afraid. I'm a sister-in-law in your eyes, but in the eyes of others, it's still Seo-chan. She wiped the tears from her face and took Lin Xingyan's hand. Come on, Anne. Back to the car. Yu Shi pushed open the door and led Lin Xing'an out of the restaurant. After leaving the gloomy ghostly realm, under the gentle caress of the warm breeze, Lin Xing'an came back to his senses a little bit. Offending Taoran. Will be eaten. Sitting in the car, Yu Shi looked through the window at the fiery and incomparable gourmets and muttered. A silence ensued in the car. Because of me. So, Yu is really helping me. But how can be violated? Aren't the rules of the Taoran inviolable? After a long time, even though the car monitor hanging from the reverse mirror was working silently, Lin Xing'an opened his mouth to ask. Home surveillance after I got home that night, today's traffic lights, and real-time footage from Lin Yunshan's cell phone before dinner. He was already convinced that there was an invisible hand helping him electronically. Sister has indeed been silently protecting you all this time. But this violation is not because of you. Yushi shook her head. Lin Xing'an was stunned, then shook his head. Yes, if Yu violated the law because of him, it proves that he has been exposed. The trial of this meal today should have come after Yu violated the rules first, which led to him being suspected anew as well. But what else could Yu have violated the law for if not to help him? That night last Friday, after you came home and fell asleep, my sister woke me up and told me she was back. She took me to that abandoned building and met Mr. Orange and the others. Sister used her powers, altered their memories, and worked with them to clear the entire building of traces, and then told me that if a committee's looking for me the next day, let me use my ability to pretend to be Xiaoshan. Yu Shi's words caused Lin Xing'an's entire body to freeze in place. So it's Yu. No wonder Yu's eyes had a visible dark blue color underneath that morning. No wonder Ms. Orange said the next day that all traces had been cleaned off the building when she was there. But, Lin Xing'an's eyelashes fluttered. His mind a sea of questions. Auntie, what exactly is Yu's ability? Why would she know that I left so many traces in that abandoned building? And how did she accurately guess that the committee would be here the next day? Did she know everything I did that night? And, the main thing is, why would she want to help me? If she was on my side all along, what were those trials? Those images, of unrelenting attempts to eat me? What the hell does she? What the hell does she want? Could I be wrong? I really can't tell the difference. Lin Xing'an shook his head. His mind was sometimes Yu's gentle and watery motherly look, sometimes her icy look of constant temptation. Love and murderous intent were constantly mingling in her. Which one is the real Yu? In this world of Taoran, in this world of despair, what is real? What the hell am I supposed to believe? Anne, you're right. Auntie can only tell you what Auntie knows. All of it. Seeing Lin Xing'an's near collapse, Yu Shi held his hand soothingly, a flash of remembrance appearing in her eyes. Anne, Auntie looks a lot like your mom, doesn't she? But my sister-in-law was adopted, and my sister and I aren't real sisters, and we weren't that close in the old days, because I realized early on that she was a Taoran. It is true that my sister is naturally gentle and takes care of my feelings, but I know that her tenderness and love for me is no different from what she would have for a favored pet. Yes, Yu was, at that time, a gentle Taoran who treated people as livestock and saw them as food. Until 7 years ago. Yushi paused. Peachtree incident? Lin Xing'an also froze. Surely this is all about the Peachland incident? He pursed up his lips a little nervously and didn't open his mouth to interrupt Yu Shi, but continued to listen intently and silently. By that time I'd escaped that home and used my abilities to open a coffee shop as muddler on the south side. I thought I'd never see Yu again in my life. But it wasn't until 7 years ago that she pushed open the door to the store. Alone, but ordering 2 small butter lattes. There's a glass. She ordered it for me. She knows it's my favorite. Yu Shi patted Lin Xing'an's hand and said softly, my first reaction was the same as you think. I thought I was exposed. I thought she was trying to eat me and I was overwhelmed. Because Yu's ability is too powerful. I don't have any resistance at all. But she changed. She pulled me to sit in the corner of the store and looked at me very gently. I know that Taoran are good at disguises, and I know that humans should never trust Taoran. But, Yu Shi's brow furrowed slightly. At that time, I just could feel that she had changed. She became like a human being. Lin Xing'an took a deep breath. He could completely understand how Yu Shi felt, because after coming back from the train station, he felt the same change in Yu. But, and who would believe it? It is believed that Tauntauns really do change overnight. Do you believe that? My sister and I had a long talk the other day. I asked her how she got that way. Because of the soul formula, she said. Chapter 84, The Soul Formula and the Rules in Genes. Soul formula? Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed. What does mean? Auntie reacted then exactly as you are now. Yu Shi rubbed Lin Xing'an's head and a smile appeared on her face. This smile stunned Lin Xing'an, because it really looks like Yu. But they're not sisters, so how can they look so much alike? Did you specially find a human animal that looks like her? Is it really just a coincidence? Regarding this soul formula, it goes back to the Peachland incident, because at that time, my sister-in-law was completely far away from the Tauran, and didn't know anything about those things, so this peach incident was also told to me by my sister. Yusher said after a moment of silence. Neither noticed that the car camera on the reverse mirror was flashing a faint red light. It seemed to be equally mesmerizing to listen. Manhwa has a Class A ability, intelligent brain, and utilizing this ability, he developed an AI that is said to be at least 50 years ahead of current human technology. Through this super AI, he monitored the Tauran's entire electronic equipment and acquired a vast amount of information, including an almost complete table of abilities. In just 1 month, the Tauran is almost transparent in front of him. By using the weaknesses of the Tauntaun's abilities on the form, the human organization was able to decapitate a Tauntaun with Class A abilities for the first time, and briefly establish a safe zone. This is what the Tauran ghost calls the Peachland incident. Yusher's words made Lin Xingyan suck in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that the legend Mr. Orange told me that day was true. What makes the Tauran scornful like this is really the power of technology. Only, when the Tauran ghost realized the existence of Manhwa, it immediately launched a counterattack. Because the difference in strength and numbers between humans and Tauran itself is too great, even if one knows some of the Tauran's weaknesses and deployments in advance, one is powerless to resist. In the end, the only human organization that seemed to be left was Peachland, and the Tauran sent countless people to find it. My sister said that in the end, it was the peach she found. Yusher quietly tightened her grip on Lin Xingyan's hand. But she didn't kill Manhwa? Did she violate the law then? Seeing Yusher pause for a long time, Lin Xingyan also took the initiative to ask, but Yusher shook her head. My sister didn't tell me what happened after she met Manhwa. All she told me was that Manhwa had developed something called the soul formula. This was originally a formula developed by Manhwa to give the AI a soul because he felt that the AI would always be somewhat different from humans no matter how much further it developed. Anyway, I don't know exactly how Manhwa convinced his sister that he was going to apply this soul formula that was going to be applied to the AI. And this soul formula, it really seems to be working. A silence fell over the car after Yusher finished speaking. Auntie, that is to say, this soul formula has allowed you to break through the Togway's rule restrictions? Is that possible? And what kind of existence are those 3 Tauran's basic rules? Lin Xingyan's brows furrowed. When Orange Sensei told him at the very beginning, he focused on the fact that Tauran would never violate it, and the replica ghost at the train station, in that situation of needing Lin Xingyan's wave power, didn't dare to disobey in the slightest. That day, Lin Xingyan also asked Mr. Orange what would happen if the Tautangs really violated it. Mr. Orange's answer was I don't know, because she's never been in a situation where the rules were broken. Therefore, Lin Xingyan has always thought that this rule is similar to the law of the world. Once violated, will be erased from the world. However, you use actions in the rule that if you violate the rules, you will be eaten seem to indicate that the rules are not laws of the world, but more like laws. It's more like a law within the Tauran. It's like no running red lights and no drunk driving. But that's a little too binding again. Anne, have you ever heard of a fish like salmon? Yusher asked after a moment of contemplation. Salmon? Yes, it's a fairly common fish. Yusher took out her cell phone and searched for salmon for Lin Xingyan. They live in the lower reaches of the river, but every year they swim against the current to the upper reaches of the river to breed and die. A directive etched in their genes, even if their bodies have rotted away as they swim against the current, and their eyes are no longer visible, and their scales begin to fall off. They must swim upstream. And the 3 rules are to the Tauran the same as must swim upstream to reproduce and die is to the salmon, etched in the genes and unbreakable. Except that these 3 rules are more tremendously limiting to the taupe than swimming upstream is to the salmon. Yusher's cell phone played up images of salmon swimming upstream in schools to spawn. The swift current washed over them constantly, but even if their strength couldn't hold back the constant onslaught of water no matter what, they still made sure to swim against the current. It's like a program that only reads binary commands, and you enter it in decimal. And it can't read it anyway because decimal is outside their perception, and spawning downstream is just outside the perception of salmon. You can talk to them, but they won't listen and they won't do it because they just can't understand the whole spawning downstream thing. The same goes for Tauran, who simply cannot understand knowing that humans are awakening but not killing the awakened. Seeing that Lin Xingyan was still frowning, Yusher also explained patiently, but the more she explains it, the more it seems that you use defiance of the rules is so much more bizarre. Rules engraved in the genes. Lin Xingyan suddenly thought of Yu's flippant remark just figure it out. So, is this soul formula that made you have a soul 7 years ago, turned into a human? Yes. But, Lin Xingyan sat up. But if that's the case, then since I was born, she How can it be human to stab a man in the chest during a full moon? After 6 years of endless trials and tribulations? If he didn't have the ability to go back in time, Lin Xing'an's resurrection match would probably have played several rounds. Because 6 years ago, a year after the Peachland incident, my sister approached me again and said she was going to have a baby. This opportunity to adopt a human animal is one that Lin Yunqian dragged his connections to get with great difficulty. But to be successful in adoption, the couple must pass a series of tests by the committee. After all, there are really too few human animals. That's why she had to revert to Taoren so she wouldn't be exposed under the committee's scrutiny. Yu Shi paused. I told her, sis, you obviously could have not adopted the baby, but my sister said that if the boy was adopted by other Taoren, he would surely die. She told me not to worry, to vet the past, and that before the full moon, Peachy would reawaken her soul, and that she would be a great mother then. I still, to this day, remember the look on my sister's face at that moment. It really was like a mother's yearning for her child. She closed her eyes, remembering the scene. But this awakening is a full 6 years late. It wasn't until the night you came back from the train station, that my sister came into the bedroom and spoke to me by the light of the moon and said, I'm home. She was then, with tear stains on her face. Yu Shi sighed quietly. I don't know what this soul formula really is, or how exactly Momoyuan awakened his sister. I don't even know Peachy. Yu Shi's voice lurched as if she suddenly thought of something. She slowly twisted her head to look at the camera hanging from her reverse mirror. Above, dots of red light flashed. Momoyuan, is that you? She asked in a shaky voice. Knock, knock, knock. But the next second, a knock on the window came. Lin Yunqian's face slammed against the window. What are you guys talking about? Chapter 85, Suspicions Abound. I'm telling a story. Are you guys done eating? Seo-chan opened the car door. She still looked like Yu Shi in Lin Xing'an's eyes, but both the look and the temperament, even the voice, had changed. It was only then that Lin Xing'an realized with hindsight that Yu Shi she didn't have Su Kan's memories. She just did her homework. Let's finish eating and wait for the valet to come and I'll have a smoke before we go. Dr. Su put the half-eaten cake into the back seat, then stood in the night breeze and lit a cigarette. Dad, where's Mom? Outside the smoke. Lin Xing'an looked up at Lin Yunqian and asked. Mom is out of town and will be back in a few days. A gloom flashed across Lin Yunqian's face. He looked deeply at Lin Xing'an, seemingly not expecting Lin Xing'an to take the initiative to ask at all. Oh, and like a well-behaved child, Lin Xing'an leaned against the car window and closed his eyes, silently digesting what Yu Shi had just said. Why is this? According to Yu Shi, 7 years ago, Momoyuan turned Yu into a human being through the soul formula. A year later, in order to adopt a human animal, Yu reverted back to being a Taoist in order to pass the committee's scrutiny and avoid being discovered. Until that night a week ago, Yu was once again awakened. Then tonight, Lin Xing'an closed his eyes, and the doubts in his heart recoiled. There are still too many suspicions from 7 years ago, and from Peachland itself. How did Momoyuan, as an enemy party 7 years ago, convince Yu to use the soul formula on Yu? And why did he delay waking Yu? And the point of awakening? Why was it again that night? Lin Xing'an pursed his lips slightly. The doubts on Yu don't seem to be fully resolved. But what puzzles him more now is the soul formula of Momoyuan. The 3 rules are commands placed in the genes for Taoren. This soul formula, which was originally designed to give AI souls, actually allows Taoren to break through the rules as a limitation. It can even be cancelled at any time, allowing Yu to become a Taoren again and then awaken. How the hell did this happen? The more Lin Xing'an thought about it, the more unimaginable he felt. And since this soul formula is so powerful and can turn a ghost into a human being, why did Tao Yuan only give it to Yu? Why didn't he wake up the other Taoren? If Tao Yuan could produce a super AI that was 50 years ahead of humans, and even give this AI a soul, Lin Xing'an could believe it. But applying this formula to a living Tauntaun, it's not like Yu is a robot. So Lin Xing'an can't imagine it at all. So this is the soul formula. Does it really exist? Or is it true that Yu became a human being because of the soul formula? After all, Yu Shi's words are derived from Yu's dictation. But Yu, is it really entirely plausible? Could she be lying? Lin Xing'an looked at the window. Among the flickering lights outside, he seemed to see Yu's gentle face again. You, believe it? Hello, chauffeur. The valet boy in the red vest opened the car door. Dr. Su also happened to finish 2 cigarettes, exhaling the smoke cozily and opening the car door to sit in the passenger side. Lin Yunqian, on the other hand, sat in the back seat with Yu Shi and Lin Xing'an. Go! The car started slowly, and Lin Xing'an's pupils suddenly shrunk. When he reversed his car and turned around, just in the shadow of the corner beside the hotel's main door, he saw a figure wearing a gray trench coat and a mask. holding a small book in his hand and constantly noting down something. It's that committee's Tian Ming. Lin Xing'an's breath caught. After he finished watching the surveillance that morning, he hadn't been convinced that Tian Ming would just let him off the hook. Because the way Tian Ming looked at him that day was clearly like a falcon staring at a lamb. So he's actually keeping an eye out. But Tian Ming really didn't show up again. Until now. It's Yu. She's really protecting me in silence. Lin Xing'an lowered his eyes. Whether it's the night she cleared the entire building of his traces, or the morning Tian Ming came to adjust the surveillance of her words, do not be afraid. Regardless of what the real reason really was, Yu's protection of him over the past week was at least real. Like a warm shield, she had kept out countless suspicions and temptations, allowing him to avoid the committee's watchful eye and to fight tooth and nail to remove the mark. But now, no one will ever take his hand and say don't be afraid again. A complex emotion surrounded Lin Xing'an. In the reversing mirror, Lin Xing'an could feel Lin Yunshan's sharp gaze, unabashedly sweeping over him constantly. Dr. Su's fingers, banging on the car door with a thud, like the beat of a drum, stopped one's heart from getting annoyed and nervous. The sedan drove down the dark highway at an even pace. Inside the car was a gust of white wine pungent with the faint smell of smoke. A weird and cold atmosphere spread a little bit. It was like something was staring at him in the darkness that swept past the window. Gobble. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in Lin Xing'an's heart. Tonight's so-called pass is just the beginning of more despair. The day after tomorrow at summer camp. No matter how dangerous that villa is for me, I must go and kill that hallucinatory ghost and remove the mark from my body. This may be the last chance to leave this home alive. His eyes flickered. It's as if I've recovered the feeling of apprehension and unease after the full moon, when there was a dark ocean all around me and only a plank of wood under my feet. By Uncle Lin. Baianan. In the silence, the car drove slowly into the neighborhood. Can. The competition went well. Don't have too much pressure. After sending Dr. Su and Su Kan home, Lin Yunshan also waved his hand. Anne, is it okay if you sleep alone today? When he arrived home, Lin Yunshan didn't turn on the lights, but sat on the shaded sofa. Could be. Lin Xing'an washed his face and closed the bedroom door. In the darkness, there was not a sound in the whole house. 1:45 a.m. Central Hospital. In the darkness, Lin Yunshan pushed open the door to the morgue. Behind him was Tian Ming, wearing a gray and black trench coat and a mask. And, Grandma, I'm really troubling you this time. Tian Ming and Lin Yunshan pressed against the door together, clutching the notebooks in their hands, half bending over and saying respectfully. And in the midst of the unlit, empty corridor came the sound of a series of light footsteps. It's okay, Tong Tong is also curious if Anan can eat it or not. Still wearing a cute princess dress, Tong Tong blinked and bounced along. The soft voice kept echoing in the cold morgue. And in the corner of the hallway, a round, pitch-black camera, 2 points of red light flickered softly. On the large screen in the center of that screen-filled room, Tong Tong's avatar was locked and zoomed in. Search in. Ka. After closing the door to the morgue, Lin Yunshan turned the lights on. The light, which should have symbolized warmth, left the entire room without a trace of warmth. Grandma, that's him. Tian Ming pulled open one of the compartments where the bodies were stored and placed one of the bodies inside, lying in a black shrouded bag. On the autopsy shelf, Lin Yunshan also respectfully moved the stool aside to Tong Tong's side. Eek mess. How long has he been dead? It stinks. The brain isn't broken, is it? If it's broken, there's nothing Tong Tong can do about it. Tong Tong covered her nose and waved her hand with a tight frown, her fleshy little face full of disgust. Last Saturday night, the 5th day, killed by Yu. Oh, killed by Yu? As if suddenly aroused, Tong sat on tiptoe on a stool and pulled the shroud away. Inside, it was clearly the stewardess boy who was in the middle of the train station. Chapter 86 must never be spoken of. Central Hospital. Underground morgue. As if suddenly aroused, Tong sat on tiptoe on a stool and pulled the shroud away. Inside, it was clearly the stewardess boy who was in the middle of the train station, and his eyes, surprisingly, were still round. Inside, the long great eyeballs were filled with dense, dark red blood, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The look on his face was even more twisted and his mouth was wide open in pain. So handsome, but such a look as if she had suffered inhuman abuse in life. In turn, made Tong Tong's eyes light up. Wow! She stood directly on the stool and pulled the whole shrouded bag open with a clatter, revealing Luo Si Yuan's body inside. The ghastly light gave his body a splash of gray. His heart, on the other hand, was completely hollowed out, completely hard by his own fingernails, pulled out by his own fingers. His name is Luo Si Yuan. His ability is a D level, shock and awe, and he himself has just broken through the E superior, able to briefly control people weaker than himself. Last Friday night, He said he saw Lin Xing'an at the train station and was basically certain that Lin Xing'an was trying to escape. But Lin Xing'an firmly claimed that he was lost with his parents. And after 10 minutes of helping Lin Xing'an find his parents, he was indeed claimed. Meanwhile, another human animal captured at the station that night also mentioned Lin Xing'an. Even he said it was Lin Xing'an who warned him to be careful of monsters. Tianming turned over the notebook in his hand and briefly introduced it. And then you went to confront Lin Xing'an the next morning? And it turned out that instead you came that night and killed the unlucky bastard? Tong sat directly on the dissecting stand, wiggling her 2 white wrapped calves. Tianming nodded grimly. Then you're really a big loser then. Thinking that you can find out Lin Xing'an's cracks. But in the end you didn't find anything for a week. You didn't even try to find out in the restaurant. And you only thought of looking for Tong Tong when you were desperate. If it wasn't for Tong Tong's kind heart, how could she help you? She has to go to kindergarten tomorrow to stick it to the other soft and fragrant children. What did you see in a loser like you? Tong Tong blinked again and looked at Lin Yunshan. The tender child's voice was like it had touched Lin Yunshan's reverse scales, causing his eyes to instantly redden and his fists to clench up with a click. What? Didn't I say so? A turd like you stinks to high heaven even if you put gold dust on it. Not even realizing that the human animal he raised had awakened long ago. He really doesn't even deserve a single hair of Yu's head. And he still doesn't have any self-awareness. What do you have to say about me saying that, punk? Tong Tong leaned on her face and raised her eyes to look at Lin Yunshan. Does not have. Lin Yunshan lowered his head, veins showing on his arms, but he still suppressed his voice and said, "Gee whiz, what a piece of crap." Tong Tong rolled her eyes and continued to look at Luo Siyuan's corpse. What an awesome ability. What was the instruction you gave him? Pull out his own heart? It's eating your own heart. Tianming subconsciously raised his hand and touched his mouth as if he had thought of what had happened to him that day. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tong Tong shook her head inside. Class A ability. Even the limitations of the rules can be broken. But in the end, it ended up being eaten by waste instead. What a pity. Grandma, please also use your ability to see what really happened at the train station that day. Tianming didn't move and pulled Lin Yunshan away, saying respectfully, "Aha, then Tong Tong will start." A creepy, evil aura slowly spread out from the center of Tong Tong, covering the entire morgue. Boo! Boom 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 boom. A loud bang actually came out steeply from the corpse locker within the range of the ghost domain. The corpses inside, as if they had all come to life in an instant, struggled frantically in the cramped cabinet. Never mind. Tong Tong put her hand on the forehead of Luo Siyuan's corpse. A hint of gloom flowed into Luo Siyuan's mind from the palm of her hand. A few seconds later, the dead and dying Luo Siyuan sat up violently from his shrouded body. He then froze for just a moment and stood up as if nothing had happened. "Chu, I'm going down to sneak around." Rashi Yuan looked at the air and held the non-existent hat on his head. Tong Tong was sitting on the dissecting table, while Tianming stood in the corner with Lin Yunshan, looking at Luo Siyuan, who was an exact replica of that night's action, and taking constant notes with his book. "Okay, passenger, you go ahead and leave the boy to me. What's your name, kid?" "Su Qipeng. Is Mr. Su Qipeng's parent here?" "Kid, are you sure you got separated from your parents?" Luo Siyuan, whose heart was empty, was thus in the morgue, as if in a monodrama, alone, repeating all of his actions, all of his words, that day. It wasn't until it was over that he fell straight back to the ground. Rancid fluids ooze out of ears, nose, and mouth. The camera in the corner. 2 red flashes. Wow 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 wow. He wasn't really lying that day. Then should Tong Tong say that Lin Xing'an is really powerful? Or should she say that, "You guys are really trash"? Tong covered her nose and jumped off the dissecting table. If he's not lying, then the surveillance is wrong. Being able to change surveillance like this. Tianming's breathing. A little bit of urgency. These surveillance is obviously our new installation. How? He looked up and jerked his head toward the camera in the corner. Jingle bells. But suddenly, his cell phone rang. After seeing the caller, Tianming's face changed instantly. After glancing at Tong Tong and Lin Yunshan, he answered the phone in silence. "Well, what's going on in South City right now?" Suja's slightly impatient voice came from it. "Don't worry, everything is fine. The person who awakened the Class A ability. You've been investigating in South City for so long. Do you have any clues?" "No. And you're okay with the mother thing next week?" "No problem." "Well then, if it's all okay, you come back and I'll see you tomorrow." "Good." Tianming hung up. "You didn't talk to him about Lin Xing'an? You didn't even talk to Suzhou about you?" Tong Tong frowned at Tianming. "Absolutely not." Tianming looked up sharply as if he had thought of something terrible. "What happened 7 years ago is over. Peach Source has been completely wiped out. Just kill Yu, and then kill Lin Xing'an, and it'll all be over. As if nothing happened. Never, Never say anything to Suja about what happened 7 years ago. Never mention the name Taoyuan. Never. Otherwise, Tian Ming's body uncontrollably trembled. The entire Northside City light building was built by those involved in the Peachland incident 7 years ago. That brick, that pillar, even a grain of sand, are all Tao ghosts and people. Dr. Lin, you go home and kill Lin Xing'an immediately. This matter is in your hands. Absolutely no delays. Absolutely. I'll go back to the North City and wait for next week's operation at Pugwangshan to be over. In short, you and Lin Xing'an, only the three of us know about everything that happened in South City during this period of time. Definitely don't let Suja borrow it, Tian Ming said in an extremely serious tone, and his words seemed to have similarly awakened certain memories in Tong Tong. It made her blush a little bit too. Tong Tong doesn't know. Tonight Tong Tong has been sleeping at home and has never seen you guys before. OMG, OMG, OMG. I'm really looking forward to the new mommy that daddy is going to find for Tong Tong, she said, waving her hand. Chapter 87. Move. Wake up. Wake up. In his sleep, Lin Xing'an's ears were filled with shouts. He opened his eyes in a daze. In front of him was a white shadow with an unreadable face that was gently shaking his shoulder. Anne, don't sleep. Get up. It's time. I'm coming to take you home. Seeing Lin Xing'an wake up, the white shadow also held his hand and pulled him up. Anne, relax. Relax. I'll take you back to Taoyuan village. Her voice was like magic, making Lin Xing'an unexpectedly unable to raise a single shred of defense. But after gradually coming back to his senses, Lin Xing'an jerked his hand out. This white shadow in front of him was clearly an illusion he had seen in the afternoon in the suffocating ghostly realm of Villa 06. At that time, the scene of her jokingly being able to blow the ghost domain out a few meters with a single breath was still fresh in her mind. What hallucination? Anne, I'm here to take you home. Ni, don't be afraid. Listen to me. Come with me. We're all from Taoyuan village. Don't you want to see your home for yourself? The white shadow once again pulled Lin Xing'an's hand in. There was, in her, not a hint of danger at all. Instead, it really made Lin Xing'an feel overwhelmed. Anan, relax. Dreams are fragile. Peach village. Peach dreams. Lin Xing'an gasped and raised his head. Looking around, it was as dark as ink all around except for the bed beneath them. And not far from directly in front of him was a door. Inside the door, gentle light seeps out, making you want to get closer. This dream. This door. Lin Xing'an stood still and blinked hard. Gee, hurry up, hurry up. Everyone misses you. Don't hesitate, Anne. Hurry up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The white shadow floated behind Lin Xing'an and half pushed him towards that door. And Lin Xing'an did feel a warm call. The body, too, was as relaxed as if it had been soaked in a hot spring at just the right temperature. Hiss. But just as he followed that white shadow and took the initiative to walk towards that door, in his brain, a stabbing pain suddenly came, and the image in front of him was visibly vapid for a moment. I think I've had this dream. Hiss. Lin Xing'an covered his head and once again shook off the white shadow's hand. As for the white silhouette, although she couldn't see her face, she could clearly feel that her face seemed to be gloomy for a moment. Anne, don't think. Just follow me, Stop thinking and follow what your body feels. You've been away from home too long. But the hometown never forgot you. Peachland village remembers everyone. Go, go, go. Don't let those monsters find you. Everyone does. I'll take everyone home. Haven't they told you that? That's the peachy dream that all people have. Come on and on. That white shadow was constantly urging in Lin Xing'an's ears. The door of light in front of me is also getting brighter. Like it's floating in a little bit. Hiss. Lin Xing'an's breathing, however, was slightly rapid. On the one hand, his body really felt a burst of warmth, as if that light door was a mother's embrace. His brain, on the other hand, was in constant alarm, in a frantic warning to stay away, like as if the closing door in front of him was the abyssal maw of a ferocious beast. Obviously it's your own body, but it's two completely opposite and totally cut off feelings. Hiss. Another sharp headache came. Don't dream this dream. Forget this dream. Behind him, what sounded like Yu's voice came. Lin Xing'an froze and trembled back. In the darkness, Yu stood far away from him and was smiling at him, walking towards him step by step. She clearly didn't say anything, yet it seemed like she was going on and on. What are you looking at? Noticing that Lin Xing'an's gaze wasn't on her at all, the white silhouette also froze and turned back. You. Again and again and again. Die without even dying a cleaner death. She gritted her teeth and looked at the shadowy figure of Yu coming step by step behind her, visibly trembling. Anne, come on, don't dwell on it. Hurry up and come with me. It's going to be too late. Anun, in front of you is Taoyuan village. Don't you want to know how you came to this world? The white shadow cupped Lin Xing'an's face with both hands and stared into his eyes. The voice obviously didn't change, but it sounded more compelling. Don't look at her. She's the one who turned you away from your real parents. She's the one who brought you into this world of despair and made you a human animal. That's her. Good boy. Yu Yu's voice suddenly came. Lin Xing'an's pupils shrunk. Surprisingly, he had already followed that white shadow to that light door without realizing it. Just one step away from stepping through the door. Good boy. Wake up. Yu Yu smiled, tenderly brushed Lin Xing'an's face and said softly. Boom! The white shadow, the light door in front of him, and the darkness around him actually collapsed instantly under Yu Yu's voice. Phew! And Yu Yu grinned and waved his hand in the ever-collapsing darkness, dissipating like gravel in the wind before Lin Xing'an's eyes. See you later! Ah ha ha ha! Lin Xing'an's eyes snapped open. Intense pain came like a tidal wave, a series of beeping alarms in his ears. In front of his eyes was Yu Yu's head, which had been gnawed by Lin Yunqian. The strong odor of blood drilled into his nose. Lin Xing'an gasped and slowly lowered his head. In front of his chest, there was a sharp knife sticking out. Lin Xing'an's mind was a blank. And in the darkness, Lin Yunqian walked slowly. His features were as twisted as if they had been rolled in knives. Within a single crease on his face was a single, constantly turning, bleary white eyeball like blistering rotting flesh. In the incomparably cold ghost domain, his mouth opened a little. Death creeps in. As with the day of the full moon. Phew! Lin Xing'an sprang up suddenly as if a spring had been installed in his back. He gasped for air and subconsciously touched his chest. His pupils were a contraction. His body was already drenched in sweat. Buzz buzz buzz. The home smoke detector flashed red and emitted a piercing beep. The invisible camera in the corner was constantly shooting red light into Lin Xing'an's eyes, as if it was trying desperately to wake him up. And Lin Xing'an lowered his head. On the floor, the intelligent sweeping robot that Yu Yu had bought kept bumping against the bed legs as if it was under a compulsion. On its screen were two large words in constantly flashing red light. Go! Go! Chapter 88. So, what am I going to do? Now! Ka! All the lights in the house were instantly on. The TV in the living room also suddenly turned on. Little by little the sound became louder and then disappeared without warning. Jingle bells! It was closely followed by a series of shrill phone rings coming from the living room. The series of movements made Lin Xing'an also come back to his senses from the exhaustion he felt after going back into gear. He jumped out of bed. Boo! Instead, his legs suddenly went weak, causing him to fall to the ground. Hiss! Lin Xing'an held onto the wall and shook his head vigorously. In front of me was one of those bouts of darkness where the blood supply to the brain is low. Has backfired too many times today. Lin Xing'an took a big intake of breath. In the afternoon in the villa and Yu Yu's car, and in the evening 2 hours in the cold, haunted realm. Lin Xing'an could feel that he still had plenty of stamina, but the spirit is extremely weak. He desperately needed a good night's sleep right now. But, jingle bells, the phone was still ringing outside. Lin Xing'an pushed open the bedroom door with gritted teeth against a throbbing headache. On the sofa, Lin Yunqian's figure had disappeared. There were no shoes for him at the door either. He's out the door. And the constant ringing turned out to be an electronic doorbell at the front of the house that could remotely open the building's door. You're Peachy? Lin Xing'an pressed the doorbell's connect. It's me. Coming from inside was the same cold electronic voice Lin Xing'an had heard in the underground garage. But what Lin Xing'an didn't expect was for him to admit it directly. Lin Xing'an, go! You've been exposed. I expect Lin Yunqian to be home in 1 hour and 32 minutes. You're gonna die. Go! That cold electronic voice didn't give Lin Xing'an the slightest chance to speak at all. It's talking faster and faster. And the screen of the electronic doorbell, along with the TV screen in the living room, and even the control screen of that sweeper, flickered in unison. Go! 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 The large, bright red letters flashed continuously. After 3 consecutive strokes, it went out abruptly, along with all the lights that were lit up in unison in the living room. The whole room, once again, was plunged into darkness. Lin Xing'an stood barefoot in the living room, and in the mirror was his reflection alone. It was as if nothing had just happened. Call. Lin Xing'an looked at the clock on the wall. 0:52 in the morning. I fell asleep just after 10. Based on a full strength of almost an hour and a half to 2 hours back. The last time I was killed by Lin Yunqian was around 2:30 in the morning. Peachy's prediction was correct. So, the last time, Momoyuan tried to remind me through this, but I couldn't wake up at all because of that Peachy dream. And when I woke up, I had already been killed by Lin Yunqian. If I managed to get woken up at this time last time, I must be in much better shape. Lin Xing'an kept rubbing his brow, his heart beating chaotically and fast. Where did Lin Yunqian go? How was I exposed? How did Momochi know? All the questions gave Lin Xing'an, who was extremely weak in spirit, an immense headache. But the main thing now is, Lin Yunqian will be back in an hour and a half to kill me. So, what am I going to do? Now, Lin Xing'an rationalized his thoughts, a light flickering in his eyes. 042. This villa. How could the organization allow him to go alone? MS. Orange frowned as she looked at the message on her phone that the organization had sent her at night. After she explained the abnormality in Villa 06, the organization, instead of finding it problematic, even allowed Lin Xing'an to go alone. Did I not make myself clear this afternoon? After thinking left and right, MS. Orange dialed a phone number despite the fact that it was now the wee hours of the morning. After all, she had been reporting to the organization in the wee hours of the morning because of the mission at the train station. Sure enough, the phone beeped twice before being answered. This is Orange. I have a situation to report. Regarding Villa 06. Mr. Orange took the lead. And there was a murmur of voices on the other side of the phone before a deep male voice came out immediately after. Speak. Lin Xing'an found the same coffin and pattern as the Puguang temple at Villa 06. And he also encountered Taoran ghosts performing some sort of ritual. And the word mother seemed to come up in the ritual. I think there's definitely something big going on in Villa 06. MS. Orange said as she turned her pen in her hand and looked out through the window at the night. You already said that this morning. Yes, but I don't think the organization is paying enough attention to this matter. At least they shouldn't allow Lin Xing'an to explore the villa alone. This is harming him. MS. Orange weighed her words, rubbing her fingers on the corner of her coat, somewhat inexplicably nervous. Who are you? And the other side of the phone suddenly asked after a few seconds of silence. Orange ya. Who are you? I'm Orange Ye. Mr. Orange looked at the phone with some uncertainty. Who are you? After hearing who are you for the third time, Mr. Orange froze in place as if his computer had rebooted and his eyes suddenly lost their luster. It was a full half-minute before she came back to her senses. The whole person's temperament, his eyes, all changed radically. It was as if they had gone through some great painful vicissitude and numbness. I'm Song Xin Orange. Her voice hadn't changed, but it gave off a raw indifference. Sis, there's no need to take the matter of Villa 06 to heart. I've noticed it as early as the beginning of this year after that heavy snowfall. You've looked into it? Well, I sent someone there a long time ago, and the villa does have the same setup as the Puguang temple, but it's just something the Tagway made up to distract us. Yes? Sungshin Orange rubbed his brow. Sis, don't get distracted. The more times like this, the more calm we are, the more they panic and make some moves. I think Lin Xing'an should have indeed seen something, but he should have exaggerated as well. After all, he desperately wants to remove the mark now, but his own power is limited, and he wants to borrow the power of the organization to help him at the villa in this way. But that's just human nature, especially since he's too young to hide his little heart. A cacophony of voices came again, while Song Xin Orange kept shaking her head. Song Chi, Lin Xing'an isn't this kind of person. He wouldn't have this kind of small-mindedness. Her words caused another moment of silence on the other side of the phone, whether he has it or not. In any case, next week Puguang Temple is the top priority, related to Taoyuan Village, or even the opening of Taoyuan Village. Currently, the Tagwans are also nervous, so once we take the initiative to go to the villa and expose ourselves, or even break out into a fight with the Tagwans, it would be extremely unprofitable. So if Lin Xing'an wants to go, then let him go on his own. There will be danger, but not much. After all, right now the Taodao Ghost's attention is all focused on Puguang Temple as well. Not to mention that the person I sent to the villa has been checking in with me, and even yesterday she said there was no problem. And you didn't stop Lin Xing'an? He had to go? Song said with a yawn. He said he'd think about it. But for him now, the so-called safety is to get rid of the mark as soon as possible. One more day's delay will dramatically increase the danger by several times. Sungshin Orange leaned back against the car seat and closed her eyes. Ugh, what danger can he be in as a little kid? He hasn't seen real danger at all. Song Chi, you don't know Lin Xing'an. Okay, Lin Xing'an. He's almost your own brother, isn't he? Go to bed early sis. It's this hour. Well, by the way, who was the person you said was sent to investigate Villa 06 a couple months ago? Give me her contact information. Song Xin Orange drew out a piece of paper, ready to memorize the road. I can't get a hold of her either. She's peculiar but capable and doesn't trust us much, so she's the one who initiates all the contact. Who is she? What are the powers? Yunxia. The ability is hallucinogenic at level C. Hallucinogenic? Sungshin Orange's brow furrowed. How come it's the same ability as Villa 06 Tauntaun? After hanging up the phone, Song Xin Orange was keenly aware that something seemed off. But what exactly is wrong? Again, she was a little surprised for a moment. Phew. After thinking for a while, Song Xin Orange closed her eyes and organized the memories in her head. Opening her eyes again 5 minutes later, she reappeared as Ms. Orange. Never mind. We'll talk about it together tomorrow when we wait for Anne. Mr. Orange scratched his head inside. Yunshi. Getting up. Out for a run and exercise. She yelled in the direction of the bedroom. How can you sleep so much when you're all pent up? Let's go. Practice for an hour. Come back and sleep for 5 hours until 7 in the morning. There's no one around at this hour. How nice is that? Teacher Orange carried her weapon and forced Zhang Yunshi up from the bed. Chapter 89 this time. It's really goodbye. Fighting is definitely completely out of the question. The only way to live now is to remove the mark. The only way to live is to go. Lin Xingyan took a big gulp of the bowl of water and let out a long breath. Without removing the mark, Lin Yunshan could locate him at any time. And the only way to remove the mark is to go and kill that hallucinating ghost immediately. There's still one more E-Superior Tao 2 ghost missing from the Yin Hai. Even if I were given a day I wouldn't be able to find a new Tao 2 ghost. Not to mention it's only an hour and a half now. And I'll just have to go kill the hallucinatory ghost. But, Lin Xingyan's face showed a touch of seriousness. Regardless of that hallucinatory ghost and all the shenanigans going on throughout the villa, it lives in the Spring River Road Villa area, which is at least a 40-minute drive from here. How am I going to get there? Now, take a taxi? Even if you can get one at this hour, and even if the driver isn't a gourmand, would he dare drag me? A 6-year-old. That far. Just in case he's a little more enthusiastic and calls the police or something. Looking for Orange Sensei? But I don't even know where Tangerine Sensei's house is. And it's this time of day. Do I have to drive myself? Good idea. But the problem is that I've only practiced for a week in Subject 3, and haven't driven a car in 7 years. Rolling bloom gushed out from Lin Xingyan's fingertips. Peachtree, can you control a car directly? Can you drive it on autopilot? He asked, looking up at the empty wall. But all that responded to him was silence. Couldn't care less. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth. Height and size he could make up for with obscurity. There wasn't much traffic on the road in the middle of the night. And with an automatic, where does it need any maneuvering? Too sudden. A belated feeling of nervousness made Lin Xingyan slap his face. His original plan was to discuss the villa carefully with Mr. Orange tomorrow and then take advantage of the camp to remove the imprint. But how can things, always, go his way? Where are the car keys? Did Lin Yunshan drive out? He's had 3 pounds of white wine in the evening. Seeing that the car keys that were placed at the door when he first came home had disappeared at this moment, Lin Xingyan also frowned. Can only drive that manual. Car keys I remember at. He hesitated for half a second and immediately darted back into the bedroom to use carry-on satchel sitting on the nightstand. Because Lin Yunshan has to drive to work at the hospital. It doesn't coincide with his kindergarten drop-off and pick-up times. That's why the family has always had one car for Yu and one for Lin Yunshan. It was only during this time that Lin Yunshan began to get used to doing the bus and subway to go to the hospital. So it's been a while since I drove that manual transmission oiler. Let's hope there's still gas. Lin Xingyan rummaged through Yu's bag. The car keys were really at the bottom. And besides a wallet and simple cosmetics for everyday use, the bag surprisingly had a Polaroid. And a photo album. He froze, ghosting and flipping it open. The album is full of his photos. Growing up. All year round. And the last Polaroid photo on the last page turned out to be in the car after school tonight. Lin Xingyan was lying on the almost flat car seat with a blindfold. At that point the continuous deaths had left him nearly depleted and on the verge of sleep. Yu, on the other hand, moved her body as close to him as possible. Her long hair was gathered to one side and fell naturally, in the setting sun through the car window. She grinned and raised her hand, comparing it to a brow full of tenderness and love. And behind the photo is blood that has dried. A flash of complexity appeared on Lin Xingyan's face. He took a deep breath and pulled the picture out of the album and into his arms. Wait, this isn't. But closing the bag, he suddenly paused as if he had thought of something, and flipped it open again. Isn't this that brother's little book? In the corner of the mezzanine was a small, palm-sized black book. Hers was the one left in the fire pit by the body on the 7th floor in the abandoned building that night. When he returned in the early hours of the morning, he clearly left it in a pile of debris in front of his neighbor's grandmother's house. When was it brought by Yu? I almost forgot. Lin Xingyan picked up the small book and flipped through it. Despite being dry, being soaked by that downpour had blossomed the ink writing inside in fountain pen. I'll be sure to look into it when it's all over. Without wasting any more time, he put the little book in his pocket and looked up at the clock. 12:55 in the morning. Pushing open the door of his home once again in the darkness of the night and standing in the doorway, Lin Xingyan looked back for some reason. Just as he did the last time he went out for the first time. The bedroom door was closed like last time. Only this time, there was no longer Yu inside. Mom, goodbye, Lin Xingyan said softly. This time, It's really goodbye. Boo! Amidst the dots of red light from the home camera in the corner, he closed the door to his house heavily. Phew! Pressed the clutch to shift. Center brake right side throttle. As the elevator descended down the floors, Lin Xingyan was also recalling the operation of the manual gearbox in his mind. The car seems to be over by the east gate. In the empty and silent neighborhood, Lin Xingyan dashed towards the east gate draped in moonlight. The car has always been parked outside because it's not driven often and the underground garage is expensive. Woohoo! Woohoo! But halfway through the run, Lin Xingyan froze and his feet suddenly lurched. In the dark, what's with all the crying? Lin Xingyan held his breath and pricked up his ears. Woo! In the silent darkness of 1 a.m. This shivering, suppressed whimpering cry kept burrowing into his ears. Lin Xingyan only felt a tingle in his scalp. Gulp! He pushed through the thick brush in front of him and wordlessly looked to where the sound was coming from. Right in the yard where the neighborhood kids always play. Right next to that fountain pool, there was a snow-white transparent ghost sitting curled up. Nope, not right ghosts. Lin Xingyan's pupils shrunk. It's joy. It was as if he had felt Lin Xingyan's gaze. Kahaku, whose long hair was swirling, sitting helplessly on the flower bed in her nightgown holding her legs, her tears linked into strings that kept falling, raised her head shakily. Well, Anan. Seeing Lin Xingyan, her whole body was like finally seeing the light of a lighthouse in the mist. Her whole body froze for a long time and then cried out with a loud wow. Woo woo! Under the hazy moonlight, Xiaolu opened his arms and in the blink of an eye floated to Lin Xingyan's body and hugged him tightly. Anan, tonight at the hotel I saw monsters. There were monsters. Tong Shi, and Mom, me. Kahaku's entire body trembled, and his body gradually became solid and fell to the ground. Lin Xingyan felt Xiaoli's extreme fear and helplessness and patted Xiaoli's back in silence. But in his heart, there was a burst of sadness. He understood all too well how Kahaku was feeling right now. He really wanted to be like Orange Sensei was to him, reaching out to Kahaku and saying the words, "If it's too exhausting, just trust me." But he's just as much on his own now. He simply doesn't have the ability to get Kahaku to trust him. He can't protect anyone at all. A feeling of heartache made Lin Xingyan's head ache vaguely again. Why tonight of all nights? A feeling of powerlessness came over him. Yo, little kid, you're only 6 years old and you're secretly dating? Not bad. I underestimated you. A voice, suddenly, came. Lin Xingyan raised his head. Mr. Orange? Chapter 90, get in the car. Yo, little kid, you're only 6 years old and you're secretly dating? Not bad. I underestimated you. A voice suddenly came. Lin Xingyan raised his head. Mr. Orange? He looked at Mr. Orange, who had 4 sandbags strapped to his legs, a ponytail, and sweat that had soaked his gym clothes, and a trance passed before his eyes. Phew, me, I will never, ever run again, ever again. I want to eat a late night snack. I want to eat KFC. Kid brother? Zhang Yunxi ran around the corner as crookedly as a fish that had landed and learned to walk. Sister Yunxi. A sudden feeling of peace of mind made Lin Xingyan unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Kahaku's body, however, drifted up again with some trembling. Kahaku? Mr. Orange wiped the sweat from his forehead, and likewise got a good look at Kahaku's face. Wow, Mr. Orange is nice too. That big sister is good too. After looking timidly at Ms. Orange for a long time, Kahaku wailed before crying out again. However, she still hugged Lin Xingyan tightly and couldn't stop sobbing. Kahaku, can you tell who the good guys are? Who are the bad guys? Lin Xingyan asked with a frown while calming Xiaolu. I don't know. I think I can see my grandfather, but my grandfather died last year. Kahaku said as she came up for air from crying. Shola's ability should be able to see souls or residual thoughts or something like that, as long as it's not deliberately hidden. The souls of Taotu ghosts are pure black and obscure, including Kahaku herself, who turns into a ghost under extreme emotions, are all characteristics of her ability. Anyway, she awakened. Mr. Orange untied the sandbag strapped to his leg. Then Kahaku A flash of pain appeared on Lin Xingyan's face. Sister Orange, can you erase Kahaku's memory? Make her forget what she saw. He remembered when he heard the news that he still had the mark on him, and that he had managed to escape but had to go home. He really felt like the sky was falling. Not to mention the 6-year-old Kahaku's. No need. Yunxi. As if she could see Lin Xingyan's difficulty, Teacher Orange gave Zhang Yunxi a wink. And Zhang Yunxi raised her eyebrows and gave an okay gesture. Kahaku, my sister is talking to you. She leaned down and blocked her mouth to whisper something in Kahaku's ear. Who said that? Me. I'm not the one who likes An. Xiaolu, who had just clung to Lin Xingyan without letting go, instantly bounced up after hearing Zhang Yunxi's words. It is. Come on Kahaku. I'll carry you. Zhang Yunxi turned her back and smiled faintly at Lin Xing'an. Humph. I don't want you to hug me. Xiaola pulled Zhang Yunxi's hand and skimmed her head, saying, Yunxi, you take Xiaola home to take her medicine. Kid, let's go. Mr. Orange tapped Lim Xing'an's shoulder. And you. It's okay Xiaola. Go home and sleep well. You'll be able to see Ann the next day. I think I see Ann's mom. She's saying hi to me. Xiaola froze and looked behind Lin Xing'an, murmuring in a small voice. Sister Orange, now go to Villa 6 and kill that hallucinatory ghost, right? Mr. Orange pulled out his car keys. Get in, kid. She smiled and opened the door, the red sports car humming as it fired up. Lin Xing'an looked at Mr. Orange. A warmth surfaced in his heart, and he hurriedly sat in the car. He clearly hasn't said anything to Mr. Orange yet. What? Are we completely caught out this time? Yes. And an hour and a half. The mark must be removed. Lin Xing'an looked at the time in the car. 1:01 a.m. The timing put him in a trance. That night at the train station, also after 1 a.m., they encountered the replica ghost. An hour and a half. Mr. Orange turned on his cell phone navigation and didn't ask many questions. It's not too late. But kid, how are you going to get there if you don't run into me? Not going to drive by yourself, are you? Lin Xing'an scratched his head in some embarrassment. Mr. Orange also gave him a weird look and slammed his foot on the gas. The car instantly sped up to 125. The only thing that seemed to be left on the empty streets was the roar of the sports cars. Sister Orange, what is Xiao Loher going to do? Don't worry. Yunxi has already taken her back to take the blue capsule. Blue capsules? Aha. Mr. Orange is still stepping on the gas a little bit. The car has gone from becoming 130. What was supposed to be a 40-minute drive would be there in less than half an hour at today's speeds. Made by a member of the organization with special abilities. It can turn an awakened person back into a confused person after taking it. I don't know the exact principle though, but the capsule can only be given to vegans who have just awakened and don't have a speck of Yin obscure in their bodies yet. And it will 100% reawaken after taking it. It's just that the time of reawakening is not certain. And it's much more stable than me erasing my memories. Teacher Orange gave Lin Xing'an a reassuring look sideways. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Xiaola from now on. Phew. Thank goodness there's still this. Lin Xing'an was also relieved for Xiaolu. At the same time, my heart is also $1 million glad that I met Mr. Orange. By the way little brat, haven't you dreamed of Peach Source Dream yet? Recently the Peach Source Dream has changed for some reason. Tangerine sister, is there any other necessary condition to do this dream besides awakening? Lin Xing'an first asked rhetorically. He obviously awakened just after the full moon. So how can it be 6 years and he's just dreaming about it tonight? Yes. I didn't know until later. You have to kill at least one ghost, even if it's the lowest level of the lower level, so that there is Yin obscurity in your body, before you can dream of Taoyuan village. Mr. Orange said with a yawn and a wink. No wonder. Lin Xing'an's face revealed a flash of dawning realization. Then what's the meaning of the recent changes in Taoyuan dream? It's strange. Once upon a time everyone's dream content was the same. But this time two people's peachy dreams were a little different from what we used to dream. Although most of the content was the same I guess. But, this is the first time this has happened. Mr. Orange said, shaking his head. Tangerine sister, is the content of the Peachland dream that at the very beginning there is a white void that says it will take you home, and then a door of light appears, and in the door of light is the Peachland village? Little kid, what are you talking about? Teacher Tangerine gave Lin Xing'an an odd look. That's a dream of your own imagination. There's nothing in the Peach dream that says they're going to take you home. You'll know when you dream it. Everyone's pretty much the same. She laughed out loud at Lin Xing'an's puzzled face. Not a peachy dream. Am I dreaming wrong? Don't think about it so much, little boy. I suspect that the subtle changes in Taoyuan's dreams have nothing to do with that event the Taoyuan will be having next week at Pugwan Temple about mothers. Events at the puja. Mother. Lin Xing'an's brows furrowed. The curiosity in his mind was once again aroused. That's what he'd always wanted to know. Especially after that peachy dream he'd had tonight. Peachtree Village. In retrospect, if it wasn't for Lin Xing'an really had followed that white shadow and stepped into the light door. Because he really felt a wave of affection from the bottom of his heart. For that white shadow. For that door of light. It's like the closeness you feel when you suddenly hear the sounds of your hometown after years away from home. But why did you stop me again? Never mind. Seeing that the car had already driven out of the city, Lin Xing'an also shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. He put all that nonsense aside for a moment and concentrated on remembering what he had seen in the villa that afternoon. especially the weakness of that hallucinatory ghost. After all, this was what really mattered if he would be alive in an hour. The rest, live through the night. By the way, brat, I spoke to the organization about the villa this afternoon. The organization told me that they actually noticed something unusual here a long time ago and sent someone over to keep an eye on it. The day before yesterday, this person also reported that there was no abnormality in the villa, and that it was entirely the Tagway ghosts who made a special effort to confuse the public for the sake of the activities of the Pugwan temple. Mr. Orange paused. But what I'm wondering is that the organization sent this person, and her ability is also hallucinogenic. Such a coincidence? Lin Xingyan froze. Orange teacher nodded. I thought it was fishy too, and looked up this Yunxia in the organization's handbook. Wait, who? Yunxia? Lin Xingyan sat up violently. Chapter 91, That Illusion Ghost. It's called Yunxia. Wait, who? Yunxia? Lin Xingyan sat up violently. Sister Orange, what did you say this person? Her name is? Cloud Haze. Mr. Orange froze. What's wrong? That hallucinatory ghost. Her name is Yunxia. Lin Xingyan looked at Ms. Orange and said softly. Inside the car, a silence fell. Kid, are you sure? I'm sure. Lin Xingyan frowned tightly, his mind once again going over the clues he had found in the villa in the afternoon about the hallucinatory ghost. In the secret room behind the mirror in that little room on the second floor, I saw an adoption formality. It has that hallucinatory ghost personal information and a picture. Its name is Yunxia, and it was adopted by Zhou Ziming's family at the orphanage. Lin Xingyan said as he recalled. Can you be sure that the cloudy haze on that adoption paperwork is a hallucinatory ghost? It can, because it has a picture of it on it. And even though it's a picture from when I was a kid over a decade ago, it's 100% a person. After Lin Xingyan finished speaking, the two of them fell into another moment of silence. Mr. Orange's car gradually slowed down. The person the organization sent to investigate this villa 2 months ago was Yunxia. Yes, I read the organization's mission log, but there's almost no personal information about Yunxia, or any pictures of her, because she was a member of a group that joined the organization very early and was withdrawn and eccentric. Mr. Orange frowned tightly, a few puzzled looks on his face. That is to say, if I'm not mistaken and the organization is correct, Yunxia is indeed a person. Lin Xingyan paused. Then the person who came to this villa 2 months ago to investigate has shifted to become a Taodao ghost. Is this possible? He looked out the window into the darkness and only felt a chill enter his body. Could this have anything to do with that coffin? Those lines? Or even the mother in the mouth of the tauntaun? No way. Mr. Orange cut in. In this world, there is no ability to turn a ghost into a human. And there can be no ability to turn a human into a ghost. If there really was, then this world would never be the way it is now. She said softly, and this paragraph, but let Lin Xingyan inexplicably thought of you and the so-called soul formula. Kid, I never asked you how you knew about this hallucinatory ghost. How did you know she lived here? How did you know about her powers? Or even the rule restrictions on her powers? Are you sure it's a ghost? Mr. Orange asked in a hushed voice. Sister Orange, I can confirm 100% that this hallucinatory ghost absolutely cannot be a human. Lin Xingyan exhaled lightly. But, it's okay. Just be sure, I trust you. Teacher Orange peeked over and took out 2 bottles of yogurt, handing them to Lin Xingyan. Little kid, you don't look too good. Thank you. Lin Xingyan took the yogurt and a warmth surfaced in his heart. Mr. Orange has always had such faith in him. Regardless, kid, our goal for tonight remains the same. This villa is no less bizarre than Yunxia. Based on the clues you saw this afternoon and our deduction, the first thing to do when entering the villa is to kill Zhou Ziming's family first. Leave all the rest of the anomalies alone, and abandon your curiosity about the coffin pattern in the villa. Tonight's only goal is to kill the hallucinatory ghost, remove the mark from your body, and then leave immediately. Understand? Teacher Orange looked at Lin Xingyan and emphasized seriously. Understood. Lin Xingyan drank half a bottle of yogurt in one gulp. I don't know if it's because of the help of Mr. Orange and the fact that he can be relied on. His head, which had been constantly tingling, was also much better. In terms of physical strength, although he had been killed once by Lin Yunxian, he still had at least 70%. Kid, this Zhou Ziming's family, where are they all located? The navigation showed that there were only 10 minutes or so left in the drive, and Mr. Orange spoke up to ask the same question. Zhou Ziming was placed in the nutritional bin, in that room in the middle of the second floor, the secret room behind the mirror. This secret room, or this room on the second floor, is also the room where the hallucinatory ghosts always live. Then Zhou Ziming turned into the zombie's mother, was locked in a small room in the corner of the second floor. It's chained all over its body with 5 arm-thick chains. but if it breaks free with all its might, it should be able to break free. Finally, Zhou Ziming's father was a confused man controlled by hallucinations, and he had been cooking in the kitchen when he came in the afternoon. Oh yeah, there's 2 more death dogs in the villa, but they're weak and I can kill them solo in half a minute. Lin Xing'an pursed his lips and said, Sister Orange, should we split up? Split my ass. Teacher Orange gave Lin Xing'an a blank look. This is a situation where splitting up is the worst thing you can do. Let's stay together after entering the villa. Stay close to me. First kill those 2 morning dogs, then find Zhou Ziming's father, then kill that morning ghost. If 5-arm thick chains can be broken free, it's equivalent to an E-superior tauntaun that doesn't have any special abilities but has higher defense. My word, it will take a minute to kill it. Go to that hallucinatory ghost's bedroom after you've taken care of this morning ghost. Then, Mr. Orange didn't say any more. Just be careful to improvise when the time comes. Lin Xing'an also nodded. This is the most ideal situation. But the reality may be that they're killing funeral dogs, and they may even just enter the villa before the hallucinatory ghosts find them. That time. Luckily we have Mr. Orange tonight. Lin Xing'an reacted with hindsight. If it was just him alone, even in full condition, it would be too difficult to kill the hallucinatory ghost to remove the mark. But now, even though the villa was full of unknowns and dangers, looking at Mr. Orange beside him, Lin Xing'an felt a burst of peace of mind and gratitude. Orange-san, that hallucinating ghost's hallucinogenic ability is able to detect a person's hope. Once we have hope, it pulls us into the illusion. So we must remain desperate when the time comes. Lin Xing'an finished the bottle of yogurt and wiped his mouth, saying, Aha! Mr. Orange looked ahead and nodded. Neither spoke again for the next stretch of road. In the midst of the silence, the sports car slowly drove into the villa area and parked at a location not far from Villa 6. Kid, there may be more danger in this villa than you or I can imagine. If you really are in danger that you can't handle, if you really are in a situation that makes you desperate, be calm. Definitely. Finally, if it's really, Mr. Orange paused. Little kid. In fact, people kill people and gain the obscurity of people. She looked to Lin Xing'an. Lin Xing'an, on the other hand, froze for a moment and shook his head. Sister Orange, I know, I trust you. It's just a casual remark. Teacher Orange laughed and slapped the back of Lin Xing'an's head. Let's go. She carried her long sword, and Lin Xing'an took a deep breath. He looked at the villa that looked like a sleeping beast in the darkness. In his hands, Yin flowed. 1:27 in the morning. Less than an hour to go. Chapter 92. Entering the villa. Come on kid. Let's go. MS. Orange tied her long hair back tightly and carried the long knife in her car. Go. Lin Xing'an looked at the villa that looked like a sleeping beast in the darkness of the night. In his hands, Yin flowed. The entire villa area was silent at this moment. It was clearly a hot summer day, and clearly the surrounding trees were unbelievably thick, but there wasn't a single insect song in the darkness. Only the not-so-bright streetlights on either side of it were making a constant low humming noise. It was as if they were the only 2 living people in the whole area. Gulp! The treacherous atmosphere made Lin Xing'an clench his gloom and raise 200% of his spirit. Mr. Orange also looked serious. The 2 of them arrived silently in front of Villa 6 in such an almost eerie darkness. After eye contact was exchanged, the 2 men first peered around the outer wall. It was the same as what Lin Xing'an had seen in the afternoon. Outside, flowers bloomed in the garden, swaying gently under the hazy moonlight that occasionally filtered through the clouds. Instead, the villa kept all the doors and windows closed and drew heavy, dark curtains, including the second-floor windows in the backyard, which were likewise no longer open at this time. Teacher Orange narrowed his eyes, hesitated, exchanged a glance with Lin Xing'an, and gave him a gesture to follow. Then like a graceful cat, carrying the long knife on his back, he almost effortlessly flipped over the 2-meter-high railing outside and landed lightly on the grass in the backyard. Lin Xing'an also exhaled softly, and with the aid of the Yin and E, he similarly fell into the courtyard without a sound. Hiss! A chill drilled into him the moment he stepped into the courtyard. It made him shiver. It's as if the suffocating ghostly realm of the afternoon has not yet completely dissipated at this very moment. Careful! Mr. Orange stopped Lin Xing'an as soon as he could. Lin Xing'an came to a violent stop, right between the flowers and plants at his feet. A ghastly white hand unexpectedly reached out from the ground. Gobble! His pupils plummeted and he slowly raised his head. It's not just this one. Throughout the backyard, under the cover of flowers and plants, in addition to the large, blood-colored pits dug by the Taodao ghosts in the afternoon for the ceremony, there were no fewer than 10 of these hands sticking out of the ground. Moreover, the flowers and plants around these hands were growing extremely thick, and it was really hard to notice if one wasn't deliberately paying attention. But smelling it carefully, One could feel a stench of rotten blood constantly seeping out from it. By the light of the moon through the clouds, Lin Xingyan also saw that the gray nails of these hands were still emitting bursts of obscure black gas. Ghouls. Morning ghosts are monsters turned into monsters by Tao ghosts who lost all the yin and darkness in their bodies when they were alive because they were too old or for other reasons. Ghouls, on the other hand, are Tao Tu ghosts with yin and obscurity sealed inside their bodies after death, and their bodies instinctively come to life and reach out their hands when they feel the strong yin and obscurity fluctuations. It should be that the ritual of the Taobi in the afternoon awakened them, but this kind of ones that can be awakened are the ones that have been dead for too long with almost no yin 11 left in their bodies. And 8 out of 10 can't come up with a single E lower level in 11. It's weak, but getting caught would be disgusting. As disgusting as getting kissed on the mouth by a corpse. And there are a little too many morning ghosts in this garden. Mr. Orange lowered his voice. Lin Xingyan's face also showed a touch of seriousness. If it weren't for Mr. Orange, who had focused all his energy on the villa, he wouldn't have realized there was such a thing in the yard. Watch your step. Ignore them. Go. Let's go in through the front door. Teacher Orange raised her hand in front of Lin Xingyan's eyes. After all, apart from the main entrance, there was only the window on the second floor to enter. She circled around the ghostly hands and headed toward the front yard without stopping for a second. Lin Xingyan also withdrew his mind and hurried to follow. But at the corner where he left the backyard, he stopped as if he sensed something, turned back, and looked at the closed window on the second floor. An inexplicable uneasiness, vaguely transmitted. Seeing that Mr. Orange had already walked away, Lin Xingyan also withdrew his gaze and quickly followed. At 1:31 a.m., the two arrived and came to the front door of Villa 06. Mr. Orange first put his ear close to the door and listened. Then he extended his hand at Lin Xingyan. Lin Xingyan froze, then immediately reacted. The yinchi in his hand transformed into an ultra-thin short sword. Orange Sensei took it and thrust the short sword into the doorway of the gate. After making a breath-holding gesture at Lin Xingyan, he made a downward stroke. Half a second later, the door opened. The Inhei re-emerged as a bit of black gas circling around Lin Xingyan's hand. Mr. Orange also wordlessly drew his long sword out. The moonlight was like a pair of scissors, cutting through the darkness in the villa through the doorway. What came into view? The huge coffin in the middle of the living room. Holler. In the darkness behind the coffin, where the moonlight couldn't reach, came the sound of gurgling snores. It's the two morning dogs. Lin Xingyan clenched the gloom in his hand. This coffin. He glanced sideways. Why does it feel like the coffin has changed somewhere? But it was only a glance. So Lin Xingyan held his breath and went left and right with Mr. Orange towards the funeral dog pack behind the coffin. But in the next second, the snoring, which had just been heavy, came to an abrupt end. And behind the coffin, nothing. The entire villa, surprisingly, once again fell into a dead silence. Mr. Orange stopped, narrowed his eyes, and pricked up his ears. Knock knock, knock knock. Lin Xingyan also looked around at the darkness. Even though the two morning dogs weren't strong, his heart was beating a little faster. He could feel the two creatures stalking and watching him break. Wow! But the next second, a loud bang came out suddenly. The ghost that was supposed to be locked in the corner room on the second floor, with chains all over its body and arms wide open like a wild animal, leapt down from the second floor towards Lin Xingyan. But for a moment, its green-faced, fanged face then jutted into Lin Xingyan's eyes. Knock knock. That cloaked and hideous look made Lin Xingyan's heart beat suddenly faster. The Inhei in his hand instinctively transformed into a defensive weapon, and while carrying off the funeral ghost hard, his body reacted quickly and rolled towards the side. Roar! Two pairs of pale green eyes like ghostly fires in the wilderness lit up. Lin Xingyan's heartbeat missed a beat. He actually rolled right up to the feet of the two morning dogs. The darkness greeted him with their bloody mouths. The putrid, fishy odor hit me. Saw. In the nick of time, a biting blade light flashed by. Teacher Orange stepped on the coffin and slashed horizontally like a heavenly god, surprisingly causing the mid-air morning ghost to crash hard into that black wooden upright. This was followed by a backhanded tease at the two morning dogs. Phew! Lin Xingyan didn't even see what happened to the two morning dogs before he popped up without hesitation. Kid, you can have those two dogs. I deal with morning ghosts. Orange Sensei's calm voice came without the slightest hint of panic. The long knife in her hand, which was a head taller than Lin Xingyan, emitted a soft roar in the darkness, swimmingly facing the morning ghost that seemed to be unaware of pain. Yes. Chapter 93 disappeared. Yes. Lin Xingyan exhaled violently, looking at the two morning dogs in front of him that wobbled their heads and stood up. The gloom in his hands suddenly changed. The darkness, like fog in water, transformed into a heavy hammer, and under his control, he slammed down hard on the funeral dog. Boo! A loud bang came. The two morning dogs violently spewed out a mouthful of black blood. The ghostly green eyes instantly became a few shades clearer. Lin Xingyan snorted coldly. Before that recoil of the Yin-Hei could reach him, it caused the Yin-Hei to disperse once again and turn into black mist, and he slid forward with it. With Lin Xingyan's mind, Yin-Chi condensed into the same type of long sword in Mr. Orange's hand as soon as he raised his hand. Saw, deeper than darkness, the long blade trailed a rolling black aura as it slashed down at the funeral dog's neck. The huge resistance made Lin Xingyan's arm go numb. Instead, he gritted his teeth and fired again. Clang! The long knife slashed violently on the ground with a muffled sound, and the head of the mourning dog, stuck to the knife, slowly rolled down. Boo! The hilt of the long knife in Lin Xingyan's hand suddenly lengthened, transforming into a lance that abruptly ran through another mourning dog that had just gotten up from head to tail. The gloom then suddenly dissipated, shaking the blood above it without a trace of warmth violently away. The penetrated mourning dog fell straight to the ground, twitching twice before completely losing the light in its eyes. Take that! Looking at the two completely dead mourning dogs on the ground, Lin Xingyan's mood didn't fluctuate one bit. He was also cautious enough to add 2 more slashes to the 2 mourning dogs. Sure enough, with my current strength, I can solve it in less than 30 seconds. Orange sister me. Lin Xingyan turned his head back, his breath suddenly catching. Not far behind him, on the floor, was the nearly decapitated body of the mourning ghost. Though it seemed to have breath left in it, it could no longer even stand. But, where's Mr. Orange? Cold sweat oozes from Lin Xingyan's forehead. Knock knock. Knock knock. He held his breath and carefully looked around at the darkness, an unknown fear that crept into his heart. The gate remained half open. The hazy moonlight illuminated only a few square meters, but the cool light, in turn, made the surrounding darkness seem even more treacherous. The whole villa is a dead silence. The cold blood of the 2 mourning dogs flowed down to Lin Xingyan's feet. The Yin-Hei in his hands kept flowing. A little bit of shifting feet. Living room, bathroom, kitchen. Nowhere. Mr. Orange just disappeared without a trace. Kid, those 2 dogs are yours. I deal with mourning ghosts. Mr. Orange's calm words from half a minute ago were still echoing in Lin Xingyan's ears. And now, a wave of extreme unease covered Lin Xingyan like a tidal wave. He was absolutely focused when he just dealt with the 2 death dogs, completely oblivious to the battlefield on Mr. Orange's side. But it's that half minute. Under the sense of crisis that was like a thorn in his side, Lin Xingyan's head felt another stabbing pain. Hallucinations? Am I caught up in a hallucination? Impossible. I've been suppressing myself to keep a normal mind. Not to mention that until now, there has been no proliferation of ghostly domains. Are there other Taogans in the villa? Where is it? What is it capable of? How did it make Mr. Orange disappear without a trace? That feeling, like when he first encountered a hallucinatory ghost at the train station, made Lin Xingyan's scalp tingle. Unknown. Again. It was this kind of unknown that kept him from doing anything at all. It was as if a large invisible hand might drag him into the darkness at any moment. Lin Xingyan clenched his teeth. The spirit is taut. For a moment, it was surprisingly overwhelming. Crunch. Suddenly, an extremely small sound came from the darkness. He jerked his head up. 2nd floor. The room of that hallucinatory ghost. Surprisingly, it opened up a crack. Inside is an even deeper darkness, with absolutely nothing visible. But it's like inviting Lin Xingyan in. Is that the hallucinatory ghost? With all the commotion just now, she should indeed have spotted me long ago. But why didn't she release her ghostly domain? Why not attack me? Why? Boo! Boo! A sound came from that small room. It's like a little kid jumping around on a fluffy bed kind of sound. Meanwhile, a strong smell of blood quietly came. Gobble. Lin Xingyan stared tightly at the room on the 2nd floor. A bit of gloom and doom surrounded him in a silky way. He didn't rush up there, but first completely killed the almost dead mourning ghosts on the ground. Obscure? Lin Xingyan suddenly froze. The moment he killed this mourning ghost, he seemed to see a strand of obscurity seemingly flying out of this mourning ghost's body. Did read it wrong? Lin Xingyan blinked. The surroundings were already full of darkness, and the so-called mourning ghosts were ghosts that had lost all their gloom and obscurity alive. Boo! Boom! The sound of what seemed like constant bumping and jumping on the bed on the 2nd floor became more pronounced, and the tiny doorway grew a few inches wider with a creak. Lin Xingyan stabilized his mind and walked towards the stairs in the darkness. One step at a time, he went up to the 2nd floor. Step by step, walked to the door of the room on the 2nd floor. Moonlight, as if timed, filtering through the clouds, little by little, drilling through the gate. Gobble. Lin Xingyan held his breath and probed his head. But upon seeing the scene inside the room on the 2nd floor, his pupils shrunk. There was a buzz in his head. On the ground, lying there was Zhou Ziming, whose head had been cut off in its entirety. The man who should have been lying in the nutritional bin in the chamber was as dead could be at this moment. Scarlet blood had spread across the floor. The blood is so thick that it just spreads. The door to the room was pushed completely open. The cool moonlight instantly filled the entire room. Lin Xingyan froze in place as if he had been frozen, just above that single cot. Surprisingly, there was a sling hanging down. Dang! Dang! And the hallucinatory ghost with the long aquamarine hair kept sticking its neck in the middle of the sling. But if it hangs down naturally, its legs will step on the bed below, causing the hanging to fail. So it's surprising that it has to actively hook and curl its legs. It's overcoming the body's instinct to hang itself. And that constant thud was the sound of its curled up legs falling repeatedly onto the bed when they couldn't hold it up. With each fall, it would again, without hesitation, stick its neck into the sling, then curl up your legs again. It tried to kill itself? But why does it? Lin Xingyan's mind was foggy for a moment, and in the darkness of his remaining light, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. Lin Xingyan's Yi changed suddenly in his hand and swung violently. But upon seeing the figure, Mr. Orange, Lin Xingyan's sharp inchi stopped just before an inch of Mr. Orange's neck. But Mr. Orange, however, suddenly drew his long knife and slashed towards Lin Xingyan. Meanwhile, ghostly blue, belonging to the ghost of illusion ghosts, unexpectedly to the orange teacher as the center, slowly spread out. Chapter 94. The ghostly domain of the ghost of the blue. Surprisingly, the orange teacher as the center, slowly spread out. Clang! As Lin Xingyan withdrew his steps to dodge, the yin hei in his hand instantly solidified, transforming into a giant hand that blocked the knife swung by Teacher Orange. A great tremor came. Yin hei only managed to block it for a moment before it dissipated under the force. The long knife almost swiped against the tip of Lin Xingyan's nose. The biting blade aura caused Lin Xingyan to instantly break out into a layer of cold sweat. It was only at this moment that he could see that under the moonlight, Mr. Orange's body was covered in boiling, rolling obscurity. There is a treacherous blackness in the eyes, in the mouth, in the nose. Countless obscurities are drilling around. But what was even weirder was that the ghostly domain of that hallucinatory ghost, which was clearly the ghost of that hallucinatory ghost, was actually being released by Mr. Orange at this very moment. The surroundings had long been a ghostly blue glow. The ghostly domain had completely encompassed the entire villa, and the hallucinatory ghost, until now, has remained in bed, as if completely oblivious to what was happening inside the house. He kept sticking his neck into the noose of the sling and kept bending his legs, trying to hang himself alive. Wow! Mr. Orange stiffened and dragged the long knife in his hand, slashing it across the ground with a series of soft thuds, as if he had just familiarized himself with his limbs, like a puppet on strings. He swung and hacked towards Lin Xingyan, while dodging one after another. Lin Xingyan was a flurry of confusion. How come? Why did that hallucinating ghost keep trying to hang himself? Why did Zhou Ziming die? Who killed him? How did Orange Sensei unleash the ghostly realm of hallucinatory ghosts? Or, how did Mr. Orange turn into a hallucinatory ghost? What just happened during the time Mr. Orange disappeared? A wave of questions made Lin Xingyan's temples beat wildly. Cloud haze. Illusion ghost. He and Orange Sensei were still discussing and speculating in the car when they arrived about how Claudia, who was clearly a human certified by the organization, had become a hallucinatory ghost. And now, Mr. Orange, who had clearly come to the villa with him and possessed the ability of thinking memory, had also turned into an illusory ghost in front of Lin Xingyan's eyes. How is that possible? Is this a hallucination? At this moment, Lin Xingyan preferred to believe that he had long been in a deep hallucination. Otherwise he couldn't even imagine how the hell it was done. Mr. Orange. Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth and once again dodged Mr. Orange's long knife. Though at this point, Orange Sensei's movements were very stiff and every attack was broken. However, Lin Xingyan did not dare to fight back in the slightest, because he was sure that the person in front of him was 100% Mr. Orange. Or maybe this body is Mr. Orange. Moreover, the experience of fighting with that hallucinatory ghost in the afternoon told Lin Xingyan that even if he beat the orange teacher in front of him into mush, it would not be of any use. The body. Obscure. What the hell is the connection? This hallucinatory ghost. Lin Xingyan bit his tongue violently. The sharp pain briefly dispelled the bouts of numbness that this ghostly blue domain had brought him. Mr. Orange is occupied? Is that cloud of darkness the real ghost of illusion? Lin Xingyan looked at the inchi that kept drilling towards and out of Mr. Orange's body, as if he had figured something out. However, the ability of this hallucinogenic ghost was clearly hallucinogenic. This matches the characteristics of the ghostly realm it unleashes. Is possession part of its power? Once upon a time it took over Yunha's body, and now it's become Mr. Orange? How is this possible? Illusion and possession are two completely different abilities. Does it have two abilities? Like me? Lin Xingyan thought furiously. But the most important thing now is, what do I do? What do I have to do to save Mr. Orange? Is back in gear? No way. Still haven't figured out why Mr. Orange just disappeared. Still haven't figured out what turned Mr. Orange into this. Still haven't figured out what's so weird about this hallucinating ghost. Not being able to think of these answers, even if you go back in the archives, won't help, unless one does not enter the villa and abandons the operation. Otherwise, if you come back in, you'll still be faced with the same situation you're in now. Zhou Ziming. Zhou Ziming is dead. That morning ghost is dead. Where is Zhou Ziming's father? Lin Xingyan suddenly thought of the white-haired old man. He hadn't seen Zhou Ziming's father since entering the villa. Could it be that the old man is the key? Hurry! But without waiting for him to think about it in detail, Mr. Orange's movements suddenly lurched, and the long sword in his hand slammed to the ground with a bang. The gloom in her eyes suddenly dissipated for a few moments, and her eyes seemed to have regained their clarity once again. The ghostly blue domain around them also fluctuated violently. Quickly! Go kill her! As if she was strongly suppressing something, Orange Sensei said through clenched teeth with a flash of pain on her face. Leave me alone. This tauntaun. It's dual-powered. Dual capability. Lin Xingyan's heartbeat missed a beat. Its abilities, illusion, and possession. Its main body has been attached to Yunxia. Kill Yunxia and it will die. Go! Mr. Orange shouted. The long knife in his hand banged to the ground and fell from the second floor, and she was kneeling on the ground in pain. Her forehead was bruised, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down from her forehead. Get out of here. Mr. Orange gritted his teeth and pressed his head. It was as if a million bug ants were crawling and gnawing in his brain. Within his eyes, rolling bloom surged out and dissipated at times. That ghostly blue field of ghosts was like a video movie that was constantly jamming, churning under the struggles of Mr. Orange. But Lin Xingyan took a deep breath. Mr. Orange's pain was constantly irritating him. But the more this happens, the more calm you have to be. Since that hallucinatory ghost still has the ability to possess and it has been determined that it possessed Mr. Orange. So now let him kill Mr. Orange of Yunxia. Is it possible that it's a possessed hallucinatory ghost? Is it possible that it's pretending? Is it possible that it was the one that tried to kill Yunxia? Kill me. Seeing that he hasn't been moving. Inside the house, Yunxia's voice of suppressed pain also came. Amidst the black aura that permeated her body, she was still constantly sticking her head into the sling and trying to curl her legs up, trying to hang herself alive. But whenever she was about to suffocate, her hands would always clasp the rope uncontrollably. The legs were also stiff as they redrooped and stood on the bed. Possession. So says. Lin Xingyan looked at Yunxia, whose neck was covered in strangulation marks and whose expression was extremely twisted and painful. Was Yunxia trying to kill the hallucinating ghost by hanging herself? But the hallucinatory ghost was still attached to her body. It has loosened up a bit, but it can still briefly manipulate her body so that she can't finish hanging. So Mr. Orange told me to kill Yunxia. But is the case? Chapter 95 Deadly Choices. Why do I feel? In the midst of the constantly jammed ghost domain, Lin Xingyan's brow continued to throb. An extremely strange intuition caused his breath to catch slightly. Come on. Don't hesitate. Please kill me. The agonizing Yunxia. The struggling Mr. Orange. The constant urging in her ears and the stuck ghostly domain around her. Time was ticking away. The pain was magnifying. Lin Xingyan clutched Yunxia in his hand and bit the tip of his tongue violently. Yes, if the hallucinatory ghost had dual abilities, it would indeed explain most of his doubts. The reason Yunxia went from human to ghost is because she was just possessed by a ghost. Ms. Orange was able to unleash the ghostly realm of the hallucinatory ghosts because she was also possessed. But this ghost can possess two people at once? And what's the deal with Zhou Ziming's family? Why did Yunxia choose to hang herself in such an extremely tangled and bizarre way? Why didn't I kill her this afternoon even though I clearly beat her body like that? It's clear that Orange Teacher is also possessed and can even open the ghost domain. But why does killing Yunxia kill this hallucinatory ghost? Numerous questions popped up in Lin Xingyan's mind in a split second. But the agonizing urging in his ears gave him no time to think at all. Hurry up. It's going. Again. I'm not going to last much longer. Kill me. It's controlling my body. Don't let it control me again. Kill me. Please. The lips were bitten with blood. Yunxia begged and shouted. The blue-colored eyes were filled with tears. On the pale face were crisscrossing tear tracks. A feeling of agony to the extreme caused Lin Xingyan's heart to constantly seize up as well. Go. Mr. Orange shouted back. Her hands had begun to squeeze her throat uncontrollably. Voices were ripped out in shouts. Come on. Mr. Orange's hands fired a little, veins bursting out on his arms, his face already unnaturally red, as if he might break his neck at any moment. But even so, She still stared at Lin Xingyan with eyes that were sometimes clear and sometimes cloudy. Ah! Yun Xia in the room suddenly screamed out in a miserable manner. Her body stiffened suddenly. A thick cloud of black gas gushed out from her mouth, floating in midair with her body. But the next second, that black chi was once again drilled into her mouth and nose in a single stream, causing Yunxia to fall straight back onto the bed. But in just half a second, her body bounced against human mechanics. Bang bang bang! First, like a hammer, he slammed his head against the wall 3 times without mercy. Blood bubbled faintly black and gurgled from her forehead. The moment her eyes regained their clarity, Yunxia once again twisted her head to look at Lin Xingyan, though at the moment she was completely speechless. But as if he could not feel any pain at all, he stiffened again and walked to the sling. Putting his head in, he holstered it and curled up his legs. 2 lines of tears fell from her cheeks. Agony, determination, begging, all sorts of drastic emotions continued to irritate Lin Xingyan. And Ms. Orange, who was also no longer able to speak, looked at Lin Xingyan under the agony of that impending suffocation. Even though intuition was desperately telling Lin Xingyan where something seemed wrong, where something seemed to be wrong, but the silent urging of Teacher Orange and Yunxia made Lin Xingyan simply not have the time and mind to think anymore at this moment. Sa! The inchi in his hand suddenly solidified. Don't! Just at the moment when inchi had almost touched Yunxia's neck, Mr. Orange's voice suddenly came again. Click, click, click. A soft clatter of joints came. Her hand, which had been squeezing her neck in a death grip, was surprised when her fingers twisted and loosened. Don't kill her! This ghost! Pop! But the next second, those hands climbed back up to Mr. Orange's throat. It was a ghost controlling me just now. Kill her and that ghost is dead. Don't let Yunha's efforts go to waste. Go! Don't hesitate. Ms. Orange's voice squeezed out of her throat. However, her eyes were dead set on Lin Xingyan's eyes and she kept shaking her head. Kill me! Yunxia's mournful voice also came. In the midst of the flickering ghostly domain of ghostly blue, Lin Xingyan's body couldn't stop trembling. He felt like his brain was about to explode. Orange Sensei's mouth urged him to kill Yunha, but his body kept shaking his head. Yunxia kept trying to hang herself but her body was getting in the way. Was it this hallucinatory ghost or Yunxia herself who wanted Yunxia dead? Was it Ms. Orange who wanted him to kill Yunha or the hallucinatory ghost that had possessed her? What is the weakness of this hallucinatory ghost? Exactly? Lin Xingyan's heart thumped. Do it! Don't! Kill her! Don't kill her! Conflicting voices kept coming out of Mr. Orange's mouth. Which line is the hallucinatory ghost's and which is Mr. Orange's? In the end, to kill or not to kill? Lin Xingyan bit his lip and breathed heavily. Again, such a multiple choice question. An unprecedentedly great pressure caused the veins on his forehead to jolt. The brain was a paroxysm of staccato pain. Kill it. Big deal. Go back and start over. No way, no way. I'm in a state of mind that won't sustain me several times. Can't waste an opportunity for nothing. Calm down. Calm down. The more desperate you are, the calmer you have to be. There must be a way to tell. There must be. Lin Xingyan held his breath and closed his eyes, blocking out all sounds from outside. Knock knock. Knock knock. The drumbeat of his heartbeat kept his brain going. Although this hallucinatory ghost was able to possess, it clearly had no memories from the possessor's body. Not even physical muscle memory. Lin Xingyan thought of the stiff way Orange Sensei had just swung his cleaving longsword. Totally unpracticed level at all. In other words, I can use my memories to determine whether it was Orange Sensei or the hallucinating ghost who uttered the words that told me to kill Yunha. But now Mr. Orange's condition was such that he couldn't even open his mouth. What about through Claudia? I don't know Claudia at all. Nope. I understand the cloudy haze. Gulp. Lin Xingyan looked at Yun Xia inside the room as if he had suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened a little. The heart races a little bit. Kill me now. Stop torturing me. This ghost's original body is now inside me. Kill me and it will die. That's its Achilles heel. Kill me now. Rolls of black chi churned continuously within Yun Xia's body. Her body was like a robot set to a fixed program, constantly putting her neck into the sling. But it was only at this moment that Lin Xingyan noticed. Whenever Claudia reached out to prop open the sling loop and put her neck in, she reached out with her right hand first, and all the while her left hand would be desperately blocking, desperately clasping the rope to keep the curled leg stiffly down. Gobble. Lin Xingyan's breath caught slightly. Yun Xia, a lefty. It was in the afternoon, right there in that secret room, right on top of that Yun Xia's adoption paperwork, which Lin Xingyan clearly remembers as deliberately stating that Yun Xia was left-handed. That is to say, Lin Xingyan gritted his teeth. It's Yun Xia who doesn't want to die. The one who wanted Yun Xia to die was the hallucinating ghost. Just now, all the kinks, all the struggles. It's been that hallucinatory ghost that's been lying to me.